In this narrative, a determined and courageous knight is doomed to perish in combat. He once believed that as a person whose skills were honed and developed in war, he could begin anew. In this new chapter, he envisioned forming a family, a desire he deeply cherished. Unfortunately, his hopes were merely illusions. The knight kneeling before us is the esteemed Arik from the Drenic Empire, the central figure of our tale. His ultimate adversary is the formidable Duke Theron, a Hexa-class knight from the Althan Empire. Even RG is conscious of the immense challenge he faces, already having endured the overwhelming Black Wave. On his very first day on this battlefield, Duke Theron is surprised to see RG still opposing him, aware that he is facing one of the 6 Hexa Knights. He muses that it would be a pity to extinguish such a burgeoning talent as our hero. But Ari is far from giving up. He defiantly stands and wields his sword, making it clear he was born for the battlefield, and it is there he will die. The two opponents move toward each other, their imposing auras causing chaos around them. Duke Theron observes that although Ari shows bravery, there is still a trace of sorrow in his eyes. The Duke talks about how Ari could have been a strong opponent in the future, but then he charges his sword with energy, lunging at our hero while hoping that in another life, Ari could overcome his regrets. With that, the Duke swings his blade, but before Argar succumbs, he reflects on the prolonged war between the Drenic and Althan empires. His mother was a casualty of this conflict, dying when he was just an infant, which left him orphaned amid the turmoil. While other children engaged with toys and books, he struggled to contribute to the war effort and defend his kingdom. At the age of 14, he picked up a sword and entered his first battle. His bravery ignited his latent talents. The Manor in his heart amplified his abilities to levels he never thought possible. He ascended through the ranks, surprising everyone by mastering 3 mana core and becoming a quad-core knight. His aspiration to join the 5 Hexa Knights of the Empire was almost within his grasp. He saw this final conflict as a chance to finally find solace from his arduous life. He fought his last battle with valor, almost realizing all his dreams, until Duke Theron arrived, causing everyone to scatter. At this moment, Duke's initial strike completely demolishes Arik's sword, immediately destroying his dreams as well. The subsequent attack from Duke pierces Arik's heart, and he realizes he has lost his chance to have a family. This blow throws him across the battlefield, where he lands heavily on the ground. The impact fractures the ground beneath him as he skids, leaving him bloody and injured. As he starts to fade into unconsciousness, everything turns completely black. However, the darkness lifts the moment he opens his eyes. He first sees a couple trying to interact with him, or more accurately, with their child. Argit quickly becomes distraught once they refer to him as their son. His father promptly picks him up, smiles broadly, and calls him DNE, saying he should become an exceptional spearman like him. His mother, known as Lily Sarais, quickly pulls him from his father's arms, claiming he will become an exceptional assassin. Arkan Stress and his wife Lily continue to argue over their son's future as Argit feels shy and confused by their disagreement. They bicker throughout their carriage ride home. Lily believes that moving stealthily to eliminate targets and escape unnoticed is far more impressive, while the father argues that mastering the spear is the most elegant and complete martial art. This is how it goes for our protagonist. Just as he believed his end had come on that battlefield, he miraculously finds himself reincarnated. He is now in the Althan Empire, the territory of his foes, as the youngest son of a certain count. When the carriage eventually stops at their mansion, his parents reach a compromise and decide they will teach him both skills. However, Lily remains adamant, irritatingly stating their son will be an assassin, while Aaron just laughs, insisting DNE will become a spearman. The carriage driver shakes his head as they arrive, and the parents are slightly confused to find they are already home. Apparently they lost track of time while arguing. The husband quickly gets out of the carriage and offers to help his wife down too. He reaches out his hand to her, and she feels a little shy and asks him what if the people in the castle see them. He laughs and tells her that he's only holding his wife's hand, so why should it matter? With that, he leads his beautiful wife out of the carriage, while Argar feels awkward seeing his dad act like that. But soon, his discomfort fades as he is amazed by the castle's splendor. When they enter the castle, Lily notices how happy DNE seems to be back home. And why wouldn't he be? With a house like that and such wealthy parents, his skills could flourish more than he ever imagined. 2 months have gone by since that day, and we see Lily talking to her son, who has begun to make noises. She's excited that he's starting to speak, and the boy is just as amazed to hear these sounds for the first time. You see, meeting young children was rare when he wandered battlefields. The few children he did encounter were often injured, crying because they had no place to go, many grieving for parents who had been lost to the war. So compared to that, his new home feels lucky and prosperous, and he's glad he won't be going hungry. Suddenly, the father bursts into the room, excitedly holding a spear. He proudly states that it's a spear. Our boy struggles to accept his father's lively personality. It's hard to believe this man is his father, the strongest hexa-class spearman in the Empire, known as Arenas, even though he doesn't seem like a war hero. But indeed, he was a war hero known as the Blue Whirlwind. His wife becomes annoyed and pushes him away from their child, questioning how he could bring such a sharp object into the child's room. The man loses his patience under her stern look and shyly says he just wanted to show it to D&E, but she's giving a dangerous vibe, reminding him that she had told him they wouldn't teach their son anything until he was older. It's no wonder this grown man is shaking in fear under her intense stare, considering his wife is the top assassin in the Empire. Meanwhile, she suggests that if he continues this way, she might start teaching their son the basics of stealth while he's still young. He argues that early education is common these days. He mentions that one of the renowned magical families, known as House Teleport, places a staff by a child as soon as they are born. But his wife gets annoyed again and asks if the spear looks like a staff to him now. Meanwhile, our boy explains that the reason his parents place so much emphasis on his future is that his two older sisters chose careers unrelated to spear fighting or assassination. At noon, his two sisters are teasing their younger brother by pinching his cheeks until they turn red. Arabella, one of his sisters, laughs and remarks that he looks even cuter with puffy cheeks. Meanwhile, he talks about Arabella, mentioning that her magical talents put her on the path to becoming a mage early on. By age 12, she was already a 3-chain class mage, a significant achievement since the highest level is 9 chains, showing she's a genius well past the beginner stage. Arabella offers to teach her brother magic, saying she's tired of learning alone and would be happy to teach him a few things. Arabella is always energetic, but their other sister, Claire, is quiet and reserved. She hesitantly suggests she could teach him summoning, a useful skill to have. Like Arabella, Claire is talented in summoning, having performed her first summon at 7 and now capable of handling 2 at once. Arabella playfully urges Claire to touch him, claiming he's just too soft. Claire seems hesitant about touching him, unsure if she should. Meanwhile, D&E acts adorable and thinks back to when he believed Claire didn't like him. He now understands she was probably jealous because he's the youngest and gets all the attention. Eventually, Claire reaches out and gently touches his nose, delighted by how soft he is. She touches him again and promises to teach him everything she knows when he's older. D&E is slightly overwhelmed by his family's desire to teach him their skills. His father is a hexa-class spearman, his mother is a skilled assassin, although retired, and his oldest sister is a genius mage. Then there's Claire, who is also a genius at summoning. They are the Count Sress family, a noble family that embodies the ideal he always envisioned. He wonders if seeking revenge is necessary in this new life. Sure, his previous death was unfortunate, but it was on a battlefield. It almost seems silly now to consider revenge on someone who fairly defeated him. The whole family gathers in the hall, each arguing why their specialty would be the best for D&E. Watching his family argue warmly brings a smile to D&E's face, because this is exactly the type of family he hoped for, and he's thankful to be part of it. But when the arguments intensify and tempers rise, he starts to question if this is what a harmonious family really looks like. We learn about a special ceremony known as the choosing ceremony in the House of Sress. When a child reaches 1 year old, various objects are placed in front of them, and the family tries to predict the child's future based on the object they choose. Since a year has passed, today is young Master D&E's turn, as he has just turned 1, and it's time for him to choose his class at the ceremony. The guests mingle, discussing how the young lady became a mage and the other a summoner, as they move to the ceremony hall to see what D&E will choose. As the guests assemble in the large hall, we notice that D&E is positioned near 4 unique objects, each representing a different category. As people gather around the table where D&E is seated, his mother advises him to select the one he prefers. But D&E seems hesitant about his choice. He looks towards his father, who is anxiously waiting for him to choose the spear. His father grins subtly, thinking D&E will naturally gravitate towards the dragon-tail spear. This particular spearhead, made from the exotic dukan, sharpens and gains weight as it absorbs the user's mana. On the other hand, his mother, filled with pride and joy, believes D&E is too good-looking to be an assassin, yet she's convinced he will choose the dagger. This isn't just any dagger, it's named Kinth Horn, crafted from isle ore that can absorb all elemental powers and hold various poisons. Like their parents, D&E's sister firmly believes he will become a formidable mage and opts for the pouch to preserve the mage's heritage. This pouch is a special subspace bag, usable only by mages or those with magical abilities. Meanwhile, Claire, with her usual reserved expression, questions whether DNE can summon the item before him. Actually, it's a summon sign, a tool for summoners. This sign allows summoners to receive a code matched to their abilities, enabling them to summon beings. But DNE feels overwhelmed and uncertain, as he can clearly hear his family's thoughts. Ultimately, he sighs deeply and decides. He begins crawling towards the objects, and as he moves faster, the crowd's anticipation heightens. His family is ecstatic to see him advancing, each encouraging him in their unique ways. His father encourages him to pick something solid, while his mother suggests something short and sharp. As he nears, a yellow glow emerges from all the items on the table. Both DNE and his family are bewildered by what's happening, and the crowd, excited yet amazed, realizes that all 4 items have reacted something completely unheard of. They acknowledge that the young master might truly be a generational prodigy. Meanwhile, DNE is just as confused by the turn of events. He reminisces about being an adept soldier on the battlefield in another life, yet now feels he's on an entirely new level. Little Arabella curiously asks her father what they should do next, as this is a new occurrence. Both parents are just as perplexed, understanding that they now need to instruct him in all 4 skills. This news astonishes the other 2 ladies, while DNE simply smiles broadly in response. He has grown significantly since we last saw him, which was just about half a minute ago. Arkin beams proudly at his son for mastering the technique he previously taught. The boy expresses gratitude to his father, and we discover DNE has recently turned 7 as they share a light-hearted laugh. A man abruptly arrives on the scene. DNE observes him with interest, noticing he is holding a spear. It appears that Aaron was expecting the spear, as he quickly takes it and hands it to DNE, telling him it's his birthday present. He mentions he planned to give it during the birthday celebration but decided to do it before his mother's gift. Aaron adds that he has been preparing this spear for 2 years, having it specially made by a famous craftsman in the capital. He wishes him an early happy 7th birthday, and the young boy joyfully ditches his old stick for the new spear, excited because it looks so cool. He particularly enjoys the combination of the black handle and silver spearhead, and is surprised by how light it is. His father asks if he likes it, and he responds enthusiastically that he does. He's so excited that he starts playing with it right away. His father then asks if he knows the difference between a sword and a spear. DNE explains that the length of the spear allows you to keep opponents at a distance, and its small point of contact makes it highly efficient in attack. His father agrees but cautions him that as he grows stronger, the spear will actually be more challenging to use than a sword. He points out that with a spear, you need a minimum distance to effectively attack. However, he reassures his son not to worry too much, as every weapon has its advantages and disadvantages. He explains that even swords, which are often regarded as the perfect weapon, can have weaknesses in some situations. The son takes note of this advice keenly. Then the father begins spinning the spear in his hand and invites his son to spar to demonstrate something. DNE is completely astonished to witness the immense power emanating from his father. This is his first experience of the formidable energy of a Hexa-class spearman, and the magical energy his father releases is incredibly overwhelming. After powering up, the father swiftly thrusts the spear forward, and the space around the tip begins to distort. He explains that the distortion occurs because he unleashed his magic power while thrusting the spear. This technique uses the core's trait of focusing magic power in one location. The son recalls hearing about this from his sister and reflects on how, in his previous life, he had a quad core, and all his current knowledge stems from that experience. Meanwhile, his father smiles broadly, pleased with how well his son has been studying, and reminds him that he now possesses 6 mana core. Certainly, our young man acts surprised, but deep down he's thinking that he could have reached 6 cores himself if he hadn't died. His father then encourages him to try out his new spear. DNE seems unsure, but his dad advises him to calm his mind, let go of his fears, and thrust the spear forward. The son complies, and as he grips the spear he recalls how he was uninterested in spears in his previous life. Having discovered his skill with the sword, he only used spears as a backup. Now, though, it's time to really try using one. He assumes a ready position and closes his eyes, while his father admires his good posture. The dad smiles widely, remembering it took him 6 years to master this move, and he wonders if his young son can manage it. But the moment DNE drives the spear forward, everything changes, defying his father's expectations. His father is stunned by the unexpected success. He exclaims, asking his son how he knows so much. After DNE completes the move, his dad approaches him, laughing and praising him for doing so well. DNE explains that as he thrust the spear, he concentrated magic into one spot and sent it into the spearhead. then stop the flow of magic. His father is ecstatic upon hearing this and asks if he has formed a mana core. DNE says yes, mentioning he got the idea while reading about mana core creation and decided to give it a shot, managing to succeed. However, he's not entirely truthful he actually developed it while practicing mana breathing. His father bends down to look him in the eyes, filled with pride. He believes his son will grow up to be an exceptional warrior. DNE smiles, already thinking of the future surprises he plans that will astonish his father. Meanwhile, the father wonders if his son will end up being a mage, spearman, assassin, and summoner all at once. As the evening sets in, it marks the beginning of DNE's 7th birthday. Guests fill the castle, and the air buzzes with music and laughter. Everyone is having a great time. Duke Bout, the man who killed our boy in his former life, is also there. When he sees Aaron, he calls him over to catch up. Aaron respectfully calls him Duke, but Bout insists he drop the formality and speak as they usually do. We know Bout is from the most powerful family in the Alphan Empire and leads the Thermian Dai. Aaron quickly moves toward his friend and quietly says that many people are observing them, so he must continue pretending to be formal. The Duke advises him to act freely and inquires about his son's whereabouts. At that point, Aaron signals DNE to come over and greet Duke Thermian. Hearing Duke Theron's name makes DNE recall their last meeting. When DNE finally approaches the Duke, he introduces himself as DNE Shress and respectfully bows, expressing it's an honor to meet him. The Duke, amused by the young man's politeness, wonders if DNE is learning to use a spear, and Aaron confirms that he is. Suddenly, a young girl approaches Duke Bout from behind, and DNE is momentarily taken aback. The girl says hello to Count Shress, bowing deeply to demonstrate her respect. She introduces herself as Leah Theron, the youngest daughter of the Thermian family. The festivities then proceed. The guests relish the music and the pleasant evening, but this isn't true for Arkan Shress and Bout Thermian, mainly because Baroness Theron was still sick, and despite Bout's efforts to heal her, nothing had helped. Aaron hoped it was just a short-lived issue and that his friend's wife would recover soon. Yet Bout cautioned him that if he vanished suddenly, it would mean his wife's condition had deteriorated, and he would use a teleportation scroll to rush back to the capital. Today was supposed to be a celebration for DNE, who had just wandered off somewhere. Bout thought him a clever boy and wished to chat more with him. Aaron was also unaware of his son's location and realized Miss Lila had also gone missing with him. Finding them was simple. They had strolled off together. Likely they found the gathering dull like many others, but their conversation remained unknown to their parents. In private, Lila was quite chatty and frankly didn't enjoy attending these noble gatherings with her father. However, this time she was pleased she came. Leah had heard about DNE's good looks, but under the moonlight he appeared even more charming, and she liked being there. DNE was happy to learn she appreciated the place. Unlike the bustling capital, the Shress family's land was peaceful and serene. That's what Lila envied. At her home, there was always activity. Nobles visited daily with proposals and requests for her father. Occasionally, even the imperial family made appearances, and what bothered her most was that every time guests arrived, she had to dress formally and greet them. She despised that routine. Instead, she wished she could wear something practical and simple and spend her days practicing with her sword. DNE was taken aback to see such a petite and innocent-looking girl training with a sword instead of magic. He preferred his own quiet region. It wasn't as bustling as the capital, giving him plenty of time to perfect his spear skills, which he adored. Lila was initially shocked to see him wielding a spear, but then she recalled his father's moniker, and it all made sense. She had often heard her father praise Blue Whirlwind's prowess, and since DNE was so dedicated to spear training, she concluded he aimed to join the academy too. But that wasn't DNE's reason for his spear practice. Leah was puzzled by this revelation. To her, training rigorously to enter the academy seemed like the natural path. She knew entry was exceptionally tough. DNE, however, wasn't worried about getting accepted, and his practice was merely to sharpen his skills for after his admission. Leah doubted his self-assurance and questioned what he'd do if rejected. Even then, our protagonist wouldn't be disheartened or quit. He would try once more, and if that failed, he'd take it as a sign that this path wasn't meant for him. Lila was amazed by his laid-back view of the future and questioned if he feared disappointing his family. Of course, he wasn't facing this was trivial compared to his earlier life's challenges. Lila, however, could only wish she could feel the same. Her family saw failure as disgraceful. Although DNE had spent 7 years among nobles, he was still amazed at how trivial their concerns seemed. He was confident in Lila's success, though. Upon hearing his supportive words, she beamed and eagerly showed him her swordplay. He was slightly startled by her zeal, yet stopping her was out of the question. When the chance to practice sword fighting came up, Lila immediately asked for the location of the training grounds, and DNE found himself guiding her, hoping all would go well. At the training area, Lila unleashed a barrage of skilled strikes. To a novice, her techniques might appear flawless, but DNE was no novice. Observing her, he acknowledged her seamless offensive to defensive transitions and precise attack timing. However, there was an issue eventually. Her movements began missing their rhythm and lost fluidity. After the intense session, a breathless but pleased Lila sought his opinion on her technique. Initially, DNE wasn't completely truthful and complimented her performance enthusiastically, which delighted her. Yet, he chose to be candid. He pointed out that after the third stance, Lila was overstepping slightly, and this repeated in later sequences. These excess steps then slightly misaligned her subsequent sword maneuvers. The harsh words stunned Lila into silence. Tears seemed imminent, and DNE quickly realized the criticism might have been too harsh for her. He began to apologize for upsetting her and even suggested he might be mistaken, as it had been a long time since he last saw the swordsman in action. However, his concern was unwarranted. Lila regained her composure and tightened her grip on the sword. She acknowledged her error and resumed her training exercises, now executing them flawlessly. DNE's guidance was precisely the missing piece she needed to achieve perfection. Her happiness and appreciation overflowed. She even embraced DNE. Although he tried to pull away, he couldn't manage to escape her tight hug. Leah was deeply impressed by his profound knowledge of sword fighting. He immediately pinpointed the mistakes she had been making, which her instructors had overlooked. She vowed to never forget his assistance. After a robust hug that nearly left DNE breathless, she almost accidentally swung her sword at him. Clearly, she needed to be more careful. DNE was taken aback by her sudden embrace, yet he didn't seem to mind it. Their private moment was soon disrupted by servants shouting as they searched for them. Having taken a sufficient break from the feast, they decided it was time to rejoin the others and made their way back before being discovered. Back on the training grounds, DNE became the focus as his parents proudly acknowledged his birthday and his first encounter with a manticore. They presented him with a brooch bearing the family emblem, much like those his sisters wore. His mother encouraged him to cherish the brooch, as it now symbolized his standing and honor. Following their lead, all the guests extended their congratulations. DNE was now officially known as Shress, and everyone was convinced he would mature into a respectable man like his father. Both his parents and DNE were elated, this being the first time he felt such heartfelt congratulations in his 2 lives. Suddenly, the room trembled. Guests shrieked and scrambled, fearing an earthquake or an invasion. DNE was alarmed, but his father quickly calmed him, assuring him there was no danger. Arkans was well aware of what was happening. Though he had wished for a peaceful day, it seemed his daughter had other plans. DNE was unaware that lightning had sparked near the ceiling, and within moments, a portal opened overhead. The guests were astounded as a small figure darted from the portal, defying gravity and landing effortlessly. It was DNE's elder sister, Arabella, who cheerfully declared her punctuality. The onlookers were still in shock, amazed that a young woman could master teleportation so early. Typically, opening even a tiny portal required at least 5 levels of mastery. DNE didn't appreciate her skills, finding her overly loud and showy. However, just as the crowd began to settle, a gigantic creature soared overhead, a massive wyvern with its rider. It appeared that Lady Claire had managed to shock the guests again. She seemed upset, having barely missed outdoing her sister. Upon her arrival, whispers spread about her reputation as a skilled summoner, yet no one had anticipated her controlling a wyvern at just 16 years old. Back home, the family gathered to celebrate the birthday of their beloved youngest, DNE. Following their dramatic entrances, DNE's sisters quickly presented their gifts, wishing him well. He expressed gratitude to Arabella and Claire for making it despite their busy academic schedules. The sisters were eager to see him open their presents. Duke Aaron was moved by how much attention his son received. His daughters had only sent a letter for his birthday. The festivities then proceed. The guests relish the music and the pleasant evening, but this isn't true for Arkansas and Bout Thermian, mainly because Baroness Theran was still sick, and despite Bout's efforts to heal her, nothing had helped. Aaron hoped it was just a short-lived issue and that his friend's wife would recover soon. Yet Bout cautioned him that if he vanished suddenly, it would mean his wife's condition had deteriorated, and he would use a teleportation scroll to rush back to the capital. Today was supposed to be a celebration for DNE, who had just wandered off somewhere. Bout thought him a clever boy and wished to chat more with him. Aaron was also unaware of his son's location and realized Miss Lila had also gone missing with him. Finding them was simple. They had strolled off together. Likely they found the gathering dull like many others, but their conversation remained unknown to their parents. In private, Lila was quite chatty and frankly didn't enjoy attending these noble gatherings with her father. However, this time she was pleased she came. Leah had heard about DNE's good looks, but under the moonlight he appeared even more charming, and she liked being there. DNE was happy to learn she appreciated the place. Unlike the bustling capital, The Sres family's land was peaceful and serene. That's what Lila envied. At her home, there was always activity. Nobles visited daily with proposals and requests for her father. Occasionally, even the imperial family made appearances, and what bothered her most was that every time guests arrived, she had to dress formally and greet them. She despised that routine. Instead, she wished she could wear something practical and simple and spend her days practicing with her sword. DNE was taken aback to see such a petite and innocent-looking girl training with a sword instead of magic. He preferred his own quiet region. It wasn't as bustling as the capital, giving him plenty of time to perfect his spear skills, which he adored. Lila was initially shocked to see him wielding a spear, but then she recalled his father's moniker, and it all made sense. She had often heard her father praise Blue Whirlwind's prowess, and since DNE was so dedicated to spear training, she concluded he aimed to join the academy too. But that wasn't DNE's reason for his spear practice. Leah was puzzled by this revelation. To her, training rigorously to enter the academy seemed like the natural path. She knew entry was exceptionally tough. DNE, however, wasn't worried about getting accepted, and his practice was merely to sharpen his skills for after his admission. Leah doubted his self-assurance and questioned what he'd do if rejected. Even then, our protagonist wouldn't be disheartened or quit. He would try once more, and if that failed, he'd take it as a sign that this path wasn't meant for him. Lila was amazed by his laid-back view of the future and questioned if he feared disappointing his family. Of course, he wasn't facing this was trivial compared to his earlier life's challenges. Lila, however, could only wish she could feel the same. Her family saw failure as disgraceful. Although DNE had spent 7 years among nobles, he was still amazed at how trivial their concerns seemed. He was confident in Lila's success, though. Upon hearing his supportive words, she beamed and eagerly showed him her swordplay. He was slightly startled by her zeal, yet stopping her was out of the question. When the chance to practice sword fighting came up, Lila immediately asked for the location of the training grounds, and DNE found himself guiding her, hoping all would go well. At the training area, Lila unleashed a barrage of skilled strikes. To a novice, her techniques might appear flawless, but DNE was no novice. Observing her, he acknowledged her seamless offensive to defensive transitions and precise attack timing. However, there was an issue eventually. Her movements began missing their rhythm and lost fluidity. After the intense session, a breathless but pleased Lila sought his opinion on her technique. Initially, DNE wasn't completely truthful and complimented her performance enthusiastically, which delighted her. Yet, he chose to be candid. He pointed out that after the third stance, Lila was overstepping slightly, and this repeated in later sequences. These excess steps then slightly misaligned her subsequent sword maneuvers. The harsh words stunned Lila into silence. Tears seemed imminent, and DNE quickly realized the criticism might have been too harsh for her. He began to apologize for upsetting her and even suggested he might be mistaken, as it had been a long time since he last saw the swordsman in action. However, his concern was unwarranted. Lila regained her composure and tightened her grip on the sword. She acknowledged her error and resumed her training exercises, now executing them flawlessly. DNE's guidance was precisely the missing piece she needed to achieve perfection. Her happiness and appreciation overflowed. She even embraced DNE. Although he tried to pull away, he couldn't manage to escape her tight hug. Leah was deeply impressed by his profound knowledge of sword fighting. He immediately pinpointed the mistakes she had been making, which her instructors had overlooked. She vowed to never forget his assistance. After a robust hug that nearly left DNE breathless, she almost accidentally swung her sword at him. Clearly, she needed to be more careful. DNE was taken aback by her sudden embrace, yet he didn't seem to mind it. Their private moment was soon disrupted by servants shouting as they searched for them. Having taken a sufficient break from the feast, they decided it was time to rejoin the others and made their way back before being discovered. Back on the training grounds, DNE became the focus as his parents proudly acknowledged his birthday and his first encounter with a manicore. They presented him with a brooch bearing the family emblem, much like those his sisters wore. His mother encouraged him to cherish the brooch, as it now symbolized his standing and honor. Following their lead, all the guests extended their congratulations. DNE was now officially known as Sres, and everyone was convinced he would mature into a respectable man like his father. Both his parents and DNE were elated, this being the first time he felt such heartfelt congratulations in his 2 lives. Suddenly, the room trembled. Guests shrieked and scrambled, fearing an earthquake or an invasion. DNE was alarmed, but his father quickly calmed him, assuring him there was no danger. Arkans was well aware of what was happening. Though he had wished for a peaceful day, it seemed his daughter had other plans. DNE was unaware that lightning had sparked near the ceiling, and within moments, a portal opened overhead. The guests were astounded as a small figure darted from the portal, defying gravity and landing effortlessly. It was DNE's elder sister, Arabella, who cheerfully declared her punctuality. The onlookers were still in shock, amazed that a young woman could master teleportation so early. Typically, opening even a tiny portal required at least 5 levels of mastery. DNE didn't appreciate her skills, finding her overly loud and showy. However, just as the crowd began to settle, a gigantic creature soared overhead, a massive wyvern with its rider. It appeared that Lady Claire had managed to shock the guests again. She seemed upset, having barely missed outdoing her sister. Upon her arrival, whispers spread about her reputation as a skilled summoner, yet no one had anticipated her controlling a wyvern at just 16 years old. Back home, the family gathered to celebrate the birthday of their beloved youngest, DNE. Following their dramatic entrances, DNE's sisters quickly presented their gifts, wishing him well. He expressed gratitude to Arabella and Claire for making it despite their busy academic schedules. The sisters were eager to see him open their presents. Duke Aaron was moved by how much attention his son received. His daughters had only sent a letter for his birthday. Arabella handed DNE a box containing a ring that doubled as a portable storage space. She crafted the piece herself, employing top-tier subspace magic taught by her respected teacher. Everyone knew how challenging it was to infuse such magic into objects. Arabella lovingly took DNE's hand and slid the ring onto his finger. Clearly having devoted much time to crafting an item that could endure an entire subspace and tailored it with DNE's genetic imprint, making it his alone a truly unique artifact. Mother Lily inspected the ring and noticed a faint flow of mana within it, indicating it was crafted from superior magic stones. Arabella explained that DNE simply needed to channel a little of his mana into the ring to activate the storage space, which was far more practical than ordinary ones. This feature made the ring incredibly precious. DNE had memories of such devices being limited to affluent warriors and top magicians. The ring would also adjust to fit him as he grew. When DNE tried to activate it, a green portal appeared effortlessly. Duke Aaron was astounded by his son's easy mastery of the magic. Claire, Duke Baltheran, and Lila were all stunned by the brilliant magic display. DNE had managed to open a subspace quicker than Arabella had in the past. He was undoubtedly a prodigy, and it would be a monumental achievement if he could develop his skills in both mana crafting and magic circle creation simultaneously. After the magical show, Claire approached her younger brother and gave him her present. DNE carefully unwrapped the gift while gratefully acknowledging his older sister. Inside the wooden box was an unusual egg resting on a gentle fabric. Perplexed, he picked up the egg and inquired about it. Claire, in a panic, told him to handle it delicately, as it was no ordinary egg. The entire family was intrigued about this strange present, but Claire only disclosed its nature to DNE. She quietly told him it was a familiar she accidentally acquired while attempting to conjure Diren. Claire wasn't sure what would emerge from it, but everyone knew how valuable a familiar could be. DNE attempted to imagine what could hatch from this unique egg. He was familiar with the concept of familiars. Unlike summoned creatures, they are a completely different type of being. Once called, a familiar can stay in the real world forever. Claire insisted that DNE should keep this egg a secret until it hatches. He agreed to do so. All their secretive talking annoyed Arabella, who felt excluded. According to Claire's instructions, DNE had to infuse his mana into the egg twice daily to ensure it would bond to him as its master. Lily was just happy to see her son receiving such remarkable presents, showing the deep care among her children. Once the gift exchange concluded, Duke Aaron coughed to get attention and reminded his daughters to at least greet their parents, since they had interrupted the gathering. Realizing they hadn't spoken to their parents upon arriving and claiming they might not attend, the daughters awkwardly said hello to their dad. Duke Aaron, always tender-hearted with his kids, didn't mind much. He was just happy to see his daughters again, as they had gone to advance their careers. They seldom visited home, so Duke Aaron was pleased they appeared well. From a distance, Lee observed the Shress family share warmth and laughter. She couldn't stop herself from contrasting their family with her own. DNE caught her gaze and turned to look. He noticed her spirits drop as she quietly moved away. He wondered why she seemed so alone and sad amid a lively noble gathering. The feast concluded, and a new day dawned. Duke Balthermian, having stayed overnight, was now walking through Shresslands. He marveled at Arabella Shress's immense magical skills. Being the top mage at the academy, her prowess was unmatched. Arabella would be an ideal match for Duke Therian's son. A marriage between them could create a power strong enough to rival the imperial family. Such an alliance would protect both families and their offspring from any adversaries. So Duke Therian planned to discuss a possible engagement between the oldest kids during their meeting today. On his way to see the other Duke, Therian overheard the sound of clashing metal. It came from the training area, indicating someone was practicing there unusually early. Naturally, it was DNE, diligently sharpening his spear skills with intense focus. He had become extremely proficient with the weapon after years of practicing with his father and his remarkable dedication to training. DNE was always focused. His movements were smooth and precise like a seasoned fighter, moving swiftly across the field and striking multiple deadly blows. He accelerated his pace, increasing the intensity of his practice. Eventually, his arms moved so fast that he performed numerous spear thrusts in quick succession. Duke Theron's curiosity led him to secretly watch the boy train from a distance. He was impressed to see the youngest son of the Shress family training so intensely. With his experienced eyes, he noted DNE's skillfully polished techniques. His focus and movements didn't seem like those of a typical 7-year-old. His simple spear thrusts were executed with chilling precision. His techniques were so refined that even veteran spearmen could learn from him. When DNE completed his routine, he was gasping for breath. Duke Theron was deeply impressed by everything he saw. He had previously heard incredible stories about the young Shress's talent from his infancy but thought they were just exaggerations. Now, he realized those stories were true. After a short rest, DNE resumed his practice, this time concentrating on his footwork and movement. As one of the strongest swordsmen around, Duke Theron noticed that the boy's posture and footwork resembled those of a master swordsman. The Duke started to think the boy might have mastered swordsmanship to a great extent at such a young age. Suddenly, DNE realized he was being watched and pointed his spear towards the door, challenging the onlooker to reveal themselves. Rather than remain hidden, Duke Theron, carried away by his excitement, ended up being spotted by the boy. It was not his finest moment as an accomplished warrior. The more Duke Theron reflected on DNE's footwork, the more eerily familiar it seemed. He recognized that he had seen that same footwork before. He had to come forward and apologize to DNE for intruding on his private practice. He assured him he meant no harm. Recognizing Duke Theron, DNE regretted his harsh reaction. Even though he had been in his current body for 7 years, this was the man who had defeated and killed him in his past life. Recalling his training in manners, DNE Shress politely greeted the Duke. Duke Theron admitted he was captivated by watching the young prodigy train so early in the morning and apologized again. The boy stood his ground, saying he was forgiven. The Duke found it amusing that the boy spoke as if they were on the same level. Closer inspection of DNE showed no signs of fatigue or shaking, even after intense training. At DNE's age, the Duke hadn't even fought a manticore yet. The Duke complimented DNE's impressive spear attack, noting that the boy seemed to have inherited Aaron's spear skills. The spear was well made, too. DNE formally expressed his gratitude to the Duke for acknowledging his skills, and the old man gave a sly smile. This boy wasn't just a formidable warrior, he also knew exactly what to say and when. In comparison, his own son lacked these skills and manners at age 7. This interaction made Duke Theron think about possibly arranging a marriage between his daughter Lila and DNE, mentioning that Lila was also practicing her swordsmanship. He suggested that since they were about the same age, they should support each other when they start at the academy. DNE continued to respond politely, impressing the Duke with his directness. Eventually, Duke Theron excused himself to avoid further disrupting DNE's training session. However, he had one last question before he left. He inquired whether DNE had also trained in swordsmanship. DNE slipped up in front of the Duke, unintentionally reverting to old habits. Given Duke Theron's keen observation skills, it wasn't surprising he picked up on these small habits immediately. DNE admitted he had only read about basic swordsmanship in books and hadn't formally trained. Still, the Duke felt he detected a natural combat intuition in the boy, although logically, an inexperienced child shouldn't possess such an instinct. Finally, the Duke left him alone, saying goodbye, and DNE saw him out. Duke Theron also invited him to visit if he ever came to the capital, now personally intrigued by DNE's abilities. DNE wondered if the Duke would remember him. Just the thought of defeating someone who had ended his life previously excited him. If he built a strong foundation and progressed step by step, he was sure he could outdo Duke Theron one day. Overcoming the formidable Duke was one of his life goals. As he continued his training, DNE lost track of time until Hernan, his attendant, came to get him. Hernan always stayed hidden, ready to serve. With Hernan around, DNE thought he might be skilled enough to learn covert operations and stealth. Today was especially hectic as everyone prepared for the second banquet. Several nobles had started to arrive. Gathering over 30 noble families on the same day was challenging. DNE's sisters had already used a teleportation gate to return to the academy together since they had midterms soon. It was time for DNE to get ready and dressed. He reminded himself to examine the gifts his sisters had given him the previous night. After his rigorous training, DNE was looked after and dressed neatly. He walked into the family room with his parents and interacted with various aristocrats. DNE needed to use all his learned manners as he conversed with the elite. He was showcased as the guest of honor. Everyone focused on him. Eventually, he slipped out of the dining room to get some fresh air. Being a noble was exhausting. His day was busier than normal as the guest of honor. Yet, he always found comfort relaxing in their lovely garden. Mr. Garter had diligently made this place stunning, a type of beauty that calms the mind. DNE admired the fully bloomed flowers, vibrant with their distinct colors as butterflies fluttered around. He recalled his eldest sister explaining that flowers hold the most mana in nature. Since he had some spare time, he decided to try and sense the mana in these flowers. DNE shut his eyes and tuned into the natural magical currents. Without opening his eyes, he started to understand the concept his sister had described. He began to feel the mana within the flowers. He had been training in various disciplines simultaneously, but hadn't noticed much progress in magic or summoning. Choosing which skills to focus on was challenging. Having numerous skills could be a burden. At times, DNE felt overwhelmed by his own success. After a few moments in the garden absorbing the natural mana, he finally perceived the mana in the flowers. He was amazed that such a small element could hold such intense mana. If someone can harness the natural flow and make it their own, the method could integrate into the body and create a magical formation. That's exactly what was happening. It was fortunate that his natural affinity for mana was exceptional. He could see what others barely sensed intuitively. A single visit to the garden had greatly enhanced his mana perception. What was once vague had become clear. He was about to comprehend the essence of magic when he sensed a disruption. At the same time, two young nobles wandered into the garden, tired of the adults' small talk in the dining room. They were siblings. The older one with red hair was upset because all the praise was for the gifted stressed child. He walked over the flower bed, ruining it. The red-haired siblings had wandered into the large garden and noticed DNE lost in thought. They looked at his attire and wrongly thought DNE was a servant and scolded him. He didn't appreciate this rude child. The impudent youth demanded he show them and his brother the way out. DNE noticed their damage to the flowers and scolded them to stop crushing the blooms. The rude redhead was insulted by being scolded. DNE questioned why they were damaging the flower bed instead of using the walkways. The redhead, seeing his smaller size, kept up his unpleasant behavior. Then he started boasting about their noble lineage, as young aristocrats often do. DNE didn't mind to him. They were just two bullies spoiling his garden's flower bed. The man they called the Red Brute didn't appreciate being labeled as such, yet his actions spoke differently when he forcefully took hold of DNE's shirt. Both he and his sibling were children of Count Tyran, a distinguished guest at the castle. The mention of Count Tyran triggered a past memory for DNE. He was the noble DNE had captured after a disgraceful loss in a battle. DNE recalled Count Tyran as an annoying aristocrat, a real scoundrel. Observing the actions of the brute before him now, the saying like father, like son seemed utterly suitable. The Red Brute kept showing off his family's name, claiming their fame in the capital. He even boasted that his family had the power to make DNE vanish without leaving any evidence, so DNE should be cautious with his words. DNE had encountered many foolish people like this young man before. He understood that logical conversations were useless with the Red Brute, whose head was merely filled with nothing. As the boy tried to punch him, thinking he was just dealing with a simple servant, DNE prepared to defend himself. He retaliated by slamming his head into the Red Brute's nose with all his might. It was a devastating blow that almost smashed the Red Brute's nose. The younger brother anxiously called out to his elder, rushing to check on the Red Brute, who collapsed to the ground, bleeding from his nose. Seeing his own blood made him panic as if he had never seen blood before. The sight of the blood in his hand enraged the Red Brute, and he threatened DNE's life. DNE found the threat laughable and stood his ground, challenging the young brute to try and fulfill his threat. The Red Brute vowed vengeance. His younger brother, who was more sensible, tried to intervene, but the Red Brute was beyond reasoning. The brute threw a punch, which DNE easily evaded by stepping back. The confrontation was clearly one-sided. DNE was far too experienced for a novice. As he let the Red Brute exhaust himself, he noticed the boy's clumsy movements, as though he had never handled a weapon before. DNE speculated that the brute might be a magician or conjurer. As the attacks continued, none came close to touching DNE. The Red Brute's nose bled incessantly, and his patience dwindled. DNE toyed with his adversary, capitalizing on his advanced movements. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could utilize the magical energy he observed in a flower earlier and channel his intention into it. If successful, he might manage to mold that energy into a tangible form. It seemed like a good moment to experiment with this idea in a real fight. The younger brother observed in astonishment from the side. DNE planted his feet firmly and started gathering magic in his palms. He pictured a sphere of raw mana and launched it straight at the young pest's midsection. The impact was strong enough to knock the annoying kid back, flinging him onto the grass and damaging the concrete along the way. He wailed in pain, his pride and body equally bruised. The younger brother went to check on his defeated older brother amidst the flowers. DNE was more upset about the ruined flower bed than the boy's well-being. Yet, the resilient kid got up again, still energized enough to continue. Noticing DNE's magical ability, the stubborn kid demanded DNE's identity. The younger brother kept urging his older brother to back off, but his wounded ego ignored any potential risks or troubles. The obstinate kid drew on his inner mana and began opening a menacing portal. DNE was taken aback to recognize the magic as that of summoners. The mana merged and formed a ghostly wolf that touched down softly, its fangs menacing and ready. The kid laughed wildly as he summoned Genpu by name and introduced himself as Daigon Tyron, determined to show DNE the repercussions of their clash. DNE heard Daigon command the wolf to attack, but he was unimpressed by the simple wolf summon, accustomed as he was to his sister Kiale's summoning of more formidable beasts like her wyvern. Daigon kept his distance as Genpu pounced towards the unmoved DNE. DNE simply stared the wolf down and stood his ground, perhaps sensing its impending doom if it attacked. Genpu quickly turned around, its demeanor shifting from aggressive to docile towards DNE. The Tyron brothers were stunned as their loyal summon seemed to have switched sides. Now, the wolf behaved as if it was subservient to DNE. Daigon shouted for his summon to attack DNE, but his commands were ignored. Instead, the wolf began joyously wagging its tail at DNE, feeling no malice. DNE gently petted the amiable beast, bewildered by the turn of events. He recalled that even Kiale's summons were always kind to him. Previously, he had thought it was due to his familial ties with his sister, but in this situation, with no such connection, the summoned creature still showed friendliness. It appeared he might have an unusually strong rapport with all summoned creatures, or perhaps Genpu's loyalty to its summoner had completely eroded. Daigon was confused. He had never known a summoned creature to turn against its owner. DNE was dominating completely and kept goading Daigon to challenge him. The younger brother was practically pleading with his older brother to stop making a fool of himself and just admit defeat, but it was useless. Daigon, humiliated, still insisted on fighting, although his younger brother desperately wanted the fight to end. The younger boy, overwhelmed by his brother's stubbornness, was so scared that he wet his pants. When he started crying, Daigon scolded him for being such an embarrassment. DNE rubbed it in by mentioning the bathhouse in the basement of their main castle. Using his younger brother's mishap as an excuse, Daigon hastily left the scene, as if he hadn't embarrassed himself enough. He told DNE to remain in the garden. DNE looked on in disdain at the defeated loser. Daigon didn't even bring his summon with him. Meanwhile, the boy stayed in the garden, experimenting with what he had learned about mana. He practiced a technique Claire had shown him earlier. He detected the weak link still existing between the despicable Daigon and Genpu. He severed it and skillfully replaced it with his own magical connection. With this, he and the wolf were now officially linked. A kid who had hardly ever done a proper summoning managed to execute this complex technique, all thanks to his strong rapport with summoned creatures. Now, he had truly become a successful summoner. As he reveled in his triumph, DNE heard a naggingly familiar voice searching for him. Daigon Tyron, that annoying brat, actually called his father and tattled that he was picked on by a kid in the garden and singled out DNE. The coward held his nose to stop the bleeding as he complained to his father about being roughed up by DNE and losing his summon. Mogard Tyron stepped up and introduced himself as the leader of the Tyron noble family, one of the eminent families of the capital. He boldly inquired if DNE really did hurt his son and took his summon by force. Our guy wasn't about to shrink back in front of a bully, so he took full responsibility for his actions. He noticed that Mogard Tyron looked significantly heavier than when he had captured him as a prisoner. Peaceful Times seemed to be treating him well. Even though he was a failure in combat, Mogard still put on a brave front, declaring he couldn't ignore an affront to his children. The pig kept firing off tough questions until he finally demanded the boy reveal who he was. Standing tall, the young lad introduced himself as DNE Sres, the youngest son of Arkan Sres, the Lord of the South and the leader of the Sres Count family. It was like something straight out of Game of Thrones. This introduction left the sleazy father and son pair in shock. They had just insulted the guest of honor without realizing it. They had no clue they were dealing with the well-known upcoming star of the South. The Duke was completely taken aback by this surprise meeting with the youngest member of House Sres. When he thought about powerful noble families, he remembered being captured by that man Eric and playing no major role in the war, which had made all the noble houses mock him. Now, he saw a chance to turn the tables, planning to tarnish the Count's reputation as an excuse to ask for mining rights. Those nobles who had once scorned him would soon have to respect him. With this plan in mind, the portly noble turned to the young boy, wondering aloud if he was the birthday boy. DNE simply nodded, affirming it was true. The noble could barely contain his irritation since he definitely hadn't come to celebrate some young kid's birthday. He pointed at his terrible son Daigon and asked DNE how he intended to make amends for the shame he brought upon his son. DNE had not only harmed his son, who was a guest of the Sres family, but he had also taken their summon, a serious offense. The terrible son agreed with his equally terrible father, ominously telling DNE that today was his last. The hefty noble then warned the boy, saying he would speak directly with Count Sres to hold him responsible. DNE acknowledged the threat but insisted that before anything else, his son should apologize. Clearly infuriated, the hefty father demanded to know what DNE was implying, while his son clenched his teeth in rage. But DNE clarified that, indeed, he had struck and injured the son, but only in self-defense from a deadly threat. Moreover, he stressed that he hadn't stolen their summon. Genpu had chosen to follow him of its own will. Quickly, the disgraced son interrupted, claiming it impossible for Genpu to do that, and accused DNE of lying. This made the father pause and think. He remembered hearing that House Sres's second daughter was a brilliant summoner, so he suspected she might have taught DNE how to break the bond between a summon and its master. Our guy keeps moving back and forth with our boy, while DNE finds the whole thing rather boring. Eventually, Mogard decides to calm down because his jaw starts to ache from talking so much. He tells DNE he's done scolding him and suggests they find out what Count Sres thinks about all this. Just then, Count Sres shows up, and he's not alone. Duke Theron is with him. Both the son and his father are totally shocked to see Count Sres, and seeing Duke Theron there is even more surprising for them. As knights appear, we watch the red-headed boy explain to the Count that he was just lost in the garden with his younger brother, which is why he asked DNE for help. He keeps talking and making up tales while DNE just stands there coolly, thinking about how his dad is actually listening to this fellow. That probably doesn't shock him, considering Count Sres really values his family's name and honor. He isn't one to take sides, even when dealing with strangers. He knows how to distinguish right from wrong. After finishing his story, the red-headed boy ends by saying that suddenly, DNE headbutted him and mocked him using some strange move. He says he tried to scare DNE away by calling his summon, but DNE just took his summon and fought back. Once Daigon finishes his side, Mogard steps forward, telling the Count he just wanted to warn DNE, but he emphasizes that taking someone's summon is definitely wrong and he can't overlook that. Count Sres then speaks, telling Mogard he won't make a decision based solely on one side of the story. He wants to hear DNE's version and consider everything before making a decision. He also tells Mogard not to worry about any unfair decisions, as Duke Theron will give his view on the issue too. The Duke gives a quick smirk and notes that if it's that significant, he's up to the task. Mogard is clearly upset and sweating heavily as he senses impending trouble. Bringing Theron into this will only make things messier, a thought that doesn't comfort him. Count Sres nods, allowing his son to speak up, and DNE steadies himself, stating that not all claims by Mogard's son were false, though not completely true either. He then shares that he had merely asked Mogard's son to leave the garden where he had been crushing the flowers they cared for deeply, which triggered the altercation. Both Mogard and his son are visibly shaken by these revelations, with the son attempting to deny the accusations by calling DNE a liar. However, the Count instructs DNE to continue his explanation, where he adds that Mogard's son had commanded Genpu to kill him. DNE further clarifies that he did not take the summon by force instead. Genpu chose him due to his good nature. The Duke is visibly impressed by how articulately the 7-year-old speaks. DNE repeats that he never took anyone's summon. A frustrated Mogard stomps and dismisses the statements as ridiculous, insisting it's impossible for a non-summoner to attract a summon, implying DNE must have used deceit. Yet DNE responds, informing Mogard of his innate talent with summons, and that a summon might indeed follow someone else if not bonded closely with its master. Mogard refuses to accept this, yet DNE calmly insists it is true. Mogard's expression is strained, and he accuses the youngster of making up stories. The Duke then suggests proving the truth with a summoning demonstration. Count Sres turns to his son, asking if he can prove his claim, to which DNE agrees. Meanwhile, Mogard glares at his son, furious for entangling him in this mess, while the son anxiously realizes he might be in trouble with his father if he can't summon Genpu. When the son attempts and fails to summon, Mogard scolds him, as expected. On the other hand, DNE merely smirks, aware he had already disconnected the summon, which is why the boy couldn't bring Genpu back. DNE decides to show them by trying to summon Genpu himself, but mentions he needs a particular item from Mogard's son to do so. The son is enraged, questioning DNE's audacity to ask for his belonging. He rants aimlessly, but Count Sres interrupts, reminding him that even if DNE uses the item, he shouldn't be able to summon Genpu, so there's no harm in trying. Mogard, drenched in sweat, admits he has no choice but to show the sign and reluctantly instructs his mischievous son, Daigon, to hand it over. The redhead nearly bursts into tears, yet his father simply urges him to be quick. Once DNE holds the sign, he unleashes his powers and explains to everyone that since a summon sign carries a summoner's unique identifier, it typically cannot be used by others. However, since Genpu, whom Daigon summoned, is infused with his mana, the sign is merely a medium, and Genpu has already bonded with him. The moment he calls Genpu, the creature appears and joyfully licks his face. Both the Count and the Duke are astounded, while Mogard and Daigon tremble, having been caught in their lie. The Duke is impressed and queries whether DNE also learned spearmanship. His father confirms but admits uncertainty about his son's skill. The overweight plotter realizes his scheme has backfired completely. The Count turns to him, asking if he now agrees that DNE is truthful. The heavyset man tries to stay composed, chuckling while conceding that they might have falsely accused DNE of theft. He also admits that his son did not truly intend to harm DNE, just to frighten him. Daigon, trembling, concurs with his father, claiming he was only trying to scare DNE away. However, DNE is furious to see them attempting to wriggle out of responsibility so effortlessly. Before the two seniors can render their final judgment, a woman walks into the scene, startling everyone present, especially DNE, who is stunned to see Lila. As she steps forward, she asserts that what Daigon is claiming is untrue. Father quickly asks why she came, and she replies that she heard his voice while out on a walk. She promptly greets the portly man and acknowledges Count Sogress. The portly man stammers in shock as he tries to return her greeting, clearly surprised by the unexpected visit from the Duke's daughter. Count Sogress then cuts to the chase and questions her about her assertion that Degron was lying. She firmly confirms it, explaining that she overheard their earlier conversation during her walk. Degron begins to panic at the idea of her having overheard everything, as this is clearly bad news for him. She continues to disclose all the revealing details, and my friend can't help but smile at this fortunate turn of events that has unexpectedly worked out in his favor. Shortly thereafter, the portly man tells his ill-mannered son to quickly apologize to Count Sogress. The son hastily mutters an apology, admitting his error, but the Count directs him to apologize to Dane instead, not him. The portly man then pushes his son towards Dane, urging him to apologize quickly. The son looks uneasy and hesitates before awkwardly uttering a timid sorry. However, Dane is far from convinced. He perceives the apology as a mere formality, a necessary act, because his lie was exposed by an external witness. Dan doesn't genuinely want to accept this insincere apology, but recalling his past experiences, he decides to act magnanimously. Rather than holding a grudge, he opts to show grace. With that in mind, Dan accepts the young man's apology, and the boy beams with joy, gratefully thanking Dan for his understanding. Meanwhile, the portly father also breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he was on the verge of losing everything. On the other hand, the Duke, who could soon be Dan's father-in-law, can't stop thinking about how he always knew Dan was extraordinary. He might have been rigid about the entire situation, especially since the other side was clearly wrong from the beginning. Eventually, the Count declares that since Dane accepted the apology, the argument over the incident will end here. Yet, he stresses that he never planned to ignore the matter, particularly because Degron attempted to murder Dane. The chubby father begins to sweat profusely when he sees how passionate the Count is about this. When he attempts to intervene, the Count cuts him off, telling him to be quiet and demanding that he and his family leave the castle at once. This revelation devastates the chubby man. Being expelled would ruin his reputation, and he's determined to stay in the castle by any means necessary. He grabs the Count's hand and pleads for mercy, promising to do whatever Sogress requires, just seeking forgiveness this once. However, the Count pulls his hand back, showing he doesn't need the chubby man. He informs him that soldiers will soon arrive to escort him out officially. With that, he storms off with his son, leaving the chubby man behind, still begging for mercy. Sogress then tells Duke Theron it's time to leave, and the Duke immediately calls his daughter as they begin to depart. As they walk away, Dan looks back, pleased to see them get their just desserts. After all, they initiated the chaos, so it's only right they face the consequences. He also realizes something vital today: his father can be quite intimidating when angered. Duke Theron then inquires if it's true that he beat that bratty Mogard's son with a mana bullet, and Dane confirms it promptly. The Duke then remarks on Dan's skills, not just with the spear but also in summoning and magic. It's genuinely remarkable, and he believes history has never witnessed such talent. The proud father beams, proud to have such an extraordinary son. Meanwhile, Dan basks in the accolades while Lila is overwhelmed, struggling to grasp what she's hearing. Duke Theron then remarks that although talent matters, Dan is also extraordinarily composed. Many youngsters become upset during disputes, staunchly believing they are correct, yet Dane does not react this way. The Duke firmly believes that this boy will mature into a respectable man. The father affectionately pats Dane on the head, commenting that it's too early to be certain, they must wait until he is fully grown to see how he turns out. He also acknowledges that Lila's calm handling of the matter prevented further conflict. Without her statement, the situation might have worsened significantly. Upon hearing this, Duke Theron is surprised at Sogress's favorable opinion of Lila. He doesn't waste the moment and attempts to downplay her involvement, suggesting that if the Count holds her in such high regard, perhaps they should consider discussing their marriage. This catches Sawgrass off guard, and he notes the Duke's keenness to marry off his daughter. To avoid the topic, he quickly changes the subject, pointing out that the sun has set, and it's almost time for the banquet. With that, he hurries off, telling them he'll meet them in the hall. Theron then advises his daughter to slowly make her way back with Dane. He starts chasing after the Count, saying he wishes to speak with him, leaving the children behind. As they stroll, Lila asks Dane why the summoned creature ignored its summoner and obeyed him instead. She mentions that she has seen numerous summoners duel in the capital, but has never observed such an occurrence. Dane simply shrugs and confesses he isn't certain why it just happened. Seeing that Dan is deliberately concealing the truth, Lila looks annoyed, even though she helped him escape the predicament. However, he remains composed and reminds her that he also assisted her, bringing up when he helped with her swordsmanship. Thinking back to that instance, Lila reluctantly concedes he is correct. Ultimately, Dane decides that since they have both assisted each other before, they might as well continue. He tells her she is free to ask him anything immediately. Her face lights up with excitement as she exclaims that she wants to learn right now. Dan is startled by her urgency and asks what she is so eager to learn. She quickly responds, asking him to teach her how to use a mana bullet. Dan asks Lila why she is so keen to learn the mana bullet, and Lila quickly replies that she aims to become stronger and swifter. She hopes to create at least 2 mana cores before she starts at the academy. Dan is curious why she is hurrying since she is still quite young. He understands her urgency when she explains that she wants to mature quickly to please her mother. Her mother adores her, and Lila is sure that becoming stronger will make her proud. When Lila mentions her mother, Dan remembers adults saying that Lila was often sick and confined to bed. With this in mind, Dan realizes he must help her. Lila does a joyful dance and says she's ready to begin training tomorrow, but she wouldn't mind starting tonight, unsure how long she will stay in the mansion. Dan just nods and tells her she can start anytime. He reassures her that once she grasps the essence of magic, mastering the mana bullet will be relatively simple. Lila then excitedly asks what he'll want in return for his instruction. Dan goes quiet, indicating that the task he has in mind is more challenging than merely teaching someone to use magic bullets. The scene shifts back to the banquet hall, where guests are quietly gossiping about the hefty Father Tyrann. Rumors are that Count Tyrann was expelled from the castle, and everyone is curious about his misdeeds. Some guests note that Tyrann's oldest son instigated a scandal by confronting the young Master Dane and was promptly corrected. They quietly laugh, amused by the idea of the portly noble embarrassing himself here. It's also rumored that young Master Dane is a talented summoner. One guest speculates whether this means the Sawgrass family will now be a renowned summoner lineage. Another adds, saying it's incredible that young Master Dane also practices magic, a fact they find hard to accept. We then see a large man with a mustache introducing himself to Dan as Baronop. He inquires whether Dan knows anything about the unclaimed land in the east. Dan politely nods and mentions that the region is well known for its grilled trout and sapphires. The man laughs heartily and confirms that Dane is correct. He remarks that the trout and sapphires from that region are the finest on the continent. He then pushes his daughter forward, remembering to introduce her. The girl steps up and introduces herself as Sylvia Opp and courteously greets him. Dan is taken aback to see her and awkwardly returns her greeting while introducing himself. I have no. He can't figure out why he's so uneasy around her, yet it appears we will soon discover why. She hurries over to him with a playful expression and quietly mentions that she has learned he will inherit House Ara. Dan awkwardly manages a response, and Sylvia excitedly urges him to stop pretending he doesn't know. She mentions her knowledge of his various talents and directly states she'll be depending on him, hinting at a potential familial connection in the future. This explains why Dan has been so uneasy around her. Sylvia is straightforward and didn't hesitate even for a moment. Just then, Lila arrives while Sylvia is still in the middle of initiating a handshake with Dan. Sylvia is clearly startled by a potential rival's presence, while Lila's eyes harshly scrutinize our boy, demanding to know who this woman is. Sylvia recognizes Lila immediately and greets her warmly, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of Baron Oent. Lila attempts a polite gesture, but her annoyed face reveals she's far from pleased, though she claims it's nice to meet Sylvia. The two women exchange smiles that are practically oozing with menace. Observing them brings back a memory for Dan, and it's clear both are more than ready to confront each other. Soon after, Lila grabs his hand and declares she's taking him away for now, as they had previously planned. She gives him a warning look as she inquires if he remembers their schedule. Of course, poor Dan is clueless about what she's referring to, but he nods in agreement, apologizing to Sylvia and promising they'll catch up later. Sylvia forces a smile and assures him that they definitely will talk later as Lila leads Dan away. Sylvia is frustrated by how effortlessly this girl just snatched him from her grasp. Meanwhile, Lila is still seething at Sylvia's boldness in trying to claim Dan for herself. Dan feels overwhelmed under Lila's intense scrutiny. He silently notes that the esteemed daughter of the Duke, who ranks second in power only to the Emperor, is no match for the spirited young woman from the Eastern Baron, which explains Sylvia's quick retreat. Once they step outside, Lila begins questioning him about his relationship with Sylvia, wondering if an engagement could be on the horizon, but he promptly dismisses any such notion, insisting their interaction was just a casual greeting. Lila becomes excited at the idea, and even Dane notices her immediate change in mood. After a short walk, they reach a hidden location known only to Dane. He is sure they will be undisturbed here. As they enter this secluded area, Lila becomes overjoyed and starts a dance of happiness, delighted by the beauty of the place. She is also comforted by the fact that their actions here will remain a secret. Dan agrees, confirming that she's correct. It's an excellent spot for training. Before they begin, he asks if she has ever experienced mana. Lila confesses she has felt it slightly, but not enough to create a mana core. She explains that she has attempted to absorb mana by inhaling it. Her explanation reminds Dane that she hasn't reached the stage of emitting it yet. He learned to sense mana instinctively in combat, so he finds it surprising that a noble house taught her these techniques. He decides to simplify and tells her the first step is to sense the mana she is inhaling. Lila appears puzzled, so Dan clarifies that to release mana from her body, she must first control the mana inside. The key is using her imagination. He instructs her to close her eyes and envision the mana moving within her. However, after trying for a few moments, nothing occurs. Dan sees from her expression that she didn't grasp the instructions. Lila tries once more, but again nothing happens. Frustrated, she voices her concerns to Dan about why it's not working. Dan reassures her that it's typical in a first attempt and encourages her to try again. Meanwhile, Count Sawgrass is covertly observing the two youngsters. He feels proud seeing his son instruct another, despite his young age, confirming his growth. Suddenly, Duke Theron approaches Sawgrass and questions his presence. Sawgrass is startled by the sudden inquiry, but the Duke quickly reassures him and inquires if he's watching a young couple enjoying some privacy. Count Sawgrass raises an eyebrow and queries what he means by lovebirds and also how he managed to arrive here. The Duke laughs, thinking about Count Sawgrass trying to hide. He then teases Sawgrass about his poor sneaking skills, given that his wife is the Empire's famed assassin. Caught off guard, Sawgrass struggles to respond after being discovered sneaking around, while the Duke playfully scolds him, reminding that if the castle's lord spies on others, it will tarnish his reputation. Of course, the caring father becomes upset and defensively mentions he was merely following his son. The Duke laughs at this and points out that he was doing the same with his daughter. It turns out both fathers are quite helpless. They stand together, behaving like young boys watching their children interact, almost as if they were spying on girls outside a school. Back with the children, Dan reveals his dimensional pouch, and the girl is clearly impressed by it. When Dan says his oldest sister made it for him and recently gave it to him as a gift, Lila begins to feel envious. Unlike Dan, her older brothers lost interest in her when they went to the academy. He then takes out a mirror from the pouch, and the girl nonchalantly inquires about its purpose. He clarifies that he brought it along just in case it might be useful. It's simpler to visualize something using a mirror, rather than just imagination. He encourages the intrigued girl to stand before the mirror for a complete reflection of herself. The girl swiftly positions herself before the mirror and starts practicing her magic seriously this time. Observing this, both attentive fathers crouch down quietly, as if they're sitting in a squatting position typical in some cultures. The Duke mentions casually that Lila seems to be getting along well with Dan. Sawgrass wonders if this is true, and the Duke confirms, noting it's rare for Lila to connect with someone so quickly. Sawgrass questions whether this is really the case, considering she appears intelligent. Duke Theron pauses, then reveals that although she seems bright outwardly, he can't say the same about her inner qualities. He shares that after her brothers left for the academy, her mother became very ill, which prevented them from spending time together as before. This situation has made it hard for her to be open with others. The Count questions why, if he knows all this, he remains distant toward his daughter. Theron is touched that the Count noticed and admits he is doing it intentionally. He explains that he used to pamper his sons, which resulted in them becoming overly entitled. But Sawgrass reminds him not to expect Lila to turn out the same. It would hurt her if she realized this. It now makes sense why she sought Dan's assistance instead of her father's. Theron then teases his friend about still being as naggy as in the old days, but the Count quickly retorts, asking when he ever did that, especially since he was merely stating the truth. The Duke then shifts the topic, asking about his plans to send his son to the capital. He suggests that if he's sending him there, the Duke's family will gladly welcome him and offer him a place to stay at the Duke's castle. Sawgrass falls silent and looks over at his son, smiling at his happiness, and simply states that he will follow Dane's wishes. He has the freedom to choose his own future, just like his older sisters did. We see Miss Sawgrass observing both loving fathers, slightly embarrassed by their overt curiosity, but ultimately, she smiles, recognizing the peculiar strength of their parental love. She chooses to keep the atmosphere light and acts as though she hasn't noticed anything. Meanwhile, Lila thanks Dan for his assistance and calls him a true genius. She confesses that although people often call her a genius, she feels inferior compared to him. While Dan casually scans the area to check if the fathers have discreetly departed, he reassures her that she is just at the start of her journey and will certainly become stronger. She then questions him about whether he plans to attend the academy, pointing out that it is where all the geniuses of the empire gather. Dan responds with uncertainty, explaining that he might not need the academy to grow strong since he can also train on his own. Lila criticizes him for his limited viewpoint and reminds him that the academy isn't just for study, it serves as a portal to establish his noble group and is ideal for forging early connections. Dan is impressed by her intelligence and insight into the real world, despite her young age. He admits he is aware of these benefits but is still uninterested in attending the academy at this time. He mentions a mountain of books he has yet to read at home and much to learn from his parents. Lila acknowledges his point, but wonders if he doesn't wish to socialize with other children, especially since his sisters are already at the academy. Dan, finding it hard to counter her persistent arguments, suggests he might consider it in the future. She invites him to visit her once he decides to go to the capital, and they promise to meet again. She then reminds him to make his request now that he has taught her to use mana bullets. He shakes his head, saying he will inform her when he visits the capital. Her surprise at his planned visit to the capital makes her shriek in disbelief. When the day of her departure comes, Lila's carriage begins its journey. Dan looks at a stone-like object in his hand, a gift from his future father-in-law. We go back to the moment the Duke gave him this mysterious item. When Dan inquires about it, the father-in-law explains that it's a birthday gift and expresses his hope that Dan will appreciate it. He details the Thurin family's symbols of revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith, with their ancestry starting from a blacksmith who established the best forge in the empire and the continent. All weapons protecting the empire are made there. Dan already knows this because, as per his previous knowledge, the forge houses all world auras and produces mystical weapons and artifacts, being the continent's greatest forge. The father-in-law states that presenting the insignia at the forge will allow Dan to have a weapon made specifically for him. This reveals that the rock-like item is actually an insignia, a symbol of honor and skill. Count Sawgrass is astonished to see such a valuable insignia given away, a piece even the imperial family covets. The Duke affectionately pats his son-in-law on the head, advising him to grow well and assist his father. His potential bride waves goodbye, marking their farewell. In the present, his mother kneels beside him, asking if he's upset they've left. He confirms, mentioning she was virtually his first friend. His mother reassures him that he'll meet her again once he goes to the capital and will even become more handsome, which will impress her. Indeed, his mother is correct, he can't remain there indefinitely and will have numerous opportunities to see her again. So, he sends his good wishes until their next meeting. Meanwhile, the Duke, traveling in his carriage, reflects on Dan. He notes that Dan reminds him of the warrior Arduric, who exhibited triple-class warrior potential at a young age. He believes Arduric could have been one of the Hexa-class knights of the Drenic Empire if he were still alive. The Duke looks forward to seeing Dan grow stronger. A few days later, we see our boy sitting alone in front of the egg he's been nurturing with mana every morning and evening, now questioning if it's too early for it to hatch. This egg contains a mysterious familiar, and even if someone isn't a summoner, they can infuse the egg with their mana and imprint themselves as the master before it hatches, allowing them to control a summon that usually only sticks around temporarily. He understands that his mana's quality must align with his familiar, and there are likely several tricky conditions that haven't been met yet. He's heard that some eggs never hatch because their conditions are never met, so he hopes that's not the case here. Even though he adjusts the flow and strength of his mana, there's still no reaction. After another significant effort, he places the egg back, thinking he's just being overly hopeful by expecting to succeed at once. Suddenly, the butler appears at the gate, asking Dan if he's ready. Just then, the egg starts to react and begins making noises. Dan quickly moves toward the egg, sure he just heard something. The butler also rushes into the room, asking about the noise. Dan asks him to wait a moment while he checks the egg first. However, once again he feels disappointed, realizing he was just excited for nothing, because he can't detect any change. The butler asks if the egg showed a reaction, to which Dan replies no, saying he probably just imagined it. Once he finally reaches the training hall, he begins with his swordsmanship. After observing his flawless technique, the butler is quite impressed and excited. He claps as he asks when Dan learned swordsmanship. Dan dismisses it, stating he just felt like swinging the sword a bit. The butler showers him with praise, calling him a genius who is even skilled with the sword. Looking at the sword, Dan then reflects on how learning to use a new weapon like the spear was enjoyable, but he also longed to wield a sword. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to handle a sword during that time since his father always watched him closely. Fortunately, he's glad he hasn't lost his skill with it. The butler quickly leaves to fetch some snacks and returns with an entire tray of delicacies, telling Dan to eat something before diving back into his training. Meanwhile, we zoom in on Sawgrass, who's staring out the window, lost in thought. He's been feeling a bit worn out by organizing this banquet every year, but at least he's learned through this event that many nobles are paying attention to the South. Most of them are eager to forge a positive relationship with him, which is a pleasant change. Ever since the war ended, the South has been attractive with its excellent climate and all the luxury that nobles just can't resist, so maybe their interest should have been obvious from the start. Still, even with all this interest, it pales in comparison to the attention Dan is getting. The conflicts with the eldest son of Count Tiron were beyond Sawgrass's expectations, but Dan handled the situation maturely. He calmly and logically presented everything to the adults, which was highly impressive, and he even confidently demonstrated his talent. He can't help but think that his son is just a bit too mature for his age. Sometimes he wishes Dan would act a bit more like other kids and let loose a bit. As the clock ticks closer to the training hour, he knows it's time to head to the training hall. He pulls out the legendary spear, Dragon Tail, and decides to swing it around a bit today. But as soon as he steps onto the grounds with a spear in hand, he freezes when he spots Dan swinging his sword instead. Now he's curious about why the sword. His mind races back, and he's convinced that the Duke must have influenced him otherwise. There's no way Dan would be using a sword after all that spear training. He just stands there, watching his son perform various stunts with the sword. Honestly, Dan looks like he knows what he's doing. The strength he's showing is something even seasoned sword fighters would struggle to match. It makes his father wonder, since when did he learn all this? But one thing is for sure, Dan is definitely skilled with a sword too. He finally calls out to his son, asking just when he mastered all those impressive moves. Well, it looks like Dan's long-held secret is finally out in the open, so he decides it's best to tell his dad the truth. He admits he never actually learned any of it. Hearing this just leaves his father even more perplexed, making him wonder if this is yet another hidden talent of his. He starts to think out loud about how Dan already knows spearmanship, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship too. He adds that if he were someone else, he wouldn't believe a child could show talent in all these fields. Then he asks Dan if he's curious about the world beyond their walls. Dan looks a bit puzzled, not really sure what his dad is getting at. The father then tells him that if he wants to explore what's out there, he should go for it. He genuinely believes this country might be too small for his son's vast talent, and if he stays cooped up here, he'll be the one missing out. Dan feels a wave of sadness wash over him as he realizes his father has come to terms with the fact that he can't hold on to him forever. So he finally says he'd be glad to learn about the world outside. His father grins, quickly making it clear that it's time for his son to start preparing for the real world. He confesses that while it's somewhat sad to watch his son leave, he understands that he must honor Dan's wishes. He then hands over the spear, telling him he brought something very special today. Dan soon figures out what it is, and his father resolves any remaining confusion by reminding him that this is Dragon Tail, the spear that responded to him when he turned one. He offers it to Dan, urging him to take it. As soon as Dan holds the spear, it begins to react, sending a powerful energy through the weapon. His father laughs, noting that the spear's reaction is much stronger than when Dan was a baby, and really, who could blame him for that? He proudly informs his son that he intends to teach him to master the spear before he leaves, so he needs to be prepared. He assures Dan that one day Dragon Tail will belong to him, but first, he must become strong enough to wield it confidently. Dan vows to work diligently and uphold his father's guidance. Later in his room, Dan is filled with thoughts of the outside world. He's been curious about it even during his long days on the battlefield as a soldier. His life was all about war, setting up camp, cleaning his weapons, eating tasteless meals, and preparing for the next fight. His only escape was the end of the war or death in battle, and honestly it seemed those were his only choices. But now, with the prospect of a regular life before him, he can barely imagine what life outside the battlefield might be like. However, as Dan, he's determined to seize this chance. He's unsure how his skills will be used, how he'll be received by the world, or what he can accomplish. But for the first time, he has the opportunity to travel, discover, and achieve whatever he decides. Initially, all he wanted was to remain and savor the comfort of home, but his father's question has shifted his perspective, and he has decided to explore beyond, feeling quite thrilled about it. Just as he contemplates this, his mother enters his room, startling him momentarily. He inquires about when she came in, and this skilled assassin lady teases that he was so absorbed in his thoughts he didn't notice her knock. He suspects she's joking since she's an assassin and likely entered quietly. She then questions if he's truly eager to see the world beyond their borders, and he confirms positively, mentioning his father suggested it would be a waste of his talent to remain. After a brief pause, he acknowledges his own curiosity about the outside world. He starts to apologize to his mother, but she hugs him, assuring him there's no need for apologies. He mentions his concern about his sisters and his own apprehension about venturing out. His mother comforts him, confident in his exceptional abilities. She remarks that even if he didn't want to go, the world would eventually draw him out. She wishes he could stay longer with her, but she knows the world demands his presence, so she encourages him to pursue his aspirations. He promises to return home frequently to share his experiences with her. His mother expresses her gratitude and mentions she needs to educate him before he leaves, just like his father plans to. Puzzled, he wonders aloud what she means, and she excitedly talks about teaching him all about assassination. She enthusiastically shares all the skills and knowledge she possesses, and Dan realizes this training will likely lead to some demanding days ahead. Overall, she promises to teach him a great deal, and he commits to learning as much as he can. Looking at her, he contemplates the unique, love-filled lessons he'll receive from his mother. Years later, the story shifts to the southern part of the Althan Empire, Sogress County, known for its warm weather and plentiful resources. This region has become a vital support for the empire, especially during the war, under Count Sogress' generous leadership. It's an area characterized by peace and warmth. Now, with the war finally over and the remaining rebels captured, a lasting peace has been secured for all. On a sunny day, the townspeople buzz with excitement about young Master Dan's recent visit to a local shop. They can't stop talking about how the shopkeeper's eldest daughter passed out when she saw him. The women gossip, remarking on his growing attractiveness and their hopes of seeing him just once. Rumors swirl that he's still single, offering them a bit of hope. But a friend quickly reminds them that he's only 14, chiding her to stop fantasizing about a boy so young. One of the women then says that there are stories suggesting Dan doesn't really act like a 14-year-old. He is as tall as Count Sogress, some even think he could pass for a 20-year-old. Okay, let's drop the chatter and check out how much our boy has grown. Next, we move to the edge of Sogress County, a place filled with ancient magic known as the Forest of the Last Days. Here, Dan is on a special mission given by his mother, Lily Sogress. We see him holding a spear in one hand and some sort of cloth, maybe a map or something else in the other. I'm not entirely sure. Whatever it is, he has already planned his route. With only 3 hours left before it gets dark, he knows he needs to leave the forest before nightfall. He starts his trek, moving through the trees with the speed of a ninja. The key to this mission is to avoid being caught by his foes. During this adventure, Dan must avoid traps and dangers set by his mother and make his way out of the forest, which is full of various threats. After a while of jumping around, he finally touches the ground again. He breathes in deeply, taking in the air and energy around him, and holds it in for a moment before exhaling. Once he focuses on being stealthy and blends in with the environment, he begins to see hidden traps appear. He notices thin, almost invisible strings all over the place. He understands that touching these strings will set off all the traps. It's a simple setup, but it's also very risky. Luckily, this one seems easy to disable. Suddenly, rat-like creatures emerge in the clearing, and as soon as they spot Dan, they immediately rush towards him to attack. It turns out there's a whole group of them, and he certainly wasn't expecting their arrival here. What's more worrying is that they are moving towards him at an alarming speed. Before they trigger the traps by hitting the strings, he needs to handle them quickly. But then he hesitates because accidentally setting off the trap could be even more perilous. However, he can't delay and needs to escape. He starts running, and as soon as the rats activate the traps, sharp needles shoot out from every direction, ensnaring those unfortunate rats that fell into the trap. It looks like drawing the rats into the trap was part of his plan all along, and he's glad they took the bait, sparing him the effort of confronting them directly. But then he notices one rat that isn't dead yet. Closing in on the creature, it jumps right at him. Dan keeps up with the remaining Russell beast, matching its quick movements. The oversized rat stops and turns to launch another attack. This time it uses a long-range tactic, spitting a strange substance from its mouth. Dan carefully watches as the substance comes towards him. He's unsure what it is, but it definitely seems harmful. He twirls his spear and effectively blocks the attack. Clenching his teeth, he realizes he can't waste more time fighting this large rat. Defending himself would only cost him valuable time, so he decides it's time to go on the offensive. A blue glow forms around him as he focuses on his target. With a series of fast, skillful moves, Dan shows off his impressive spear skills. He maneuvers freely in the air, keeping his eye on the enemy's movements. He executes a clean slice through the Russell's head, cutting it in two. Dan doesn't look back at the result of his attack. Instead, he hurries on with his mission. By the time the sun sets, he reaches the end of the trial, completely worn out, trying his hardest not to vomit. At least he has managed to escape the forest and its terrors. Suddenly, he senses a powerful presence emerging from the woods and fears his ordeal isn't over yet. He quickly stands, regretting his moment of rest. Just as he's about to face the new threat, he stops. It was just his mother, Lily. She had intentionally made her presence known to test how Dan would react, and he passed. His total time running through the forest was 3 hours and 30 minutes, even faster than Lily's record. She had been watching him the whole time. A mother can't just leave her child alone in such a dangerous place, after all. Lily knew her son's capabilities better than anyone, but as a mother, it feels different. Through this test, which Dan nearly aced, Lily found no fault in his survival skills or adaptability. She affectionately pinched Dan's cheeks and remarked that he could be recruited as an assassin at this rate. To mark his successful run, Lily pulled out her prized dagger, the best weapon of the Empire's top assassin. She thought the weapon would suit her son better now. From this point forward, the ninth horn belonged to Dane. Lily happily handed the renowned weapon to her son since she no longer needed it. Kenth horn was forged from an enigmatic celestial ore capable of assuming the properties of any substance. He could use it to contain every poison known if he chose to do so. Consequently, he could blend and utilize poison for himself. Dan gratefully acknowledged the gift from his mother and vowed to take good care of Kenth horn. This event also marked the conclusion of his assassin training under her. As they were about to depart for home, the mother and son duo was startled by a fierce scream from the forest and decided to investigate. A few days later, within the confines of the Sogres County Annex Tower, a man awoke in one of the guest rooms, coughing and screaming in terror. He had long, flowing white hair and a beard, adding to his evident confusion. After waking from his deep sleep, he struggled to breathe, looking around the luxurious room, puzzled about his location, with his last memory being of eating a mushroom in that cursed forest. The door slowly opened, and Dan entered with some water, advising the man to remain still during his detoxification process. Dan mentioned that the man had accidentally consumed a deadly red-nosed mushroom. Fortunately, Dan and Lily had found and rescued him just in time. The man recalled those mushrooms but hadn't realized their deadliness. If Dan and Lily had arrived even a bit later, he would have been a rotting corpse by now. Dan handed him a glass of water, noting his severe thirst. Observing the elderly figure, Dan noticed a belt with the Nixan Magic Tower insignia among the man's belongings, indicating his importance. Without Ninth Horn's ability to absorb the toxin ravaging his body, the man would have perished. Now slightly calmer, he inquired about their location, and Dan confirmed they were inside Sogres County's Annex Tower. The old man must have wandered off to the south, poisoned by those mushrooms, and ended up walking southward. Dan suggested he rest and await the Count's upcoming visit. Dan also introduced himself as the youngest son of Count Sogres, sparking interest in the old man who recognized the name Arabella Sogres, a prodigy sought after by every magic tower in the Empire. Dan further explained that they discovered the old man during his training in the forest with his mother. The revelation almost made the old man spit out his water. That forest had been a nightmare. Even as an experienced 8-chain mage, he got lost, and his attempt at casting a spell reversed his mana flow, damaging him severely. The forest, replete with ancient mana and hidden traps, was dangerous for anyone not from the Sogres family. Due to the presence of ancient magic, the mana flow differed from that of modern mages, making it a perilous place for any contemporary mage. Realizing his close brush with death, the old man recognized that Dan might be a prodigious talent, capable of surviving and training in such a treacherous environment. Dan had also concocted the necessary antidote. Despite his young age, he had the knowledge and skill to craft such a sophisticated antidote. The old man was astounded by the Sogres family's good fortune, having 2 generational talents in magic and summoning, with even the youngest son displaying exceptional prowess. If the continent were still at war, the Sogres family could easily become the most powerful noble house within the Althan Empire. The old man expressed his gratitude to Dan and acknowledged his indebtedness to him. He was initially startled by Dan's bold response but emphasized that he was committed to repaying his debts, beginning with a proper introduction. This old man was Sidran Gauss, previously the head of the Nixan Magic Tower. Proud of his name and position, Sidran encouraged Dan to request whatever he wanted. Dan merely smiled at Sidran's boastful offer, perceiving that this old mage was one of those who managed to survive by storing everything they own in a subspace. Sidran was taken aback by Dan's calm demeanor after the introduction. Normally, people would react with surprise or deference in the presence of a mage tower's head, but the young man was unfazed. Attempting to reassert his status, Sidran urged Dan to ask for whatever he desired without hesitation. The young man stopped briefly, apparently thinking about what to say next. Sidran grinned, hoping to show off his dependability, yet Dan merely requested more time to consider his prize. His neutral reply didn't let Sidran feel any sense of control. In the end, Dan headed to the door and wished the skilled wizard a quick recovery, advising him to continue resting. When the young man exited, Sidran remained on the bed, stunned by the youngster's casual attitude. He was the first to ever treat Sidran like he was just an ordinary magician. Old Sidran thought about leaving after a day or two, but now he had a change of heart. He had discovered a fascinating boy down south and was curious about Dane. Dan explained to Herman who Sidran was, and the assistant eagerly shared that 8 chain mages are among the best, the crème de la crème. This meant a prominent figure now owed Dane a favor. You know, magic towers act like independent countries on this continent, almost like sovereign states. That meant Sidran was a very influential individual. Still, it remains unclear why a magic tower's chief was roaming the forest to begin with. But this was no ordinary forest. Mages call it a forbidden zone, naming it the Forest of the Last Days. Just by the name, you can tell it's not a place for just anyone. Dane looked at the sword he was holding and asked Herman to find him a new one. His current swords were too light and short for him now. Fortunately, they had plenty of weapons from war loot the Count had brought back. Tomorrow, Dan could start training with a proper longsword. For now, he'd stick with the light sword to finish his training. Reflecting on it, he also had the crest Duke Theron gave him a voucher to craft any weapon he desired. It had been 7 years since that day. Looking back, Dan fondly recalls those times. If he went to the capital, his first visit would surely be to the Duke's land. After practice, Dan met his father outside the training room. Dane thought his father had business outside the castle, but he had returned sooner. Things had concluded sooner than expected outside, and the Count hurried back to see the recovering magic tower head in their guest room. He hoped Sidran Gauss could mentor Arabella. She would need a skilled master. Dane also thought about getting the magic tower head to help his sister, but he wasn't sure if the old man could handle her strong personality. He had heard that Bella had punched a senior for being irritating. Anyway, Count Sogres commended his son for doing the right thing and saving a life. Sure, he did what was needed, but he still made an extra effort, something not just anyone would do. Dane had really matured into an impressive young man. As the years pass, it's becoming harder for Count Sogres to even see his daughters. Arabella had just finished her extended semester and was choosing a magic tower to join, while Claire had been appointed an assistant professor. It's the price of having exceptional children. Indeed, Claire and Arabella were remarkable, but the Count also held high hopes for his only son. He often wondered how the world would react to a man with so many abilities. The Count was eager for the day when his adversary, Duke Theron, would witness how Dan had advanced. It had been years since he was reborn as the son of the Sogres family, but the thought of dueling with Duke Theron still motivated him. He also wondered how Lila was doing in the capital. Her last letter was about a year ago, and he looked forward to discovering her latest news. A few days later, when visiting the capital, Sidran complained about going mad from being confined to the guest room. He still hadn't fully healed. The doctor warned him not to travel too far and banned him from using magic. His magic reflux was still impure, and the poison in his body had not been entirely neutralized yet. He needed to rest more. Sidran had little choice. It had been some time since he was unable to use magic, making this a new experience. However, he couldn't bear staying in the room all day, so he stepped out. Even though he was unfamiliar with the annex, the doctor was concerned the old man might cause a commotion, and he'd be the one dealing with it. During Sidran's few days in the guest room, housekeepers began gossiping about the eccentric old man. They say mages are either brilliant or mad. Some servants saw Sidran wandering through every floor of the annex multiple times, and now he was just staring at the garden flowers for hours. The servants knew the old man was rumored to be a mighty wizard, yet all they saw was an eccentric hermit. They were concerned about their mistress, Arabella. Sidran had fallen for the meticulously designed garden on the property. He was amazed by the hidden magical powers of the layout. Dan approached the elderly wizard after searching everywhere and finding Sidran in the garden. Sidran wasn't thrilled about being stuck in a strange place until he was fully healed, but everyone believed it was for his own good. Still, it was definitely a beautiful area to relax and recuperate. He understood why it attracted so many aristocrats during the holiday season. Dan enjoyed the southern climate, regretting that he had to leave soon. Curiously, Sidran inquired about his plans. Dan nonchalantly mentioned he was heading to the capital shortly. Sidran figured the young man was off to the academy. After all, his sisters were well known there, and the Sogres family's daughters were renowned for their remarkable abilities. Curious about Dan's potential, Sidran used mana to enhance his vision and took a closer look. What he saw was a tumultuous storm of pure energy within the young man. Sidran was shocked, having never seen such dense mana before. The power within the boy was unlike anything known. If peers his age were a stream, then Dan was a torrent, sweeping away all obstacles. Normally, such intense magical energy in a youngster would be dangerously unstable, but Dan was an exception. Dan finally confronted the old man for evaluating his magic without asking, calling it impolite. Sidran awkwardly halted his intrusive gaze and commended the young man for his perceptiveness. He apologized, recognizing his own carelessness. Internally, Sidran was puzzled over how Dan could manage such ferocious power. In his long career as an archmage, this young man stood out. Confused by the old man's intense scrutiny, Dan wondered about his reaction. Sidran had been so preoccupied with the quantity and concentration of Dan's mana that he hadn't noticed the absence of a magic circle. Forming a magic circle was supposed to be straightforward. The realization of what this might imply horrified the old wizard. Peering into Dan's core, he discovered 2 mana core. It was extraordinary for someone so young to develop 2, yet the old mage was incensed by this method. He thought it absurd to wield such immense mana for merely using a spear. Sidran believed Dan's choice to form cores instead of circles was sacrilegious. The young man had ignored the greatest talent the archmage had ever witnessed. Baffled by the old man's tirade, he questioned if he could use both mana core and circles. This only angered the elder more, who lamented the squandered potential. He was at a loss for words to convey the seriousness of the predicament Dan had created. Sidran asked if the young man understood why magic swordsmen often had short lives. It was due to possessing both mana core and circles, which typically conflict. When they collide, complications arise. This was a generally unspoken rule. The mana stored in the core would transfer to the circle, and a circle that couldn't withstand the intense energy would shatter. Dan had a basic understanding but didn't realize the severity of the issue. Seeing such potential wasted on spear training frustrated Sidran. Dan anxiously wondered if mastering magic without a circle was truly out of reach. Sidran explained that while not impossible, using mana without a circle for spells that require refined magic was highly unlikely. Many had attempted this theoretical approach, but Sidran had only seen failures. Yet, this didn't deter Dan from trying. Although he hadn't experimented before, he believed he could perform spells without a magic circle's refinement. Thinking the boy was delusional, Sidran watched as Dan immediately began manipulating what he knew to alter a magic formula he recognized. He managed to adjust the runes and the mana in the air successfully. The modified magic formula allowed him to conjure a fire spell with a powerful blast. All his skepticism vanished as he succeeded. It was just a basic single chain spell, but he cast it without a magic core. Sidran was astounded. Common belief held that casting spells without a circle was impossible. In his many years managing the Nixon Magic Tower, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Dan kept adjusting the magical formulas and crafted a protective mana barrier around himself. He shared that Arabella had noticed his strong connection to magic and speculated whether this was why he could perform extraordinary feats with mana. It seemed likely, but his actions were beyond standard theories. Sidran Gaz had been a top mage for a long time. This was his first experience of feeling like ordinary people do when they encounter elites with supernatural skills. He was observing a truly earth-shaking natural talent. Meanwhile, Dane was simply entertained that his spellcasting was successful. The seasoned archmage was shaking with excitement. Dane possessed unmatched mana sensitivity and had more concentrated and pure energy than anyone else worldwide. This kid was genuinely exceptional, a unique prodigy. Unable to contain himself, Sidran quickly offered Dane the chance to be his personal student. The elderly mage earnestly tried to persuade Dan to accept his mentorship, arguing that overlooking such ability would be a disservice to the world. Dan was growing weary of the old man's constant nagging. When Sidran questioned whether Dan could perform a 2-chain magic spell, the young man had not yet learned about 2-chain magical formulas, so he couldn't cast more advanced spells. Sidran Gaz laughed and boasted that under his guidance, Dan could master 8-chain spells in no time. Yet Dan respectfully declined the offer. Sidran was losing patience. Just then, Count Sagres intervened, laughing about how close the archmage seemed to his son. When asked about their conversation, Dane candidly said the old man kept trying to recruit him as a disciple, despite multiple rejections. At least Sidran knew to show proper respect in front of the household head, as he commended Dane's potential to become a great mage in the future. He stressed that Dan's prospects were brighter than anyone could imagine, especially since he was already capable of using advanced magic without a circle, even as a warrior. Count Sagres somewhat understood the significance of this feat. By now the Count was no longer amazed by his son's superhuman abilities. The young man lacked formal spell training, yet he could instinctively cast them. The Count also commended the former Magic Tower leader for immediately recognizing Dan's aptitude. However, calling him merely talented didn't do justice. Dan was a genius poised to excel as an unmatched magical swordsman. Upon hearing that term, Count Sagres envisioned his son abandoning the spear for the sword. His cheerful demeanor turned angry. The title of magical swordsman didn't sit well with Sagres. Dan was uncomfortable that Sidran mentioned a term that should never be raised in front of his father. Oblivious, Sidran kept pushing the idea of Dan becoming a magical swordsman. He even vowed to take full responsibility for shaping the young man into the Empire's most formidable warrior. By the time he noticed the Count's mood shift, it was too late. Count Sagres shouted that his son would not become a magical swordsman. Sidrin argued that combining swordsmanship with magic would perfectly suit a genius like Dan. Sogres kept insisting his son would not pursue becoming a magical swordsman. If anything, he would be a magical spearman. Finally, Sidrin understood the problem. Dan tried to remain as quiet as possible while his father calmed down. Poor Sidrin had never encountered a family as unique as the Sogreses. To a mage, taking on a disciple holds significant meaning. Especially for powerful mages, it's about passing on their legacy, a tradition from ancient to modern times. Even with widespread magic education, what Sidrin Gas sought was not just a disciple, but a successor to his life's work and his predecessors. Given the relentless pursuit of his mentorship, Dan felt confident about his skills and potential. He sensed an unfamiliar feeling coursing through him. Now accustomed to basic magic, he recalled a gift from Arabella, a crystal ball that could let him see his sister immediately. Consulting Arabella on this matter seemed wise. Dane unearthed the crystal ball and charged it with his mana. He contacted Arabella telepathically, finding her busy in the Academy's library. Surprised by his voice, she stopped her work and smiled, thrilled that her little brother was reaching out. As expected, even Arabella was amazed that Dan could execute a one-chain spell without a magical circle. She recognized his unusually high mana affinity but hadn't anticipated it being so extreme. Normally, circles help refine and channel energy, so perhaps Dan's mana was already refined enough for direct use. To verify this, Arabella planned to send a mana stone via the transmission device in Dan's room to examine his mana's purity. It was fortunate that he had Arabella's support at this time. Now she's become a skilled mage with 6 chains, and having her support is really comforting. Arabella figured that Dan's ability to use such advanced magic meant he'd naturally attract a lot of attention at the Academy. He didn't want that at all, but it was something they couldn't avoid. Talent tends to grab people's attention. However, Arabella promised her younger brother that she would fiercely protect him from any bullies. On the topic of bullies, Dane questioned his sister about rumors that she had broken a senior's nose, who was the second son of the Dwell douche. Just the thought of that guy upset Arabella quite a bit. She realized she was getting worked up while in a public place and tried to stay calm. Over time, she believed Dan's magical purity would keep improving. It was one possibility they considered exploring. Regrettably, their talk was interrupted because Arabella was needed by a professor. They said goodbye, and she committed to sending the promised mana stone. Dane was starting to realize that he might be paving a new path never seen before. With the exceptional purity of his mana, he half-jokingly thought he might have the heart of a dragon. Meanwhile, Sidrin was confined in the annex to recover. He used a little mana to check on Dane, which aggravated his magic reflux. His recovery might take longer now. If only the kid would accept his proposal, he could achieve the greatest legacy among mages. Sidrin pondered how to lure the young man to his side. If Dane wasn't even interested in learning 8-chain magic, perhaps he should tempt him with a valuable ancient artifact or a legacy passed down through many generations. But if Sidrin offered his treasures right away, he risked being tricked and left with nothing. As he brainstormed ideas, Dan knocked on his door. Sidrin hoped the young man was coming to apologize or reconsider the offer. Dane wanted to speak with the old mage for a different reason. Sidrin quickly assumed Dan was reconsidering becoming his disciple, but Dan dismissed that idea immediately. He wasn't uninterested in magic entirely. Sidrin wondered if Dan already had a mentor, which was why he kept refusing, but that wasn't the case. Feeling toyed with, Sidrin asked what Dan really wanted to discuss. It was quite simple. Dan hadn't learned the code for 2-chain magic yet. Learning from his sister would be hard since she was far away. The best option would be to learn from Sidrin, who was an archmage. Since Sidrin owed him for a rescue, turning him down right away wasn't an option. Dan admitted he didn't want to follow only the mage's path. He didn't plan to become just a magic spearman. He wanted to be a spearman, assassin, summoner, and even add swordsman to that. Sidrin was frustrated by such an unusual ambition. To pursue this complex goal, Dane refused to become the disciple of the old mage of the magic tower. From Dan's determination, Sidrin realized he was already set on his path. Then, an idea struck him. The old mage stood and offered Dan a letter of recommendation. Since he aimed to enter the academy, a recommendation from the former head of Nixon Magic Tower would significantly boost his profile. Dan thought briefly and saw it as a good deal, so he accepted the recommendation. While they were discussing, Dan made another request. Sidrin chuckled to himself, thinking Dan was finally coming around. He could start to establish a hold on a unique talent. Feeling generous, Dan asked if he could learn the actual 2-chain magic code. For Sidrin, sharing the 2-chain magic codes he knew wasn't a big deal. Even though he wasn't feeling his best, he was ready to start teaching right away. Dan grinned, realizing he had just secured a significant advantage. He extended his hand, suggesting that with this agreement, Sidrin's debt from being saved was settled. The old mage had said it himself. Since he owed Dane a lot, he could request anything. So here he was, asking for what he needed. Sidran wasn't happy about being manipulated. He thought he was about to gain a disciple. Dan's response to his offer remained firm, a resolute no. The old man was outwitted by a 14-year-old who stood his ground. Sidran argued that the young man asked for 2 favors when he only owed 1. The young man disagreed, noting first he saved the unconscious old mage from the forest, and second, he neutralized the poison in Sidran's body. He could have mentioned that he had to carry the unconscious elder all the way back to their hideout, but he considered it just an extra effort. Sidran had no arguments left. He was completely outsmarted in every way. He marveled at how a brave young person like this could exist. Eventually, Sidran and Dane organized their classes in the training area. The elder had somewhat accepted that Dan might not become his official student, but he decided to keep on good terms with the youngster in case he changed his mind later. Sidran couldn't stand to see such a promising talent go unused. The teaching session finally began. They needed to manage Dane practicing high-level magic without a traditional setup. The youth needed to pay careful attention, as the code for linking 2 spells is much more complex than for a single one. Many aspiring wizards can't reach this level and often quit. Dane was focused, pleased to have such a skilled teacher. Sidran noticed the excitement in the youth's eyes and made sure to challenge him thoroughly. After all, he still had his reputation as a great mage to maintain. The spells involving 2 links are much harder because the wizard must figure out the magic energy on their own. The amount of magic in the air and even the condition of the caster's body are crucial. The complexity of magic is why many people abandon it. Sidran explained the complicated concepts, expecting Dan to request a simpler explanation. When he asked if the young man needed any details cleared up, Dan just smiled and encouraged him to go on. For Dan, learning about both rearranging magic and new information was fascinating. To ensure he understood well, Sidran had him go over the magical laws of reconfiguration. According to Dan's notes, the first principle was that of coexistence. Magical energy can exist in the real world alongside other energy sources. By merging their own energy with the environmental magic, wizards activate their spells. The next principle was that of conservation. If magical energy gathers enough of a specific elemental substance, it can demonstrate varied effects through conservation. Not only did Dane grasp the complexities of magic, but he also offered his own insights. While most would find the study of magic dull, it captivated the young man. He had the skills, the tools, and an eagerness to learn. How could such an ideal candidate for a mage exist? Continuing, Sidran said that magic formulas get significantly more intricate with each additional link. Rather than just talk about it, showing it was easier. Sidran expertly called forth a bit of his magic and created a simple pattern to show how a single link spell is cast. Yet, the complexity increases when moving to 2 links. He altered the bit of magic into a complex mixture of symbols and power, demonstrating the 2-link spell layout. Dan paid close attention to the impressive display and focused on the complex connections. Sidran adjusted his formula and executed a 2-link fire spell, a fire arrow. In magic, repetition is crucial to mastering the spells. The elder figured that Dane was beginning to understand the depth of magic. He guessed it would take most at least a year to advance from single to 2-link spells, no matter how gifted they were. The human mind can only process part of the formula at a time. Sidran planned to watch Dan's development for about a week as he gradually introduced him to mastering 2-link spells. But Dan was eager to try immediately. Sidran saw no harm in letting him, expecting the boy to fail. Yet, when Dane began summoning his magic to create the first formula, it seemed he was watching a master at work. The young man focused and used his hands to shape the pure magic floating in the air. He successfully formed the initial pattern Sidran had shown, with lines precisely arranged by length and width. The elder was deeply impressed. Dane could have stopped there and still be hailed a genius. But why stop at that? He continued and broke down the magic pattern to gradually create a complex whirl of magic in the air. Sidran was amazed to see a flawless recreation of the 2-link spell layout he had just shown. When asked how he did it so quickly, he simply said he learned by watching and remembering the rules and patterns. He visualized each aspect while crafting the spell, and it turned out to be surprisingly simple for him. Sidran was continuously astonished. Even though he, a seasoned wizard, took time to achieve 2-link spells, this young man without a traditional magic setup did it in mere minutes, as if he meant to shock the elder. Dan announced he would attempt the fire arrow spell next. He maneuvered the magic and symbols around his body with remarkable speed. Finally, he rearranged the pattern perfectly to produce multiple fire arrows. Sidran gazed at the perfectly made fire arrows, unable to believe his eyes. Watching this young boy's capabilities was driving the old man into a deep personal crisis. If only he had Dan's skills when he was young, he would have achieved his long-time dream of the 9 chain by now. Dane effortlessly controlled the fire arrows, making them soar around the training hall as the old archmage tried to regain his composure. Even Dane was amazed that he mastered it all on his first attempt. One thing was clear: the world would be shocked to see a mage without a circle perform such magical feats. Sidrin realized that Dan's abilities must be kept secret to protect him from those with bad intentions. He was also determined not to give up on making the boy his student. Since Dan mastered the initial code so easily, they could continue to learn more. Sidrin thought he needed to be cautious about the content in Dan's academy recommendation letter. By nightfall, Dane reflected on his magic lesson in bed, committing to thoroughly learn both the theory and the practice. Remembering his previous life, he was trapped in a world where learning magic was impossible, and he never knew when he might die in battle. Finding time to study magic was a luxury he couldn't afford back then. He was too busy wielding a sword and trying to stay alive. Until a certain point, magic training emphasized theory over actual spellcasting. In this life, he had the opportunity, means, and talent to learn much more. Dane could merge the theoretical knowledge from Arabella with his innate talent, and now he was poised for rapid improvement with just a bit of guidance. Being mentored by an ex-tower master, he was excited about the magic he would learn next. Half a month later, Dan approached his father with a request to create something known as a magic reagent. Lacking the necessary materials, he would need to leave their land. His father was initially shocked by his son's progress. Sidrin supported Dan, convincing Count Sagres that Dane was ready for a reagent. Having already mastered 4 rearrangement codes, which usually took geniuses a month per code, Count Sagres realized that magic reagents were rare. Dan had learned about them only by reading in their family's magic library. Sidrin had come to accept that the boy was extraordinary and was even thrilled that Dan took an interest in the mundane topic of magic reagents. Ultimately, the Count consented to the plan, thinking it would be a valuable experience for his son. As he was going outside, Dan would also get a chance to see their land firsthand. He smiled and expressed his gratitude to his father for the trust. Dane then embarked on a brief trip to the outer areas of Sagres territory, accompanied by Sidrin and Herman. Even in these remote areas, the locals revered him. Dan responded to their warm welcomes with kindness and smiles. From this trip, Sidrin deduced that Count Sagres must be a benevolent ruler, given the people's happiness. The South certainly had much to offer, with tasty treats, nice weather, and friendly folks a rarity compared to the capital. That's why Dan cherished this land so much. Their small group had been navigating the outskirts for some time, aiming for the magic supply store. Having never visited the store, Dane asked Herman to lead. They quickly made their way to the destination. The shopkeeper was astounded to see the well-known young Master Dane enter her modest shop. She praised his silver hair and vibrant green eyes, and Dane thanked her. Not many locals had visited her shop for magic supplies recently. Luckily, she was staying afloat thanks to many foreign magic enthusiasts. The shopkeeper also recognized Crane, the former magic tower lord, and expressed her gratitude for his visit. The old man was pleased that someone recognized him. She welcomed them to explore her store freely and offered help if needed. As it was Dan's first time in a magic store, Sidrin encouraged him to explore extensively while he chatted with the shopkeeper. At a glance, Dan saw many interesting items, including potions, gems, charms, and other magical objects. Although he felt a strange sense of familiarity, he discovered that touching the items triggered a magical response. He attributed this to his high magic affinity and kept browsing. Suddenly, a soft ringing noise caught his attention. He sensed a strong reaction from one area of the shop. Just as he approached, the owner clarified that those items were just for decoration. Sidrin called Dan over to examine some potion ingredients together. The old man had already collected some ingredients like moonroot, useful for making up to 50 different potions. The shopkeeper confirmed that she personally ensured the quality of her products. Meanwhile, Dan was distracted by an odd ringing sound. Venturing further into the area filled with decorations, he felt an unusual force calling to him. He saw a stone that radiated pure mana, which seemed to be the source of the ringing. Dan walked toward the stone, his actions almost involuntary. Herman, worried about his behavior, quickly came to check on him. Dan was just gazing at a simple rock embedded in the wall as decoration. Although unsure of what was happening, Dan felt drawn to the stone. He removed the stone from the wall and examined it in his hands. As he had guessed, when he enhanced the stone with more magic, the reaction grew stronger. The stone seemed to uniquely respond to his magic. Meanwhile, Sidrin was still busy collecting ingredients. Dan then asked the owner about the history of the stone he had removed from the wall. The owner had previously mentioned it was merely decorative, but what kind of decoration interacts with magic stronger than any other item in the shop? Sidrin questioned whether the owner had been deceived about the stone, and she revealed that a trader had given it to her years ago as part of a payment. Initially excited, she was disappointed to find a plain stone. She kept it hopeful, and even had a mage check it, confirming it was just a typical rock. Based on Dan's interaction with it, it clearly wasn't just any rock. The owner suggested he concentrate on her other items and some special magical artifacts instead of wasting time on a mere stone. She tried selling him various valuable magical artifacts, but Dan remained fixated on the peculiar stone. She showed him a scroll card that automatically records and categorizes all types of information. In the end, Dan bought the scroll card and the seemingly insignificant stone. He was convinced that he could not leave it behind. Even Sidrin was puzzled by what was in the young man's mind. On their way back, the old mage curiously asked if Dan had an interest in decorative art, or if he genuinely believed something was special about the stone. When Dan explained that the stone reacted to his magic, Sidrin kept an open mind. Although he didn't notice anything extraordinary, his curiosity was definitely ignited. As the streets were crowded, their small group quickly returned to the castle. Sidrin prepared a valuable experimental tool to help Dan determine what the stone truly was. He was confident that his device could accurately evaluate the stone, although a mage had already examined it and found nothing special. Sidrin proudly claimed that his tool was superior to any mage's appraisal. He had invested all his resources in this modern device for evaluations. He was sure it could analyze anything it tested. Both were eager to discover the truth about the seemingly ordinary stone. Sidrin placed the stone on the device and instructed Dan to infuse his magic into it to provoke a reaction. When Dan did so, the stone immediately started emitting a dense magical energy. It lit up within the appraisal tool, its brilliance forming intricate patterns. Sidrin intently observed the burst of light, focusing on the stone slab. Seeing his device successfully reveal the stone's hidden aspect, Sidrin felt vindicated after being outsmarted by the young man several times. The mana from the stone formed symbols in the air. Dan instantly recognized what they were dealing with, having studied these phenomena with Sidrin for weeks. The stone contained a magical code, but it wasn't just any code. It was remarkable. Floating around them was a code with a structure and complexity that had never been seen before, potentially as intricate as a 6-chain or 7-chain code. So the stone had a hidden code, and Dan's magic appeared to be the key to unlocking it. Although they had exposed the code, understanding what it was and why it only reacted to Dan's magic presented a new challenge. Even Sidrin, skilled in magical arts, was unfamiliar with this type of magic. Yet his pride as a mage spurred him to decode it. If successful, they might uncover what made Dan's magic so unique. While Dan and Sidrin were busy decoding the magic at the Sogras training ground, Arabella was conducting her research in her private academy laboratory, surrounded by orderly arranged books and artifacts from her various studies. Arabella had saved her younger brother's magical essence in a mystical stone and discovered something extraordinary about Dan's abilities. His magic possessed a unique trait that did not align with any known magic types. Despite numerous experiments and reviewing vast amounts of research, she could not determine the specific category of magic his anomaly fell into. She attempted various methods, magical substances, portals, and arcane engineering, yet nothing provided an answer. However, she believed the answer was still out there, waiting to be found. Suddenly, she recalled a mention of an ancient magic field that had been lost to time. Maybe Dan's powers were linked to this vanished discipline. Arabella started sifting through her extensive collection of texts, trying to recall where she had placed that ancient book. The book covered topics like alchemy, fortune-telling, spiritualism, communicating with the dead, and an early form of magical coding. As she eagerly searched, another old book tumbled from the shelf. She picked it up, realizing it was a book on ancient magics. She remembered studying about the lost magical realm of Arcana, believed to be over 2 millennia old, which had inherited magic from a bygone era. This realm was known for practicing magic that had since ceased to exist. Arabella dismissed the idea with a laugh, thinking ancient magic was long extinct. It seemed improbable that Dan's magic could relate to such an ancient artifact. Yet, with nothing left to try, she opted for an unconventional approach. She inserted the stone with Dan's magic into her magical typewriter and consulted the ancient tome. Moments later, Arabella gasped as the crystal reacted. She quickly documented the properties of the mana, pondering whether Dan's magic might relate to alchemy, divination, or some other form. She was open to any possibility, as long as it steered clear of necromancy. After finishing her analysis, she was as shocked as if struck by lightning. Her only words were, "What in the world are these findings?" Meanwhile, back at the Sogras training area, Dan and Sidrin continued to coax more responses from the stone. Eventually, Sidrin broke the seal. Inside, they discovered something unexpected. It was a simple silver bracelet radiating intense magical energy. To an ordinary observer, it appeared like a regular market stall bracelet. Sidrin first thought the bracelet's material was unique, but it seemed ordinary. However, since the stone had reacted to Dan's mana, Sidrin suspected the bracelet would as well. Dan wore the bracelet, which initially hung loosely but then activated, glowing in harmony with his magic. It responded only to him. Dan saw unfamiliar symbols appearing on the bracelet, softly glowing. Sidrin peered closer as Dan nervously asked if the old mage could interpret the symbols. To Dan's astonishment, Sidrin's expression brightened with a wide smile. The symbols were ancient runes script unreadable by anyone in the present day, from the long-lost Arcana Kingdom. Dan had only heard bits about Arcana from Arabella during their childhood, depicted as a period dominated by magic. Suddenly, that magical era had vanished, leaving behind mere relics and myths. Now, this mysterious magical code sealed within a stone joined the ancient riddles. Sidrin realized Dan's magic was extraordinary but hadn't anticipated a connection to Arcana. This discovery deepened Sidrin's wish to make Dan his apprentice. Given that the Forest of the Last Days, which had defeated even Sidrin, was rumored to contain remnants of Arcana's chaotic magic, Dan's link to this ancient power now made sense. However, at that moment they only had those few unreadable lines of runes. Sidrin encouraged Dan to explore this mystery further but cautioned him to keep it secret for now. Suddenly, their calm research was disrupted by a dreadful noise across the Sagras lands, widening their eyes in alarm. Something terrifying was approaching. Dane then pulls out a box and tells the old man he received this item just yesterday from his sister, who sent it through teleportation magic. He explains that it's really popular among young people right now, and this particular model is a brand new, compact crystal ball that hasn't even been released yet. Dane adds that his sister Arabella developed it, and he pulled some strings to get one as a favor. The old man eagerly takes the crystal ball, thrilled to own it, and admires how nice it looks, though he insists he doesn't actually need something like this. Despite his words, he accepts the gift happily. Even if the old man claims he doesn't need it, his face shows how delighted he is to have it. Dane then patiently explains how to use the crystal ball, just like a teenager showing their grandma how to use new tech. Later that evening, back in his room, Dane thinks about how much he still needs to accomplish in the 2 short months he has left. He shares that his main focus is summoning, so he sets a goal to take official classes on summoning, get a summoning license, and try for the qualification exam. Since Claire is an assistant professor, he hopes to see her often in his classes. Thinking of summoning reminds him that he almost forgot to put magic into his familiar, so he quickly takes the egg and transfers some of his magic into it. For 7 years, Dane has faithfully infused magic into the egg each morning and night, yet there's been no response. However, since the egg is absorbing the magic, he believes it will hatch someday. The scene then shifts to the academy, where students are discussing the upcoming entrance exams, which involve 2 tests. The first is a general test on topics like the Empire's culture and history, and Dane feels confident about it. Through the crystal, Arabella shares more details with him, emphasizing that doing well on this exam matters since it will affect his admission score. After the general test, there's a specialization test. As the name suggests, students must pick a subject and take a test on it, with the content set by the professor. Arabella is confident Dane will excel in this part as well. She reminds him that she passed the test without trouble and jokes. "Yep, it was easy for me." She then advises Dane to choose his major carefully since he won't be able to change it later. Arabella adds that she'd be really happy if he chose magic. As Dane practices sword fighting on the training grounds, he grins awkwardly as his sister keeps trying to convince him to join the magic program. To brush her off, he says he'll think about it, and then asks if it's really true that he can't switch majors once he's enrolled. Arabella explains that it's usually the case he'd have to graduate first to change majors, though he can take some classes from other departments. However, after his 2nd year, it's rare for students to be allowed to take advanced classes from different majors. In other words, he has one real chance to pick his major. She also mentions that for someone as skilled as him, there's an option called the autonomous major system. Dane is intrigued and asks how it's different from the regular system. She casually warns him that, unless he plans on failing, he shouldn't apply for it because no one has ever passed that test. But it looks like Dane is already interested, and his thoughtful pause makes her suspect he's considering something bold. He quickly tells her he won't do anything rash and decides to call her later. After the call, Arabella wonders if she's pushing him too hard to join the magic program, though she still thinks it's his best option. Just then, a student approaches to tell her that the professor is looking for her. Later, we see that Sidrin has prepared a recommendation letter for Dane, just as promised, and Dane is genuinely happy to see it. The old man is proud as he explains that he put extra effort into writing the letter. He didn't just use the usual, standard lines, but instead made sure it highlighted Dane's strengths and potential. For Sidrin, this letter was a sincere effort to help Dane, something he rarely does with this level of care, so he advises Dane to feel honored. Dane grins and promises Sidrin that he'll live up to his expectations. The old man grumbles, saying things would be a lot better if Dane agreed to be his disciple, adding that while they technically have a master-disciple relationship, he doubts Dane will ever see him as a true master. Sidrin might be right because the awkward smile on Dane's face shows he doesn't quite view him that way. Anyway, the old man asks if Dane is ready for the academy, and Dane replies that he doesn't need to bring much since the dorms have everything he needs. Sidran agrees the academy's facilities are great, though he adds that only a select few control them. He then mentions that Dane won't lose to those arrogant nobles. Dane laughs awkwardly, as he's heard that the academy is basically a meeting place for noble troublemakers. Sidran warns him to remember one thing: many students there will challenge him if they think he's looking down on them. Dane takes this advice seriously, realizing it's similar to battlefield rules, something he knows well. He reassures the old man that he'll keep it in mind. Sidran then gives Dane permission to reach out whenever he needs help. With the compact crystal in his possession, Dane plans to use it wisely. Realizing that Sidran might be leaving soon, Dane guesses it, and Sidran is surprised he figured it out so quickly. Sidran explains that staying longer would be inconvenient, especially since his father offered him a role as a mage advisor. However, that's a decision for later when he has no other tasks to handle. Sidran is sure Dane will understand, as he has many responsibilities at the magic tower. Dane soon realizes Sidran is talking about researching ancient magic. The old man thanks Dane, and Dane gratefully returns the thanks, appreciating the time Sidran spent with him. They exchange smiles, both hoping to meet again, and Sidran can't wait to see how much Dane will grow. With that, Sidran begins to leave, telling Dane not to walk him out, as it would feel a bit awkward. Dane wishes him a safe journey but feels a bit sad inside he has grown fond of the old man. The next day, Dane's father asks if he's planning to leave now that Sidran is gone. Dane confirms that he's ready. His father remarks to his wife that with Dane leaving, the castle will feel empty. His wife reassures him not to be sad, saying she's actually relieved that Dane is finally setting off. She's mainly concerned about him facing any challenges on his journey to the academy. Her husband assures her that since Dane will use the teleport gate that Arabella arranged, he should be fine. His mother smiles, admitting she's just worrying for no reason. She feels proud, knowing they raised their children well, especially compared to other families where siblings often argue over succession. The father adds that the Sawgrass family will also face that day, but he believes any of their children would be a good choice for succession. Just then, Dane enters the room, and his parents greet him warmly. His father asks if he's ready, while his mother checks if he has the ninth horn and the mark she gave him. Dane smiles brightly and confirms he has both. She reminds him to show the mark at the place she mentioned whenever he needs help. Dane nods, curious if those people were her former colleagues or friends. She confirms they are some of her closest colleagues, saying it's been a long time since she saw them, but they'd surely be willing to help. Hearing their conversation, Count Sawgrass tenses up, almost like he's deeply worried. He fears that if Dane follows his mother's advice, he could end up on a path of an assassin. Quickly, he tells Dane to find Duke Theron as soon as he reaches the capital, who will help him until he joins the academy. At this, Dane's mother starts to tear up, emotional over her son growing up and leaving. His father gently reminds her not to cry and instead sends him off with smiles and good wishes. Dane gathers his courage, though he's always felt a bit hesitant about leaving, despite planning it. But now, the time has come. Herman guides him to the teleportation gate while Dane's father watches from a window. Meanwhile, a suspicious figure is working for Count Sawgrass. The Count instructs his man, Gilad, to follow Dane carefully and ensure he reaches the teleportation gate safely. Gilad agrees and sets off. In another room, Dane's caring mother also calls upon her familiar, Shadow, giving him the same command as Count Sawgrass to make sure Dane teleports safely. Shadow accepts the order and quickly departs. When Dane arrives at the portal site, Herman is astonished by the huge machine, seeing it for the first time. Dane also admires its grandeur. The butler remarks that Lady Arabella seems extraordinary, and Dane agrees, noting it must have taken her an entire year to complete it. Curiously, the butler asks if simply stepping onto the platform will activate the teleportation. Dane nods and explains that it must have taken a great deal of effort, as teleportation magic is complex. It requires specific codes, and the magic has to be continuously infused while the codes are adjusted before it can even work. Arabella's gate is a perfect setup where all the conditions for teleportation are met. Herman wishes Dane good luck and tells him to stay safe. Dane returns the farewell and begins walking toward the portal. Once inside, he decides to pour his magic into the gate, just as his sister suggested, to activate it. As he does so, the gate opens, and a mystical blue energy surrounds him, beginning the teleportation. The scene shifts to a busy street filled with people going about their day. Right in the middle, Dane arrives on horseback. A broad smile crosses his face as he realizes he's at the entrance to the capital city, Artenia. Moving through the crowd, a voice he doesn't recognize calls out, saying he's been waiting for him. The man standing there is a knight, who introduces himself as Luik Asmar, captain of the first corps of knights for House Theran. Seeing a knight captain come to welcome him is a bit surprising for Dane. He hadn't expected such an honor. The knight announces that he and his team will escort Dane from here. He turns to his knights and orders them to secure the path. and they obey without hesitation. As they walk, Dane is relieved to be in Luik Asmar's company, and the knight feels privileged to be his escort. Dane feels a strange sensation in his chest. He never imagined he'd end up in the heart of the Atheon Empire, a place he'd always disliked, yet here he is, viewed as one of its most promising people. As they walk further into the town, Dane hears people calling out to sell their goods, and he's surprised to see how lively the place is. He hadn't expected the capital to be this busy. Soon, the knight tells him they are entering House Therion's estate, which immediately grabs Dane's attention. Looking ahead, he's amazed by the grandeur of the area but can't shake the feeling that someone might be watching him, making him wonder if he's just imagining it. As they reach the entrance, the household servants welcome him warmly, leaving him astonished. They stand perfectly in line, showing flawless manners and professionalism very different from what he's used to in the southern regions. When Dane finally meets Duke Theron, he respectfully greets the head of the house and kneels to show his respect. Theron accepts his greeting warmly, inviting him in, eager to hear all about his long journey. Inside, Theron mentions how much Dane has changed since he last saw him 7 years ago. He remarks that even kids slightly older than Dane don't have his charm and confidence, adding that Count Sogres must be a proud father. Theron also notes that while his home may not match the Count's grand castles, he hopes Dane enjoys his stay until the academy entrance exam. He promises to assign a servant to help with any of Dane's needs. Dane thanks him and immediately asks about Lila, curious about how she's been. Theron says she's mostly doing well but asks if they've had any recent disagreements. Dane, surprised, asks what he means, and Theron explains that lately, whenever Dane's name comes up, Lila seems a bit irritated. Dane quickly responds that he doesn't recall any disagreements with her. Theron nods, suggesting it might be the stress of preparing for the entrance exam, though he's confident that someone as capable as Lila will do just fine. Meanwhile, Dane wonders what could be causing her strange behavior, guessing it might just be a phase related to growing up. Theron decides to give Dane some time to rest and suggests they can talk more later, gently hinting that Dane should be considerate in his approach. Dane doesn't really get what Theron means, but Theron tells him he'll understand soon. After a servant leads Dane to his room, he realizes he'll be staying there for a week until his entrance exam. Looking around, he notices the room seems a bit too fancy for a guest room. He drops his bag and starts unpacking before planning to check out the training grounds. Just then, a woman enters without permission, ready to take him to the training area. When he hears her voice, Dane instantly knows who's behind him, and when he turns around, he sees Lila. She seems to have matured a lot since he last saw her, and it's obvious in some ways. Lila looks irritated, asking why he took so long to arrive, clearly annoyed that he kept her waiting all this time. Dane can't help but smile and rush over to greet her, asking how she's been. Lila responds, saying she's been doing great, but before they can have a real conversation, she confronts him about something serious. She's really mad that he didn't write to her for such a long time, despite his promise. She demands to know why he never sent a letter or at least let her know when he'd arrive. Dane, looking a bit embarrassed, admits he totally forgot to keep her updated and apologizes. But Lila isn't impressed by his half-hearted apology. He tries to remind her that he did show up, like he promised, explaining he was too busy preparing for the trip to the capital and forgot about other things. He asks her to forgive him just this once. Not surprisingly, she frowns like an annoyed wife, and Dane can tell she's still upset. He asks if there's anything he can do to make it up to her. Apologizing again, he promises to do whatever she wants. Lila raises an eyebrow, checking if he's serious. Dane gives a nervous smile and agrees to do what she says to ease her anger. He finally asks her what he should do to make up for it. She thinks for a bit and suggests they have a quick sparring match. Dane is taken aback by her suggestion, definitely not what he expected, but he goes along with it anyway. Meanwhile, Lila smirks, clearly proud of her idea. She asks if he's sure he won't regret it, saying she's a lot stronger now and isn't the same kid who used to learn mana control from him. Dane is surprised by her confidence and realizes she must have grown a lot in the past 7 years to feel this sure of herself. He recalls that she once mentioned winning a competition in one of her letters. Lila is surprised he remembers and explains she won the Dant Cup, hosted by the royal family. He recalls it as a tournament for kids under 15. She confirms, saying it was tough competition and believes that if he had entered, they would have reached the finals together. He reassures her that they can make up for that now. She asks him if he's sure he wants to spar since the entrance exam is coming up soon. If he gets injured, it could cause him some trouble. Dane just shrugs, telling her not to worry about it. Still, he quietly wonders why they'd even be risking injury in the first place. They agree to spar the next day, as it's too late to start now. When the day arrives, they're outside and ready to go. She checks if he has a practice weapon, reminding him she doesn't want him using a weapon without a blade. He reassures her that since it's only a light match, it's normal to use practice weapons. After all, no matter how well trained she is as a warrior, she can't handle every situation perfectly. He then asks her what she would do if she got hurt during sparring. She confidently replies that he shouldn't worry, they have the best healer in the Empire right there. But Dane brings up a good point, asking what would happen if something serious occurred before the healer could step in. Lila hesitates, trying to answer. He advises her that if she wants to use a real blade, she should mentally prepare for it. She thinks he's overcomplicating things since it's just a friendly spar. Eventually, she agrees to use practice weapons and instructs a servant to bring some. As they wait, Dane looks at her and feels genuinely happy to see her confidence. Just as the rumors say, it won't be long before she reaches the level of her two older brothers, who are both knights. There's even talk that house they're in might soon have its first female head of the family. Dane wonders if teaching her how to release mana was a key point in her development. It seems so, as we catch a glimpse into Lila's thoughts, where she feels thankful for his help. Because of him, she learned the basics of magic faster than others her age, and has even formed 2 mana nodes. She has waited a long time for this moment, and she wonders if Dane would feel disappointed if she won. The servant finally returns with the practice weapons. Dane takes a dummy spear, swings it around a few times to get his muscles warmed up, then gets into his stance and asks if she's ready. Lila nods and takes her position with a dummy sword. She remembers fighting a spear user in the Dant Cup and recalls that he wasn't too difficult to handle. She knows that because a spear is a long-range weapon, it loses effectiveness up close. With that in mind, she charges forward recklessly, ready to strike at Dane. Before Lila can strike Dane with her sword, he vanishes, leaving her confused. She looks around and realizes that he has already touched her with his spear, ending the sparring match before she even got a chance to start. She spins around and asks when he managed to get behind her. Dane reminds her that she should be glad they were only using practice weapons. If they'd been real, she could have been in serious danger. Lila insists she didn't lose, convinced that her sword had already reached him. Dane offers her another chance but warns her that the same trick won't work twice, so she should be cautious. Lila steadies herself, admitting her loss was probably due to being nervous after not seeing him for so long. This time she promises not to hold back. At that moment, Lila notices her father standing on the balcony, watching their match. Dane spots the Duke too, and is surprised to see him there, observing her abilities in person. He understands why her father is worried after winning the Dant Cup. She's been pushing herself hard. Dane is sure that this match will put the Duke's mind at ease as he sees her true skills. Lila feels even more motivated with her father watching, determined to give her all in this final round. Dane nods and tells her to show him everything she's got. As they begin, their attacks come at lightning speed. Lila is going all out, but Dane notes she still has room for improvement, urging her to try harder. The Duke chuckles, proud of his daughter. He's pleased to see them evenly matched so far, but he's curious to see how it will end. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes. A strange, tense feeling fills the air. He notices that Dane's confident smile has faded, replaced by a serious look, as if he's a warrior ready for real combat. It seems the Duke is having flashbacks, as everything about Dane looks strangely familiar to him. Layla, pink-haired girl, rushes forward and crashes into a wooden table, splintering it into pieces. She is determined and fearless, showing no sign of backing down. Nearby stands Dane, our silver-haired young man. He grips a wooden staff with calm confidence. His emerald eyes never leave Lila, as if he knows just how this challenge will unfold. The two fighters clash. Layla swings her plank at Dane's staff. The courtyard falls silent except for the thud of wood meeting wood. Both are focused, testing strength and skill. They circle each other, boots sliding on smooth stone. Dust and leaves swirl in the air, and for a moment time seems to hold its breath, waiting for someone to make a move. Their weapons strike again, each trying to overpower the other. The gentle greenery nearby appears peaceful compared to this fierce test of wills. A close-up of Lila's face shows her clenched teeth and steely resolve. She will not give up, no matter how tough this fight becomes. Suddenly, Lila senses an opening. A spark of hope ignites inside her, as if a door has appeared in a solid wall. She can change the tide if she moves fast. Lila shifts her stance and swings with all her might toward Dane's weak spot. The scene blurs as she channels every ounce of courage and skill into this strike. Dane's emerald eyes widen. He realizes too late that Lila has found a gap in his defense. Surprise washes over his calm features. Lila leaps forward, ribbons flying behind her. She raises her staff, aiming to end the duel in one bold move. The moment is charged with energy. Her face shows a silent cry of determination. This strike carries all her pride and strength. If she lands it, victory could be hers. Suddenly, a weapon falls to the ground with a loud clang. Both fighters pause, startled. The balance of power may have shifted in a single instant. Dane stands over Lila, his staff lowered. "It seems I won again," he says, not unkindly. The sunlight returns to a gentle glow over the courtyard. Watching from behind ornate railings is Duke Thermoin. He chuckles softly. Oh my, she lost again. His refined surroundings and calm voice suggest he has seen many such matches. As they return to the present, Duke Thermoin asks a nearby onlooker, Asmar, will this humble Layla's arrogance? He hopes this defeat will help her learn and grow. From afar, Duke Thermoy and Asmar stand behind a wrought iron fence. The grand estate beyond them shows that this is no random contest, but part of a larger story shaping Layla's future. A man in armor steps forward, sounding concerned. You already knew about it, he says, as if Duke Thermoin had planned this lesson all along. Duke Thermoin nods. I knew better than anyone. Before the Dantere Cup, I saw the signs. After winning, she changed. He hopes that by facing Dane, Layla learns not just how to fight, but how to find balance and wisdom within herself. In a bright courtyard, Layla and Dane clash wooden staffs. Layla's pink hair flies as she attacks with force, but Dane parries calmly. The sound of their strikes echoes beneath the morning sun. Layla steps back, breathing hard. She can't believe Dane repels every blow. She wonders if someone should have warned her about her pride. Yet silence is her only teacher now. Behind ornate iron rails, Duke Thermoin and Asmar, dressed in armor, observe quietly. Asmar once considered scolding Layla, but decides it's better she learn by facing reality herself. Duke Thermoin studies Dane and wonders how many manacores the boy has. This simple spar holds hidden meanings that will shape Layla's understanding. Dane pivots gracefully, silver hair catching the light. Layla's strongest attack meets a flawless defense. He is calm, precise, and far beyond her brute force approach. From the veranda, Duke Thermoin suggests Dane might possess 3 manacores. Asmar, leaning thoughtfully against the railing in his armor, thinks 2 or 3 at most. Both realize Dane's talent is extraordinary. Asmar, curiosity growing behind his armored helm, asks why the Duke thinks so. He suspects a secret behind Dane's unusual skill and calm demeanor. Look closely, the Duke encourages. From their vantage point, they see Layla and Dane's duel below. Posture, timing, and subtle technique reveal more than raw strength ever could. Layla presses her staff against Dane's. Something troubles her. His advantage isn't about power. It's as if he knows her moves before she makes them. A single step from Dane is so balanced it seems effortless. Layla realizes speed alone doesn't define his edge. There's a deeper wisdom guiding his actions. Dane shifts his weapon gently, redirecting Layla's strikes into empty space. He doesn't overpower her, he guides her strength away, leaving her attacks useless. Seen from above, the courtyard resembles a stage where each clash is a careful step in a dance. Layla's loud attacks fail against Dane's quiet, perfect answers. A soft purple glow hints at Layla's shaken feelings. She has never faced such calm skill. This is not just a loss, it's a lesson that pricks her pride. Panting, Layla cries, "How are you blocking everything?" She can't understand how her strength and training amount to nothing against Dane's calm defense. Dane's staff whooshes gently. He wields no flashy moves, just perfect timing and control. Layla sees that raw power means nothing if it can't land a hit. Dane stands steady. "Your moves," he begins, leaving Layla to guess the rest. She senses he finds her approach too simple and easy to read. He finishes the thought. Her moves are too obvious. The truth strikes harder than any blow. Layla realizes her fighting style lacks depth. High above, observers whisper, "Doesn't he seem like a seasoned swordsman?" They're amazed that someone so young fights with such mature skill. Duke Thermoin admits even he can't fully believe it. Dane's talent exceeds all normal expectations, revealing something rare in this peaceful estate. A close-up of the Duke's eye shows he expected this. He set this scenario so Layla would understand her limits. This humbling defeat is part of her growth. A memory surfaces. Layla as a younger girl in a yellow dress, meeting Count Sogers long ago. She began her journey then, guided by noble mentors and lessons that shaped her future. 7 years earlier, after a southern inspection, she met Dane in a secret training hall. Even as a boy, he guided her silently, encouraging her to improve without harshness. In that hidden place, 2 figures murmured that this pattern would repeat. Each time Layla faces Dane, she learns a lesson that changes her for the better. Back now, Duke Thermoin and Asmar in armor consider the past. Layla won the Dantere Cup, yet she can't match Dane's quiet genius. Count Sogris shaped Dane's skill without cruelty. The Duke says they misunderstand because they don't know Arkan. Asmar tilts his helmeted head, curious about this name and its meaning. A moonlit memory shows Count Sogris placing a hand on young Dane's head. His training was strict, but kind, letting Dane's natural gifts bloom without harsh forcing. Asmar, puzzled, asks, "Huh? What do you mean?" He finds it hard to grasp that such greatness can grow without severe hardship. The Duke explains Arkan is not someone ordinary people dismiss. This mentor's influence helped shape Dane into the genius they see today. Someone with overwhelming talent, the Duke calls Dane a genius. The word settles gently over the courtyard. Now Lila understands why her force fails. Below, Dane blocks Layla's strikes with ease. He shows no pride, only pure skill. Layla realizes true mastery shines quietly, not with boasts. Layla's shock is clear. She thought herself strong, but she can't scratch Dane's defense. This humbles her more than any scolding ever could. The Duke suggests Dane didn't join the Danterica because he had no interest. Titles mean little to one who chases mastery itself. Asmar's voice wavers. Is that so? He always thought the Danteri Cup was the highest goal. Now he sees a level beyond that. They admit no one Dane's age can match him. Lila's struggle proves his uniqueness. Skill born of patient practice shines over borrowed glory. Defeated, Layla's hand presses the stone floor. She accepts she has lost. Pride crumbles, making space for real learning to begin. Lila looks up, breathing hard. The courtyard feels different now, less a stage for easy wins, more a school where humility is the first lesson. Duke Thermoin's voice encourages Lila to see her flaws. He wants her to grow, to become truly strong, not just confident. He tells her if she abandons arrogance and refines her skill, she could surpass even her brothers. Hope sparkles in these words, lighting a new path. From above, Lila and Dane stand apart. She's tired and shaken, he's calm and composed. The scuffs on the floor mark a battle of minds and wills. Layla whispers, as expected of Dane, accepting his greatness. She knows now how far she must climb to reach him. Dane suggests stopping. He's seen what needed to happen. Lila has learned a truth hidden beneath sunny skies and gentle breezes. A wooden sword rests on the ground as Layla concedes. Yeah, okay, I lost. This is not weakness. Admitting it frees her from false pride. Dane's steady gaze confirms the plan worked. Duke Thermoin guided events so Lila would face reality, paving her way to true strength. Lila asks, "How did you train?" The need to know pushes her voice higher. She wants his secret, craving the key to his calm skill. Diligently Dane answers. No tricks, no shortcuts, just steady, patient work, building skill like a quiet, rising tide. Layla protests. Everyone trains hard, right? But she must learn Dane's diligence goes beyond normal effort, shaped by focus and patience she hasn't yet matched. Dane turns away, staff on his shoulder. He offers no long lecture. His back shows that results speak louder than words. He advises her simply, you just have to work harder. This truth is so simple, yet it cuts deep. Lila understands what she must do. Dane heads into the mansion. He leaves Lila in the courtyard, wiser now. The sun glints off his staff, marking the end of this lesson. Layla shouts, I'm not going to lose next time. This vow is no longer empty. She means it, fueled by respect and a desire to improve. Dane looks back calmly. I'll look forward to it. He acknowledges her spirit. The courtyard holds its breath, awaiting her next step. Dane's figure recedes under the bright sky. His role today is done. He leaves Lila changed, ready to reshape herself through hard effort. A memory. Layla as a young girl admired Dane. He was her age, yet someone special. He corrected her sword forms gently, never cruelly. Another memory. Layla excitedly celebrated a small victory years ago. Dane praised her kindly. You did great. He's always been a guide ahead of her. From high above, the present courtyard shows Lila wanting to prove herself. She's no longer just a child waiting for praise. She seeks real mastery now. She wonders why Dane seems even further away. Each lesson expands her world, revealing new heights to climb, not to discourage her, but to inspire her journey. Sunlit petals drift as Layla shouts with honest determination. Just wait and see, I'm going to win next time. Armed with humility and hope, she steps into a brighter future. The Imperial Academy's entrance exam day feels like a festival. A long, grand avenue leads to its gates as confetti drifts through clear skies. Thousands of applicants, eager and hopeful, march forward, their dreams set on joining this renowned place of learning. Families and attendants crowd near the archways, watching their aspiring students. Many have traveled far to gather here. Their soft conversations blend with excited whispers, for this day unites countless stories in the Empire's bustling capital. Before them stands the Grand Imperial Academy, an ancient institution famous throughout the Empire. About 6,000 applicants have arrived this year, each determined to carve their name into the Academy's history. The rules are simple. Anyone who pays the fee can take the exam. There are no other restrictions. This open policy draws all sorts of people, united by hope, but soon to be tested by skill and courage. Yet the Academy's standards are harsh. About 2/3 of these hopefuls will fail right from the start. The mood shifts from cheerful to tense as each candidate wonders if they will survive the earliest trial. After the first test, only 2,000 remain. Among them stand Dane, a calm silver-haired boy, and Lila, a pink-haired girl once overconfident but recently humbled. Both have passed, now facing the next stage, with a more thoughtful resolve. News spreads that 2,000 have passed the pre-selection. The Academy's staff know the next stages will be even tougher. Whispers fill the halls as everyone prepares for the challenging steps ahead. In a meeting room, professors predict the outcome of the next exam. They guess only about 200 will pass this tougher round. Though hopeful, they are realistic, knowing the Academy's tests never lack intensity. Some staff murmur about the talented individuals they've seen. They wonder which students will rise above the rest, hoping to witness the birth of new legends. Professor DeNavo, Dean of the Magic Department, asks about the first test scores. He appears relaxed but is keenly interested. He knows true genius might appear from unexpected places. Dean Ingrid of Spearmanship wonders who will earn the highest score. Her excitement is shared by the staff around her, all eager to see which names will shine brightest. Talk turns to a strong contender, the daughter of House Thermoyne, winner of the Dantere Cup. Many assume she will top the swordsmanship rankings. Her past victory is well known and admired. Delphinaso, Dean of Summoning, confidently expects the top student to emerge from swordsmanship. She seems certain that no other department will rival their champion. Professor Estorande of the Swordsmanship Department proudly declares that it's not just an expectation, it's almost guaranteed. He has great faith in his star pupil's ability to dominate. Others quietly wish such talent would grace their own departments. They wonder when their turn will come, feeling both respect and envy toward those likely to produce top scorers. Suddenly a letter appears, accompanied by the words, "I don't quite agree with you." This mysterious recommendation surprises them. Could there be another candidate to challenge their assumptions? They ask about the letter. It's from Sidrain, known for rarely giving endorsements. Instantly, everyone grows curious. Whoever earns Sidrain's favor must be truly exceptional. Professor DeNavo notes the letter bears the Nixon Magic Tower's mana-infused seal. Such a genuine mark of approval is never given lightly. Eyes widen as they realize something remarkable may be revealed. Ingrid and Estorande are stunned. They ask if Sidran truly recommends someone. They can't believe anyone could compete with the Dantera Cup winner. Doubt and intrigue fill the room. Throughout the gallery, staff exchange hushed theories. Everyone wants to know the name behind this unexpected endorsement. Anticipation builds, as though a hidden star is about to appear. Outside, by a quiet pool in a wooded area, stands a 15-year-old boy, Dane Sogras. He calmly summons 3 glowing chains of magic at once, an impressive feat for someone so young. This display hints at rare genius. Back inside, impatience breaks out. Someone shouts, "Who on earth is it?" The tension peaks as the answer is about to be revealed. The name is spoken, Dane Sogras. Shock ripples through the group. They recognize the family name and sense this changes everything. Their earlier confidence wavers. "How Sogras?" Professor DeNavo murmurs. The Sogras are known for spearmanship, not magic. Yet here is a mage recommended by Sidrain. It seems the family's reputation might be taking a new direction. Staff whisper, "Another Sogras." They recall that there are already 2 geniuses related to magic and summoning. Now a 3rd Sogras emerges with great promise. It's almost unbelievable. They marvel that the youngest earned Lord Sidran's recommendation. Such high praise confirms that Dane is no ordinary applicant. Curiosity and respect grow with every passing moment. The professors acknowledge that House Thermoyne and House Sogras, 2 of the greatest noble families, now send their children here together. This will draw tremendous attention to the Academy. Estorand remembers that House Sogras is famed for spear fighting. Now, with a mage of great potential, they may become known for their magic too. Traditions are shifting quickly. Ingrid moans dramatically. She was so sure Dane would join the spearmanship department. She realizes now that she may have lost a valuable talent to another field. DeNavo muses that if Dane joins the magic department, he'll be a great help, especially alongside Arabella. The idea of having such gifted students under his guidance excites him. He smiles, noting that the Imperial Academy is famous for magic. Nurturing a talent like Dane would only enhance its reputation and future achievements. Suddenly, a staff member rushes in. The first test has just ended. The tense discussions halt. Everyone turns their attention to the results. At this moment, the Academy stands on the brink of a new era, with extraordinary young talents shaping its future. Inside a grand hall, important figures sit around a long table while attendants stand in rows behind them. Someone says, "Oh," then quickly show us the results, as the room waits tensely. A glowing panel displays the number of successful applicants. Swordsmanship department has 1367, magic has 227, summoning has 137 to 2, and more. Everyone grows silent, absorbing these surprising totals. The people at the table lean forward, reflecting the blue glow of the panel. Their hushed voices hint at the fierce competition hidden behind these numbers. From balconies above, uniformed attendants watch quietly. A voice announces, "The magic department has 227 dead people in its coveted," confirming the tally as everyone looks on. The group sighs down in pure astonishment, and several lick their lips, confirming the tally as everyone looks on. An attendant, eyes wide, exclaims how large the swordsmanship department's number is, showing their clear dominance. Others nod, impressed and wary. Someone at the table points out Thermion's name at the top of the list. This sparks whispers, as Thermion is a noble name known for skill and prestige. A serious-looking man frowns slightly, taking in this information. He realizes these results might reshape many assumptions about who leads in skill. A person taps at the magical screen, searching for a name. They can't find Dane Sobris, a rumored talent, causing confusion and raised eyebrows. They question if Sidron's recommended candidate for Dane Sobris appears anywhere. Another confirms he's not in their department, adding to the mystery. An official demands to know if some applicants are missing from the lists. A staff member nervously mentions an application under the autonomous major in the autonomous major section, nervously moves to make sure everyone can see it. Voices ring out, "Autonomous major?" Many have never heard of this path before. The unusual choice intensifies everyone's curiosity. A staff member reads from a letter. Dane Sobris scored highest among all 6,000 applicants. The hall falls silent, stunned by this unexpected twist. Someone jumps up, shouting, What? The impossible news leaves even the most confident instructors speechless. Across the table, shocked voices repeat, "Dane Sobris is in first place?" The entire assembly struggles to grasp this sudden upset. Outside, Dane Sobris stands in the academy's courtyard, holding a wooden staff. He muses it has already been a month since he arrived, remembering a recent spar with Lila. In a quiet classroom, students recall taking the first test and wait for results. None suspect that someone has soared beyond everyone's expectations. Lila rushes to Dane, asking if he got his results. She demands to know his placement, eager and impatient. A glowing sign near Dane's arm shows Academy test result first place. This proof leaves no room for doubt. He truly stands at the top. Dane casually notes he's the top scorer. Layla can only stammer in surprise, shocked he surpassed everyone. Layla complains, "Not fair! I didn't get first place." Dane smiles gently, their rivalry now set against the Grand Academy's backdrop. Layla narrows her eyes, asking how he studied. She wants his secret, unable to accept his talent without understanding it. A memory shows piles of notes and past exam questions shared by someone's sister. Another student admits even with that help, military science was tough. A vivid flashback shows harsh battle scenes. Someone gained an advantage from real battlefield experience, learning tactics firsthand. Students outside wonder why 14-year-olds must know war strategy. Another finds it easy, revealing how extraordinary these young talents are. Layla shouts in disbelief, "Is something wrong with you?" She can't understand how Dane excelled not only in military science, but also art, music, and history. Dane smirks, "That's my specialty." He learned from many sources, mastering knowledge others find strange or difficult. He mentions hearing many things on the battlefield. His background explains his broad knowledge, forged in real conflict, not just books. Layla changes the subject, asking which option he chose for the second test. Dane calmly says, "I chose 3, hinting at an unusual path forward. Layla's eyes widen. Then, "Did you really apply for the autonomous major?" she asks, amazed that he would choose such a rare and unexplored route. Demanding more answers, Layla asks what else Dane can do besides spearmanship and summoning. He teases, "I'll tell you later, Tilda," dodging her question. Frustrated, Layla shouts, "Dane, you!" as the sky darkens. Their challenging friendship and rivalries are just beginning, each day promising new surprises. Late afternoon light washes over the Academy's grand exterior. Layla stares at Dane, shocked. "Why choose the autonomous major? I can't understand." Dane calmly says, "I want to study all of them." Layla's eyes widen. "The pass rate is terrible." Dane, holding his wooden staff, remains unmoved, the Academy's columns behind them. Her voice trembles, unable to see why he'd risk so much. A close-up of Dane's face shows determination. He says quietly, "With the autonomous major, I can take any class I want until I graduate." His silver hair and green eyes reflect calm confidence. Dane imagines different weapons hovering around him. "I can do research with all majors' professors too," he explains. Another voice asks if others don't know this. Dane stands firm, unafraid. In a neat courtyard, Layla steps forward, upset. "Are you doing this to avoid attending the academy with me?" Dane replies softly, "Of course not." Garden hedges and ornate doors frame them. Lila's face fills the frame, angry and curious. "You really plan to pass? What else do you have besides spearmanship and summoning magic? Tell me." Her challenge rings through the still air. Dane hesitates, wondering if he should reveal more. He looks thoughtful. The academy's building silent witnesses. He weighs his answer, knowing words carry power. A grand view of the academy towers under a glowing sky. Voices whisper, "To pass the autonomous major, one must pass 3 departments' exams." They wonder if Dane truly intends to try. Indoor, someone puzzles over Dane's choices. Spearmanship, magic, summoning, core and circle are opposites. Passing all is nearly impossible. What is he thinking? The wooden floor seems to absorb their worry. In a chandelier-lit room, 3 instructors recall past attempts. Some pass 2 tests, but most fail even 1, they say. Their fine robes and serious eyes show the gravity of this path. Delfinazo reflects, "It's been about 200 years since the autonomous major started." Her tone suggests this is old, respected, and nearly legendary territory. Professor Ingrid sips tea, saying, "Almost no one passes the test." Her calm voice is laced with seriousness. The difficulty stands like a high wall before would-be challengers. A man with an earring recalls old times. It wasn't so hard in the beginning. The world must have changed, making success now a distant dream. Centuries ago, rows of young recruits stood before tents and fires. Back then, the academy needed all talents. Their training had urgency and purpose. In that era of conquest, every skill mattered. Talents were used immediately. Now, times are calmer, but more demanding. Only the best can succeed. Back in the present, someone notes how standards rose. Applicants want to excel in one skill, not be mediocre in many, they say. The autonomous major's broad demands scare people away. A hand near a teacup. Then why keep the autonomous major? Another replies. No one applies or passes. Its existence is almost symbolic now. It's a symbol, an instructor declares. The autonomous major stands as a beacon of ultimate skill, an unreachable star. Outside, the tower shines in sunlight. A symbol only the best talents of the empire can enter. It stands tall, silent and proud, daring someone to succeed. Delfinazo sighs, even if it only exists in name. This major has faded, yet it still holds meaning, waiting for a true genius. They checked records. Only 2 passed in 100 years. 1 dropped out, the other was the previous emperor. The rarity of success is staggering. Professor Ingrid's eyes show worry. If you're not a real genius, it's impossible. The standard is clear. Normal talent is not enough. Delfinazo grins slightly. If he's the youngest child of war hero Arkan Sogris, Dane will be the leader of the Oxan Trick 3. Recalling the name hints at legendary skill, raising hopes that Dane may be special. 3 noble figures stand confidently. His father, Count Sagris, mother, Count Sagris, and his elder sister, Arabella. "He's not from an ordinary house, so I'm looking forward to it," one says. Another adds, "He might be arrogant." Expectations swirl around Dane's lineage. In the sitting room, an instructor says, "If we go easy on him, he might pass, but they must remain strict. Fairness and honor guide them." From another angle, they confirm, "We can't half-ass it as professors." They owe the academy and its symbol true rigor, not favoritism. Professor DeNavo quietly drinks tea, pondering the challenge they will pose. Silence shows their resolve. DeNavo will face the full test. A teacup sets down. "Let's see," someone says. The decision is made. Dane will not be shielded or helped. He must prove himself. Outside, Dane stands before the Grand Academy building. A voice says if he's confident enough to challenge their symbol, he might be extraordinary or reckless. At the second exam location, Dane approaches a table where the 3 instructors sit. He declares, "I am Dane Sagris, who applied to the Imperial Academy's autonomous major." Sunlight falls on him like a spotlight. They ask, "Do you know what it means to apply?" Dane faces them under green trees. His understanding will determine if he truly belongs here. Dane answers firmly, "Of course. I must pass exams for the 3 majors I chose." He stands ready, no fear in his voice, accepting the harsh terms. Professor Ingrid tries once more. Dane, it's not too late to quit. Concern shows in her eyes. Professor Denavo also watches closely. Dane sees their respect for his father. Count Sogris is the best spearman in the Empire. They admire his lineage, but fear seeing him fail. Professor Ingrid admits, I don't want to see his son fail and go back. Compassion mixes with duty. But Dane must choose his fate. Dane lowers his head slightly, thankful. Thank you, but I came here to do my best. His resolve never wavers. Gratitude without retreat. They recognize his will. If he'd give up after a few words, he wouldn't have applied, one says. They see his inner strength now. Professor Denavo sighs. All right, nothing for it, I suppose. Dane has earned the chance to try. The final path opens before him. He explains the rules. The exam has 3 tests from your chosen majors. Fail 1 and you fail all. Harsh terms, but Dane stands firm. Close on Dane's serious eyes. I understand. He accepts every danger. Now they know he won't back down. Professor Denavo nods. Summoning first. Professor Ingrid worries. Delfiniso watches closely. They begin Dane's true trial. A bright blue sky overhead. Peaceful clouds drift by, unaware of this tense moment. The world continues while Dane's test begins. Dane faces Delfiniso, a top summoner of the Althean Empire, on a grassy field. Dust motes drift in sunlight. Teacher and candidate stand ready. The first exam starts now, shaping Dane's destiny. On a wide, sunny academy field, Professor Delfiniso stands calmly, her purple hair and glasses marking her as the famous figure who once summoned 3 powerful creatures at once. Facing silver-haired Dane, the professor declares the summoning test, satisfy me in any way you can, leaving the method up to him, with no set rules or guidance. Dane realizes this is a free-form, freestyle exam, with no standard format. He stays calm, showing no fear or hesitation, silently accepting the challenge. Professor Delfiniso asks if he can summon something. Dane repeats her words, confirming that the test truly expects him to produce an actual summon. The professor, slightly perspiring, confirms, yes, any summons will do, making it clear she awaits his demonstration, while onlookers hold their breath. Officials watching from the stands are shocked at Dane's bold approach. They whisper, confused, what is he talking about? How can an applicant ask the professor to summon first? Another official, sweating and silent, shows disbelief. No one expected a student to challenge the order of how exams proceed. Professor Delfiniso wonders what Dane is planning. She expected theory from him, not this daring request to see her summons firsthand. A close-up of the professor's lips shows her hesitation giving way to a decision, her breath steadying as she prepares to act. She steps forward, calling Dane insolent but interesting, and agrees to show him something he normally would never see, acknowledging his unusual request. Delfiniso tells everyone to keep their eyes open, warning this is a rare display. The officials behind Dane tense, fully alert. A close-up of Dane's calm green eyes shows him carefully watching the professor's every move, ready to learn from what comes next. Blue energy begins swirling around the professor's legs and arms, as if alive, guiding her hands into a summoning stance. The magical aura intensifies, arcs of light reflecting off her glasses and purple hair, as she harnesses power from beyond this world. Her determined gaze and the flickering sparks of rainbow-colored light show she's calling forth something truly extraordinary. No simple creature. She commands, answer my call, focusing the swirling blue energy into a single point, summoning a being from another realm. Her robes billow in the energy's gusts. The ground vibrates. She stands unshaken, pulling something immense and powerful into this world. The blue currents twist and condense, forming a gateway. Observers shield their eyes, awed by the raw force bending reality before them. Through the swirling light, a glimpse of a distant, star-like dimension appears, revealing the depth and rarity of this summoning. A shockwave bursts out. Officials cry out as they're knocked back. Delfino remains steady, proving her mastery even amidst chaos. When the dust settles, the officials stare in disbelief, leaning forward, stunned. All composure is gone, replaced by astonishment. A female official trembles, barely managing, "The! She recognizes that what emerges is beyond normal summoning standards. A giant wolf-like creature's head pushes through, its sharp fangs and red eyes terrifying. This is a legendary beast of great power. The creature's full form appears, outlined by blue magic, every muscle and claw defined. It stands as a ferocious, otherworldly presence. Someone identifies it. The Mad Summons Eterarch? The name alone causes fear. Eterarch is infamous, unpredictable, and extremely dangerous. Eterarch shakes off the blue sparks, growling menacingly. Its reputation as a vicious summon that attacks nearly anyone is well known. From behind, Dane watches calmly, silver hair glowing in the strange light. He doesn't flinch, as if prepared for this exact moment. Dane notes its awful howl and identifies Eterarch as the most vicious among fourth-rank summons, showing he fully understands its danger. He recalls that Eterarch attacks anyone but its summoner. This fact warns everyone present that they are in immediate peril. Dane comments that he expected nothing special from an entrance exam, but now acknowledges how extreme and difficult this test truly is. A faint smile crosses his face. He calls the situation interesting, accepting this unexpected challenge, determined to see how it unfolds. Under a bright morning sky, a swirling portal opens on the Academy's training field. Through it steps Eterarch, a legendary creature that growls low, its presence making the trees tremble. Across the field, Dane Sogras stands calmly, holding a wooden staff, his emerald eyes steady. Professor Delfinizo, purple-haired and wearing glasses, approaches Dane with a confident smile. "Very well," she says. "You told me to summon anyone." Her words hint at a bold challenge, testing whether Dane understands the danger he has invited. Dane steps forward with quiet confidence. He wears simple clothes and holds a wooden staff, though he ranked first out of thousands. Facing Eterarch's huge form, he shows no fear, only calm interest. Two Academy officials whisper urgently. They cannot believe this is happening. Eterarch is known as one of the fiercest of the four-ranked creatures. Even several powerful knights would struggle against it. Not far away, Professor Ingrid gasps, and Professor Dinavo knits his brow. Ingrid wonders, what is Delfinaso planning? Neither can guess why a legendary beast stands before a quiet new student. Delfino steps closer, alarmed, warning Dane, "Stop this, if you anger Eterarch." She fears that any wrong move could unleash its fury and harm everyone watching. Eterarch snarls, bearing rows of sharp fangs. Its fierce growl shakes the leaves. The onlookers shrink back, realizing this creature could shatter all their expectations. Dane meets Eterarch's blazing eyes and says calmly, "I just have to prove it, right?" His voice is steady, as if he and the beast share a secret understanding instead of hostility. Delphinise's voice trembles. "I never said to jump into a raging fire." She has never seen a student take such a risk, and her once certain calm begins to fade. Dane raises his hand gently, telling Delfineso not to worry. His emerald eyes suggest he sees a path no one else does. A way to face the impossible without fear. Delfineso's eyes widen. She cannot understand how Dane remains so relaxed before such danger. Her doubts give way to reluctant admiration. Behind the beast, Delfineso looks small and unsure. Eterarch still growls, its body tense. But Dane's calm presence holds the moment in delicate balance. Eterarch and Dane lock eyes. Neither moves. In that silent exchange, something unspoken passes between them, puzzling every watcher. Eterarch stops snarling and begins pacing. Instead of attacking, it studies Dane with cautious curiosity. This human does not tremble as others do. Dane gently pats Eterarch's snout. "Good boy," he says softly. Everyone gasps as the legendary monster, known for its fury, allows this gentle touch. Professor Dinavo's jaw drops, and Professor Ingrid's eyes grow wide. "What on earth?" Ingrid whispers. Their old beliefs crumble as the feared beast stands calm beneath Dane's hand. Delfineso's once firm composure breaks. A bead of sweat rolls down her face. She has seen great feats, but never a student soothing a legend without force. Dane tilts his head, chatting with Eterarch as if it were a friendly animal. "You're bigger than Genfu, aren't you?" The sunlight falls gently, as if blessing this strange friendship. With another gentle stroke, Dane eases the tension further. Eterarch leans in, calm and accepting. The impossible happens. Respect replaces rage. Delfineso murmurs in disbelief, taming Eterarch so easily. She wonders what else Dane might achieve, now that he has done the unimaginable. Delfineso narrows her eyes, searching for an explanation. How did Dane create peace with this creature? She must understand the secrets behind this moment. A faint blue mana thread shimmers between Dane and Eterarch. Delfineso realizes, that's the mana thread connected to Eterarch. This delicate link holds the key. Delfineso thinks, the color is pale, not full control, but it erases Eterarch's hostility. This gentle bond replaces fear with calm understanding. Dane smiles softly as he stands beside Eterarch, no words needed. His quiet strength proves that true power does not always roar or strike. From the sidelines, Ingrid can barely believe her eyes. Is that innate friendliness, she wonders? Dinavo stands speechless, both stunned and amazed. Other officials stare, sweat on their brows. Everything they knew about handling legendary creatures shatters before this peaceful encounter. Delfinezo's thoughts race. Did he see the mana thread and then create his own connection? She tries to fit this miracle into known magic theory. She realizes Dane's method. Without a summonar's sign, he found another way to calm the beast. He followed a path that no one else considered. Remembering old lessons, Delfinezo thinks, his talent surpasses what my teacher praised long ago. She stands in awe, seeing a new kind of master. She wonders how great will his future be. Beyond this moment, Dane's potential stretches like a bright horizon, full of promise. Dane shifts his stance, every movement calm and sure. He walks through life as if ready to face any challenge with quiet understanding. Delfinezo finally speaks with respect. Dane Sogres, your skills are more than proven. Ariarch stands peacefully, and tension melts away. Delfinezo acknowledges his qualities: strong courage, cold judgment, and solid basics. She names the traits of true mastery. With a gentle tone, she declares, "You pass." Dane's choice to face a legendary creature now gains official recognition. Ingrid and Denevo nod in agreement. "As she says," Ingrid whispers, understanding that they have witnessed something history will remember. Dane smiles softly, without prideful words. He knows this is just one step on a long and remarkable journey. A bright blue sky and a simple thank you appear. This heartfelt gratitude seems to flow from everyone who witnessed Dane's gentle strength. Night falls on the academy, silver moonlight shining. Someone remarks, "It ended in 30 minutes. It is sometimes for some students' first time. I never saw any speech in the world more deliberate and fluid, nor as many laughters combined. The speed and ease of Dane's success amazes all." Under lantern light, Dane and Layla face each other. Layla, arms crossed, admits, "So you're the top student." Dane humbly suggests that she is the top one, making Layla rethink everything she assumed. They walk under the academy's ornate columns. Dane tries to cheer her up, reminding her of a party hosted by her father. Layla pouts, "I'm not hungry, you eat." Her stubbornness hides relief and curiosity. Later, Layla's voice trembles with frustration. Is the gap really this big? Is he like a natural disaster? She struggles to accept Dane's overwhelming skill. Dane watches her go, calling her name softly, Layla. He wishes to comfort her, but she needs time to understand and find her own path. Duke Thermoyne, Layla's father, appears and speaks calmly. Let her be, she'll overcome this. He trusts his daughter's strength and offers Dane reassurance. The Duke gently asks if Dane's father knows of his success. The Count must be proud, he says, warmth in his eyes. Under the quiet night sky, respect and understanding pass between them, marking a new era for the Academy and all who study within. As evening falls, Dane Sogres stands quietly in the Academy's peaceful courtyard. His silver hair glows softly in the fading light, and he smiles calmly. He mentions that everyone was happy, letting the tension that once filled this place slip away into the gentle twilight. Nobles, students, and instructors gather under lantern-lit arches. Duke Thermoyne, dignified and gracious, speaks to Dane, surprised at his choice to join the autonomous department. Dane responds politely, "Yes, thank you for your care, Your Grace." Whispers float through the crowd, for a new and unexpected path has begun. Dane and the Duke stand apart from the others. The Duke inquires if Dane knows what he will craft at the forge. Dane considers making a sword, but he isn't sure yet. His thoughtful hesitation shows he values patience over haste, hinting that his journey will not follow old traditions. In the quiet corridor leading to the forge, Dane softly asks, "Why?" The ornate doors, silent and imposing, offer no reply. He must find meaning and purpose on his own, forging a future guided by understanding rather than simple rules. Dane imagines himself in a calm, blue-lit vision. A gleaming sword awaits below him. He admits he's still growing and doesn't know what kind of blade he truly wants. This chance is precious, and he intends to think deeply before shaping his destiny. Back in the courtyard, Duke Thermoyne accepts Dane's caution. He encourages Dane to take his time. True mastery requires understanding, and the Duke respects this quiet strength. The night's breeze seems to nod in agreement. A servant rushes to the Duke, urging him to see the madam. Family matters call him away. Even in a place of learning and power, personal struggles endure, reminding Dane that everyone carries burdens. The Duke departs promptly. Dane watches him go, understanding that life's challenges extend beyond exams and titles. The courtyard grows still, and Dane is left to his quiet thoughts once more. Alone beneath the stars, Dane stands firm, reflecting on what he has seen and learned. No longer uncertain, he holds calm resolve. This place now respects him, and he in turn respects its silent lessons. Dane thinks of the Duchess's illness, unchanged by time. Some problems cannot be solved overnight. He realizes that even great skill cannot mend all wounds easily. Lila, with pink hair glowing softly, explains the Duchess's condition. She hasn't improved or worsened for years. This long, steady struggle humbles them both, teaching that not all battles have swift victories. Dane softly says it's unfortunate. He understands that some hardships persist despite all efforts. His voice is gentle, accepting life's complexities without complaint. He admits he has never seen such illness in a family. He won't pretend to fully understand their pain. His honesty shows that true empathy begins with respectful humility. Dane decides to comfort Lila. He can't heal the Duchess, but he can offer care and understanding. Under the quiet night, his promise to support her is sincere and kind. 2 days later, golden sunlight bathes the academy. Grand buildings and lush lawns shine as if welcoming fresh starts. The world seems eager for new stories to unfold. Morning chatter fills a bright courtyard. Students in neat uniforms and noble guests stroll under clear skies. Their lively voices mix with the scent of spring flowers, hinting at a hopeful future. Headmaster Arkwald Homet greets the new freshmen, his tone warm and confident. He praises their achievements, believing their talents will lead the empire into a bright era. The students listen, eager and proud. A student in the crowd notes how everyone here is gifted, selected from fierce competition. Among shining halls and bustling piers, they feel part of something grand. Another student observes that many are especially outstanding this year. Eyes scan the crowd, recognizing sparks of greatness waiting to ignite new legends within these ancient walls. Headmaster Arkwald Homet steps forward with solemn importance. He speaks of a rare feat. Someone passed the autonomous major, a test conquered only twice in a century. This student earned unanimous approval from 3 department deans: magic, spearmanship, and summoning. The crowd gasps in amazement. Voices rise in disbelief and admiration. Such a student must possess exceptional skill, enough to reshape old traditions and inspire new ideas. The headmaster's wise gaze surveys the curious faces. He understands this name will echo in the academy's history, changing how talent is viewed. Top student Dane Sagres, step forward, the headmaster calls. The crowd parts, eyes wide and hearts racing. This is the one who defied limits and opened new paths. Dane steps forth calmly, silver hair catching the sun, emerald eyes steady. He stands poised at the forefront of a brighter future, showing that understanding and patience can topple old barriers. Everyone watches in respectful silence, certain they are witnessing the start of a new chapter in the Academy's grand story. In a grand Academy courtyard, confetti falls as a voice calls, "Top student, Dane Sagres, step forward." Dane stands alone, calm and steady, ready to face the moment. From a high platform, nobles and students watch. Whispering voices wonder how House Sagres produced such a gifted youth who passed the autonomous major exam. The crowd's interest grows with each quiet breath. We see Dane's face clearly, silver hair, emerald eyes, and a neat uniform. He stands before the Academy's stone buildings, quietly determined, without showing off. High above, people lean over balconies, amazed at Dane's presence. They say he has grown more manly and can hardly believe he is the top student. Admiration and excitement fill the air. In a nearby hall, nobles in fine clothes praise each other's children. One man says, "You've raised your children well, Arkan," and Arkan replies humbly. Their polite exchange shows the pride and high expectations surrounding the event. A nobleman frowns, disappointed with his 2 sons who aren't present. He feels he gained nothing from raising them, showing that not all families share this day's joy. 2 men outside speak of siblings who failed to appear as their sister enters the academy. The eldest is off on a mission, the second ran away. Family ties seem strained for some. 2 nobles joke about envy. One has 2 daughters, the other has Layla. Good-natured teasing hints that family pride comes in many forms, softening the tensions seen before. A close-up of a nobleman's thoughtful face shows silent reflection. He says nothing, but his eyes reveal he understands the weight of these changing times. Homed, Lila Thermoyne stands among the new students, her pink hair bright under the sun. Someone wishes a loved one could have been here. This longing reminds us that even on great days, not all families are complete. A distant voice wonders how Dane befriended summons at a young age. Below, Dane's gentle talent draws attention, marking him as special, even beyond the known skills of traditional summoners. A purple-haired professor and a blonde instructor confirm Dane's gift is innate kindness. They note he never needed special signs or force, just a natural bond with magical creatures. The professor, eyes teary behind tinted glasses, calls Dane a monster in awe. Surpassing skilled summoners without a sign shocks her, proving he breaks old rules. A blonde instructor suggests Dane might even call beasts from beyond the horizon. This hints at distant lands and powerful creatures thought unreachable, stirring hope and fear. We see a strange shadowy world beyond the horizon, filled with mysterious summons. The link to that realm was lost a century ago. Dane's abilities might restore that ancient bond. The professors and others suspect that summons from that forgotten world may choose their summoners. If so, Dane's kindness could unlock a future no one imagined, changing how magic is understood. The headmaster, dignified and wise, approaches Dane. He recognizes Dane's Sogris and prepares to hand him an official parchment. Their meeting symbolizes old traditions greeting a new era. Offering the parchment, the headmaster hopes Dane will fully show his talents here. The gesture formally welcomes Dane into the Academy's legacy and challenges him to shape its future. Dane accepts with a respectful, "Yes, headmaster." He holds the parchment firmly, confident and grateful, ready to honor the trust placed in him. A wide view shows students, nobles, and teachers all watching Dane. Their colorful garments and focused gazes paint a scene of tradition meeting change, as everyone senses his importance. The formal oath-swearing of new students begins, led by the first-year representative. Sunlight shines on the neat rows of youths who will shape tomorrow's world, including Dane. Dane reflects that it took time to reach this academy, but he won't waste this new life. He stands ready to learn, grow, and repay the faith shown in him. A close-up of his eyes reveals unwavering resolve. He thinks, it's only just beginning, knowing this is not the end, but the start of his true journey. Inside the main auditorium, a grand hall of pillars and steps hosts the final part of the introduction. "We end the introduction here," a voice says. The ceremony closes, and real challenges now lie ahead. An attendant announces a short break before the next event. Snacks and drinks await at the back, allowing everyone to rest and gather their thoughts after the grand ceremony. Groups of new students stand around, talking quietly. Some whisper excitedly about what they've seen, while others try to understand their place in this new environment. A tall student warns Dane that many will now aim for him. Great talent attracts attention, both friendly and hostile, so Dane must be ready. Lila steps in, advising Dane to be careful with anyone who approaches him. Good or bad intentions could lie hidden. She urges him to think carefully before accepting any offers, showing genuine concern for his well-being. In a bright academy hallway, Layla whispers to Dane that some students here may lack proper manners. She warns him gently, hoping he understands that not everyone shares his kindness. Further down the hall, a group of older students eagerly calls out. They say clubs are the heart of academy life and try to recruit Dane and Lila. Dane remains polite but does not join any yet. In a bustling foyer, seniors cheer and brag about catching new members. One points at a passing red-haired student, eager to recruit anyone talented. Lila sighs and tells Dane that seniors always pressure freshmen to join clubs during breaks. He sees that fitting in may not be as peaceful as he hoped. Sunlight warms Dane's face as he recalls his eldest sister's words. The academy holds many fun clubs. This memory comforts him amid the noisy welcomes. Voices echo above, searching for the Sogris kid, the new top student. Dane's reputation spreads, and everyone wants to find him. Layla grows nervous. Crowds close in, all wanting Dane. Dane! She cries, unsure how to handle so much attention. He stays calm, but pressure builds. A sudden hand grabs Dane's wrist, not roughly but urgently. In that moment, he realizes the seniors won't let him slip away so easily. Layla snatches Dane's hand and shouts, "Let's escape first." They run down the corridor. Dane asks where to go, but they must find a quiet place away from the crowd. Rounding a corner, a huge muscular student invites Dane into the physical beauty club. The senior flexes proudly, hoping strength and charm will win Dane over. Turning away, Dane and Layla face another senior waving maps. "Join our map exploration club," he cries, promising 3 special maps if Dane signs up now. Next, a senior holding a glowing orb proclaims that only top talents join their astrology club. She tries to tempt Dane with cosmic mysteries and grand destinies. More students shout, noting that Lila is a noble's daughter. "We can't miss out on the duchy's young lady," they say. Lila, overwhelmed, yells she wants no part of it as they run again. Dane and Lila sprint down the polished halls, chased by determined seniors. The academy's elegance blurs as they race past pillars and portraits. Inside Dane's mind, he compares this frantic chase to being hunted by enemies. He never imagined that being top student would bring such a strange pursuit. Far away, a figure in a purple cloak strolls quietly. "So that's Kelthus Redfield," they murmur, hinting that influential people are watching from the sidelines. In another area, students discuss a famous man who once led the Imperial Knights and is now a professor. They admire his past achievements, impressed that he teaches here. The blonde figure listening thinks this great man must be upset. Even heroes might not welcome sudden changes brought by exceptional new students like Dane. Walking through a calm hallway, the blonde figure mentions the new autonomous department, PD student, Dane S. Tragelli, the first in decades. His arrival disrupts the easy routine. They note that the professor must now prepare real lessons instead of relaxing. Dane's success forces the academy staff to rethink their comfort and methods. Leaning against a wall, the blonde figure sighs. Freshman orientation is almost over, but the waves Dane created have only begun. Frustration bubbles up. This is ridiculous, the figure thinks. Why did he have to pass now of all times? The peace they enjoyed has vanished. Meanwhile, Dane stops in front of a large double door. After all the chaos, he stands quietly, preparing to face whatever waits behind it. A close look at Dane shows calm eyes and steady resolve. He won't let anyone's demands unsettle him. He is ready to open that door and meet his future. The door opens. A well-dressed figure with a cape greets Dane, surprised he's early. "Are you Dane Sagres?" they ask, acknowledging the academy's new star. Dane bows politely, addressing the figure as professor. The professor nods, inviting Dane inside. At last, Dane steps into a quieter space, leaving the noisy halls behind. Inside a cozy office, the professor sits behind a desk, while Dane takes a seat. Shelves of books and soft light fill the room. This is a place for real conversations, not frantic chases. The professor's nameplate reads, Kelthus Redfield, head of the autonomous department. He thinks bitterly that he worked hard for a peaceful job, not to teach. Yet now, with Dane here, his restful days are gone. The academy is changing, and so must he. In a quiet office, Professor Kelthus Redfield stares at medals from his old days as a knight. He sighs heavily, thinking, if it's instructing someone, I had enough of that in the Knight Order. He hoped to leave teaching behind, but now he faces a new student again. Sunlight streams in through tall windows. Dane Sagres, the top new student with silver hair and gentle eyes, sits calmly. Kelthus, behind his desk, asks, why apply to the autonomous department? Dane replies, so I can do whatever I want. Kelthus then asks if he plans to choose a specific field. Studying the boy's confident expression, with a steady voice, Dane answers, yes. I don't want to miss a great opportunity. His words hint he values freedom and growth. Kelthus watches closely, puzzled by this student who relies on understanding instead of strict tradition. Kelthus frowns, recalling how he once trained many fighters. If this continues, I'll have to stay and teach, he thinks. He remembers that Dane never took the swordsmanship test. Could the boy's strength be a bluff? Suspicion nudges him toward testing Dane's true abilities. Seated in a more relaxed spot, Kelthus leans forward. Do you know anything about swordsmanship? He asks. The professor's tone is polite but firm. He believes that as Dane entered the autonomous department, knowledge of the sword should not be ignored. Dane tilts his head, confused. Swordsmanship? All of a sudden, he thinks. He senses that Kelthus might not like him. The room's mood turns tense, as if a hidden challenge just surfaced. Kelthus clarifies, it's not that I'm not interested in swordsmanship. He stands, cape shifting, and suggests a test. His voice is calm but carries an edge of expectation, as if to say, prove yourself now. Dane listens and after a moment's thought, agrees. All right. He shows neither fear nor boastfulness, only quiet resolve. Both teacher and student prepare for a trial that may define their relationship. Kelthus's eyes flash with triumph as Dane accepts. Great! He took the bait, he thinks. Then let's move to my training ground. He eagerly leads the way, confident he can expose Dane's weakness there. Outside, under the academy's grand spires, Kelthus walks briskly. He thinks, I have the authority to evaluate this student. All I have to do is use his poor swordsmanship as an excuse to make him leave. He believes that in the sunlight, steel tests truth, and by day's end, Dane might be gone. Unless the young man's gentle strength proves otherwise. Dane and Kelthus stand in a neglected chamber. Kelthus points at a sword rack, challenging Dane to pick one. Dane notices scattered trophies and dusty corners, realizing this hidden place rarely sees use. Yet, it's fully equipped. He ponders the autonomous department's neglect, feeling concern. Still, Dane readies himself for this unexpected swordsmanship test. He surveys scattered papers, wiping sweat from his brow. Despite disrepair, he remains determined to prove his worth. Without hesitation, Dane lifts a sword. Its metallic scrape echoes, symbolizing his resolve to face Kelthus's challenge. Sunlight illuminates the hall. Kelthus confirms Dane's choice, intrigued by his calm confidence despite unfamiliar territory. Kelthus declares the test. If Dane strikes him once, he passes. Curiosity flickers in the professor's watchful gaze. Kelthus raises 2 fingers, vowing minimal movement. His confident grin challenges Dane to prove this gentle approach succeed. Dane accepts instantly, emerald eyes shining with determination. He stands ready, promising to meet Kelthus's expectations head-on. Kelthus observes Dane's quick agreement, wondering if it's skill or naivete. Uncertain, he readies himself for the encounter. A close-up reveals Dane's steady focus. He steels himself, hoping his thoughtful style can match Kelthus's proven expertise. Suddenly, Dane charges across the polished floor. Kelthus remains poised, sword angled, measuring every nuance of Dane's approach. Dane's swift dash showcases unexpected agility. Confidence flashes in his eyes, determined to show kindness isn't weakness. His blade sweeps near Kelthus's crimson jacket. A sharp gasp rises, revealing how close Dane came to hitting home. Kelthus slips back, astonished by Dane's controlled strike. He notes this gentle student wields startling speed and accuracy. The room crackles with tension as Dane presses forward. Swirling movement suggests both fighters remain far from finished. Kelthus nearly shouts, shocked that Dane almost struck. His disbelief grows, wondering how this newcomer pierced his guard. A close-up shows Dane's firm grip. The sword glints brightly, revealing his unusual yet precise style, honed without fanfare. Both fighters freeze momentarily. Kelthus avoids the blade by inches while Dane stands firm, determined not to back down. Kelthus clenches his teeth, admitting Dane's strike nearly ended this bout. Unorthodox kindness now feels dangerously effective. Seldom used training hall. Dane's silver hair gleams. He grips his sword calmly. Kelthus stands nearby, sensing hidden power. Close up on Dane's face. Emerald eyes focused, breath steady. He summons inner resolve, determined to prove gentle strength works. Kelthus in red jacket frowns. Dane's stance seems more battle-tested than academic. Suspicion grows about this unorthodox student. Overhead view. Swords clash amid swirling dust. Professors watch quietly, astonished. Dane's unusual technique challenges Kelthus's guarded defense. Dane slashes swiftly, silver hair fluttering. Kelthus blocks, startled by unexpected force behind the student's supposedly gentle style. White arcs streak the hall, revealing Dane's surprisingly rapid blows. Balanced yet forceful, his strikes push Kelthus harder. They trade heavy blows. Red jacket meets blue uniform. Clanging steel resonates, intensifying the once quiet training hall atmosphere. Kelthus staggers, stunned by Dane's final swing. Observers hold their breath, realizing Dane's calm demeanor masks real might. Dane lunges again, creating afterimage-like motion. Kelthus sweats, bracing for these rapid, unpredictable attacks to continue relentlessly. Viewed from above, sparks fly. Kelthus wonders how such a soft-spoken student demands his full, serious swordsmanship. Kelthus breathes heavily, acknowledging Dane's genuine skill. Each gentle movement reveals determined focus, pushing him to adapt. Dane advances, Kelthus retreats in defense. Regret flickers. Kelthus offered extra help, unaware Dane required none. Dane lowers his blade, catching breath amid swirling dust. Kelthus suspects more hidden techniques lie behind Dane's posture. Kelthus's eyes widen. Dane's stance triggers memories of another warrior's form once seen on a blood-stained battlefield. Flashback. Young Kelthus leads knights at sunset. Broken arrows and wooden barricades reveal a recent, grueling conflict. Kelthus, standing proudly, recalls witnessing a unique sword style. Gentle yet lethal, it echoes through Dane's movements now. Another battlefield surfaces, a lone fighter wielding pink arcs against Dranic Empire soldiers. Crimson sky deepens the drama. Dark-armored warrior lacks heraldry. His calculated strikes overwhelm foes, suggesting greatness beyond titles or official knightly orders. Close-up of younger Kelthus, shocked. He wonders who this warrior is, why no rank accompanies such unstoppable skill. The nameless figure's final sweep under the blazing sunset. Kelthus wonders, does Dane somehow share this legendary technique? Present day, Dane, silver-haired, confronts red-jacketed Kelthus in the Grand Hall. A huge map looms behind them. Dane's calm posture amazes. Kelthus realizes Dane's sword almost hits his chest. Surprised eyes reveal confusion. How did Dane breach his defense? Kelthus briefly daydreams about a legendary fighter. He snaps awake, noticing parallels between Dane's gentle strike and that memory. Dane's face appears calm yet determined. Emerald eyes shine with confidence, reflecting Layla's support and his unusual sword technique. Dane politely informs Kelthus he scored a hit. The Grand Hall's polished floors reflect their surprising teacher-student showdown. Kelthus closes his eyes, sighing heavily. Confusion and admiration clash inside him, remembering a distant, formidable sword style. He tightens his grip on the sword. Conflict grows. Can gentle technique rival raw power he once believed supreme? Viewed from above, both lower blades. Kelthus, stunned, announces Dane's success. Respect flickers, hinting change for the Academy's old ways. Dane catches his breath, musing on Kelthos's great strength. He realizes the professor's true skill far exceeds normal limits. Kelthus observed Dane, impressed yet unsettled. Despite a handicap, Dane stayed calm, recalling rumors of legendary, unorthodox warriors. Dane's eyes gleam with renewed confidence. His gentle approach can rival brute force, sparking curiosity about Kelthos's hidden past. Rows of practiced swords loom nearby. Onlookers wonder why Dane, so talented, never joined the swordsmanship department outright. Dane reveals concern about family expectations. Kelthus looks puzzled. Such skill, yet he worried about upsetting loved ones. Kelthus's eyes widen in shock. He never expected family ties to guide Dane's path more than personal ambition. A flash of Dane's gifted family, father's spearmen, sisters using magic. Kelthus understands Dane applied everywhere to please them. As the session ends, Kelthus realizes his mistake. He quietly dismisses Dane, thinking of the boy's surprising gentle strength. Dane bows low, thanking Kelthus. Exhausted yet polite, he departs. Kelthus stands, torn by awe and lingering surprise. Kelthus frowns, deeply conflicted. He recalls a distant warrior's prowess and senses unsettling parallels with Dane's style. Dane exits through ornate doors. Suits of armor stand silent, bearing witness to a gentle sword that defied tradition. He pauses, recalling other examiners. Perhaps they felt the same wonder. The door symbolizes a new path unfolding. Kelthus admits trying to drive Dane away, hoping for ease. The Academy's banners loom, challenging his old complacence. He closes his eyes, remembering strange clues. Who is Dane? His style triggers memories of an old legendary power. Flashback. Kelthus in knight armor under a sunset. Once, he trusted only brute force, ignoring gentler methods. Kelthus's mouth tightens. Regret mingles with hope. Perhaps Dane's calm strength could reshape beliefs that once felt absolute. In memory, the battlefield is littered with broken armor. One warrior, Argric, stands triumphant at sunset, blade dripping power. The warrior's back shines in fiery light. Kelthus remembers rumors of unstoppable might, both feared and revered. Kelthus snaps awake, heart pounding. Could Dane's gentle sword mirror Argric's legendary force? The possibility unsettles him deep. Alone, Kelthus whispers Argric's name. The training hall feels haunted by that memory, linking Dane's style to historic dread. Dane, outside, confirms Argric is real. A spark of determination lights his eyes. Others watch, sensing hidden truths ahead. Seen from above, students chatter in the Academy courtyard. They ask Dane if he passed Professor Kelthus's strict test. Claire, Dane's blonde-haired sister, remarks it's rare Kelthus passes anyone. Dane admits he barely succeeded despite his gentle style. Claire recalls Kelthus's lone faculty meeting, forced by the headmaster. She realizes Dane's success is more incredible than expected. Back in the courtyard, Claire gently comforts Dane. She worried about Kelthus's unpredictability, relieved her brother passed unharmed. Claire places both hands on Dane's shoulders. She's thankful he remains safe, her relief shining in gentle smiles. A close-up of Claire's warm expression. Dane notes she never demands greatness, only caring about his safety and well-being. Dane smiles softly, appreciating Claire's kindness. He feels determined to honor her faith in him at this academy. Suddenly, Arabella Sogras appears, calling Dane her youngest sibling. She exclaims relief at finding him with Claire. Arabella, dressed in red, excitedly greets Dane. She teases him about passing Kelthus's test, clearly proud and supportive. Other students notice House Sogras together, whispering that Arabella and Claire were already notable. Now Dane impresses everyone. At Towering Dorms, Max Hauer introduces himself. He explains Dancer Hall, the top dorm for highest-ranked students. Before Dancer Hall's entrance, Max tells Dane that thanks to his top score, he'll reside there with advanced facilities. Max mentions hidden facilities within Dancer Hall. Dane grows curious, sensing deeper mysteries behind the dorm's imposing walls. A close-up shows Dane's tense face. He wonders whether these secret areas carry danger or remarkable opportunities ahead. Max explains some students fail to maintain top grades and lose Dancer Hall privileges. Claire and Arabella graduated successfully. Max hands Dane a room key. Dane recalls his sisters once carried keys, vowing to uphold House Soga's honor. Max mentions a spare key is available. Dane carefully secures his key, aware of Dancer Hall's precious exclusivity. Max warns eccentric students live here. He advises Dane to contact him through a crystal ball if needed. Left alone, Dane studies the key. He decides to see his new room, feeling eager yet slightly nervous. Dane enters Dancer Hall's main corridor. Ornate windows cast colored light, revealing a luxurious interior that, wandering deeper, Dane notices absolute silence. The hall feels abandoned, with no students or staff in sight. He stops, sensing no one's presence. It seems everyone vanished without explanation, unsettling Dane's growing curiosity. Determined to solve this mystery, Dane closes his eyes. Soft blue energy swirls around him, heightening his perception. Wrapped in shimmering magic, Dane expands his senses throughout the hall, hoping to find any trace of life. Dane enters a quiet corridor. He smells lubricating oil, suspecting hidden mechanisms. His gentle swordsmanship fuels his composure. Soft squeaking echoes hinting turning gears inside the walls. Dane recalls Claire and Arabella's encouragement, staying alert. He senses the corridor's design as a trap. A subtle floor tension confirms someone's testing his gentle approach. Smiling slightly, Dane proceeds confidently. He trusts his patient's style, recalling Professor Kelthus and his sister's unwavering support. And Dane realizes this corridor's strange setup indicates hazing by older students. He stays composed, refusing to feel intimidated. In a hidden room, upperclassmen monitor Dane's movements on a glowing panel, anxious he might sense their plan. A red-haired student adjusts his glasses, dismissing worries. He believes Dane cannot resist their carefully arranged trick. Arnold Coulard, shooting department's third year, brags about centuries of family trap setting. He's sure Dane will fall soon. Arnold's friends worry about danger, but he insists it's harmless. Their goal is purely to embarrass Dane. Another senior admits excitement. They rarely execute such grand hazings. They anticipate humiliating House Sagris's top student. Observing Dane on screen, one warns about messing with House Sagris. Another shrugs, calling it tradition. Arnold sneers, confident advanced snares will leave Dane floundering. He craves outsmarting the so-called gentle swordsman. Priscilla Nerial, a theology senior, doubts Arnold's plan. She notes Dane's sister's genius and his autonomous student status. Priscilla suggests Dane might surpass expectations. She implies these traps could fail against his hidden brilliance. Arnold bristles, demanding if she questions his skill. Another tries soothing him, but Arnold's pride flares ominously. He reassures himself traps are hidden by paint and oil. Yet a flicker of doubt crosses Arnold's mind. Dane steps on a suspect tile, sensing tension beneath. He suspects more triggers beyond the corridor's silence. Arnold's group sees Dane move on their monitor, jostling for a better look. Their excitement rises, expecting success. Dane spots a thin wire set to trigger easily. Calmly, he recalls similar designs from past training. He forms a mana bullet, firing from a distance to disarm the wire. Safety first, skill second. His shot hits a small device embedded in the tile. Dane realizes it's the explosive core of everything. A surge of bluish water blasts outward, drenching the hallway with noise and spray, surprising the watchers. A towering wave crashes, flooding the floor. The corridor roars with conjured water meant to overwhelm Dane. As water subsides, Dane stands unsoaked. He predicted the splash, proving that careful awareness trumps flashy traps. Suddenly, he senses another threat. Though he avoided water, his eyes dart around, bracing for the next surprise. He inspects the shallow puddle, noting it's simpler than expected. He wonders if Arnold's big scheme lacks substance. A hidden floor panel slides open, revealing a dark pit. Machinery whirs, confirming this is the real danger. Dust whirls in the grand hall. Dane remains steady, prepared to face this deeper trap with unwavering resolve. A foul gas floods the air, making Dane pinch his nose. He calls it childish, staying focused. Regardless, from above, pitfalls and debris scatter the corridor. Dane finds these traps clumsy, refusing to lose composure. In the observation room, everyone panics. Dane has neutralized each setup, unraveling their once meticulous hazing scheme. Priscilla and a red-haired student confront Arnold. He stammers about coincidence, but frustration grows as faith wanes. Priscilla doubts Arnold's excuse. She suspects Dane's skill, not luck, spoiled the early traps with ease. Arnold, desperate, claims worse snares lie ahead. He begs others to wait, hoping to redeem his reputation. Some friends agree to trust him, believing Dane must slip eventually. Their nerves intensify, clinging to hope. Priscilla remains uneasy, sensing an ominous edge. She fears Arnold underestimated Dane's calm, adaptive style completely. Dane strides past debris, unshaken by repeated failures. Each step proves his gentle swordsmanship paired with alertness. He notes sloppy traps ahead, amused at their poor design. Confident, he contemplates clearing all at once. Dane S. Sogres stands in Danteo Hall's corridor, silver hair slightly ruffled. He senses hidden traps but wears a calm expression, determined to uphold House Sogres' reputation. Red spheres suddenly drop from above. Dane deftly dodges each one, uniform fluttering. He remains unshaken, revealing the agile precision of his gentle swordsmanship style. The floor panel releases swirling white feathers at Dane's feet. He brushes them aside, unfazed by the playful distraction, and continues forward with quiet confidence. Metal rods crash from the ceiling. Dane sidesteps each with minimal effort, proving his measured movements and calm composure can conquer even noisy, fast-dropping threats. In a study room, Arnold, colored, red-haired, and bespectacled, reacts in disbelief at Dane's success. Priscilla Nereel, a blonde upper-class woman, shares his shock, recalling Dane's sisters also endured tough initiations. Other upperclassmen murmur nervously. They are amazed Dane avoided every trap. Arnold clenches his notes, frustrated that his elaborate schemes faltered against Dane's gentler yet effective approach. Slamming his notes down, Arnold proclaims there's a final, undefeatable trick. Though rattled, he vows this last trap will end Dane's lucky streak once and for all. Priscilla, hair over one eye, asks what Arnold plans next. The room grows tense, everyone wondering if Dane can overcome this looming, ultimate challenge. Arnold smirks, quietly declaring they'll soon witness his true masterpiece. His confidence chills the air, hinting at a far more fearsome threat than mere mechanical traps. High above, a crimson-horned monster materializes, roaring ferociously. Its massive shape towers over Dane, casting a menacing shadow across the corridor's polished floor. A white creature with wicked antlers appears alongside it. Both beasts snarl, revealing a summoning-based final trap far deadlier than springs or hidden pits. Despite their roars, Dane senses something amiss. Though fearsome, these creatures feel strangely hollow. He readies himself, suspecting illusions rather than true physical monsters. The pink beast lunges, claws extended but its form flickers. The odd distortion suggests it lacks real substance, more mirage than flesh. Its tail sweeps through the air with a loud whoosh, yet no solid impact occurs. Dane confirms these beasts aren't genuine threats, only deceptive illusions. Dane narrows his eyes, realizing they're illusions fueled by mana. A slight smile emerges, knowing a simple disruption of energy can shatter their menacing facade. He stands firm, refusing to flee. Illusions without true force can't harm him. Another student might panic, but Dane remains composed, unwavering in his approach. Blue mana swirls around Dane's hand as he explains that cutting off the mana flow will dispel them. The corridor glows with his focused power. A close-up of Dane's eyes reveals unwavering resolve. He prepares a decisive move, determined to neutralize the illusionary beasts and unravel Arnold's elaborate trick. In the study, Arnold's group watches Dane through a magical display. They're stunned by his calmness, realizing he's quietly gathering mana instead of running. Arnold sweats in disbelief. He wonders how Dane spotted the illusion so quickly, appalled that his complicated plan is unraveling in mere moments. Priscilla Nereel sighs heavily, concluding they're in real trouble now. She admits Dane's skill surpasses typical students, sensing their final trap is doomed to fail. Back in the corridor, Dane crouches, intensifying swirling blue energy. He's ready to sever the illusions at their core, determined to end this final ambush. The pinkish dragon lunges again, roaring loudly. However, under Dane's empowered mana wave, it flickers, revealing the fragile, hollow magic that fuels it. Dane unleashes a brilliant surge, colliding with both illusions. Their forms shatter into radiant shards, vanishing instantly. Victorious, he demonstrates how gentle prowess conquers even grand illusions. Dane stands in an academy hallway, illusions swirling around him. He is calm, silver-headed and unimpressed, wondering who set up these minor magical tricks. He narrows his emerald eyes, determined to find the designer. The corridor echoes with his measured footsteps as he silently vows to uncover who's behind these illusions. Arnold, colored, and two upperclassmen rush in, shouting about a sudden ethrac. Their uniforms are messy, faces pale, warning Dane that a terrifying beast has appeared. A wolf-like creature emerges, fangs bared, roaring in the corridor shadows. Arnold and friends stumble back, terrified. Dane stands firm, ready to protect them with his calm determination. The ethrac lunges, its red eyes gleaming, while an upperclassman screams. This is no fake illusion. Everyone realizes it's a real, dangerous threat beyond their control, and the others collapse on the floor, panic-stricken. Behind them, Dane approaches with steady steps. The beast pauses, sensing his unwavering resolve in the once chaotic hallway. They beg Dane for help, their arrogance gone. Fear grips their voices, and they see his gentle swordsmanship as their only hope against this monstrous ethrac. Standing at the corridor end, Dane hears their frantic promises to apologize if he handles the beast. He remains composed, proving a calm mind can face any foe. A swirl of pale, muddle energy coils around Dane's hand. Pressing it to the floor, he sends a protective pulse outward, aiming to stop the threat without harming anyone unnecessarily. The ethrac snarls, bound by glowing ribbons that circle its body. Dane's measured technique restrains it quickly, showing his delicate approach can triumph over raw ferocity. Arnold and companions kneel, pleading for forgiveness. They promise to repent if Dane ends this nightmare. Realizing they underestimated his gentle style's true power, Dane steps closer, noting how their initiation failed. Yet he shows mercy instead of scolding them. His calm gaze assures everyone they'll escape this disaster safely. Later, Droyan Valentine, a fifth year from alchemy, greets Dane. He's a noble heir drawn by rumors of Dane's feats against those traps and offers a polite handshake. Droyan praises Dane's impressive build and mentions his sister's beauty. Dane, slightly unsettled, thanks him politely, sensing Droyan's cheerful curiosity rather than malice. They shake hands, though Dane wonders why Droyan is so chatty. The corridor tension eases as Droyan excitedly praises House Sagras and Dane's rising reputation. Broken traps and red gloves lie scattered. Droyan explains Dane's interdisciplinary major skills foiled Arnold's pranks. Arnold feels disappointed his contraptions couldn't stop this calm newcomer. Arnold fumes because Droyan reveals he's heir to the Hunter-Gullard family, mastermind of these traps. Dane quietly listens, piecing everything together. A faint grin appears on Dane's face, realizing Arnold is the designer. There's no anger, just relief at solving this puzzle behind the illusions. Droyan waves Arnold and the others over. From above, we see them approach cautiously, apologizing. Dane stands calmly, gauging their sincerity but keeping his trademark gentle demeanor. Droyan introduces Priscilla Nerial, a fourth year from Sacred Arts. She studies Dane thoughtfully, recalling how effortlessly he evaded traps. Her respectful nod confirms his growing reputation. Priscilla Nerial stands in uniform, ignoring whispers about her stern Sacred Arts reputation. She introduces herself, stating she's left her family to follow this sacred path. Dane Sagres greets her warmly, silver hair catching the lamplight. He's polite yet confident, curious about her decision to pursue the sacred arts, despite family issues. Priscilla narrows her eyes, sensing an intense mana around Dane. She realizes he's not just any first year, feeling power quietly radiate from him. She grabs Dane's hand, astonished by his mana's density. Her voice trembles, demanding how he got such overwhelming energy. Dane remains polite, slightly confused. Priscilla and a classmate shout that nobody their age should wield such strong mana. They stare at Dane, shocked by his calm acceptance. Dane, puzzled by their reaction, asks why this matters. Priscilla admits it's a huge deal, her composure slipping at his effortless aura. Arnold Gullard, watching nearby, scoffs at the fuss over dense mana. His pride bristles, refusing to acknowledge Dane's apparent superiority. Scale Hespro, a red-headed second year, arrived. He claims martial arts rely on skill over brute strength. Priscilla glares, annoyed by his sudden entry. Dane recalls that many in Skal's department rely on muscles. Skal laughs, insisting true martial arts demand refined technique, not just bulging biceps. Skal, seen from above, declares raw power is overrated. He offers to teach Dane a more elegant combat style. Priscilla and another student look skeptical. Silence falls as everyone glances at Arnold. Dane senses Arnold's frustration over his traps failing, making him feel overshadowed by Dane's skill. Someone nudges Arnold to speak. He stands amid the group, clearly irked that his traps were dismantled. Tension lingers in the air. Arnold calls everyone else petty. Though he sounds calm, his wounded pride shows in his clenched jaw and closed eyes. Dane extends a handshake. Arnold hesitates, introducing himself as Arnold Gullard. Dane responds politely, their contrasting demeanors apparent from above. Dane praises Arnold's inventive trap mechanisms, but notes the paint was too bright. Rather than gloating, he shows respect for Arnold's skill. Arnold, torn between feeling complimented and criticized, demands an explanation. The hallway quiets, everyone anticipating his reaction to Dane's remarks. Dane suggests mixing silver and black paint for better camouflage. He explains this blend is harder to notice in dim lighting. Arnold pauses, realizing Dane's advice is solid. Priscilla, Skal, and another student watch, impressed that Dane helps a rival. Skal teases that Dane's now teaching Arnold. Awkward respect replaces tension. Priscilla marvels at Dane's calm kindness. An administrator ends introductions and offers to show Dane his room. Surprised, the group exchanges looks at Dane's unexpected helpfulness. They walk down the grand corridor. Dane lingers behind, seeing friendlier attitudes bloom despite the earlier hostility. He observes each upperclassman's quirks, Priscilla's resolve, Arnold's pride, Skal's confidence, deeming them interesting. They could become allies or rivals. Arnold grumbles while Priscilla and Skal poke fun. Their banter dissolves tension, forming a light-hearted camaraderie under the Academy's lofty halls. Dane smiles, relieved to make decent friends. He anticipates challenges ahead, determined to use his gentle swordsmanship and discover the Academy's deeper mysteries. Sunlight crowns the Academy's spires. A startled voice reveals Dane Sagres wants 6 majors this semester. Students gasp at his plan, sensing resolve. Whispers hint he's pushing beyond first-year limits. His calm gaze reveals confidence. Inside a busy foyer, Layla Thormoyne marvels at Dane's plan. She only manages 3 majors, warning he'll have no time left if he adds general courses. Despite her concern, Dane's unwavering composure impresses everyone nearby. Layla leans closer, reminding Dane that most first years handle only 4 majors. She urges him to drop extra courses before it's too late. Despite her genuine worry, respect gleams in her eyes for his conviction. Dane's silver hair shimmers in the light as he calmly confirms his schedule. 2 general education courses and military studies won't deter him. His measured voice suggests unshakable purpose, leaving classmates both uneasy and impressed. In a bright lecture hall, Layla groans over lost points in military studies. She dubs Dane hardcore for tackling that course so easily. Though frustrated, she truly admires his very calm approach to daunting challenges. Outside, onlookers praise Dane as a top-ranked first year. Layla waves and mentions their upcoming swordsmanship class before rushing off to a general course. Dane's curiosity grows, wondering how she balances supportive warmth with academic rigor. Layla proudly reveals a textbook titled Understanding Cosmetics and Skin. She finds relief exploring gentle self-care topics, a welcome break from grueling lectures. Dane sees her bright eyes, realizing she embraces both kindness and discipline. Dane playfully notes how Layla's interests contrast her military studies. She laughs, waving goodbye before heading to her new class. Their parting is warm, reflecting a growing bond that eases some of the academy's pressure. In a grand marble classroom, whispers spread about Dane's Sogras attending a general course. Classmates wonder if this noble-born first year will act distant. Meanwhile, Dane overhears every speculation, quietly preparing for the lecture to begin. Small groups debate approaching Dane, assuming his noble status means he's cold. Their chatter sparks discomfort, yet he remains silent, focusing on the coming lessons. He refuses to let rumors disrupt his thirst for knowledge. When class starts, Dane opens an Introduction to Military Studies textbook. Ignoring stares, he studies each page, determined to see how classroom theory contrasts real battle. He stands firm, ready to absorb every fundamental principle. Under an evening glow, Dane recalls recent reading. Some theories clash with reality. If everything matched perfectly, no kingdom would ever lose. Still, he trusts these lessons as a foundation to sharpen his own path. A close-up reveals Dane's thoughtful gaze. He acknowledges military studies rarely mirror real conflict, yet remain key to building strategy. Determined to bridge theory and practice, he steels himself for upcoming challenges with quiet resolve. The lecture hall fills with students in crisp uniforms. Conversations fade into a tense hush as they sense studies ahead. Each seat feels charged with expectation, waiting for rigorous military theory to begin in earnest. Professor Gavius enters, commanding everyone to take seats immediately. His authoritative tone echoes through the grand room. Students hurry to comply, rattled by his stern approach. The lesson's gravity becomes clear as silence envelops them. Stepping behind the podium, Professor Gavius sets a runic-labeled textbook on the desk. He glances at the rows of attentive faces before greeting, "Welcome, everyone." The air feels charged, signaling the start of military theory. Francisco Gavius introduces himself as the military theory instructor. Tall with silver hair and a stern gaze, he radiates battlefield experience. The windows frame his imposing figure, hinting at the depth of wisdom he carries. Facing the assembled students, Professor Gavius announces he'll start attendance. His clipped tone sets a disciplined mood, reflecting high standards for this rigorous course. Everyone leans forward, sensing they must rise to meet his expectations. Dane watches, studying Gavius's upright posture and confident manner. He truly suspects the professor's stern presence is forged by actual combat. Eager to learn from a veteran, Dane steels himself for very advanced lessons ahead. Dane allows a small smile, whispering he looks forward to merging theory with real tactics. He understands classroom lessons have limits, yet aims to master both. Determination glimmers in his eyes as class officially begins. Professor Gavius explains how soldiers often act alone, while commanders weigh lives against victory. Despite gaps between theory and reality, studying fundamentals remains critical. Attentive faces reflect growing respect for military theory's deep core importance. Gavius wonders how many in this hall will become true elites. He poses a direct question: what matters most in war? A charged hush follows, each student uncertain who will boldly dare to answer first. Suddenly, a single hand rises among the silent rows. Intense eyes lock on that brave volunteer, slicing through very palpable tension. The entire hall seems to hold its breath, awaiting this student's bold final response. A close-up reveals Gavius's intense gaze, curiosity blazing within. He gives a slight nod, welcoming the raised hand's challenge. The deep hush lingers, signaling this moment might test whether theory truly resonates with genuine insight. Dane stands, hand raised. Professor Gavius beckons, commanding him to speak. The room stills. curiosity igniting. All wonder how this composed first year might answer the hardest question. Truly, the single most vital element in war. With a clear voice, Dane answers simply, "Logist." Classmates expected courage or strategy, yet he highlights supply lines as war's foundation. A faint smile suggests he's confident in this unorthodox perspective, shaking preconceived notions instantly. Professor Gavius nods, calling it an excellent answer. Astonished murmurs ripple across the hall. Few expected a newcomer to grasp logistics' importance so clearly. Dane's calm insight challenges everyone's assumptions about first-year knowledge and priorities. In dim light, a marble statue stands beside the lecture stage. Gavius declares that victory and honor hinge on steady supplies. Eyes trace the statue's graceful form, underscoring the noble ideals that require practical support. A soft murmur spreads through seated rows. Students whisper their surprise that a mere first year pinpointed logistics so decisively. Awed glances dart toward Dane, as rumors quietly spark about his vast, deeper knowledge and background. Leaning against the podium, Gavius presses for more detail. Name the 3 critical logistics elements. Intrigued by Dane's clarity, he tests whether this insight runs deeper. Students wait breathlessly, suspecting another truly surprising revelation awaits. Dane outlines the first principle: strict oversight of supplies. Even one corrupt link can starve units. Transport spans from capital to front lines, but a single dishonest act undermines everything. A few classmates shift uneasily. A flashback scene shows crates being distributed under a purple sky. Though packed, supplies vanish when someone skims resources. Weary soldiers suffer shortages. In the lecture hall, Dane's words resonate, exposing the cost of corruption. Professor Gavius, impressed, calls Dane correct and asks for the next principle. The lofty hall seems charged with excitement. Students lean in, eager to hear more from this surprisingly knowledgeable first-year challenging Standard Academy expectations. Dane explains the second principle: standardizing every supply detail. Uniform weights and packaging enable faster production and smoother deliveries. Students murmur, realizing this thoughtful concept surpasses basic textbooks. His calm tone reveals deep, unwavering confidence. A cluster of startled students exchange uncertain whispers. Who is that boy? They never truly learned these details in standard texts. Awed curiosity grows, as they sense Dane's knowledge might run far deeper than theirs. Professor Gavius appears momentarily stunned, murmuring in disbelief. He hadn't expected such thorough knowledge from a freshman. His usual composure cracks, truly exposing genuine admiration. Dane's skill clearly surpasses the standard scope of first-year studies. Professor Gavius praises Dane again, prompting the final principle. Without hesitation, Dane states local production. He explains long wars drain resources, making localized supply crucial. Attentive students grasp how ignoring earlier points hurts overall logistics. A fortress courtyard appears, where weary locals grow essential crops. Sunbeams cut through shattered walls, revealing meager but vital harvests. Dane's voice underscores that soldiers must cultivate food nearby, when central supplies often inevitably crumble. Back in the hall, Dane explains that locally grown rations, though limited, can stave off disaster. He shares insights drawn from actual battles, surprising classmates. They realize his calm demeanor masks real, serious frontline experiences. A wide shot shows rows of stunned students. Absolute silence blankets the lecture hall. They never expected a first year to speak with such authority. Dane's measured words echo, cementing his growing reputation at the academy. Inside the lecture hall, students sweat, staring at a surprising sight. Their jaws drop at a calm, advanced explanation from someone they assumed was an ordinary newcomer. No one expected such depth from a first year. Near a tall statue, Professor Francisco Gavius applauds the speaker's insight with genuine awe. He still wonders if such really deep knowledge belongs to an experienced upperclassman, not a brand new face in the academy's ranks. The professor is stunned to learn this student is only a first year. His eyes widen, and a hush falls. Whispers spread. No one imagined a newcomer grasping advanced military theories, yet in such impressive detail. A shot reveals rows of classmates whispering behind raised hands. Amid them, Dane Sagres remains calm, silver hair catching the light. He appears more interested in absorbing the lesson than reveling in his classmates' reactions. His measured footsteps echo as Dane describes strict supply rules and local production strategies. Each point reflects careful thought, impressing onlookers. Students sense a confidence shaped by training, far beyond classroom learning for a first year. From a polished lectern, Professor Gavius expresses amazement that Dane's analysis sounds like battlefield wisdom. He remarks there's no chance a first year has fought in real wars, so how could this novice master such realities? In the audience, Dane calmly reveals his father's teachings about real warfare and proper logistics. He seems reflective and unhurried, offering glimpses of an upbringing shaped by House Sogras's advice, rather than mere textbook readings. The lecture hall goes silent as Dane declares his House Sogras lineage. Classmates chatter about this unexpected revelation, realizing he's no ordinary freshman. Tension and curiosity grow, setting the stage for a memorable campus reputation. Professor Gavius's eyes widen when he names Dane the son of the Blue Tempest. Everyone grasps how this knowledge continues his family legacy. The hall buzzes, seeing Dane's calm strength in a truly new light. A flashback shows Dane facing a wolf-like beast ready to subdue it. He shows no trace of panic, revealing courage. Text notes House Sogras teaches heirs precise combat. Rumors about his fearless power gain proof. Returning to the present, Dane stands among classmates, his air setting him apart. They whisper he's on another level, mixing noble heritage with extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Dane's gaze suggests he's beginning to reveal his potential. Professor Gavius at the lectern urges everyone to review Dane's earlier ideas. He calls them the heart of military theory, logistics, resources, and real situations. The class listens, impressed by his praise for a high viewpoint reveals rows of students perched in the hall absorbing lessons. Text explains how military studies aims to apply textbook knowledge in real scenarios. Everyone seems serious, sensing these concepts demand practical understanding. Professor Gavius narrows his eyes, impressed. It's been ages since the Academy welcomed someone this capable. Though strict by nature, his respectful tone suggests he sees Dane's potential to excel in ways not often seen. Close on Dane's face we see composure. His eyes reflect confidence, though not arrogance. Despite the professor's praise and classmates' reactions, he appears level-headed. This reveals a determination to prove himself without making a display. A ceiling panel comes into view as Professor Gavius concludes. He signals the class to shift topics, voice measured. Curiosity lingers strongly, leaving students eager and excited to see what comes next for Dane Sogras. After class, a grand aerial view shows spires, walkways, and courtyards. Streams of uniformed students move across sunlit lawns. The Academy's size captivates newcomers and veterans alike, underscoring its reputation as a place of learning. In the courtyard, Dane walks with friends, joking about nearly ending up in graduate school. They laugh, surprised by his academic potential. His grin contrasts with their wide eyes, hinting advanced paths might await him. Professor Gavius catches Dane after class, asking whether he'll explore military theory more. Dane smiles, teasing that the professor seems truly eager to push him ahead. Their conversation crackles with mutual respect and growing possibilities. A memory shows Claire Sogras, Dane's sister, advising him to dodge sudden Imperial graduate school invites. He recalls her stern tone and feels relieved he avoided that path. Her guidance shapes his decisions going forward. Dane's face turns tense. He suspects Professor Gavius, eager for his success, won't give up soon. Sweat beads on his forehead as he ponders how to balance classes with the professor's push for bigger ambitions. A sepia map of the Academy fills the frame, revealing many buildings and winding paths. Dane wonders which district he's in, overwhelmed by the size. Each wing connects, making this place feel like a maze. Outside, Dane clutches the map, scanning it. Other students stride past confidently, but he struggles with the Academy's vast layout. Determined not to wander, he reviews every line, hoping to find his next destination soon. Peering closer, Dane pinpoints the fountain square where he promised to meet Layla Fermoyne. Focus lights his eyes. Despite confusion earlier, he's determined to arrive, relying on the map to guide him through this campus. Zooming in on the map, he exclaims relief at finding that location at last. Its gardens and fountain are marked clearly. With that reference point, Dane feels confident enough to navigate the Academy's twisting paths. Stepping onto a walkway, Dane eyes the campus skyline and decides the mist garden shortcut is fastest. With a pivot, he heads that way. His posture hints at readiness for the Academy's many challenges ahead. This high view reveals the Academy's courtyard. A grand glass dome stands at the center, surrounded by water features and greenery. The place is famously called the Garden of Mist, rumored for sudden fog. Bright skies hint at how quickly clouds can cover the area. Even slight overcast brings mist, turning these paths strange and dreamlike. Students say it feels like stepping into a maze whenever the fog appears. Bridges and channels wind through shimmering water framed by tiles. Because the mist settles very often, the massive garden confuses many students. Few dare to wander here alone, fearing they might lose their way completely. Dane Sogras appears beside a fountain, crows cawing overhead. Rumors claim spirits roam these grounds at night, but he surveys the surroundings. Determined to cross safely, he refuses to let ghost stories hold him back. He recalls his eldest sister's scary tales, but finds the garden surprisingly peaceful. A smile crosses his face, realizing it isn't as dire as she warned. The ambiance boosts his confidence for the journey ahead. Glancing upward, Dane notes the clear sky and decides to hurry before clouds arrive. Sunlight warms the ornate paths, making the glass dome gleam. His steps quicken, eager to reach his next destination without delay. Suddenly, cries echo from behind tall doors. Dane freezes mid-step, alarmed by the desperate pleas. The sound repeats, growing louder, and tension fills the air. He wonders who could be in urgent need of help. Worry spreads across his face as he turns toward the commotion. Dane now feels the weight of someone's crisis. He readies himself to swiftly investigate, determined to reach whoever is calling for rescue in time. He realizes the voice comes from within a nearby passage. Alert and uncertain, Dane scans the garden for clues. Certain of the direction, he rushes forward, heart pounding, hoping to help before it's too late. Dane dashes across elaborate, swirling tiles, each step echoing with urgency. The patterns blur under his quick movement, revealing his determination. He pushes aside any fear, focusing only on finding whoever cried out for help. He suddenly trips, crashing onto the ornate floor. A memory of his mother's guidance echoes. Help without hesitation. Though shaken, Dane clenches his fist, refusing to stop now. He breathes deeply, ready to keep going. He scrambles back up, noting there's still time before his next class. Confidence returns to his eyes as he recalls his promise to help. Every second counts now, pushing him to press forward without delay. Shadows flicker through nearby branches as another scream rings out. Dane rushes toward the sound, leaves rustling in his wake. The intensity in his gaze grows, certain he's close to the person calling for aid. He finds a young man slumped on the fancy tiles, relieved to see help. The stranger admits fear of never escaping this maze. Dane kneels beside him, gently asking if he's hurt or just exhausted. He introduces himself as Ernest Dillon, a first year in the exploration department. Documents and maps spill from his bag, reflecting his spirit. He smiles, insisting he's fine, tired from wandering this confusing place too long. Dane teases him, surprised a budding explorer got lost so easily. Ernest blushes and admits curiosity drew him deeper. Despite the gentle ribbing, they're relieved he's safe, with enough time to find the exit now. Dane recognizes the Dillon barony from the west, recalling a sailboat crest. He praises their storied heritage, known for traversing waters. Ernest brightens, happy to see someone remember his family's tradition of exploring far-off seas. A ship sails in sunlight, flashing through Ernest's mind. He proudly explains how his ancestors mapped unknown lands for generations. Dane nods in appreciation, impressed by the barony's past and the spirit Ernest carries today. Ernest's eyes shine as he describes voyages across seas, each generation pushing farther. He hopes to continue that legacy, eager for adventure. Dane quietly listens, sensing Ernest's enthusiasm and unwavering pride in his family name. Dane jokes that Ernest looks too slight to handle such expeditions. Ernest laughs, defending his abilities and instincts. Though small in stature, he claims determination is what drives explorers, not just physical strength or size. Ernest, still amazed, asks Dane's name. Upon hearing Dane's sograce, he's shocked. Dane is the first self-directed major in 50 years. The colorful tiles beneath them gleam, matching Ernest's excited grin at this surprising revelation. Ecstatic, Ernest bounces closer, confessing he always wanted to meet Dane. Trying to stay humble, Dane chuckles that it's no big deal. The academy's interior looms behind them, reflecting Ernest's awe and Dane's bashful demeanor. Dane's lips part as he notices something peculiar on Ernest's collar. Tiny flecks briefly drift by, hinting at a hidden wound. Concern replaces Dane's casual expression, his keen eyes catching what Ernest hoped to hide. A bruise peeks under Ernest's coat, contradicting his claim of no injuries. Dane questions this discovery, worried Ernest deny being hurt. Ernest is unsure how to explain. Moment grows tense as truth comes to light. Dane stands in the courtyard and notices dark bruises on Ernest's arm. Sunlight highlights the severity of each mark. Worried, Dane senses these wounds are unusual, setting a tense mood despite the academy's peaceful backdrop. Ernest tries explaining his bruises, his trembling voice suggesting hidden troubles. He claims they aren't from simple exploration or harmless scrapes. Dane listens intently, suspecting that Ernest's silence hides a deeper story behind each injury. Dane's gentle expression hardens into worry as he examines Ernest's scars. Towering marble columns frame them, but Dane focuses on Ernest's grim face. A heavy pause lingers, hinting at urgent secrets Ernest cannot share yet. Ernest abruptly shifts the mood, talking about his adventurous spirit around campus. Golden light radiates across the courtyard, contrasting his uneasy smile. Dane remains quiet, still troubled by those bruises and a possible unspoken danger. The lightened tension, Ernest proudly opens a bulging bag of tools, maps, clocks, scrolls, and a tiny telescope. He declares these truly essential for exploring. The courtyard glimmers, reflecting his grand ambitions and lively curiosity. Seated beside his gear, Ernest confides his dream of charting every hidden spot on campus. Dane smiles gently, though worry lingers in his eyes. He cannot forget Ernest's bruises and the danger they might represent. He gestures toward towering pillars and lush greenery, explaining the Garden of Mist's bizarre fog. Ernest believes normal weather cannot explain its appearances. Nearby birds flutter overhead, reinforcing the Academy's serenity against such mysterious occurrences. Dane, intrigued yet cautious, asks if Ernest found any clues about this mist. Rain-scented wind rustles the leaves, hinting at deeper secrets. Ernest shakes his head, determined to uncover answers despite limited progress so far. A sweeping view reveals the Academy's elegant design, shimmering waterways, marble arches, and the mysterious Garden of Mist. Ernest remarks there must be hidden power here. He yearns to solve this puzzle before anyone else. They look skyward, pondering whether no one investigated or if something thwarted every explorer. Gentle sunlight breaks through drifting clouds, reminding them of the Academy's grandeur, even as they suspect unseen dangers beneath its surface. Ernest narrows his gaze, proposing wild theories about the garden's origins. Soft rays fall on nearby foliage, emphasizing how quiet the place feels. They agree to brainstorm ideas together, unsure what truth they might uncover. Suddenly, Ernest envisions fantastical relics or monstrous summons fueling the mist. In his imagination, a crimson creature roars amid glowing symbols. This dark thought underscores how deeply he suspects ancient magic may haunt the Academy. Standing on ornately tiled steps, Ernest discusses discovering relics from a lost kingdom. He believes uncovering such secrets would be historic. Dane watches him bounce with excitement, admiring his passion yet sensing hidden worries remain. Ernest recalls he's late for class. Dane offers a reassuring smile, amused by his forgetfulness. They hurry away, scrolls and belongings clutched tight, promising to continue investigating the Garden of Mist's mysteries when time permits. Ernest hoists his heavy exploration bag, rolled parchment poking out. Footsteps echo on polished marble as they rush across the courtyard. A shared grin passes between them, both eager to resume this thrilling conversation later. A sudden downpour drenches the courtyard, water splashing off elegant rails. Ernest gasps, remarking how the rain complicates things near the Garden of Mist. They dash for shelter, coats soaked by the quickly gathering storm. In heavy rain, Ernest warns Dane that the garden's mist thickens rapidly now. His alarmed voice echoes across wet stone, emphasizing real danger. The courtyard's once bright ambience fades, replaced by foreboding clouds swirling ominously overhead. Hollands fade behind curtains of mist and rain, forcing Ernest to explain that once the fog rises, escape becomes difficult. Water cascades around them, each splash magnifying the tension as they realize time is short. Determined to find safety, Dane opens a small blue case, revealing an ornate compass with a bright red design. Raindrops patter on its glossy surface. He hopes it can guide them through the looming chaos. The compass needle spins wildly, defying normal function. Ernest and Dane exchange uneasy looks, realizing the garden's strange energy disrupts even this tool. The downpour intensifies, every drop underscoring their growing deep sense of helplessness. Rain streams from Ernest's hair as he stares at the useless compass. Fear creeps into his eyes, knowing their usual exploration methods fail here. Thundering skies echo his dread, painting the courtyard with mounting tension. Ernest exclaims in frustration, declaring they're stuck without direction. Thick fog coils around marble pillars, intensifying the scene. He urges Dane to think quickly, realizing they risk becoming trapped within this ever-deepening maze of mist. Weary from rain, Ernest admits no map can defeat this garden's unknown power. Normally he'd find new paths or climb vantage points. Here, his strategies fail. Dane listens intently, prepared to help however he can. Realizing the stakes, Dane's eyes widen with concern. The thickening fog and swirling rain threaten to trap them completely. He steels himself, unwilling to abandon hope, determined to protect Ernest and escape this perilous predicament. Ernest collapses onto the patterned floor, insisting an invisible weight saps his strength. Apologizing profusely, he fears it's his fault. Dane stands beside him, urging patience, refusing to blame Ernest as rain pools around them. As Dane turns toward the mist, struck by a strange familiarity. Water streams off his uniform, yet something about this place resonates deeply. He wonders if he's encountered this odd energy before, though he cannot recall. An unexpected surge of energy courses through Dane. He examines his hands, astonished that the mist invigorates instead of drains him. Despite the downpour, he feels renewed strength, suspecting a hidden link to this garden. Ernest kneels beneath an arch, rain streaming from his hood. He worries that if the mist strengthens, Dane might succumb too. Determined to prevent further harm, Ernest braces himself, vowing to find an escape route. Inside a grand academy hallway, Ernest, his sky-new hair damp from rain, tumbles backward. Bright arcs of magic swirl around him, tugging at his cloak. He adjusts his slipping glasses, eyes wide with confusion, and zooming in on Ernest's widened eye, we see fear and astonishment. Vibrant energy crackles near him, reflected in his lens. He wonders what immense force could suddenly fill the hallway, leaving him both fascinated and uneasy. In the corridor's center stands Dane, his silver hair aglow under whirling arcs of magic. The polished floor mirrors the brilliant sparks. Though chaos stirs the air, Dane's calm stance hints at hidden strength. Ernest raises an arm to shield himself from the gusts, calling out for Dane. The humming power trembles the hallway, yet Ernest senses a spark of hope. He suspects Dane's unusual calm might hold their escape. From high above, Ernest kneels on glossy tiles, watching the thick fog draw toward Dane. The swirling haze thins around him, revealing bright patterns beneath their feet. Ernest realizes this might be no ordinary spell. Dane, framed by towering marble columns, appears focused as the strange energy coils around him. Ernest, still on one knee, cries out in confusion. He cannot believe Dane can harness this fog with such ease. Dane signals Ernest to stand, insisting he's found a path out. Shimmering sparks swirl around him like tiny stars. He urges haste, sure they can break the Garden of Mist's hold if they move quickly. In the rainy courtyard, Ernest stands opposite Dane, drenched and tense. He questions how Dane discovered a route past the relentless haze. Despite the storm's roar, hope flickers in his eyes, waiting for Dane's reply. Dane steps forward, and the mist peels back as though parted by invisible hands. Ernest, still soaked, watches in disbelief. Each footstep clears more of the marble floor, revealing the fog's sudden obedience to Dane's power. A close look at Ernest's face shows amazement fighting exhaustion. He marvels at how calmly Dane channels this force, as if it has always been inside him. Drawn by curiosity, Ernest presses forward without hesitation. Dane shouts they're close to escaping, his voice echoing across swaying, rain-soaked trees. Ernest hurries behind, noticing how the blue aura around Dane pulses like a living compass. Each step fuels Ernest's determination to continue. Water splashes under their feet, each stride pulsing with renewed hope. Ernest shouts, wondering if Dane truly knows the exit. Yet he trusts Dane's sudden certainty, sensing an end to the fog's haunting grip. With every step Dane takes, the fog recedes, leaving clear marble tiles in his wake. Ernest follows, wide-eyed, astonished at how effortlessly Dane commands this hidden magic. Even the drumming rain feels gentler near him. Ernest's eyes shine with respect as he recalls explorers who failed to tame this mysterious mist. Yet Dane seems guided by instinct alone. Hope swells inside Ernest, urging him onward despite the relentless downpour. They cross a wide courtyard beneath dripping branches. Dane hollers, "They're nearly free!" droplets glinting off the faint glow around him. Ernest grips his sodden satchel, matching Dane's pace, determined to see this through. Their footsteps echo over rain-slicked tiles. Ernest shouts, uncertain if Dane truly sees an exit. With each stride, the fog thins more. A spark of courage grips Ernest, trusting Dane's confidence despite the lingering storm. The rain eases, and Ernest stands beside Dane in a hush of wonder. Their soaked uniforms cling to them, but their eyes shine with anticipation. They sense something extraordinary lies just beyond the courtyard. A tall structure arches overhead, its glass panels glowing with runes. The swirling energy converges at its peak, lighting carved symbols hidden before. Dane and Ernest stand transfixed, realizing they've reached the Garden of Mist's heart.
Dane Saugers stands with Ernest Dillon at a glowing fountain. Ernest is awestruck. Dane says many exploring the Garden of Mist end here, drawn by its legendary pull. Ernest realizes Dane doesn't know the deeper lore of the fountain. Excited, he mentions a popular story. Dane's eyes widen and he eagerly asks what it might be. Ernest recounts a local rumor. If you and someone special reach the fountain before the mist fades, you're bound by destiny. A quick image shows two students holding hands. Dane, skeptical, calls it typical romance, but he senses something else. The fountain's magical energy tugs at him, hinting the legend might hide deeper secrets. Dane wonders how the fountain's magic remains active with no one fueling it. The courtyard is remote, yet the water's energy never stops. Ernest admits he never questioned this. He finds it odd now, watching the sparkling water. The swirling mist around them seems almost aware, quietly observing. Dane imagines a hidden magician continuously channeling power into the fountain from afar. In his mind, a robed figure tirelessly keeps the water glowing day and night. Another idea strikes him. The fountain might contain a self-sustaining magic core. He envisions a brilliant orb inside, powerful enough to maintain its glow indefinitely. Ernest steps back, suggesting the entire Garden of Mist could be one massive magical device. Dane studies the courtyard's designs, wondering if they're part of a greater system. Dane notices the complex pathways and elaborate structures. He suspects they aren't just decorative, but carefully arranged elements of some grand magical architecture. They approach the fountain's emerald spire, guessing it's an ancient relic powering everything. The swirling mist feels deliberate, like each wisp belongs to a larger spell. Blue lights remind them how the mist reacted to Dane. They guess the fountain and fog share one source, possibly linked to Ernest's bruises and Dane's new powers. Dane touches the fountain's surface. A warm wave of magic pulses up his arm, startling him, yet it feels welcoming, like the water itself recognizes him. He closes his eyes, sensing a sudden familiarity with the fountain's power. Instead of resisting him, the magic feels like an old friend returning. Dane steps back, realizing this power is ancient and vast. The courtyard seems tiny under the swirling energy that responds eagerly to him. Faint words emerge on the stone beneath the water. Dane touches the inscription, feeling excitement and fear. Something here seems to call directly to him. Ernest peers over and recognizes the letters as the ancient secret language. Dane, unfamiliar with it, grows even more curious to learn what it says. Ernest confirms it after touching the symbols himself. He's certain this writing comes from Sekret, a lost kingdom. Dane is amazed by Ernest's specialized knowledge. Dane wonders how Ernest recognized such obscure text. Ernest just grins, saying he's a Dylan, and adventurers must learn forgotten scripts to navigate ancient ruins. Ernest recalls old scrolls and forbidden temples, where deciphering runes can save your life. He's thrilled to see Sekret writing right here at the fountain. Ernest pulls out a small notebook, ready to copy every symbol. Dane quietly admires Ernest's dedication to unraveling this strange message. Ernest wields his pen like a key, comparing each carved letter to his notes. He aims to unlock the text's hidden meaning. He studies each line meticulously, refusing to be distracted. Symbols and scribbles fill his notebook, building toward an eventual translation. Dane chuckles, recognizing Ernest's total focus. Once Ernest dives into decoding, there's no pulling him away until he finds the answer. Ernest mutters a few translations, identifying one symbol as qualification. He jots it down quickly, the fountain's glow lighting his notebook. Beads of sweat form on Ernest's forehead as he deciphers another rune. He smiles triumphantly, excitement driving him to solve each glyph. Suddenly, he calls Dane over. He's matched enough symbols to form a sentence, eyes shining with both relief and pride. Ernest reads the rough translation aloud. Those who are qualified will prove their strength. They realize this fountain might hold a hidden challenge. Dane repeats qualification and prove, looking stunned. He suspects they've stumbled onto some ancient test embedded in the fountain's magic. From afar, the courtyard dwarfs them. Dane guesses this qualification connects to powerful magic. The more they explored, the more naturally the magic seemed to accept him. They pause by the fountain, mist swirling around them. Dane jokes if this is true ancient power, no one could handle it, then thanks Ernest for decoding the inscription. Ernest's eyes widen, realizing Dane might actually handle this power. He feels both excited and worried about what Dane's connection to the fountain truly means. A spiral of blue magic coils around Dane's arm. He flinches, but it feels strangely welcoming. Ernest gasps, asking Dane what he's doing. The magic intensifies, glowing around both of them. Ernest panics while Dane notices the fountain's power surge in direct response to him. Dane recalls lessons about runes that store energy by shape. A teacher warned they activate under the right conditions. Clearly, those conditions have arrived. He focuses on his bracelet, suspecting it can guide the magic. Something tells him this artifact is crucial to controlling the fountain's power. A memory surfaces. A stern mage once taught Dane rune basics, warning the bracelet might awaken near matching energy. Now, that warning comes true. Back in the courtyard, Ernest watches wide-eyed as brilliant blue runes swirl around Dane. Their clothing and hair whip in the magical gust. The bracelet's symbols glow, twisting with radiant energy. Dane realizes it's more than a simple ornament. It's an ancient device reacting to the fountain's magic. Magic arcs around the fountain, encircling Dane like a test. He feels it resonate within him, the courtyard echoing with powerful vibrations. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. Both Dane and Ernest struggle to keep balance as the courtyard quakes, signaling something major is happening. Ernest shouts in alarm, pointing at the shaking terrain. Dane grabs his glowing arm, equally shocked by the abrupt surge of energy shaking everything. The fountain's emerald spire rumbles ominously. It appears ready to move or fall, echoing a deep, resonant groan across the courtyard. To their astonishment, the fountain sinks into the ground, as if pulled by invisible forces. Ernest demands to know what Dane triggered while Dane stands speechless. Through the chaos, Dane manages a relieved smile, insisting using the bracelet was correct. He feels oddly satisfied, as though he solved a puzzle. Intense light radiates from the courtyard, forcing them to brace themselves. Ernest shields his eyes, stunned by how quickly Dane activated this ancient fountain's hidden power. Ernest notices the mist and runes specifically respond to Dane, wondering how one student wields such an ancient artifact's might. He's both awed and worried. In the swirling magic, blue streams flow around Dane's uniform. Ernest realizes Dane must be the qualified person mentioned by the inscription. From above, they see a bright glow in the sunken fountain's center. Dane points it out, eyes filled with curiosity about this new discovery. They approach and spot a glowing shape, unlike anything they've seen before. Both are speechless, realizing it might be the fountain's true power source. Up close, they discover a gem-like core radiating dazzling light. Ernest whispers this must fuel the fountain, keeping its water continuously flowing. Dane suspects this crystal explains every strange phenomenon in the garden. Ernest kneels in awe, calling it amazing, while Dane wonders if their adventure is only beginning. Dane feels compelled to confront the relic's ancient magic. A determined look crosses his face, ready for any trial hidden within this mysterious power source. Blue runes sparkle around the crystal, the air humming with energy as though challenging Dane to prove his worth. It's a silent invitation to be tested. He senses this relic's energy mirrors his own. The same ancient force that connected with him in the mist is now confirming their powerful bond. Arcs of light surge from the crystal, crackling with raw magic. Ernest stands back, mesmerized, while Dane steels himself for the final step toward unlocking the relic's secrets. More secret letters appear on the relic, referencing a lost realm called Arcana. Suddenly, Dane can read them effortlessly, even though they were indecipherable before. He realizes the relic's power allows him instant comprehension of ancient text. This must be the Arcana legacy flowing through him now. Suddenly, intense pain flares in Dane's chest. The glowing energy sparks dangerously, forcing him to clutch his uniform as he fights the burning sensation. Dane gasps, saying his heart feels on fire. Ernest panics, unsure how to help, as the magic that enlightened Dane now threatens to consume him. In a vision, Dane's heart appears wrapped in bright blue magic. Something deep within his body shifts, forcing him to endure powerful changes. A glowing circle manifests on his chest, pulsing with energy. It resonates painfully with what he absorbed from the relic, intensifying his distress. He senses two forces inside, a core and a circle normally incompatible. Now both compete for space within him, creating unprecedented strain. Images flash of other mages who either use circles or cores, but never both. The combination is risky, often causing dangerous physical stress. He recalls a magic swordsman collapsing from heart failure, caused by mixing martial skills with potent magic. Rain falls in memory, symbolizing that tragedy. In the courtyard, Dane remembers he never wanted a pure magic circle for this reason, yet the relic forcibly gave it to him anyway. Ernest sees Dane's pale face and asks if he's okay. Though the courtyard calms, a lingering tension hints danger isn't entirely gone. Dane forces a smile, saying he's fine but has a lot to think about. He tries hiding the worry flickering in his eyes. Ernest quietly wonders if Dane truly absorbed the relic's magic. He remembers how the mist and runes seem to recognize Dane right away. A quick flashback shows glowing runes around Dane's bracelet. Ernest comments on their undeniable bond, hinting that the fountain's power embraced Dane alone. From above, the two stand on ornate tiles. Dane realizes Ernest has countless questions, but some truths might be best saved for later. Dane mentions using a small trick his younger sister Claire taught him, though he's unsure how it works. Ernest nods, promising to wait for more details. Standing at the courtyard's edge, Ernest suggests continuing to explore the academy for more magical curiosities. He's brimming with excitement for further discoveries. He imagines other hidden spots across campus holding relics like this fountain's core. Then he recalls Dane has a class to attend soon. Dane remembers Layla Thurman must be waiting. He briefly envisions her in a lecture hall, then panics about keeping her waiting too long. He quickly pats Ernest's shoulder, apologizes, and dashes off. Ernest watches him go, amused by how Dane balances academy life with magical discoveries. Calling a quick goodbye, Dane sprints toward the main building. Ernest waves across the wide courtyard, a warm smile on his face. Ernest lingers, reflecting on how fascinating Dane is. Sunlight breaks through the clouds, and Ernest feels excitement for the adventures they'll share. High above, a faint rainbow glow edges the sky, lingering magical residue. Ernest notices Dane's newfound agility, a subtle effect of the relic's power. Dane realizes he's moving faster, blue sparks trailing his steps. He wonders if this boost is a free gift or a power with hidden consequences. Racing across marble tiles, Dane notes his circle and core aren't clashing. They synchronize so smoothly that he feels no discomfort from their combination. He pushes his energy further, feeling zero negative effects. Every step crackles with magic, yet his body remains stable and perfectly balanced. Dane smirks, realizing these two powers strengthen each other instead of colliding. Maybe Arcana's lost legacy gave him a rare, harmonious fusion. He imagines a loop of magic inside. Circle flows into core, then back again, invigorating him. Still, he wonders how long this balance can last. In his mind, a glowing blue orb brightens within his core. The garden's relic seems to have purified his magic, boosting its brilliance. Excited, Dane considers writing to his eldest sister, who urged him to test his limits. He can't wait to share this unbelievable transformation. Time passes and the scene shifts to the bustling Hangston district. New academy students gather, marveling at the towering buildings and bright streets. Layla Thurman is especially thrilled. She spots a large entrance and beckons Dane to follow, while Dane still senses his newfound magic simmering within. Suddenly, Dane detects a faint magical field in the air. He glances up at a massive stone gate, eyes widening at its subtle power. Layla explains it's the magic barrier created by Saul Hangston. Dane repeats magic barrier and notices soft lights shimmering across its surface. Layla says the barrier activates yearly for new students, shifting color to reflect power levels. Dane wonders what color it might show for him now. Standing in the sunlit passage, Dane murmurs, "I see." Layla's excitement peaks as both anticipate how the barrier will react to Dane's awakened abilities. A flashback shows the barrier's original role, detecting dark wizards trying to infiltrate. Now it merely measures talent, no longer serving defensive purposes. Arriving at the towering gate, Dane asks Layla about the color system. She's eager to explain every detail she's learned about the Academy's quirks. Layla describes the barrier's colors. No change means no magic. Yellow is average, blue is strong, and red is overwhelming. Each color reveals a different skill level. Layla winks, proud of her research into Academy secrets. Dane wonders if the barrier will show something beyond red, given his evolving magic. He recalls his blonde sisters, Arabella and Claire, crossing a red-lit barrier, proving their power. Layla notes how they also got red, the highest level. Layla decides to go first, stepping forward confidently. Dane remembers his sister's impressive display and watches to see Layla's color reading. Layla's foot crosses the barrier, sparking a brilliant red glow that floods the area. Onlookers gasp, and Layla triumphantly announces she has the highest color. Layla celebrates matching Dane's sister's power level. Dane stands beside her, torn between pride and curiosity, suspecting his relic-enhanced strength might produce an even stronger reading. Layla stands in the courtyard, pink hair catching a fiery red glow from the magic monument. She's achieved the highest tier. Dane watches in awe, offering congratulations. Still beaming, Layla chats about her top result and vows to grow stronger. Dane sees her eagerness to explore this new power, quietly impressed by her determination. Midday sun beats down as Dane steps from the braziers toward the monument's entrance. Onlookers still murmur about Layla's success. Dane's heart flutters with pride and test anxiety. Dane pauses at the threshold, eyeing the fading red glow. He hopes to match or exceed that color. Embers swirl, reflecting his growing determination to cross the barrier. He remembers the Arcana relic from the Garden of Mist. Its ancient magic might boost him beyond Academy norms. Dane wonders if his secret power will truly awaken. Inside, they find a strange green curtain of light instead of red. Layla gasps, no records show green. She stares at the barrier, rattled by this impossible display. Usually the barrier only glows yellow, blue, or red to show talent. Green is unheard of. They suspect it's linked to Dane's unusual powers, leaving both intrigued and uneasy. Layla's shock boils into panic. She questions why Dane always stands apart from everyone else. The air crackles with tension as unanswered mysteries press down on them. Half turned away, Dane forces a nervous chuckle while Layla demands clarity. Sweat beads on his brow. He's as baffled by the green glow as she is. Dane wonders if his newly awakened ancient magic has broken the test. Doubts swirl. Is this bizarre color the first sign of deeper powers nobody has ever seen? Elsewhere in a vast academy hallway, students flow between lectures. Some spot a finance department student entering an advanced magic class, triggering whispers of surprise and speculation. People gossip about a mere number cruncher attending high-level magic. Ornate arches loom overhead, adding a layer of intrigue to this unexpected crossover of departments. Inside a grand lecture hall, a tall fifth-year Arthur Diamant enters abruptly. Younger students whisper, stunned by his presence. He mentions having a delivery after class. Arthur scans the room for Dane Saugers, Arabella's younger brother and new interdisciplinary student. He wonders why Dane isn't here yet, sounding both curious and impatient. Two first-years say Dane should arrive but hasn't. They look uneasy, mentioning recent chaos in Hengston District. Clearly, things at the academy are far from normal. Arthur instructs them to bring Dane the moment he shows up. Because Dane is Arabella's brother, Arthur vows special vigilance. The first-years sense deeper motives. Arthur stands, listening to the students whisper about Dane's rumored feats. He wonders if he'll finally meet the person who's creating such a buzz. The room falls silent as Dane and Layla walk in. Everyone notes Dane's emerald eyes and Layla's pink hair, eager to see what surprises they bring. Layla teases Dane about drawing attention everywhere he goes. He grimaces but straightens his uniform, ready to face curious peers and whatever comes next. Across the hall, Arthur smiles knowingly. He's waited for this arrival, especially after hearing about the monument's green light. He prepares to greet Dane in person. Arthur strides over, loudly calling Dane's name, recalling his dramatic entrance ceremony. Viewed from above, Arthur seems larger than life while Dane looks confused by the sudden spotlight. Layla eyes Arthur, suspecting an ulterior motive. His casual tone is oddly familiar for someone they've never officially met. Dane stays guarded, uncertain why Arthur's so eager. Dane bluntly asks Arthur who he is and why he's acting friendly. Arthur splutters in shock. Onlookers shuffle, sensing the tension rising between them. Dane insists Arthur introduce himself properly. Arthur hesitates, realizing Dane isn't a timid freshman. The air hangs heavy, both measuring each other's boldness. Arthur's face darkens with anger at Dane's refusal to show deference. Silence grips the hall as Arthur stews over this open challenge to his authority. Nearby students whisper warnings about provoking Arthur. They fear Dane's boldness could wreck his academy life. Everyone tenses, bracing for Arthur's explosive reaction. Arthur declares he's here only because Dane is Arabella's brother, but finds Dane insolent. He demands to know if this attitude tarnishes House Saugers' name. Dane calmly notes Arthur's aggressive tone is ruder than any slip in formality. Observers shift uneasily, torn between admiration and fear of Arthur's wrath. Arthur grits his teeth, furious that Dane won't bow. The tension thickens as though the entire hall holds its breath, waiting for a spark. Layla and Dane watch Arthur weigh his next move. He thinks letting this slide undermines his standing, certain Arabella would back him if he retaliates. Blue mana crackles around Arthur's hand. He announces Dane needs discipline, voice echoing in the ornate hall. Students gasp, fearing an actual duel is imminent. Dane's emerald eyes narrow, Arthur's gray-blue gaze hardens. They stand locked in silence. The hall crackles with energy, uncertain who will strike first. Suddenly, Professor Drenavo intervenes with calm authority. "Is there a problem?" he asks. Everyone goes silent, tension shifting to the towering magic department head. Arthur adopts a polite facade, claiming he was merely greeting new first-years. He gestures toward Dane and Layla, hoping to hide his near-violent confrontation. Drenavo, tall and broad-shouldered, suggests saving conversations for after class. Arthur, still fuming, tries to mask his annoyance under the professor's stern gaze. With a dismissive wave, Arthur says he'll overlook it this time. He steps back, leaving Dane and Layla amid uneasy peers. The tension lingers heavily. Layla quietly warns Dane to stay cautious. She senses Arthur's refined manner hides something menacing. Dane listens, unsettled after their heated face-off. Arthur, across the hall, tells an underclassman to bring Dane to a certain secret spot later. He refuses to let this confrontation go unresolved. The student hesitates, worried about involving Arabella's brother. Arthur dismisses the concern, insisting Arabella will understand his actions when the time comes. Meanwhile, Drenavo announces early dismissal for orientation, but first wants everyone's mana capacity measured. The class buzzes with excitement and fear for this test. On his desk sits a gleaming disc studded with crystals. Students gather close, recognizing the famed mana measurement device. Its soft blue glow draws curious eyes. Drenavo demonstrates, placing his hand on it and explaining how each student's magic circles will appear. Everyone watches attentively, eager to see the professor's technique. Brilliant light flares around him, revealing circles in midair. Students look on, captivated by Drenavo's refined mana control, which seems effortless and precise. They gasp at his 8 circles. Whispers spread, that level suits the head of magic department. Awe and realization sink in, they're far behind. 2 glowing circles linger as examples. Drenavo explains darker hues mean stronger capacity. Students can't tear their eyes away from the swirling mana display. He shows circles don't always appear, but that doesn't mean zero talent. Blue ribbons swirl around him, mesmerizing everyone with his graceful demonstration. Students lacking visible circles sigh in relief, realizing they might still grow. Hope replaces some anxiety as they watch Drenavo's reassuring performance. Drenavo paces, reminding them circles aren't the full story. Magic relics and hidden powers also shape potential. The class listens, eager to uncover their true abilities. Purple mana swirls overhead. He states everyone in this course should know beginner spells at least. Students sense this orientation is more trial by fire. He reveals a container of glowing blue orbs. These will measure raw power. Their soft radiance excites the class, who realize this test could reveal hidden strengths. Dane eyes the orbs, murmuring orb thoughtfully. Though he studied various devices, this one feels different. Curiosity flickers in his gaze at the upcoming challenge. Drenavo demonstrates psychokinesis, levitating orbs in sparkling blue arcs. He encourages students to copy his smooth control, igniting both excitement and a bit of fear. With a flourish of glowing mana, he says, just like this. The class tries to memorize every gesture, hoping to match his flawless demonstration. Orbs dance overhead, reflecting on ornate seats. Students watch Drenavo's calm mastery, impressed. This is labeled beginner magic. They quietly brace for their turn. Whispers spread, his precise rune formation and orb manipulation rival advanced spells. It feels beyond basic, though he insists it's the starting point. Layla shrugs, accustomed to big magic feats. Yet even she's intrigued by the potential here, excited to push her growing abilities to new heights. Drenavo notes beginner spells vary in strength and precision. Each orb needs a separate mana thread. Most novices can only handle 2 or 3 at once. Layla nudges Dane, guessing he might surpass that limit with his odd power. Dane gazes at the orbs, recalling the ancient magic coursing within him. Drenavo calls on Arthur to demonstrate. The room quiets as the older student steps forward, ready to show if his reputation is deserved. Arthur accepts with a confident grin. Secretly, he aims to overshadow Dane before they even compete, intensifying their barely concealed rivalry. Seated, Dane recalls Arthur's arrogance earlier. He wonders if Arthur's demonstration will reveal the source of his bravado. Tension sparks in Dane's emerald eyes. Arthur places a hand on the orb. 4 deep blue mana circles flare behind him, impressing the class with his commanding aura. Students gasp at his 4 circles, each shining intensely. Whispers confirm Arthur's formidable standing, reinforcing the rumors about his skill and power. Drenavo pats Arthur's shoulder, praising him. Arthur modestly credits good teaching, though both know his achievement is extraordinary. Dane remains watchful. The professor says 4 mana chains typically appear after graduation, emphasizing Arthur's advanced level. Everyone realizes they're witnessing a top-tier talent. He advises first years to learn from such experienced peers. Arthur soaks in the praise, further fueling his confidence under the lecture hall's gaze. Arthur, eyeing Dane, warns him not to be impressed yet. He vows to show a huge gap in their abilities, arcs of blue mana shimmering. Dane remains calm, unfazed by Arthur's bravado. He silently recalls his own hidden relic powers. The atmosphere crackles, hinting at a looming showdown. Arthur demonstrates stunning orb control, weaving brilliant blue paths in midair. Windows reflect the spectacle, turning the hall into a swirling tapestry of light. Students lean forward, marveling at Arthur's precision. He guides each orb effortlessly, showing no sign of weakness. Whispers rise, praising his flawless technique. Someone shouts, "How many is he juggling?" Arthur controls a clump of orbs at once. The blackboard faintly glows, reflecting his intense magical energy. Though sweat beads on Arthur's brow, he refuses to falter. He pushes harder, determined to prove his superiority and overshadow Dane in front of everyone. He calls Dane a rookie, daring him to match this display. Dane's face stays neutral, but the challenge between them becomes painfully clear. Drenavo applauds Arthur, releasing the tension. The hall erupts in cheers. Some wonder which magic tower he'll join, while Arthur basks in triumph. Arthur steps aside, feigning modesty. Anyone who knows him can see his pride swelling. He's convinced he's shown who rules this classroom. He sneaks one last glance at Dane, itching to witness Dane's attempt. His smug curiosity lingers, waiting to see if the rookie can compete. Dane lowers his gaze, recalling the ancient power coursing within. He readies himself, determined not to hide his abilities, whatever the outcome. Drenavo announces that those without visible mana needn't feel pressured to continue. Nobody leaves. Even the timid ones can't resist the chance to see everyone's potential. The class stays put, some gripping desks nervously. Curiosity outweighs fear of failure. They'd rather try than miss the spectacle. Drenavo nods, calling students in rows. Each steps up to measure mana on the orb. A quiet determination settles across the hall. Dane and Layla join the line. Voices whisper around them, but they remain calm. Sunlight filters in, highlighting the Academy's grand stage for their test. Layla mutters this is more a public display than orientation. She's uneasy performing under watchful eyes, despite her strong magic background. Dane notices how the Academy encourages open competition to spur growth. He readies himself, accepting that proving skill publicly is part of the deal. Others attempt psychokinesis, coaxing orbs with shaky mana. Hearts pound as Dane's turn nears. Layla stands close, offering silent support. A bright-haired student manages one circle, grinning in relief. He's thrilled to have any visible mana at all, a small personal victory. Another tries but fails entirely, producing no glow. He leaves, frustrated and embarrassed, with sympathetic murmurs following him back to his seat. A third almost conjures a faint glow, but the orb slips and thuds. Drenavo offers a brief pitying comment, then calls the next student. Arthur, arms crossed, mutters that these attempts are pitiful. He's unimpressed, seeing no one near his skill level yet. His scorn is evident. A honey-haired student points out the next name, Dane Saugers. Immediately the room buzzes, recalling rumors about him and the green barrier. Dane steps forward, meeting Drenavo's steady gaze. The hall goes quiet once again. Everyone braces, anticipating something extraordinary or disastrous. Across the room, Arthur narrows his eyes, ready to see if Dane's arrogance is justified. He watches carefully, expecting a major disappointment. Dane wonders if the ancient magic will produce another strange result, like the green curtain. He steels himself, hand hovering above the orb. Drenavo recalls Dane's perfect solution to a prior advanced exam, suspecting hidden powers at work. He watches intently, curious about any relic-based anomalies. Students who struggled earlier observe Dane, remembering how tough it was to form even one circle. They marvel at his calm stance. A few recall Dane's sharp mind and strategic thinking. They suspect he's more than just talk, especially if ancient magic is truly on his side. Dane finally touches the orb. A gentle blue spiral forms, then intensifies. Mana ribbons wind around his arm, mesmerizing everyone with their deep glow. Unexpectedly, a surge of power overwhelms Dane. Sweat drips as he pours out more mana than intended. The device flickers ominously, hinting at something abnormal. A crimson panel appears overhead, unable to measure. Everyone gasps, no standard color or circle count, just an error. The hall plunges into stunned silence. Dane stands under flashing red light, asking what it means. No known data covers this bizarre reading. Alarmed whispers ripple through the crowd. Layla and Arthur stare in disbelief. No one has ever seen unable to measure. Everyone's rattled, sensing this moment changes everything. Dane's journey has only just begun. Professor Drenavo stands there, jaw dropped, as the mana testing machine emits a crimson glow around Dane. Students whisper anxiously. The professor demands why it fails to produce a normal reading. A curious crowd forms, peering at the device's glow. Some wonder if it's broken, others suspect Dane's mana is too bizarre to measure. Tension rises as the red light intensifies. Dane stands slightly apart, shoulders tense, pondering if ancient magic caused his strange power. Despite worry inside, he stays calm outside, making everyone wonder what secret he's hiding. Professor Drenavo points at glowing runes, stressing the device's accuracy. It detects everyone's real strength yet cannot read Dane's mana. Students realize they're witnessing something beyond ordinary magic. Dane watches the flickering red light, puzzled that a machine known for measuring anything returns unable to measure. Students whisper this might be a first in Academy history. Several students claim the device must be malfunctioning. Professor Drenavo orders a backup orb test, reassuring everyone. Dane, feeling both anxiety and quiet resolve, agrees to the second trial. Arthur Diamant watches smugly, mocking that Dane's unreadable reading means he's overrated. He stands with crossed arms, reveling in the possibility that Dane might not be so special. Dane steps toward a large glass cylinder holding glowing orbs for this classic test. Nervous energy fills the hall as everyone anticipates whether this method will finally reveal his power. He breathes deep, closes his eyes, and channels energy into the orbs. Soft blue mana swirls around his hand, hinting a powerful magic lies just beneath his calm exterior. Suddenly, brilliant light erupts, lifting every orb in a swirling spectacle. Shocked silence fills the hall as onlookers witness an unexpected explosion of control and dazzling magical skill. Two classmates stare wide-eyed, blown away that a first-year can raise every orb. Their gawking faces reveal both admiration and a tinge of envy at Dane's apparent genius. Voices echo, floating even a few orbs is impressive, but Dane's elevating them all. Brilliant light spirals to the ceiling, and Professor Drenavo appears equally staggered by this display. Arthur and a female student point upward in astonishment, finally admitting Dane's remarkable abilities. Their dropped jaws suggest they seriously underestimated him just moments ago. Arthur's shock deepens. He struggles to accept that the target of his mockery might dwarf everyone's skill. Doubt and panic flicker across his face, revealing he's rethinking his plans. Layla Thurman looks on, half amused and half exasperated, muttering she's used to Dane's impossible feats. Still, even she seems pleasantly surprised at this spectacular show. Dane stands under swirling orbs, amazed by his own power. He suspects ancient magic strengthened him further, as shimmering blue lights dance across the hall's walls and ceilings. A playful spark lights Dane's eyes. He decides to shape the floating orbs into something grander, eager to leave everyone with an unforgettable magical performance. Dane channels shimmering mana ribbons, filling the air with brilliant blue patterns. The entire chamber shimmers as these radiant strands capture everyone's attention in an enchanting spectacle. Professor Drenavo watches with utter disbelief, sweat beading on his forehead. He blurts that Dane's mana control is extraordinary, clearly unable to explain such a remarkable display of power. High above, the orbs form House Saugers' lion and snake symbol. Gasps echo through the hall as they realize Dane has shaped his family's regal crest using pure mana. Twisting mana lines reveal a majestic lion entwined with a serpent. Students stare, recognizing this iconic emblem and sensing the prestige of House Saugers displayed in midair. Clusters of onlookers whisper about Dane's brilliance, recalling his legendary sisters Claire and Arabella. This spectacle feels even more astounding, leaving everyone abuzz with fresh excitement. Professor Drenavo stands stunned, remarking that even Arabella never attempted anything like this. Dane smiles humbly, genuinely surprised yet proud of how effortlessly he formed the grand crest. Layla pats Dane's shoulder, warning him not to overexert himself. She mentions its return on the orbs, though everyone's still buzzing over the dazzling House Saugers crest overhead. After Layla's attempt, Professor Drenavo lauds Dane's performance. He jokes that even Sidrain, the elusive mage who avoids most students, would be thrilled to mentor such a gifted talent. Dane thanks him politely, eyes gleaming with excitement at what else his core circle fusion might achieve. He keeps calm, but inwardly he's eager to explore his growing powers further. A few upperclassmen whisper that Dane studied under the former Tower Master, which explains his advanced track enrollment. Realizing they stand before raw, untapped power, they exchange awed glances. Arthur remains rattled, snapping at a friend who suggests Dane might surpass him. Anger and envy well up as Arthur struggles to keep his composure amidst Dane's rising fame. Clenching his fist, Arthur curses House Saugers' monstrous talent. He hates being overshadowed again, fueling a simmering grudge that threatens to shape his next move. We glimpse Dane calmly chatting with two peers while Arthur observes from a distance. His tense muttering suggests he's rethinking direct confrontation, knowing he can't overpower Dane easily. Arthur vows he'll never lose to Dane. Yet a single glance at Dane's serene smile reminds Arthur brute force is hopeless. He contemplates another strategy to handle his rival. He imagines befriending or controlling Dane instead. If you can't crush him, maybe lure him into your circle. Arthur's eyes glint with renewed determination, plotting a more subtle approach. Arthur gathers older students, proposing Dane join the student council. He believes controlling him from within is safer. Everyone nods slowly, grasping the potential power behind Dane's cooperation. Some argue Dane is just a first year. The council rarely admits newcomers. Arthur dismisses objections, intent on bending rules if it keeps Dane's unpredictable might on their side. They watch Dane across the courtyard, concluding no tradition is unbreakable. Controlling him through an early council seat could be their best shot at neutralizing his immense power. A blonde friend notes how Dane's power could boost the magic department's status. She envisions the political gains in academy circles if they harness his extraordinary talents. Arthur stands confidently, certain Dane's involvement will elevate both the council and his own reputation. His determined gaze suggests he'll do whatever it takes to secure Dane's allegiance. Under grand arches, the orb test concludes. Professor Drenavo praises Dane from afar, clearly impressed. In a corner, Arthur observes quietly, already resolved to recruit or contain Dane soon. From a higher view, Professor Drenavo jokes he'd have fought to keep Dane in the magic track if he'd known sooner. Dane simply promises to do his best wherever placed. Some magic department students whisper anxiously, worried Dane might abandon them with his incredible talent. They suspect he could easily surpass everyone and leave the department behind one day. Professor Drenavo places a reassuring hand on Dane's shoulder, inviting him to visit anytime. He's convinced Dane possesses a brilliant future and wants to nurture that potential. Dane nods politely, hiding his excitement behind a calm demeanor. Students still chatter about his startling results, half awestruck, half skeptical, unsure how to categorize such unprecedented power. Wandering the corridors, Dane draws curious stares. Classmates ask how he's done the impossible. He simply shrugs, admitting even he doesn't fully grasp his newly amplified abilities. Layla corners Dane with playful irritation, joking he's become famous. She pretends annoyance but actually worries about the strain on him. Her sarcastic grin hides genuine concern. In the test hall again, Layla floats 5 orbs while Dane quietly praises her skill. She snaps she doesn't need his flattery, determined to stand out by her own merits. Outside, Layla crosses her arms, pouting over how easily Dane steals attention. Dane teases her about sulking, but there's warmth in their banter, showing they're growing closer. Suddenly, Arthur and his friends appear. He congratulates Dane in a forced friendly tone while Layla tenses, suspecting some hidden scheme. Dane stands calmly, awaiting Arthur's next move. Arthur politely asks for private chat, claiming he acted rashly before. Layla sides up to Dane protectively, doubting Arthur's sincerity. She can almost smell the ulterior motives. Dane notices Arthur's sudden courtesy likely stems from his flashy orb performance. He braces for a cunning proposal, knowing Arthur usually wants something in return for his praise. Framed by the Academy's grand architecture, Arthur explains the Student Council's prestige, hinting Dane would gain immense influence. He promotes membership as Dane's gateway to power on campus. We see a proud group of council members at the Academy's entrance, embodying authority. Arthur notes they decide policies, budgets, and more, emphasizing their massive impact on student life. In a dim council room, Arthur highlights their power to discipline or approve events. He subtly warns they could make or break a student's reputation without much effort. Arabella Saugers, wearing a red uniform, reminds Dane how exclusive the council is. She mentions their older sister's advice that such a powerful organization shouldn't be lightly dismissed. Standing on the stone steps, Arthur offers to sponsor Dane for an officer position. He insists Dane far exceeds normal requirements, while Layla watches skeptically, unsure of Arthur's motives. Arthur emphasizes council officers get a coveted Dantera Hall spot. He raises a clenched fist, trying to impress upon Dane that this arrangement is extremely valuable. Dane calmly replies he's already at Dantera Hall, catching Arthur off guard. Arthur sputters it's not permanent, but Dane remains polite, refusing to let Arthur push him around. Arthur piles on more perks, including near immunity on campus. Layla rolls her eyes, unimpressed by these golden promises. Dane stays thoughtful, suspecting hidden costs behind every privilege. With growing impatience, Arthur asks if Dane's interested. Dane bluntly says no, not really. Arthur reels, clearly expecting gratitude, not a casual rejection of his offer. Dane clarifies he wants to earn everything through merit, avoiding freebies with strings attached. Arthur stands speechless, realization dawning that Dane isn't so easily swayed. Arthur's friends exchange nervous whispers, aware that Dane just saw through Arthur's intentions. Securing his loyalty now seems complicated, shaking Arthur's confidence in this plan. Arthur insists Dane will regret refusing once he grasps Academy politics. He scolds Dane for underestimating the council's sway, believing Dane's choice is a short-sighted mistake. Layla snaps, accusing Arthur of wanting to exploit Dane's power. She's fed up with his persistence and demands an explanation for why he cares so much. Suddenly, Layla pulls Dane away, using pastries as an excuse to escape. She insists they hurry before everything's gone, leaving Arthur mid-speech in flustered annoyance. Dane waves casually, choosing desserts over endless council talk. Arthur stands there, stunned. Layla and Dane dart off, both relieved to end that awkward conversation. Arthur shouts after Dane, demanding an explanation for the abrupt exit. Dane smiles, citing prior commitments. Arthur's protests echo through the hallway, but Dane doesn't look back. A short distance away, Dane quietly thanks Layla for rescuing him. He's relieved to have ended the awkward scene on his own terms rather than Arthur's. Arthur yells that he still needs answers about Dane's power, but Dane and Layla vanish around a corner, leaving Arthur frustrated and determined to pursue more information. Arthur's final shout of Dane Saugers echoes across the courtyard, signaling he won't give up easily. Sunlight floods the scene, marking the end of this tense standoff. Wandering through the main plaza, Layla complains about Arthur's annoying persistence, calling him pushy. Dane nods, relieved they avoided becoming pawns in Arthur's council power game. Dane thanks Layla for helping him dodge the offer. She sulks, upset Arthur never noticed her. She's furious at being ignored while he focused entirely on Dane. Dane realizes she's mad about feeling invisible. He jokingly teases her, amused that her real complaint is not being invited instead of the council scheme itself. Layla admits Dane's power is extraordinary, referencing his orb spectacle. Though she's proud, she longs to stand out on her own, wishing her magic could shine just as brightly. In a lavish lounge, Professor Drenavo and Arthur analyze Dane's explosive potential. Arthur worries Dane might even surpass Arabella, legendary among House Saugers, intensifying his unease. Drenavo mentions magic's boundless nature, yet Dane's raw power appears limitless. Arthur sits in stunned silence, grappling with the idea that Dane could become truly unstoppable someday. Drenavo says it's too early for conclusions, but Dane's potential is undeniable. Arthur realizes he must secure Dane's aid before this prodigy becomes too strong to influence. Arthur's eyes widen, sweat forming, imagining Dane eclipsing every known mage. A heavy pause lingers as both men ponder how the Academy's balance might shift with Dane's growth. In a cramped office, Drenavo orders Arthur to keep Dane aligned with the magic department. Arthur nods grimly, hating these instructions but acknowledging the professor holds the power. Outside, Arthur fumes at being tasked to corral Dane while wrestling with his own jealousy. The professor's manipulations add to his frustration, leaving him bitter and resentful. His mind replays Dane's dazzling orb show in the House Saugers crest, sparking a mix of awe and anger. Arthur can't shake the memory of that grand triumph. Arthur slumps onto a plush sofa, torn between outdoing Dane and obeying Drenavo's orders. He braces for a grueling struggle, uncertain how to approach this imposing challenge. Professor Drenavo wipes sweat, wondering if Dane learned secrets from Arabella. He vows not to let Dane slip away, convinced the magic department must claim such a prodigy. Arthur hesitantly requests a recommendation letter again. Drenavo dismisses it, saying it's too soon. Arthur's frustration flares, sensing the professor wants him captive while prioritizing Dane. Drenavo reminds Arthur he has 2 years left, promising Towers will recruit him. Arthur recalls the same promise last year, suspecting this is just another ploy to keep him around. Drenavo smirks, implying if Arthur joined a tower now, the magic department would lose a star. Arthur realizes the professor aims to control both his future and Dane's development. We see a sepia memory of Drenavo canceling 2 magic tower invitations for Arthur. Bitterness wells up as Arthur accepts the professor's manipulations have always shackled him. Undeterred, Arthur vows to personally sway Dane. Drenavo hands him the responsibility, grinning slyly. Arthur pretends compliance, but that flicker in his eyes shows deeper resolve. Arthur looks down, knowing his entire future hinges on Drenavo's favor. He hates it, but can't rebel openly. His clenched fist betrays simmering anger beneath forced obedience. Drenavo chuckles, pleased, as Arthur mutters, "Damn old man," under his breath. Their tension is clear. Pride clashes with authority, and now Dane's talents complicate everything further. Elsewhere, in a bustling hallway, Dane and Layla navigate eager club recruiters. Dane wonders why it's so crowded. Layla explains clubs scramble for members or risk being disbanded. Dane juggles various prizes from different events, admitting he's never joined so many activities. Layla feels overwhelmed yet happy, pointing out these freebies will be handy. They sort through loot, mana stones, meal coupons, and more. Tokens sparkle under lantern light, showcasing the Academy's generosity to participants. Dane smiles, enjoying these unexpected rewards. Hidden under coupons, Dane discovers a sealed scroll resembling a treasure map. Layla's eyes light up, both intrigued by this sudden mystery among their simpler winnings. Layla inspects the scroll, confirming it came from Arkender's blind auction. The intact seal suggests nobody has opened it, ramping up excitement over its untold secrets. She exclaims Arkender only sells genuine, exotic items. Her excitement grows, imagining the hidden wonders this map might reveal within the vast Academy grounds. Dane recalls his father praising Arkender's unique relics. A grin spreads across his face, suspecting the scroll might lead to something extraordinary, or at least a decent adventure. He envisions legendary treasures flashing through his mind, remembering Arkender never deals in fakes. If this scroll's authentic, it could be unbelievably valuable or dangerously tempting. Layla points to the golden seal, marveling that it's unbroken. This heightens their anticipation, suggesting they may be the first to glimpse any hidden Academy secrets inside. She dubs it an Academy treasure map, recalling rumors of ancient chambers and relics. Dane, arms loaded with prizes, becomes excited at the idea of a secret campus quest. Dane imagines telling Ernest, their adventure-loving friend, all about this discovery. Smiling, he clutches the scroll, certain they are on the brink of a new chapter within these Academy walls.
Morning sunlight drenches Demeter Hall's towering spires and shiny blue roof skies. With neat gardens and fountains below, this main education hub wows everyone heading in for lessons. Talk about grand. Dane's among the new kids, eyes locked on Demeter Hall's massive facade. Everyone else chatters away, but he's thinking Imperial history class here might be old news for him. Dane smiles, recalling his butler's rigorous lessons. The neatly trimmed hedges and lavender blossoms don't intimidate him. He feels refreshed by the morning air, totally ready for classes. Suddenly, Ernest yells a warm hello, rushing over the stone path. He's thrilled they share Imperial history together. Both chat happily and march off into Demeter Hall for class. Ernest, sporting his bright orange cloak, beams while explaining every first year must tackle Imperial history. He's secretly glad to bump into Dane and confirm they'll study side by side. Dane pats Ernest's shoulder, happy he's recovered from their last mishap. Ernest insists he's okay, but teases there's more going on than he can reveal right now. The courtyard's columns and fluttering banners make quite the scene. Dane, looking pensive, tells Ernest there's something important to discuss. Sunlit marble and bustling students complete the lively vibe. Dane's about to spill the beans when someone hollers, questioning if Ernest is who they think. A pack of older students stops, glaring curiously. Ernest's stomach twists with worry. Ernest's eyes go huge, his mood flipping from bright to freaked out. Dane spots this fear, baffled by the sudden shift. Something big must have rattled Ernest's nerves. A tall, red-haired upperclassman strides over, talking casually but radiating dominance. He greets Ernest like an old pal, yet Ernest's stiff stance screams bad blood between them. Zoom in on Ernest's face, fear contorts his features, pupils wide like he's reliving some nightmare. The scene dims, reflecting the dread swallowing him whole. Through Dane's eyes, Ernest looks like a shell-shocked soldier. The icy fear radiating from him sparks Dane's resolve to defend his friend against whatever haunting past looms. Sunbeams fill the courtyard while Ernest nervously greets B. Braun. Bronze offended Ernest never mentioned enrolling. Dane senses heavy drama. This is no friendly catch-up session, but something darker. Bronze looms above Ernest, giving a condescending head pat. He mocks Ernest's enrollment, recalling the shy kid he once knew. Ernest trembles, muttering apologies under Bronze's intimidating stare. Dane hovers close by, concern etched on his face, but holds back to gauge Ernest's choice. Perfectly trimmed lawns surround them, at odds with the taut, uneasy moment. Bronze wastes no time, commanding Ernest to do some errand. Shocked, Ernest questions if he should skip class. Bronze's harsh tone and gripping hand reveal his bossy mindset. Summoning nerve, Ernest says no, reminding Bronze he's busy with a friend. Bronze's cronies snicker, clearly delighted Ernest actually dared to refuse. Their glee hints at past torment. Bronze's gaze turns razor sharp, focusing on Dane. He realizes Ernest isn't flying solo anymore and might challenge Dane next. Danger vibes rise as Bronze contemplates his move. Bronze sneers at Ernest for having a friend, then sizes up Dane with a smug grin. Dane stays steady, undaunted. Bronze's gang murmurs, sensing Dane isn't a pushover. Bronze fires off demands about Dane's department, claiming he's already sized him up. Dane doesn't flinch, resolved to stop any more bullying. No intimidation points scored today. In the shadows, Dane recalls mercenaries with that same arrogant swagger. He doesn't recognize Bronze's noble house, but he knows bluster can hide insecurity. He remains watchful. Bronze crosses his arms, glaring at Dane, clearly irritated by the cool attitude. He barks for answers. Ernest stands by, tense, yet trusting Dane's unfazed composure. Right before fists fly, a teacher materializes, fussing at them for loitering. Class is starting, folks, move along. That timely lecture scolding cools the heated standoff temporarily. Bronze's crew shrugs off the staff warning, acting like it's no big deal. They promise to go inside, but shoot intense glances at Dane and Ernest. Showdown postponed. Bronze shoots one last glare, basically scheduling round 2 with a threatening "see you later." Ernest gulps, recognizing Bronze not letting this go anytime soon. Tension lingers ominously. Ernest looks uneasy, but admits he's got a lot to tell Bronze as well. Years of pent-up anger show behind his worried eyes. Fear meets defiance. Bronze's gang wanders away, laughing about future drama. Meanwhile, Ernest and Dane remain rooted, tension crackling around them. Oblivious classmates stroll by, clueless about this looming conflict. Ernest's hand shakes as they head for class, revealing his frayed nerves. Dane spots it and gently reassures him with a steady touch. Eye contact seals their partnership. Ernest doubles over, gasping from anxiety. Dane steadies him, concerned. Ernest apologizes for causing trouble. Dane gently asks about Bronze's crew, sensing there's more behind Ernest's intense dread. Ernest watches Bronze leave, then reveals those guys belong to a rival noble family. They tormented him back home, and he hoped the academy would be his safe haven. In passing, Bronze's gang is seen joking at Ernest's expense. Ernest confesses he knew they'd attend too, just not so fast. He's sorry to involve Dane in his troubles. Dane clasps Ernest's shoulder, telling him to drop the guilt. He advises they go to class. Ernest, still anxious, nods, relieved Dane's sticking around and refusing to flee again. Ernest looks pale and worn out, so Dane gently asks how severe the old bullying got. The question lingers, emphasizing Ernest's ongoing scars and painful memories. Dane moves in, declaring he won't bail on Ernest. His voice drips with unwavering resolve. Clearly, he won't let bullies or old trauma control Ernest anymore. Ernest pulls back, claiming he can handle everything solo. Dane's grip stays steady, preventing him from shutting everyone out. Behind Ernest's defiance lies genuine fear. Dane questions Ernest's lone wolf strategy, cautioning it might repeat the same bullying nightmare. Ernest stands there, silent and torn, balancing his fear against Dane's hopeful offer. Close up on Ernest's eye, filled with spiraling uncertainty. Still, he remembers how secure he felt next to Dane earlier, a reminder he might not be alone now. They stroll across the sunlit courtyard, academy towers looming ahead. Dane casually reminds Ernest about that awesome fountain magic, hinting they're strong enough to face Bronze together. Quick flashback, Dane stands amid swirling mana, performing a jaw-dropping feat. Ernest remembers being wowed by Dane's cool composure under that crazy surge of magical energy. Back in the moment, Ernest gazes at Dane under the courtyard's arches. Still anxious, he slowly accepts Dane's helping hand, allowing a flicker of hope to push aside fear. From a lofty vantage, Dane and Ernest plan how to handle Braun's gang if it comes to blows. Ernest wavers, hating to involve Dane, yet Dane stands resolute. Later, Braun's crew emerges from class, hunting for Ernest and Dane. On a tree-lined walkway, they taunt Ernest about old embarrassments, claiming he only brought Dane to brawl. Braun laughs, moving in on Dane like an alpha wolf. He demands to know who Dane is to interfere. That smug grin dares Dane to cave. Dane meets Braun's glare, unblinking. He calmly pushes back, signaling he won't bow to intimidation. The crackling air sets the tone for an imminent showdown. Braun's temper ignites. He labels Dane conceited, claiming he's too cocky for just being an academy newbie. Braun's pals hover, eager to see if Dane backs down. Amid swaying leaves, Braun brags about his sour family ties, supposedly the top Western nobility. He strides forward, convinced that mere mention of sour will scare them. Braun even flicks Dane's hair, ridiculing his lack of respect. He keeps snarling sour family like a scare tactic while his crew cackles, thinking it's an instant intimidation. Dane stays chill, saying he's never heard of sour. Ernest nearly faints, realizing Dane couldn't care less. Braun gapes, shocked anyone would dismiss his big deal family name. Braun's crew practically sputters, furious at Dane's casual dismissal. One demands Braun address this insult. Braun's stare grows icier as the whole gang tenses, offended by Dane's attitude. We get a close-up of Braun's chilling glare. He calmly tells a henchman to knock Dane flat. The scene darkens, signaling that fists are about to fly. Braun's cronies flash evil grins, itching to follow orders. They're clearly pumped at the chance to jump Dane and Ernest like it's their favorite pastime. Braun's posse surrounds them by the iron fence, taunting Ernest about his new buddy. They threaten double punishment since he dared bring backup who won't roll over. Ernest's voice shakes as he proposes fleeing. He reminds Dane that Braun's a childhood sword prodigy. A pinkish backdrop highlights Ernest's mounting terror over this looming fight. Braun's gang approaches, each move dripping with swordsman swagger. Ernest's alarm seems justified, yet Dane stands firm, oddly curious about Braun's famed blade prowess despite the tension. Dane squints, fascinated by Braun's swordsmanship genius title. He seems thrilled rather than scared. Ernest stares, baffled at how Dane isn't trembling like any sane person would. Dane offhandedly tells Ernest to land the first hit, telling him to quit fleeing. Ernest freaks, going me. With Braun's crew closing in, Dane says fear can't rule you. Dane gives a chill smile, unfazed by looming trouble. Ernest, drenched in sweat, confesses he can't fathom Dane's cool-headed attitude in the face of this menacing situation. Zoom in on Ernest's wide eyes, torn between sprinting away or trusting Dane's poise. Streaked backgrounds amplify his frantic thoughts, capturing his internal tug-of-war. Suddenly, a tall crony lunges at Dane, fists overhead. The attack is swift and brutal, yet Dane remains almost zen-like, refusing to budge or recoil. The bully seizes Dane's collar, mocking his calm demeanor. Fabric ruffles, tension skyrockets, and Ernest yells Dane's name, convinced this fight's about to get ugly. The bully's eye burns with rage as he cocks his punch. Time practically crawls, brimming with hatred and arrogance, signaling a fierce blow heading Dane's way. He surges ahead, growling "You're done," as wind whooshes around his punch. Everything blurs with speed. Nearby students gasp, yet Dane just stands firm, prepared or otherwise. Contact lands with a sharp crack, whipping Dane's head sideways. Sparks and dramatic lines highlight the force. For an instant, it seems Dane got blindsided by this hit. Ernest shouts anxiously from a few steps away, fearing Dane's badly hurt. The echo of that punch lingers, holding everyone in a shocked hush. The bully smirks victoriously, assuming Dane's reeling. He jeers, "Had enough." Brimming with cocky pride, he acts like this round is totally in the bag. Nearby, Braun observes with a smug grin, convinced his buddy did the job. He figures Dane's no challenge after all, radiating unmissable arrogance in every gesture. Still riled up, the bully tightens his fist for another blow. Rage flickers in his eyes, vowing this isn't over. Action lines swirl, intensifying the moment. As he fires the next punch, Dane smoothly steps in, redirecting the strike. The bully wobbles, thrown off balance. Gasps fill the courtyard, accompanied by frantic footfalls. Dane grabs the attacker's arm mid-swing, calmly noting the bully struck first. His matter-of-fact tone stuns the goon, who stands speechless at this sudden skill reveal. Close-up shot, Dane's eyes gleam with resolve, a fresh bruise from before. He announces that now it's pure self-defense. He might be bruised, but he's nowhere near beaten. Fuming at Dane's calm, the bully unleashes another swing with total force. Motion streaks fill the scene, highlighting the raw power he's throwing at Dane. Dane's gaze steals and he cocks his own punch. This transcends a mere brawl. It's a statement against bullying, with Ernest's safety also in the balance. The bully flails another wild swing, but Dane slams a clean hit to his torso. Air whooshes out as the bully groans, shock waves illustrating Dane's sheer power. Bird's eye view, Dane twists expertly, making the bully stumble. The bully flails, letting out a hurt groan. Dane remains poised, prepared to strike again if needed. Zooming in, we see Dane's flawless footwork on the courtyard tiles. Every pivot unbalances the bully further, demonstrating Dane's calm, methodical approach to combat. A rapid kick to the bully's flank topples him backwards. Tree leaves flutter overhead, highlighting the courtyard calm. Ernest stands there, jaw dropped at Dane's shocking prowess. The battered bully crashes down, groaning in disbelief. He's dazed, unable to fathom Dane's effortless victory. A dark backdrop underscores his shock and utter humiliation. Dane smoothly repositions, eyes sweeping for the next attacker. He's done letting bronze goons torment Ernest or himself. Determined yet unruffled, he stands ready for whatever comes next. Bronze, seeing Dane's no weakling, mutters that Dane's better than he thought. Meanwhile, Dane delivers more rapid blows, dropping another goon with a gasp. Tension shoots sky high. Dane instantly smacks Bronze's face, snapping his head back with a pained grunt. Dane's gaze stays laser-focused, revealing lethal skill and iron determination in one calm package. Dane pivots gracefully, evading a surprise hit. We glimpse just half his cool expression, but his piercing eyes say he'll protect himself and Ernest come what may. From a top-down angle, Dane lunges with startling swiftness. Two of Bronze's goons tumble onto the courtyard floor, blindsided. Ernest looks on, wide-eyed at Dane's rapid domination. A radiant blue aura envelops Dane's hands. He's wielding a peculiar fused mana, condensing it into a tight energy orb. Spectators realize this magic defies typical detection. Ethereal blue lines dance around Dane, lighting up his silver hair and resolute green eyes. He's calm yet fiercely determined, showing raw strength isn't the sole route. Dane unleashes a focused mana blast, flinging two of Bronze's sidekicks through the air. Their startled yells echo around the courtyard as they crash down. Faint mana sparks cling to Bronze's crew's uniforms as they stagger from the blow. The peaceful academy hedges starkly contrast the abrupt mayhem unraveling here. Bronze cronies flip through the air like rag dolls. Meanwhile, Dane stands centered, harnessing mana with ease. Observers suddenly grasp that his calm style packs a punch. They slam onto the ground with a dull thump, eyes wide in disbelief. Bronze looks on from a short distance, realizing Dane is absolutely no joke. Bronze sees his squad sprawled on the courtyard tiles, moaning in agony. Dane stands farther away, dust drifting around him. Bronze's ego suffers, witnessing Dane's effortless domination. Dane clutches his chest, panting a bit. He ponders whether his ancient fused mana made that final blow ridiculously strong. Still, his eyes stay steady and calm. Ernest, normally chatty, stands speechless. He grips his scroll case, realizing he just saw a mind-blowing mana display that breaks all usual academy benchmarks. Bronze's knuckles tighten, enraged by the humble newbie who thrashed his crew. Nearby students murmur anxiously, feeling Bronze's humiliation and bracing for his next move. Dane casually steps away from the floored bullies, a subtle cloud of dust trailing him. Bronze watches, stewing in disbelief. This is a big bruise to the Sour family rep. Tight on Bronze's eyes, full of rage and shock, he berates his fallen henchmen, labeling them idiots for losing to a younger kid. One bead of sweat reveals frustration. Bronze's crew coughs and whines, cautioning him that Dane's power is downright freaky. They insist they stood no chance, fear creeping into their tone as bravado vanishes. Bronze barks for them to quit complaining. Nearby, Dane casually wonders if Bronze wants more. Silence grips the courtyard, all eyes on Bronze's next move. Dane points out Bronze's big talk but zero real show. He stands calmly, borderline amused, further inflaming Bronze's temper. Let's just say Bronze's not thrilled. Bronze's rage spikes, prompting a senior student to restrain him. Braun's expression turns stormy, adamant about not letting Dane's jab slide. Things are about to explode. Braun tosses his friend's arm away, labeling him cowardly. He won't let others brawl on his behalf. The crowd braces for a genuine showdown as tension skyrockets. Blue energy swirls around Braun's hand while he vows to handle Dane himself. Everyone goes silent, sensing Braun's pride is on the line and retreat isn't an option. Braun stands with a dark blue mana vortex crackling behind him. Guys, this energy totally outclasses normal swordplay. He's brimming with confidence, poised to unleash something far beyond basic moves. Ernest and Dane watch from nearby. Ernest realizes Braun's technique could be dangerously advanced. Dane, although calm, braces for trouble. Braun's aggression is ramping up to another level. Braun grips his sword, pouring swirling mana into it. Sparks dance along the blade. Guys, he's ready to unleash a punishing blow. Nobody wants to be on the receiving end. Stepping forward, Braun crackles with arcs of glowing blue. The crowd senses a fierce showdown coming. He narrows his eyes, dead set on a decisive move that nobody can ignore. Braun sneers that no one's here to stop him. He blames Dane for making him draw his sword, claiming Academy rules mean nothing. Pride oozes from every overconfident word. Guys, Dane and Ernest stand together, noticing Braun's reckless shift. Ernest gets anxious, recognizing Braun's full battle intent. Dane calmly notes this isn't a casual scrap anymore, it's something far more dangerous. Close up on Dane's eyes, total disapproval of Braun's disregard for rules. Still, Dane remains calm, ready if Braun tries something drastic. That cool glare says, "Bring it on," without speaking. Braun references the courtyard fog, hinting how someone could vanish unnoticed. His companion freaks about possible expulsion, but Braun's pride won't budge. He's itching to fight, rules be damned. Braun snaps at his friend, ordering him to yank Ernest over. He's doubling down on aggression, ignoring Dane's skill display. No remorse, no caution, just Braun's raging ego in control. The companion hesitates but mutters agreement, sweat trickling down his face. Even he sees Braun's going too far, yet fear keeps him tethered, forcing him to follow that harsh command. From above, we see the companion inch toward Ernest, sword drawn. Ernest stands near Dane, heart hammering. The tension's sky high, one wrong move might spark a nasty confrontation. Dane leans in, telling Ernest that Braun's sidekicks aren't invincible. If Ernest stays calm and faces them one by one, he can handle it. Ernest's eyes spark with fresh hope. Ernest flashes back to exploring a steep forest cliff, hearing Dane's voice about having solid footing. That memory reminds him his climbing skills might give him an edge here. In the recollection, Ernest carefully navigates slippery moss. Dane's encouragement echoes, suggesting Ernest's exploration habits can help him now. Who'd guess crossing muddy slopes trains you to fight bullies? Back in the courtyard, Ernest snaps out of his daydream. He realizes that same adventurous spirit can fuel his courage. He straightens, determined not to shrink from Braun anymore. Braun's companion advances, but Ernest clings to that inner resolve. He won't flee like before. This time, he stands his ground, heart hammering, determined to face the bully head-on. Braun shouts he'll demolish anyone in his way, but Dane zips across the courtyard like it's a game of tag. Braun's left fuming, trying to catch up to this foe. Dane keeps close, stopping Braun from swinging big. Braun seethes at Dane's fluid combat style, obviously honed from real fights. He's used to intimidation, but Dane's agility ruins that trick. Dane smirks, telling Braun to stop yapping and keep up. Braun's blood boils as he fails to land a solid hit. The frustration in his eyes says it all. Braun's teeth practically grind to dust over Dane's cool control. He chases Dane around like a furious bull, but Dane won't let him have the direct confrontation he craves. Ernest clenches a fist, recalling Dane's unwavering support. He decides he won't run anymore. With memories of Dane backing him up, he finally gains the courage to stand tall. Ernest reflects on countless times he avoided conflict. Enough is enough, guys. He decides never to live in fear again, determined to break his old habit of running. One of Braun's buddies strolls over, mocking Ernest's sudden backbone. He sneers that Ernest only looks brave because Dane's around. It's the classic bully script, but Ernest won't bite. The companion cracks his knuckles, smirking. He claims he'll give Ernest a few bruises and leave. Ernest's stare remains fierce. This time, he's not backing away like a frightened puppy. Ernest feels sweat drip down his neck but remembers Dane's advice. Don't panic, think. so instead of trembling, he mentally searches for a strategy to handle this menace. He wonders what Dane would do here, blocking out everything else. That calm, collected approach might be the key. Ernest decides to mirror that steady confidence even if he's terrified. He recalls Dane once letting an enemy strike first just to study them. Sometimes you gotta endure pain to find the perfect counter. Ernest gears up to try that. Suddenly, a massive fist hurtles toward Ernest's face. He steels himself, deciding to take the hit. Maybe it'll open a window. Brave plan or crazy? We're about to find out. The companion looms above, fist raised. Ernest's terrified, but he's not budging. He's banking on using the incoming blow to read the opponent and maybe land a surprise counter. The fist zooms in, practically kissing his glasses. The force is huge, guys. Ernest braces for impact, determined not to flinch, hoping this risk will pay off big time. He takes the punch square on. It hurts, big shock, but he refuses to collapse. Shockwaves ripple through him. Everyone's wide-eyed, wondering how this once timid kid is still standing. Close up, Ernest's cloak flutters as the attacker steps in. Ernest mumbles that he's not the same old victim. He's channeling new grit, refusing to fold this time. The second punch slams into his shoulder. Pain flares, but Ernest recalls his once cowering self. Not anymore, folks. He's fighting the old fear building up to strike back. Suddenly, Ernest explodes forward, yelling he's no longer that timid kid. He dives at the attacker's legs, toppling him. The bully hits the ground, stunned by Ernest's unexpected strength. The attacker cries out in shock, head snapping back. Everyone watching is mind blown. Ernest, previously bullied, just knocked down a goon. The academy courtyard looms, highlighting this major role reversal. Close up on Ernest's face, glasses askew, determination blazing. The fear in his eyes is gone. He's standing up for himself and his friends, no matter what happens next. Ernest breathes hard, victorious over his fallen foe. Rays of weak sunlight pierce the dust in the air, framing this dramatic moment. Everyone realizes Ernest has changed for good. Braun's companion clutches his cheek, eyes wide with disbelief. He never expected timid Ernest to fight back, let alone win. Pain and shock collide in one humiliating realization. Ernest's legs tremble now that the adrenaline dip hits. He's stunned he actually pulled this off. Relief, amazement, and a little fear swirl inside him, but he stays upright. Staring at his shaking hand, Ernest whispers, "I really did it." Half amazement, half disbelief, he's realized he can defend himself, opening a new chapter in his academy life. Dane, still clashing with Braun, calmly comments that Braun's last henchman is down. Braun tenses, aware he's alone now. The odds just flipped, and Braun hates that. Braun's disbelief skyrockets at the idea that Ernest overcame one of his crew. He can't wrap his head around losing to someone he's always mocked as weak or useless. From Braun's viewpoint, Ernest stands triumphant near the unconscious henchman. Braun seethes, refusing to accept this humiliation. That rage is back in full force. He won't go down quietly. Dane notices two abandoned brooms. With a casual grin, he picks them up, calling them useful. If Braun wasn't offended before, he sure is now, fighting him with cleaning supplies. Dane discards the bristles, keeping the wooden handle like a spear. Braun watches, offended that Dane dares to challenge his steel with a stick. Pride vs. broom handle, let's go. A shot of the discarded bristles on the tile drives Braun's contempt higher. He can't believe Dane's so casual. A broomstick? Braun feels downright insulted and dangerously provoked. Dane lifts his makeshift spear, insisting it's good enough. Braun practically shakes with rage. The crowd senses this final standoff is about to blow the courtyard wide open. Braun explodes with fury, threatening to punish Dane's arrogance. A dark aura flickers around him as he channels full power. This isn't just an academy fight. Braun's pride is on trial. Braun charges in a flash, sword glowing. He boasts he won't kill Dane, only scar him. That cruel glint in his eyes promises lasting humiliation for anyone who defies him. Close-up of Braun's hand gripping his blade. He swears he'll carve a small cut on Dane's face as a permanent reminder. Braun's twisted sense of pride hits a new low. Braun stomps the tile, speeding up. He imagines Dane walking around forever marked by him. That's his big plan, leave an unforgettable scar and break Dane's composure once and for all. From high above, they clash again. Braun notices Dane's broom handle blocking his sword. He's enraged at how easily Dane parries him. The unstoppable bulldozer just hit a cunning roadblock. Dane calmly intercepts Braun's attack, remarking that Braun's sword paths are too predictable. He even cracks a slight grin, fueling Braun's fury further. Nothing stings like being called basic. Braun bellows, demanding respect. He can't stand Dane's disdain for his technique. Pride fuels every swing, but Dane's unruffled manner only mocks his attempts. The rage is practically tangible. Their blades collide in frantic bursts. Braun snarls, accusing Dane of acting like high nobility. Each clash echoes across the courtyard, intensifying Braun's frustration. He craves a showy victory. Braun notices a faint mana glow around Dane's wooden staff. He taunts that channeling mana here is unsustainable. Dane stays cool, revealing zero panic. Braun's intimidation tactic falls flat. Braun leaps overhead, sword aimed down like a guillotine. He sneers that Dane's cornered, but Dane's expression remains unreadable. Cocky leaps aren't scaring Mr. Calm and Collected, apparently. A split view, Braun's furious, contorted face and Dane's steady gaze. Their contrasting moods say everything. This is a critical moment. Who's coming out on top? In midair, sword meets staff. Blue sparks erupt around them, fed by mana. Dane's calm technique once again challenges Braun's brute force, leaving the crowd on edge. Dane's mana flares bright blue, powering up his next strike. Braun braces for impact, realizing Dane still has untapped potential. This showdown escalates faster than anyone saw coming. The broom handle glows with swirling mana. Wooden or not, it's become a deadly weapon under Dane's control. Everyone sees it pulsate with life, daring Braun to attack again. Braun rushes in again, but the staff's tip blocks him. He's appalled at Dane's mastery over a stick. Sparks crackle in the air, intensifying Braun's sense of dire alarm. A fierce jolt smashes into Braun's chest when the staff connects. Purple sparks flicker, showing just how hard he's hit. Reality check, underestimating Dane was a colossal mistake. Braun's eyes widen in terror as he reels backward. Dane's calm precision and monstrous mana are unstoppable. Braun finally realizes that raw aggression isn't enough to handle this opponent. Ernest sees Braun crash onto the ground, sword tumbling away. Dane stands nearby, still holding the staff. Dust drifts around them, capturing the moment Braun's bravado hits rock bottom. Ernest gasps in awe, exclaiming that Dane toppled Braun with a single strike. He knew Dane was strong, but this level is next level terrifying. Braun's unstoppable facade just shattered. Dane walks over, uniform slightly rumpled, but aura untouched. Ernest feels renewed admiration, realizing this calm fighter is leagues beyond normal students. Braun now seems more nuisance than threat. Braun groans, clutching his chest. Dane instructs him to stand, reminding Braun that once a sword is drawn, you accept the outcome. Everyone sees technique plus grit can triumph power. Dane stands calmly, still gripping the wooden staff. Braun writhes on the courtyard floor, recalling his father's warning about drawing steel improperly. Now Braun understands Dane's frightening hidden depth. Braun, near tears, demands to know who Dane truly is. He never imagined such a swift, crushing defeat. Pride shattered, Braun faces a reality he can't handle. Dane announces he's the eldest son of House Saugers, a first year in independent studies. A calm aura radiates as he reveals his noble heritage, and that even a wooden staff suffices. Braun's eyes go wide at Saugers. Terror flickers across his face, realizing Dane hails from a big-deal family. This is no average freshman, he's part of an esteemed, powerful household. Braun remembers gossip about a prodigy joining independent studies for the first time in 50 years. Lightbulb moment, that must be Dane. Cue Braun's frantic, oh no what have I done face. Braun yells in denial, calling Dane the rumored genius youngest son. He can't believe he foolishly challenged such a famed powerhouse. Looks like his arrogant bet seriously backfired. Dane shrugs, joking he should have introduced himself sooner. With the staff still in hand, he looks more intimidating than any steel sword. Braun realizes humility might have been smarter. Braun seethes, confused why someone so gifted would help a so-called weakling like Ernest. He can't grasp genuine kindness, only suspecting hidden motives. Pride blinds him to real camaraderie. Dane asks Braun what he expects now that Braun drew a real sword. Braun's eyes widen, he fears Dane might retaliate. Suddenly, Braun's brazen confidence collapses into trembling uncertainty. Dane clarifies this wasn't a proper duel, Braun swung first. Braun's heart pounds. He knows he crossed a line and the consequences could be severe. His bravado cracks under pressure. In panic, Braun scrambles backward, visions of Dane delivering a final blow haunting him. He calls forth every survival instinct, realizing how wildly he misjudged this first-year warrior. Braun drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Moments ago, he threatened scars and arrogance. Now he's terrified, cowering before House Sagers' might. Karma sure made a swift appearance. Braun promises not to repeat his mistake. Dane shakes his head, pointing out Braun still doesn't grasp his real wrongdoing. Braun's panic doubles. He clearly missed the moral lesson. Dane gestures behind Braun, noting he's apologizing to the wrong person. Braun blinks, slow to catch on. Everyone watches him finally turn around, realizing the one truly wronged is Ernest. Braun sees Ernest standing there. Dane lowers his staff, leaving Braun to face the boy he tormented. The courtyard grows silent as Braun confronts the actual target of his cruelty. Ernest stands taller than before, his wary gaze fixed on Braun. Braun kneels, suddenly realizing where his apology should go. Karma's punch lands harder than any physical blow. Voice trembling, Braun begs Ernest for forgiveness. He's got watery eyes, clasping his hands in desperation. Hard to believe this is the same bully who boasted about unstoppable might. Braun confesses all his bullying, hoping Ernest spares him. Ernest remembers how helpless he once felt. Now, the roles are reversed, leaving Braun pleading for mercy he never offered. Ernest narrows his eyes, recalling the pain Braun caused. Braun's tearful face is a far cry from the menace he was, but can Ernest trust this sudden display of regret? Flashback, Braun and friends cornering Ernest, taunting him relentlessly. This memory shows how ruthless they were. Now Braun's on his knees, reversed circumstances that highlight just how drastic things changed. Another flashback, Braun gripping Ernest's head, forcing him to cower. Ernest felt tiny and powerless. Now he looks at Braun begging, a shocking flip that underscores Ernest's newfound strength. Back in real time, Braun kneels in the same courtyard, trembling. Ernest can't believe how thoroughly the tables have turned. It's surreal seeing Braun so humbled after years of torment. Dane steps in, telling Ernest it's his call whether to forgive or punish. This is Ernest's moment to decide the bully's fate. The tension is thick enough to slice. Ernest stays silent, glasses catching the light. He's weighing revenge versus mercy. Everyone waits, breath held, curious if he'll settle old scores or rise above the bully's cruel past. Braun grabs Ernest's cloak, pleading to be hit if that's what Ernest needs. He's prepared for anything now, apparently believing he deserves every punch. The audience just watches, stunned. Ernest closes his eyes, sorting through anger and old wounds. Part of him wants payback, but another part wants to move forward. This internal battle's as intense as any punch. He opens his eyes, telling Braun to prove his sincerity in a fair fight next time. No more bullying or ambushing. If Braun seeks redemption, he'll have to earn it. Braun stands shaky, stunned that Ernest didn't just hit him. The onlookers sense a real turning point. Mercy instead of instant vengeance, that's a plot twist Braun never saw coming. Braun totters in confusion, unable to process Ernest's restraint. This day redefines everything he assumed about strength and power dynamics. He expected retribution, but got something entirely more challenging. Ernest turns away, announcing Braun is off the hook this time. Braun stays behind, reeling from the mercy shown. He's never faced kindness after bullying, and it shakes him deeply. Dane and Ernest exchange relieved looks. Dane congratulates him on not stooping to Braun's level. Ernest feels pride bloom, knowing he stood his ground without turning cruel himself. As they walk away, Braun remains kneeling, head bowed. The fight is over, but the lesson is etched in everyone's mind. Sometimes genuine resolve trumps brute force or grants mercy. Suddenly, pink-haired Layla from Swordsmanship spots Dane and Ernest near Braun's sprawled-out crew. She asks if a fight ended here, looking ready to jump in for answers. Alarmed, Layla wonders who dared bother Dane. She scans Braun's defeated state, eyes flickering from shock to curiosity, like she can't believe someone tried messing with these two. Dane points at Braun, who hangs his head. Layla gets it instantly. Braun caused trouble and got wrecked. She's only half surprised anyone would challenge the relentless Dane. Layla smirks, warning that underestimating Dane's Sagers spells trouble. Braun blushes, embarrassed he ever tried. She's clearly enjoying this told-you-so moment at Braun's expense. Braun realizes Layla is Duke Termian's daughter, and his confidence evaporates. He stutters her name like he's facing a judge, dreading the power she holds. Dane casually notes Braun and Layla share the same sword style. Layla shrugs, unimpressed. Braun squirms, painfully aware these noble kids see right through him. Layla finally notices Ernest and asks who he is. She seems more curious than hostile, relieved to meet someone new after dealing with Braun's drama. Ernest, feeling shy, addresses her as Lady Termian. Surprised by her chill attitude, he relaxes, realizing she's not the typical stuck-up noble. In the courtyard, Layla insists Ernest drop formalities. Students stare at the aftermath of Braun's defeat, but she just shrugs. Friendship over stuffy titles, right? Curious, Layla asks about the exploration department. Ernest proudly explains his passion for ruins and uncharted places, following his adventurous family legacy like a real treasure hunter. Layla lights up, suggesting they show Ernest a treasure map she and Dane found. Dane smirks, clearly excited to get Ernest hooked on this mystery. Ernest's eyes go wide. A real treasure map? He's instantly fired up, any trace of shyness replaced by giddy curiosity for hidden quests. Dane explains they found the old parchment during a random club event. He still treats it like prized loot, convinced they've stumbled onto something big. Ernest recalls campus gossip about a rumored treasure map. Never did he suspect these two had it. Mind officially blown, he's all in. Ernest practically transforms from timid newbie to eager explorer. Layla and Dane share an amused look, teasing him for flipping into full-blown adventurer mode. Paranoid about nosy onlookers, Ernest suggests a private spot. Everyone nods, not wanting to broadcast a literal treasure map. Time for sneaky planning. They huddle in a quiet nook and unroll the map. Strange symbols pop out immediately, hinting it's no simple puzzle. They'll need real brain power here. Ernest notices the map highlights only part of the academy. Layla's eyes sparkle, suspecting a hidden clue. Even Dane looks intrigued by the specialized layout. They trace unfamiliar markings, each puzzling over what they mean. Their curiosity spikes, half frustrated but totally hooked on unlocking this weird code. Glowing letters appear, forming nonsense sentences Ernest can read but not decipher. It's like the map's taunting them with cryptic magic. Challenge accepted. Layla asks what's next. Ernest says they must learn the map's maker. Knowing the creator could crack the puzzle seems like a big research project. Dane guesses solving this blindly is tough. Even his sharp brain might fail without clues. This puzzle's clearly no joke, courtesy of some ancient genius. Ernest sees ties to the academy's historic design. He concludes the treasure is definitely hidden on campus. Layla practically vibrates with excitement at the news. Layla and Dane exchange a quick grin, picturing treasure under their feet. Their thrill is obvious. Untold secrets might be right here, waiting to be found. Ernest names Saul Hankston, a legendary founder, as the academy's architect. Known for insane enchantments, he's basically the worst-best scenario for puzzle complexity. A short flashback shows Saul in a cloak constructing the academy. Layla realizes they're dealing with an all-time magic master. This quest just got serious. Dane mentions Saul never took apprentices, nobody fully grasps his spells. Ernest nods, seeing the complexity. Figures they are in for a serious intellectual workout. Layla sighs, she wanted a challenge, but ancient founder-level magic, that's next-level headache territory. Still, the epic payoff is too tempting to resist. They recheck the map. Ernest insists they need leads on Saul's methods. Layla crosses her arms. Dane points at possible hidden clues. Time to dig deeper. Dane's grin says it all. Decode this map and the greatest treasure hunt of their lives begins. He can't wait to drag them along. Ernest beams, stoked for an adventure without parental supervision. Layla also seems thrilled, craving freedom from rigid noble routines. Perfect timing for all three. Dane spots their excitement, smirking. They're clearly ready to chase secrets and share this journey. New friendships and hidden loot, count him in. Stepping back into the bustling courtyard, Ernest hands the map to Dane. He's memorized every detail anyway, because apparently that's his secret superpower. Dane wonders why Ernest would give it away if he's still researching, but Ernest shrugs. Memorizing maps is easy for him, no biggie. Ernest reveals he's basically a walking library for charts and codes. Layla and Dane stare, impressed. They had no clue he was a memory wizard. Layla jokes about how that memory must ace any test. Dane nods, considering how invaluable Ernest's skill will be for cryptic riddles. Handy indeed. Ernest blushes, insisting it's no big deal. Layla and Dane tease him about using that for quizzes, making him look adorably guilty. Dane gently tucks the map away, acknowledging Ernest's memory as their ace in the hole. Each friend brings a unique strength to this epic puzzle. Ernest thanks Dane for letting him join. It's his first time adventuring with buddies instead of family. Dane nods, glad to see Ernest so pumped. With their plan set, Layla proposes, celebrating by grabbing dinner. All three laugh, relieved to unwind after Braun's fiasco and excited for the future. Dane and Ernest readily agree, following Layla's lead to the cafeteria. Smiles all around, time to rest up before the next big treasure hunting step. They stroll across the academy's grand paths, enjoying the evening glow. It's a peaceful scene, a welcome contrast to the day's chaos and leftover drama. Later, night cloaks the academy. Stars shine over towering dorms and the air grows calm. Everyone winds down, reflecting on battles fought and friendships gained. In his dorm, Dane stands by his trunk, drained from the day's madness. Still, he organizes his belongings, determined to keep life neat despite the chaos. He places family heirlooms from House Sagers in careful order, books, tokens, reminders of his proud lineage. Each item fuels his drive and sense of duty. He lifts a big egg with red spots, Claire's gift. He recalls her warning not to store living things in magical boxes. Where does he safely keep it? Suddenly, the egg starts shaking like it's got its own dance party. Dane's heart skips a beat. Seriously, now it decides to hatch. The violent tremors alarm Dane, who cradles the egg like a bomb about to explode. Calm exterior, gone. He's freaking out big time. Seeing the egg move after 7 silent years leaves him stunned. He suspects the academy's mana flow might be waking it. Great timing or terrifying luck. Mana swirls around the egg and Dane wonders what changed. The academy's energy feels like home, but apparently it's got the egg partying instead of resting. He recalls visiting an ancient garden with leftover magical vibes. Maybe he absorbed something that's triggering the egg. He's excited but also bracing for chaos. Mana arcs dance around them both. The egg gobbles energy like a glutton. Dane steels himself for the big hatch, hoping it doesn't blow the dorm apart. Bright blue currents spark from the shell. Dane's pulse races, half terrified. This might be the night the egg finally breaks free, or they both end up in trouble. It glows like a small sun, revealing a faint silhouette inside. Dane's never seen it so active. Excitement and dread twist in his gut. A beam of light blasts through the ceiling, so bright the academy can't miss it. Subtlety completely gone. Everybody now knows something epic is happening. Dane's mana drains like a busted faucet. Despite the pain, he refuses to stop. 7 years of waiting push him onward. He'll see this through. Walls shudder as the mana storm intensifies. Dane realizes he can't keep this up in his dorm without collapsing the place. He must move now. Gasping, he thinks this might be his one shot. He gathers his courage, deciding to relocate the egg to a sturdier spot, hoping it won't break mid-transit. He rushes to Claire's fortified lab. Its wards can handle magical surges better than a flimsy dorm. He prays it'll endure the egg's escalating power. Inside, Claire gapes at the egg's frenzy. She demands to know what triggered it. Dane explains it's finally hatching and they need to act fast. The egg trembles, draining even without Dane's mana push. Claire warns he'll miss dorm roll call if he stays here. He shrugs, priorities, egg first. Claire reminds him the academy's strict. Missing roll call is trouble. Dane is unfazed, insisting he's got a plan like he always does. The egg can't wait. Meanwhile, Arnold Cullard from Student Council leads anxious students, sensing some magical mayhem. Still, official duties come first, so they continue patrolling for missing folks. He announces roll call in Dantera Hall is starting now. Anyone absent faces penalty points. The tension is real, nobody wants to get on Arnold's bad side. Students line up, eyes darting around. Arnold checks for any absentees, ready to enforce the rules. People are whispering, hoping no big names are missing. A short explanation says the academy's dorm rules are strict. Being late or absent triggers harsh penalties. 2 nervous students wonder if Dane or Priscilla are AWOL. Arnold notices both are missing. He guesses they might be ignoring roll call or clueless about it. His annoyance and curiosity rise in equal measure. Arnold's friend says Priscilla and Dane know the rules, so where are they? The group suspects some secret scheme. Tensions climb with each passing second. Students whisper about dorm penalties. Some recall seeing Dane tidying his room before, so his disappearance is odd. Multiple no-shows can lead to losing dorm privileges. Albert, the dorm council president, orders silence. He warns the 9th floor that he won't be lenient today. Everyone braces for a crackdown on missing students. Arnold notes Albert's unusually strict mood. Typically brash, Arnold looks uneasy. No one's sure why roll call enforcement suddenly became the day's top priority. Albert reveals a new Mana surveillance system that tracks suspicious magic spikes and odd movements. He strongly hints someone's messing around with powerful spells. The screen shows Priscilla sneaking out. Moments later, it shows her in her room, defying logic. The council is rattled, suspecting illusions or a glitch. Everyone's baffled. Did she teleport? Is the system buggy? They scramble for answers, realizing Priscilla outfoxed the new surveillance somehow. Suspicion climbs ever higher. Albert marches into a lavish room, determined to find that weird magic source. It's eerily quiet, and he's clearly expecting to bust somebody red-handed. He mentions they usually don't raid individual rooms, but suspicious activity forced new measures. Albert looks ready to pounce on any evidence of wrongdoing. Arnold and his friends brace themselves for a wave of penalty points. Anyone missing or late could get hammered by the Academy's strict discipline. Albert scrutinizes another fancy chamber, arms folded like a detective. He's checking corners, convinced he'll catch a sly student or hidden device soon. An aide reports most passed inspection, but Priscilla's missing, earning 2 penalty points. Albert also finds Dane Saugers absent, red flags everywhere. Albert adjusts his glasses, wondering why Dane's gone. Missing roll call on day 1 is reckless. He suspects Dane's involved in something risky. Arnold's friend insists Dane must be in his room since he saw him earlier. Arnold remains skeptical but agrees they'll check. No one's off the hook. They open Dane's door. Everyone peers inside, expecting emptiness or chaos. Tension builds. Did he vanish or is he there, calmly waiting? Albert steps in, sees the tidy room. Suddenly, a cabinet rattles. Teacups clink. Albert prepares to confront whoever's hiding. Surprise twist incoming, folks. Dane appears, looking caught off guard. Albert scolds him for missing roll call. Dane fumbles, clearly not keen on revealing his secret egg emergency. Rubbing his neck, Dane apologizes, saying he was too busy unpacking. He hopes that excuse flies, even though we all know he's juggling magical chaos. Albert hesitates, then lets it slide since Dane's new. He warns not to make this a habit. Dane sighs relief, but the tension is far from over. Late that night, Dane spots an illusion generator MK1 on the dorm roof. Claire once said most people wouldn't recognize advanced devices. He's been using it stealthily. In Claire's lab, Dane explains how it projects his illusion elsewhere. This trick covers for his real whereabouts as he manages the egg crisis. A shimmering field lights the floor. Dane admits it can fail if inspected closely. Still, it's his best shot at keeping the egg secret. Claire is torn between admiration and exasperation. She warns if the Academy finds out, punishment will be brutal. Dane shrugs, unwavering. The egg's safety comes first. She refocuses on the egg, which is still swirling with mana. This intense reaction is rare, maybe a sign it's truly close to hatching. Claire reminds him many eggs look promising yet never hatch. Still, she sees hope in its lively mana response. Dane won't rest until it's done. Dane asks if he should keep pouring mana in. Claire says familiar eggs are unpredictable, but this lab's wards offer secrecy. It's their best chance. He's worried it might hatch randomly and cause a scene. Better to handle it here. Nobody wants a baby monster rampaging through math class. Claire weighs House Saugers' knowledge of rare eggs, deciding on the safest approach. She's silent, eyes narrowed, probably calculating all possible disasters and solutions. Finally, she nods, agreeing to help filter the mana. Dane exhales in relief. They'll attempt hatching together, trusting sibling teamwork to handle this epic challenge. Mana storms around them, swirling in bright blue arcs. Dane focuses, channeling energy into the egg. It's do-or-die time for this ancient creature's big debut. Sweat covers Dane's brow. The egg greedily devours his mana. He groans, but seeing how determined it is to hatch, he pushes through the strain. Mana gathers into a glowing orb around the shell, pulsing like a heartbeat. Dane wonders what mighty being needs so much energy to wake up. Claire identifies it as a familiar's egg, potentially forging a lifelong bond with its caretaker. She's half worried about Dane's safety, but entranced by his magic. Ancient scrolls and books fill her mind. Researchers can't guarantee a hatch no matter how expensive the egg is. Bonding magic is tricky business. Dane pictures the egg in swirling mana. Everyone agrees the caretaker's mana frequency must match the creature's. No match, no hatching, talk about high stakes. Claire knows luck matters too, even perfect mana might fail. She silently hopes Dane's absurd power will beat the odds, fingers crossed. Dane channels more mana. The lab glows with swirling blue streaks. Claire marvels at his bottomless reserve. He's not collapsing, just pushing harder. Impressive, but risky. Her mind spins. She always suspected he was special, but this raw display leaves her speechless. The swirling mana intensifies around them in a dazzling show. Dane yells that he felt movement inside the shell. The lab looks like a vortex of radiant blue. Claire yells back, almost there. Suddenly, a flash of light forces Dane to pull back. The egg crackles with energy, shining so bright he can barely see. Final countdown time. Cracks spread across the shell, glowing at the edges. Dane braces, realizing they're seconds from discovering what's been locked away all these years. He pours every last ounce of strength, shouting as his mana surges. The room reverberates with raw power, swirling toward the egg's final moment. Shell fragments pop off with brilliant flashes. Dane squints through the light, glimpsing a moving form inside. Everything's about to change in an instant. A huge surge of stored magic explodes, forcing Claire and Dane back. The egg unleashes years of pent-up energy, shaking the entire lab. They stagger in the blinding glow but sense a new presence. Goosebumps all around. Whatever's hatching is definitely alive and probably powerful. The shattered shell reveals a small, gooey creature with hints of wings and horns. Slime drips off it as it takes its first breath. Dane collapses from exhaustion. Claire rushes over, worried. He manages a faint smile, urging her to check the newly hatched being instead of fussing over him. He points weakly, drawing her attention to the table. Something stirs in the leftover egg muck, about to reveal its true form any second now. A tiny winged reptile emerges, golden eyes gleaming, purple wings fluttering. Claire and Dane realize it's a baby wyvern. They stare, totally awestruck. It flaps its wings experimentally, small claws scraping the table. Dane can hardly believe it. A miniature wyvern that's alive and apparently thriving already. The baby wyvern even coughs up a tiny flame. Claire gasps, this little guy's already got firepower. Its curious eyes roam the lab, taking everything in. Claire reminds Dane a familiar typically bonds with whoever it first sees. He's likely its chosen partner. Talk about a sudden lifetime commitment, right? She urges him to approach calmly and gain the wyvern's trust. Dane steels himself, heart pounding, realizing this bond could shape his entire future. The wyvern waddles toward Dane, letting out a soft chirp. Dane can't help but laugh. It's surprisingly adorable for a fire-breathing reptile. Dane gently greets it, introducing himself. The wyvern tilts its head, chirping back. A warm glow surrounds them as they begin forging an unbreakable connection. Dane raises his hand, repeating his name. The baby wyvern hovers, golden eyes locked on him. Their shared mana flickers, sealing a partnership like no other. Thanks for watching. If you're excited for the next part, make sure to subscribe and like so you won't miss out.
The freshly hatched wyvern, scaled in white with noticeable golden eyes, surveyed its new world, flapping small wings with purple membranes, appearing quite lively for just being born. Within Claire's lab, surrounded by scientific glassware, Dane presented the wyvern while Claire expressed utter amazement, wondering how he managed the hatching so easily after so long. Claire moved closer, wanting a better view, as Dane offered the small reptile, which tilted its head inquisitively, making everyone wonder what it was thinking right then. Peering intently, Claire's expression shifted to sudden comprehension. Dane, noticing her change, inquired about what startling realization she had just made about his new little friend. The wyvern's intelligent golden eyes darted sideways, indicating awareness of the attention it received, suggesting more than just simple animal instinct was already at play inside it. Claire looked utterly stunned, a bead of sweat highlighting her shock, as the sheer impossibility of the wyvern's existence truly dawned on her amidst faint magical sparkle. Gazing toward the moonlit academy, Claire breathlessly compared the event to a mythical summoning from beyond known realms, her voice filled with sheer, trembling disbelief at the implications. Inside the lab again, Claire questioned if Dane grasped the immense significance, explaining such feats were normally exclusive to extremely rare, chosen summoners. not first-year students typically. Claire confessed her own summoning skills were limited, barely managing partial spirits, making Dane's achievements seem monumental and utterly unexpected for their youngest family member indeed. Dane appeared slightly stressed, asking if this meant the creature wasn't a standard, catalog summon, his usual composure clearly shaken by his sister's surprising assessment now. Claire mentally reviewed known summons, powerful knights and fierce dragons flashing by. She realized this unique creature, perhaps resembling a wyvern but different, wasn't among any she recognized. Dane regarded the calm creature on his hand, remarking with a slight smile that it didn't seem that extraordinary visually, making him question its true, unknown identity. Amidst scattered golden eggshells, Claire concluded they'd need to research this mystery summon themselves, since no records mentioned such a being. A truly novel creature indeed. Without warning, the little wyvern decided to show off a new trick, startling its observers by breathing a small, contained burst of bright orange fire nonchalantly. Dane's focus sharpened, pondering intensely why such a powerful, unknown entity would choose him, the weight of this mysterious new bond settling heavily upon his shoulders now. A memory surfaced of Dane absorbing ancient magic from the fountain, making him wonder if that event, or his unique mana, triggered this unusual familiar's sudden, surprising appearance. Claire urgently advised Dane to collect the golden eggshell fragments, explaining some hatchlings consume them for essential nutrients, adding another task to his new pet care list. Holding the wyvern, Dane turned to Claire, seeking guidance on the next steps now that the dramatic hatching process was finally complete, ready for some much-needed instructions. Claire recommended caution, instructing Dane to meticulously document the wyvern's habits, food preferences, sleep, aggression, growth. Basically, becoming a dedicated reptile researcher overnight required effort. Dane seems slightly overwhelmed by the extensive observation duties required for his new companion, letting out a quiet sigh while the wyvern watched Claire, oblivious to the work involved. The small wyvern craned its neck, its golden eyes taking in the lab's details with keen interest, exploring its brand new environment with undisguised, innocent curiosity now displayed. Looking down at the creature, Dane's expression softened considerably. He admitted internally that while confused, something about this situation felt unexpectedly right despite all the questions. Bathed in faint light, Dane held the wyvern gently, a strong protective instinct solidifying within him, resolving to care for this mysterious being fate had suddenly delivered. Claire voiced practical concerns about keeping the wyvern hidden, suggesting the lab's safety over Dane's room. But Dane knew concealing it indefinitely would be quite difficult eventually. Dane projected confidence, the wyvern now on his shoulder, assuring Claire it was fine, even discovery wouldn't be disastrous, with his reliable sisters providing backup support surely. He added, glancing protectively at the creature nuzzling his hand, that confining it constantly to the lab would feel restrictive, appealing to Claire's sense of fairness now. Claire conceded his point, then proposed using this opportunity to get Dane officially registered with the Summoner's Mark, a formal recognition of his newfound, unexpected status. Beaming, Claire affirmed Dane's clear talent despite his beginner status, suggesting that obtaining a summon, however unexpectedly, presented a valuable chance for official Academy recognition now. Dane considered her proposal thoughtfully, hand on his chin, before determination flashed in his eyes. Agreeing it seemed logical, he decided firmly to pursue the registration process. Claire confirmed his summoning course enrollment and upcoming orientation with Professor Spiano, declaring it perfect timing to showcase his talent and potentially earn special admission status hopefully. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Claire reassured Dane that while special admission standards were high, his unique situation made qualification likely, pending the department's final tricky approval. The wyvern tilted its head from behind Dane's arm, seemingly contemplating the meaning of special admission, perhaps sensing its own role in this potential academic boost. Dane shared a sideways glance with the small creature, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considered the implications of Claire's ambitious plan for his future. Gazing out at the night sky, Dane found the registration plan intriguing, then shifted focus, pondering the crucial task of selecting a suitable name for his new companion. Later, walking quickly down a dorm hallway, Dane was stopped by Drojan Valentine, who inquired about his absence during roll call. Dane vaguely mentioned urgent business elsewhere. Drojan pressed about how Dane bypassed the lockdown that caught Priscilla, prompting Dane's smooth deflection about finding ways. Drojan marveled aloud at the Sogris family's surprising knack. Stopping, Dane appeared genuinely surprised and curious. asking Drojon if his older sisters also possess such a reputation for bending rules or causing similar surprising situations often. Drojon enthusiastically confirmed Dane's sisters were legendary figures in Danter Hall, suggesting Dane simply ask any dorm resident to witness their odd or fearful reactions firsthand. Clapping Dane's back, Drojon assured him the secret departure was safe, since he was the only witness. Dane offered brief thanks for the older student's discretion now. Dane watched Drojon depart down the hall with a faint, knowing smile, perhaps appreciating the unexpected insight into his family's slightly notorious academy reputation revealed just now. Hidden from Drojon's view, the small wyvern peeked curiously from behind Dane's back, observing the retreating student with its usual inquisitive golden eyes taking everything in. Finally reaching his room, Dane collapsed onto his bed, sighing in relief at avoiding trouble, then mused about Priscilla's bold decision to simply walk out earlier. Suddenly, Dane sat bolt upright on his bed, his eyes widening in startled surprise at an unexpected movement occurring within the confines of his dormitory room now. The little wyvern, filled with exuberant energy after being concealed, zipped playfully around the room, flapping its wings wildly, clearly needing to burn off some steam indoors. Perched momentarily, the energetic wyvern let loose another excited burst of orange fire, punctuating its lively display with a small, fiery exclamation of its current mood. Lying back, Dane reflected thoughtfully on the wyvern's impressive fire ability, acknowledging internally that his new familiar was proving to be quite an amazing creature indeed. Needing to return to the lab unseen, Dane recalled his sister's secret passage instructions, finding the hidden stone wall entrance that shimmered invitingly with blue portal energy. His hopes crashed immediately upon seeing the entire dorm encased in a formidable blue mana barrier, a lovely gift from the fucking dorm council, blocking any easy exit now. Gritting his teeth past the frustration, Dane resolved to find a way through the council's oppressive blockade, focusing his own energy to sense the mana flow for weaknesses. As Dane concentrated on the goddamn barrier, Karnas seemed to understand, focusing intently before unleashing a powerful stream of orange fire directly at the glowing blue obstruction ahead. Instead of exploding, the wyvern's unique fire struck the barrier and appeared to neutralize the magic, the orange flames spreading rapidly across the humming blue energy surface strangely. Incredibly, the barrier dissolved where the fire touched, leaving a clear opening. Dane stared, completely stunned, while Karnas floated calmly near the impossible breach it created effortlessly. Under the moonlight, a shocked Dane asked aloud how the small creature performed such an unbelievable feat. Karnas just tilted its head, offering no explanation for its actions. Back safely inside his room, Dane considered the barrier incident, theorizing Karnas's fire might possess a mana-nullifying property, explaining its surprising effectiveness against the strong ward. Standing and regarding his companion with new respect, Dane acknowledged aloud that this wyvern was truly an extraordinary summon, far beyond anything considered normal or even documented. The next sunny day, walking with Ernest, Dane faced friendly ridicule when Ernest questioned naming the creature Happy, finding the choice perhaps a little too simple apparently. Dane defended the name Happy as approachable, then playfully challenged the flustered Ernest to suggest a better one if he disliked it, putting him on the spot. Ernest observed Karnas peeking from Dane's jacket, thoughtfully suggesting that while nice, the name might benefit from having a bit more gravitas, or deeper significance maybe. Adjusting his glasses, Ernest took the naming challenge with comical seriousness, concentrating intently, much to Dane's amusement at his friend's sudden, deep contemplation right now. Dane chuckled lightly, telling Ernest not to overthink the naming process quite so dramatically. It wasn't a final thesis defense, just picking a name perhaps. Ernest suddenly stopped, inspiration striking, and proposed a new name for consideration, Karnas, offering it with a hopeful look towards Dane for his final approval now. Intrigued, Dane inquired about the meaning behind Karnas. Ernest explained it signified mystery, a fitting title given the wyvern's unknown origins and unusual powerful abilities shown. Breaking into a broad grin, Dane declared Ernest's suggestion perfect! He held the small wyvern slightly higher, sealing the decision with obvious delight and clear satisfaction. Addressing the creature directly, Dane formally announced, "From now on, your name is Karnas." The newly named familiar looked up, seemingly accepting its dignified new title happily. The setting shifted to the imposing Bermudez Hall, identified as the dedicated lecture building for the summoning department, named after a renowned historical scholar of magic. Inside the Grand Hall, uniformed students filed in, their murmurs creating a buzz of anticipation for the upcoming summoning department lecture about to finally commence soon. Amidst the crowd, the red-haired student Daigron stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in pure shock and dawning horror as he recognized a familiar face. Daigron stared, panicked, at Dane Sogris moving calmly through the students, internally questioning why his nemesis had to appear specifically in this particular summoning class today. A painful memory surfaced of young Daigron losing his spectral wolf summon, an event he clearly associated with Dane, fueling his deep-seated resentment towards the Sogris heir. Another flashback showed Daigron's father facing social ruin after a disastrous banquet incident tied to the summon loss, blaming that goddamn Sogris brat for his family's collapse. Back in the lecture hall, Daigron despaired at encountering Dane here, cursing his terrible luck for needing to retake this specific course now, of all possible unfortunate times. Visibly sweating and stressed, Daigron resolved firmly to avoid interacting with Dane at all costs during the lecture, hoping to simply remain unnoticed by his rival. A large senior student suddenly approached Daigron from behind, asking loudly if this was his first time retaking. Daigron jumped, stammering a nervous greeting to the upperclassmen. The senior laughed, clapping Daigron's shoulder, dismissively saying retakes happen while hiding his own repeat status, urging Daigron to view it as a chance to dominate newbies. A student near the front announced the professor's arrival, causing a hush as all attention shifted towards the figure entering the large, expectant lecture hall right now. Professor Tamaric Spiano reached the podium, his presence commanding silence, as he stated the lecture would cover basic summoning theory, emphasizing its fundamental importance for everyone. Spiano's stern gaze swept the room as he warned that the theory was crucial for the difficult summoner certification exam, advising diligent study from all attendees present. Unease spread through the lecture hall as students whispered about the professor's stern look and the notoriously challenging summoner exam, making everyone feel quite a bit nervous now. Spiano mentioned the alternative of special admission for qualified students, prompting an immediate, eager question from the audience about the specific requirements for that rare path. The professor sighed faintly, clearly anticipating the students' predictable curiosity about the elusive, prestigious special admission process and its demanding qualifications needed to pass it. Gesturing for attention, Professor Spiano prepared to detail the formidable special admission requirements, drawing all eyes forward as he commanded them simply to look here. Holograms appeared, showing the first rule: summon grade 5+ without a mark. The second, maintain it for 30 minutes, setting an incredibly high bar for applicants. Students reacted with widespread shock to the requirements. Summoning grade 5 without a mark, then holding it for 30 minutes, felt utterly impossible to nearly everyone present there. Spiano calmly added the third, vague requirement, demonstrating sufficient uniqueness, leaving the exact standard frustratingly unclear and open to subjective interpretation by the examiners, unfortunately. He clarified that even meeting the first two tough criteria meant failure without fulfilling the third subjective one, emphasizing the need for truly impressive, special displays always. Outraged murmurs filled the hall. Students complained about the difficulty and subjectivity, with one loudly questioning if anyone had ever successfully passed this ridiculous test before. While others panicked, Dane remained composed, arms crossed, cynically concluding the subjective third requirement basically meant acceptance depended entirely on the examiner's personal whims, unfortunately perhaps. Spiano casually added another hurdle. Applicants also needed recommendations from at least 2 field experts just to apply, making the process even more dauntingly inaccessible now declared. Daigron looked utterly horrified, sweating as the immense difficulty of special admission sunk in, extinguishing any faint, lingering hope he might have possessed for that path previously. A faint, condescending smirk touched Spiano's lips as he observed the students' stunned silence, internally dismissing their potential and assuming none would even attempt the challenge. The professor's sharp, calculating eyes revealed his dismissive attitude towards the students' current capabilities, reinforcing his stern and somewhat intimidating demeanor before the large class. His gaze then settled thoughtfully on Dane Sogris, identifying him and connecting him to rumors of an interdisciplinary student with unusual talents stirring up recent attention lately. Spiano recalled hearing reports from Professor Delfinesso about Dane's entrance exam, picturing Dane standing beside a large, powerful werewolf summon, an unusual familiar for any student. The report included Dane managing a secondary link with Delphiniso's own Grade 4 Etherac summon, an extraordinary feat that Spiano still found difficult to fully believe possible. Deeply skeptical, Spiano suspected potential favoritism due to Sogris family influence, resolving internally to verify Dane's reported abilities himself, rather than trusting second-hand accounts alone now. Addressing the class again, Spiano steered them back to the regular exam, dismissively doubting freshman capabilities, implying the standard path was their only realistic option presented currently. The students seemed further discouraged by the professor's low expectations, layered on top of the overwhelming special admission criteria, casting a palpable gloom over the lecture hall. Degron appeared particularly shaken, crushed by the impossible standards and the renewed stress of sharing a class with Dane, making his retake experience even more miserable now. Dane, however, remained thoughtful, observing the widespread confusion, likely understanding that the complex practical requirements were overwhelming for new students focused only on basic theory previously. Professor Spiano surveyed the class, clearly unimpressed. He wondered aloud if any first years were actually capable summoners, calling the current batch a total letdown. What a grump. Dane felt the professor's laser focus zero in on him. He nervously suspected this grumpy teacher wanted a personal demonstration of his rumored, maybe slightly exaggerated skills. Okay, challenge accepted. Dane decided if the professor wanted a show, he might as well give him one. He prepared himself mentally for some flashy magic. Standing abruptly, Dane boldly announced to the startled class that he would demonstrate. Time to see if this freshman could actually back up his sudden confidence. Professor Spiano raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by the interruption. He inquired if this student was actually serious about volunteering for summoning duty right now. Murmurs filled the hall as Spiano asked for the volunteers' details. Dane identified himself as Dane Sogris, a first year from interdisciplinary studies, not exactly summoning 101. Spiano recalled hearing Dane's name. The department head mentioned his supposed talent. Dane coolly confirmed that, yes, that was indeed the official assessment he received. The professor studied Dane, finding his calm response unusual. Most students facing him were either terrified or annoyingly boastful. This kid was weirdly level-headed. Spiano noted the rumors, but voiced his skepticism about such talent. He challenged Dane to prove it immediately, putting him squarely on the spot before everyone. Dane, unfazed, agreed readily. He thought summoning something wouldn't be much trouble, though maybe he was underestimating the pressure of a live audience. Sensing an opportunity, Dane upped the ante. He proposed that if he succeeded, the professor should recommend him for the notoriously difficult special admission exam. Gutsy move. Professor Spiano looked utterly flabbergasted, requesting a special admission recommendation during the first class? This freshman had some serious nerve, or was seriously delusional. The entire lecture hall fell silent, students staring wide-eyed. A first year demanding a special admission pass was unheard of, bordering on Academy legend territory already. Degron, seated nearby, looked horrified. Special admission? For Dane Sogris, the guy he despised? His face paled, clearly thinking this was his worst nightmare continuing. From his podium, Spiano emphasized the immense weight of a special admission request. Dane would need to show truly exceptional talent to even be considered. Spiano questioned what Dane would do if he failed this public test. Dane nonchalantly replied that the possibility of failure hadn't even crossed his mind. Confidence overload. The professor marveled inwardly at Dane's baffling self-assurance. Not even Dane's accomplished older sister, Claire, had possessed such audacious boldness as a freshman. Wild. Dane stood resolute, his expression radiating calm determination. He appeared completely ready to face the professor's challenge, regardless of the high stakes involved here. A tiny smirk touched Dane's lips. He figured this unexpected confrontation might actually be entertaining. Let the magic show, and perhaps some professorial shock, begin! Spiano conceded that if Dane truly met the conditions, he'd provide the recommendation. However, he sternly warned that achieving this would be incredibly difficult. No pressure, kid, students gasped, realizing Dane wasn't even a summoning major. Whispers about him being Claire's brother, another unpredictable Sogris, spread like wildfire through the hall. Spiano gave one last warning. Failure meant accepting consequences, whatever they might be. He asked if Dane, fully aware, still wanted to attempt this risky demonstration. Dane surveyed the expectant faces of his peers, his resolve unwavering. He simply confirmed, yes, he would proceed with the summoning attempt right now. A challenging glint appeared in Spiano's eyes. He approved and beckoned Dane forward, mentioning he conveniently had a blank sigil card ready. How very prepared. Dane acknowledged the instruction with a slight turn of his head, his focus shifting to the front stage, where his impromptu performance was about to unfold. He walked steadily down the aisle, drawing stares from every student. The quiet hall amplified the sound of his footsteps marching towards the waiting professor. Dane accepted the blank sigil from Spiano. He briefly thought this public spectacle wasn't exactly how he'd planned his very first summoning theory class to go. Holding the card, Dane quickly adapted. Since things went off script, he decided he might as well milk this unexpected spotlight for everything it was worth. Improvise! Suddenly, brilliant blue energy erupted around Dane, swirling intensely. His clothes and hair billowed as raw power filled the air, making the students lean back nervously. Eyes glowing fiercely, Dane thrust the sigil forward. He issued a powerful command for his summon to answer his call, pouring focused energy into the incantation. The mana vortex condensed, and a large, imposing wolf creature leaped into existence before the astonished audience. It landed solidly, mana wisps swirling around its form. The summoned wolf stood revealed, dark fur, piercing eyes, and intimidating white plating. It radiated power, a truly impressive and slightly terrifying magical beast indeed. A nearby student jumped back, eyes wide with shock. He let out a surprised noise, absolutely stunned that the freshman had actually managed to summon something so huge. As the initial shock subsided, questions flew. Students exclaimed it was real, identified it as a high-level grade 5 summon, and wondered how it was possible without a marked sigil. Degron stared, utterly aghast, recognizing the wolf. He gasped that it was Genfu, the summon Dane had allegedly stolen from him long ago. Maximum awkwardness achieved. Dane calmly addressed the stunned professor. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, he simply stated that he had successfully summoned the creature known as Genfu. Mission accomplished? Professor Spiano's brain felt scrambled. A blank sigil summoning? How is that possible? He wildly theorized about contracts or some other trickery-defying known magical laws. Trying to regain composure, Spiano clung to the rules. He thought even if Dane summoned it, maintaining such a powerful creature for 30 minutes seemed impossible. Spiano voiced this doubt, noting the summoning was impressive, but maintenance was key. Dane smoothly suggested skipping the boring wait and showing something else instead. Curveball. The professor looked utterly baffled by Dane's suggestion. Something else? What could possibly top summoning a grade 5 creature on day 1? This kid was unpredictable. A knowing, almost mischievous smile touched Dane's face. He clearly had another trick up his sleeve, confident it would satisfy the professor's requirement for, quote, special. Students whispered nervously amongst themselves, wondering what Dane planned now. The Sagres family's reputation for dramatic, rule-bending antics made everyone slightly anxious about the possibilities. Degron reminded himself the third condition was subjective. Showing something special was entirely up to the professor's personal judgment. Dane wasn't guaranteed success yet. Panic flared in Degron again. If Spiano was determined to be difficult, he could easily dismiss whatever Dane showed next. This professor held all the cards. Spiano eyed Dane, a mix of suspicion and intense curiosity warring within him. Deciding to see this through, he challenged Dane to show him whatever he had planned. Dane knelt, gently petting the large summoned wolf. Spiano watched, completely bewildered, wondering what on earth this strange student intended to demonstrate by petting the beast. Standing up, Dane's powerful blue aura flared again. This time, the energy flowed directly from him into the patiently waiting wolf, Genfu, enveloping the creature. Professor Spiano's jaw dropped, eyes bulging with disbelief. He suddenly understood Dane's intention. Not just maintenance, but something far more advanced and shocking. Oh dear. Dane focused his will, closing his eyes momentarily. Subtle streams of potent energy flowed from his outstretched hand towards the wolf, guided by silent concentration. Genfu stood bathed in Dane's swirling blue mana. The wolf tensed, its eyes glowing faintly as it absorbed the incoming power, preparing for a transformation. The mana surged violently around Genfu. The wolf's eyes snapped fully open, blazing with intense blue light as crackling energy overloaded its form. Power up! Energy concentrated around the wolf's muzzle and sharp teeth. Its features seemed to shift, becoming even more fearsome under the influence of Dane's raw power. Genfu arched its back, completely enveloped in the electric blue aura. Powerful sparks danced around its enhanced form as Dane continued channeling the ancient magic. The wolf's claws, now glowing ominously and looking extra sharp, dug slightly into the floorboards, anchoring its magically enhanced body against the surging energy. Amidst the controlled chaos, Dane remained calm, a faint smile present. He expertly directed the flow of power, demonstrating incredible control over the enhancement process. Dane felt the familiar thrum of ancient magic. He recognized this unique power, intrinsically linked to his own fused mana, confirming its extraordinary nature once again. Renewed shouts of disbelief erupted from the students. Summon enhancement. They yelled that only advanced 5th years could do that, especially those not even in the summoning department. Degron watched, horrified, as his Genfu, visibly powered up under Dane's control. Seeing his stolen summon enhanced by his rival felt like a fresh insult. Overflowing with new power, the enhanced Genfu threw back its head and let loose a ground-shaking roar, demonstrating its significantly increased strength to the terrified hall. With the enhancement complete, Dane faced the speechless professor. He calmly asked if this demonstration of advanced, quote, link enhancement was sufficient proof of his unique abilities. The now larger, scarier Genfu turned its glowing eyes towards Professor Spiano, emitting a low, menacing growl. It seemed to dare the professor to disagree. Spiano trembled slightly, his mind blown. Link enhancement! He realized with dawning horror that all the unbelievable rumors about Dane Sagres were actually true. Astounding. The professor internally admitted Dane possessed unbelievable, almost terrifying talent. He could barely process what he had just witnessed. His skepticism was utterly obliterated now. Dane gave the impressive wolf a satisfied pat. He observed Spiano's shocked state, thinking even he was a bit impressed by how well that enhancement worked out. Spiano, collecting himself somewhat, finally conceded. Looking away briefly, he stammered that yes, Dane's display was definitely special enough to meet the condition. Point proven. Bringing his gaze back, Spiano stated they would discuss the recommendation letter later, effectively ending the demonstration. Genfu obediently dissolved back into harmless mana particles. Dane beamed, pleased with the outcome. He cheerfully confirmed he understood, having successfully secured his goal and thoroughly shaken up his stern professor in the process. From his seat, Degron watched Dane with newfound dread. He realized Dane had grown frighteningly powerful since their last encounter, making him a truly intimidating figure. A shiver ran down Degron's spine. He thought Dane was genuinely a scary kid now, his previous animosity overshadowed by a healthy dose of sheer terror. After the dramatic interruption, Professor Spiano, regaining a semblance of composure, resumed his lecture on summoning theory, though the classroom atmosphere remained electric and tense. Dane settled back into his seat, arms crossed, appearing to listen attentively. He ignored the professor's frequent, lingering glances directed his way for the rest of class. A small, private smile touched Dane's lips as he recalled the professor's earlier flustered state. He thought Arabella would definitely enjoy hearing this amusing story later. Spiano lectured on autopilot, his mind racing. He decided he absolutely needed to consult Professor Delfinesso for the full report on Dane's bizarre entrance exam performance. Looking slightly dazed, Spiano abruptly concluded the lesson. He announced, with perhaps a bit too much relief, that the lecture was officially over for the day. Sunlight streamed through the large window as students began packing up. The eventful first class ending on a note of shock, awe, and professorial bewilderment. Outside, amidst the departing students, a hesitant voice called out Dane's name. It was Degron Tyron, looking surprisingly nervous as he approached his former rival. Dane stopped, recognizing Degron immediately. He calmly confirmed Degron's identity, waiting to see what the other student wanted after the classroom drama had unfolded. Dane directly mentioned Degron being Genfu's original owner. Degron flinched slightly, but seemed almost relieved Dane remembered, quietly confirming this awkward fact between them. Dane noted Degron was still attending the academy. Degron sheepishly explained he was repeating the course. Dane found his gentle demeanor strange, expecting hostility or demands. Degron admitted he'd initially planned to avoid Dane altogether. He confessed, looking genuinely remorseful, that he still felt terrible about how he'd treated Dane previously. Taking a deep breath, Degron suddenly bowed low, shouting a heartfelt apology for his past actions. He pleaded earnestly for Dane's forgiveness, surprising everyone nearby. He held the deep, respectful bow, clearly showing sincere regret and perhaps a healthy dose of fear Regarding Dane's reaction to this sudden plea, Dane observed the bowing Degron, considering the unexpected apology. It seemed the dramatic events in class had significantly altered Degron's perspective and attitude towards him. Dane simply told Degron not to worry, stating the past incident was long ago. Relieved, Degron hesitantly asked if this meant he could remain at the academy. Dane looked puzzled by the question. Degron quickly clarified he wouldn't cause any trouble, revealing his underlying fear that Dane might seek retribution via expulsion. Understanding dawned on Dane. He realized Degron genuinely feared retaliation. He lightly asked if Degron thought he'd actually report him over their old grudge. Dane casually patted Degron's shoulder, reassuringly telling him not to sweat it. He confirmed everything was fine now, effectively burying the hatchet between them. Overjoyed and immensely relieved, Degron thanked Dane profusely. He eagerly offered his assistance with anything Dane might need, desperate to show his newfound gratitude now. As Degron spoke, Dane felt a sudden, distinct movement inside his jacket. He mentally registered the unexpected stirring from his hidden companion, wondering what was up. A subtle rustling confirmed his suspicion. Dane realized his small wyvern, Karnas, had woken up and was apparently feeling quite restless inside his makeshift hiding spot. The fabric near Dane's chest visibly shifted as the small creature inside squirmed energetically. Keeping a secret, tiny dragon hidden was proving increasingly difficult for him. Karnas's little head popped out from Dane's collar. Dane smiled fondly, guessing his energetic familiar was probably just getting hungry after his nap. Typical baby dragon. Seeing the eager-to-please Degron, Dane had an idea. He confirmed Degron was in summoning and asked if he could guide him to a specific supply store. Degron lit up, absolutely thrilled at the chance to help. He enthusiastically agreed, happy to finally put his departmental knowledge to good use for Dane. While walking, Dane named the store Chaos and Boden. Degron provided some history, mentioning it was an old establishment founded by Academy alumni years ago. They continued across campus, Dane internally deciding Degron seemed genuinely remorseful. There was no point holding a grudge. Peaceful coexistence seemed much more practical now. Karnas wriggled impatiently again. Dane mentally urged his little familiar to please calm down and stay hidden just a little while longer. Patience, tiny dragon! Inside a building, walking across a fancy rug, Degron offered his expert help in finding whatever supplies Dane needed. He seemed very keen to assist. Nearing a shop counter, Degron offered to handle everything if Dane specified his classes. Dane cut straight to the point. He just needed food for his summon. Degron puffed up proudly, boasting he knew all about summon feeding. He claimed expertise from his past affinity training duties, ready to impress Dane. Leaving class, Degron nervously inquires about the summon Dane needs to feed. Strolling confidently, Dane casually mentions it's a wyvern, adding another layer to his mystique. Dane mentally pictures little Karnas compared to a fierce, fully grown fucking dragon. He figures if they look alike, perhaps their diets might be similar enough to manage. Degron halts, utterly stunned, blurting out his shock. A wyvern? A grade 3 summon? He questions how Dane's creature could possibly be that developed already. Facing the sweating Degron, Dane confirms it's just a baby with a sly grin. He lightly requests Degron keep this sensitive information confidential for the time being. Karnas peeks from Dane's collar, looking innocent. Dane adds a veiled warning. If news spreads, he'll know exactly who spilled the beans. The implication hangs heavy. Eager to please, Degron suggests soft food initially for a baby wyvern, noting their large appetites. Dane inwardly compliments Degron's surprising knowledge, despite his past struggles. Inside the Kios and Boden supply shop, Degron points toward shelves lined with summoner goods. He murmurs thoughtfully, beginning his search for the specialized wyvern feed. Degron's hand reaches purposefully towards the shelves, selecting a specific bottled product from the array of arcane supplies, demonstrating his familiarity with the shop's inventory. Degron proudly presents 2 pouches, one highly concentrated mix and another softer blend with milk. He advises getting both options to best suit the young summon's needs. Dane offers a rare, warm smile, expressing genuine thanks. He admits Degron's guidance saved him from getting lost among the specialized, unfamiliar products in the store. Degron checks if that's all Dane needs. Dane glances around, suggesting they browse further since the shop seems stocked with many potentially useful magical items. Degron readily agrees to look around more. Dane's gaze sweeps across the shop's interior, taking in the various magical artifacts and equipment displayed under soft lighting. The shop showcases various magical items besides feed, including a decorated wizard's hat, colorful potions in stoppered glass bottles, and several ornate cups sitting on a table. Another display features an assortment of elegant magic staffs. They vary in color and design, from gold to red, hinting at diverse powers and intended uses. Dane's interest is piqued by a unique staff with a spiraling shaft and glowing blue orb. He comments aloud that this particular one seems quite appealing. As they observe the staff, a sharp, unseen voice suddenly warns them. It cautions that the artifact isn't something a rookie should carelessly attempt to handle. A flamboyant employee appears, continuing the warning about rookies rushing to weapons. He advises Dane sternly against risking a mana curse. This fucking fussy clerk needs to relax. The employee points to a posted sign. It clearly forbids handling items out of curiosity, especially for freshmen, absolving the shop of responsibility for accidents. Degron nervously echoes the warning, stating such staffs are for advanced students and can drain mana completely. Dane listens, an amused, challenging smirk appearing on his face. More curious than cautious, Dane reaches for the orb. He muses that being warned against touching it only increases his desire to try it out. Goddamn rebel. The employee shouts frantically as Dane's fingers brush the staff, desperately trying to prevent him from touching the dangerous artifact, but his warning comes too late. Dane firmly grips the staff, unfazed. Degron flinches in horror beside him while the employee yells about the danger, but Dane just smirks coolly, radiating confidence. The staff's blue orb instantly flares with intense cyan light upon Dane's touch. Pulsating energy radiates outwards, enveloping his hand in a brilliant, powerful display. Dane observes the reaction with a knowing, smug look. He notes calmly that the staff appears hungry, actively craving a supply of mana from its wielder. Vibrant blue energy swirls around Dane's hand and the orb, flowing like liquid light. It seems less like draining and more like a resonant connection. He's fucking mastering it. Eyes closed, Dane stands calmly within the swirling energy, hair floating slightly. He effortlessly channels the staff's power, looking completely serene amidst the dazzling, chaotic light display. The employee gapes, utterly bewildered, questioning what's happening. He realizes aloud the staff is absorbing mana and stabilizing, contrary to all expectations. This shouldn't be fucking possible. The employee sweats, his mind racing. Even with sufficient mana, controlling this powerful artifact should be nearly impossible, especially for someone so inexperienced. Total fucking shock. As the glow fades, Dane lowers the staff, commenting, "It's not bad." Degron stares, stammering that Dane isn't just amazing, he's unbelievably incredible. The employee, hands on hips, demands to know if Dane is truly a first year. He exclaims he's never heard of a freshman handling such power before. Degron proudly confirms Dane's identity, adding he's the younger brother of the well-known upperclassman, Claire Sogris, hoping the name adds context to Dane's abilities. Recognizing the Sogris name, the employee recalls Claire. He admits his misjudgment, noting even she couldn't wield such a staff as a freshman. He'd have helped sooner. Dane smirks wryly, observing the employee's sudden attitude shift now that his family connection is known. He notes the complete change in demeanor with amusement. Now deferential, the employee asks if Dane will buy the staff. Dane examines it critically for a moment, then casually replies with a simple, dismissive, "Nope." Both Degron and the employee are stunned into silence, question marks appearing. The employee asks why refuse it when he can clearly use its power effectively. Dane turns slightly, explaining it feels like too much trouble. He adds, with surprising nonchalance, that it didn't seem capable of holding much mana anyway. The employee mentally shrieks. Dane compares using the staff to pouring a well into a tiny jug, implying its capacity is insignificant for him. Fucking unbelievable arrogance. Turning back to business, Dane says he'll just buy the feed. He then cheekily asks about his second sister, wondering if all Sogris kids are seen as peculiar. The employee recalls most fourth years covet staffs. He remembers Claire Sogris distinctly refusing one, claiming she just didn't think staffs looked cool enough for her. Dane smiles, filled with pride hearing about his sister's similar unconventional attitude. He thinks fondly, "That's definitely my sister," pleased by the family resemblance in spirit. With a solid clunk, Dane casually places the powerful staff back on its display stand, abandoning the artifact without any hesitation or second thoughts about its value. Turning to leave, Dane tells them he might return if he needs it later. The flustered employee starts to suggest something else, given Dane's visit. Dane cuts the employee off, decisively telling Degron it's time to go, taking the purchased feed. The employee is left utterly speechless, frozen mid-sentence. As they depart, the bewildered employee watches them go. He grumbles about the frustrating unpredictability of geniuses, always dismissive of coveted things. Fucking oddballs, the lot of them. Outside under bright sunlight near academy buildings, Dane checks on Karnas. He asks how the food is, telling the little creature to eat at its own pace. Leaning back relaxedly, Dane lets Karnas eat hidden in his jacket. He considers his schedule, remembering his next class is general education, requiring him to move soon. Recalling Layla mentioned the class ends shortly, Dane realizes he needs to hurry back to the dorm, likely to ensure Karnas is safely hidden before attending. An abrupt, sharp noise shatters the calm. Dane's head snaps up, his relaxed expression replaced instantly by focused alertness as he questions the sudden disruptive sound nearby. His sharp eyes pinpoint the source of the commotion. The sound originated from a narrow alleyway tucked between two nearby academy buildings. Definitely trouble brewing. Fucking great. Crashing sounds and flying debris erupt violently from the alley entrance. It strongly suggests a physical fight or destruction is actively occurring just out of sight. Cruel, taunting voices drift from the alley, threatening someone. They call the victim a coward and plan to beat him brutally. These fucking bullies are relentless. Dane sighs, annoyed by yet another display of pointless aggression. He seems weary of encountering these idiots trying to prove their strength through pointless bullying tactics. Scattered papers lie on the alley floor. A bully taunts the victim about lacking protection today, but a shaky voice defiantly insists he's no longer afraid. Stopping just outside the alley, Dane pauses. He thinks he recognizes the defiant voice, a flicker of concern crossing his usually composed features as he listens intently. Peering inside, Dane confirms his suspicion. 3 upperclassmen are menacingly surrounding his friend, Ernest Dillon, who looks cornered against the unforgiving brick wall. It's definitely Ernest, identifiable by his glasses and orange cloak. He trembles visibly, his face pale with fear, despite his brave words moments earlier. 2 bullies sneer, mocking Ernest's fear while planning their assault. They mention having recovery potions, intending to prolong the beating. Truly despicable, cowardly fucking bastards. Ernest realizes with dawning horror, these bastards waited until he was completely alone. Sweat beads on his face as the grim reality of the ambush sinks in. The bullies casually decide who gets the first hit, relishing Ernest's terror. One eagerly volunteers, citing lingering pain from Ernest's previous successful defense attempt. Mustering courage, Ernest raises trembling fists defensively, warning them to stay back. The bullies merely laugh, mocking his pathetic attempt to appear threatening against them. A bully taunts Ernest about his previous lucky hit, questioning his toughness. Ernest panics internally, doubting if he can successfully defend himself again against these odds. The tense standoff shows the bullies advancing on Ernest. Suddenly, a figure steps into the alley entrance, casting a long shadow over the grim scene unfolding. Dane calmly enters, recognizing 2 of the bullies instantly. He addresses them coolly, asking if it's them again, his quiet tone carrying an ominous weight. Close up on Ernest's eye, terror shifts instantly to wide-eyed shock and disbelief. A spark of desperate hope ignites as he recognizes his unexpected potential savior. The bullies simultaneously recognize Dane, their aggression vaporizing into shock and sudden fear. One gasps his name, Dane Sogris? His formidable reputation precedes him now. Dane directs a calm greeting towards Ernest, ignoring the stunned bullies. He raises a hand casually, asking, "Hey, Ernest," as if simply dropping by unexpectedly. Ernest looks up, relief flooding his face, replacing the terror and shock. He stares at Dane, momentarily speechless at the sudden, life-saving intervention from his friend. The scene widens, showing Dane confidently facing the now hesitant bullies. Ernest looks towards Dane, his rescuer, completely changing the alleyway's desperate power dynamic. In a tense alley, one bully nervously questioned his partner about their supposedly empty ambush spot. Their leader, trying to act tough, told them to just draw weapons. Dane arrived, mildly annoyed. Dane scanned the supposedly deserted alley, a hint of irritation on his face. He silently confirmed no one else was around, already planning a quick, discreet resolution to this annoying interruption. Deciding to teach them a swift lesson, Dane became a blur of blue energy, rocketing towards the bullies. Their tough act vanished, replaced by pure comical shock at his sudden speed. Suddenly, Dane summoned 5 glowing ice spears, much to the bully's shock. One terrified fucking prick shrieked in surprise, while another yelped, realizing Dane could even use magic. The red-haired bully, utterly baffled, wondered aloud if the Sogri's family was not known for spears. His smarter, trembling companion reminded him of Dane's magically gifted sister, Arabella. Ernest, still recovering against the wall, watched his friend Dane arrive with a mix of awe and profound relief. The situation was about to dramatically and hilariously reverse itself. Dane stood with imposing stillness, 5 magical ice spears hovering around him, all aimed at the now petrified bullies. The air itself felt charged with his barely contained immense power. A chilling smirk spread across Dane's face as he gave the terrified bullies an ultimatum. They could either leave quietly or attempt to fight him properly. A truly terrible option. The 3 bullies were drenched in sweat, their faces frozen in pure terror. Dane's casual display of power had completely shattered their pathetic bravado, leaving them utterly speechless and shaking. The confrontation ended quickly, with the 3 bullies sprawled pathetically on the cracked alley floor. The ground itself bore witness to Dane's effortless and slightly amusing display of force. Each bully showed signs of their swift defeat, one clutching his head, another gasping. They coughed miserably, thoroughly beaten and regretting their decision to pick on Ernest that day. Ernest, legs still wobbly, thanked Dane for the save. Dane, glad his friend was safe, surprisingly suggested they start training together, reminding Ernest of his goal to beat Braun. Ernest's face was a mask of pure shock, his eyes wide. Dane's sudden offer to train him, especially after such a dramatic rescue, left him utterly stunned and hopeful. Dane, with firm resolve, promised to help Ernest get stronger. Overjoyed and relieved, Ernest enthusiastically agreed, admitting he always ended up relying on his incredibly capable friend. Later, strolling through the busy academy, Dane casually asked Ernest about joining a club. Ernest, a bit downcast, admitted he had not found any exploration clubs yet, which was disappointing. Ernest mentioned he thought there would be exploration clubs, but there was only a research society in his department. Dane listened thoughtfully, considering his friend's club hunting woes with some amusement. Ernest clarified that the research society was a mandatory part of his classes, not a fun, optional club. Silhouettes of other students highlighted the academy's more structured, less exciting activities. Ernest sighed, recounting his visit to a map analysis club. It turned out to be a lazy hangout, a disappointing discovery for the hopeful freshman looking for actual adventure. Dane, touching his chin thoughtfully, observed that most students seemed to prefer taking things easy. A hint of his own ambition made him find their laziness mildly pathetic. Ernest, curious about Dane's sudden interest in clubs, asked if Dane himself was looking to join one. Dane's question seemed uncharacteristically focused on typical student activities, which was amusing. Dane explained that freshmen were being aggressively recruited for clubs, making him wonder if it was important. He added that club choices were binding for 2 long years, a serious commitment. Passing banners for trivial clubs like hair enthusiasts, Dane wryly noted the strict rules for joining. The seriousness of the commitment seemed comically mismatched with some of the club themes. Another banner for a book discussion club drifted by, as Dane mused that a wrong club choice meant 2 wasted years. The pressure to choose wisely was surprisingly significant. Dane suddenly had a brilliant, slightly mischievous idea. They should start their own club. Ernest looked completely baffled, asking what kind of club Dane possibly envisioned for them. Ernest, thoroughly confused by Dane's spontaneous suggestion, asked for clarification on what a do-whatever-we-want club actually entailed. Dane prepared to explain his wonderfully vague concept. Dane elaborated his club idea. They would train, spar, and even explore exciting ancient ruins together. His vision promised much more adventure than any existing campus offerings, thankfully. Dane, with a charmingly confident smile, summarized his club plan. They would simply do whatever fun things they wanted, whenever they felt like it, and asked Ernest for his thoughts. Ernest, his earlier confusion vanishing, eagerly agreed to join, certain it would be fun with Dane. He then voiced a practical concern. Would such a gloriously unstructured club even get approved? Dane, with his usual unflappable confidence, casually dismissed Ernest's worries about approval, saying he would handle it. Ernest, easily convinced by Dane's certainty, wondered what sparked this sudden idea. Dane admitted the endless club recruitment attempts, especially from an overly eager Lila Thermoyne, were annoying. Since no existing club appealed to him, making his own was the logical, rebellious solution. Ernest, now fully on board and beaming with excitement, eagerly asked if joining Dane's club meant he could also learn spearmanship or swordsmanship, his imagination running wild with possibilities. Dane confirmed, with a confident grin, that Ernest could indeed learn new skills, perhaps even discovering hidden talents. Ernest cheered, excited about their mutual learning adventure, bless his naive heart. Ernest then remembered a crucial detail. Clubs needed at least 3 members. Dane, ever prepared, coolly mentioned Layla, as if her joining was a foregone, slightly amusing conclusion. Dane, with a knowing, thoughtful expression, confidently stated he was pretty sure Layla would join their new club. His certainty about her involvement was both amusing and slightly ominous. Ernest, perking up at the prospect of Layla joining, enthusiastically suggested they go ask her immediately. His relief and excitement were palpable, a testament to Dane's persuasive planning. Soon, Dane, Ernest, and a somewhat reluctant Layla were in an office. Layla explained the simple form submission process, while Dane, ever efficient, urged them to fill it out quickly. Dane watched Layla with an amused smirk, thinking her decision to join them over a dessert club was typical of her. He found her priorities, and perhaps her crush, rather funny. Layla dreamily described a dessert review club she had considered, perfect for her tastes. Dane, surprisingly accommodating, said their club could do that too, and Ernest chimed in about loving tarts. Ernest, noticing Dane's unenthusiastic expression about seniors, nervously backpedaled, saying they could do anything. Dane dryly retorted he would just stick with Ernest, a hilarious jab at social climbing. Layla's face twisted into a comically intense, drooling grin. Her fantasy of doing whatever they want seemed to involve much more than just snacks, much to everyone's potential future alarm. A hand held up the completed club application form with a sense of triumph. Someone announced it was done and ready for registration, a small victory in their grand, vague plan. Dane, Layla, and Ernest stood together before a large, imposing door, ready to submit their form. This moment represented their hopeful, slightly uncertain next step into official clubdom. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock that the club registration rules had changed. An official explained that with over 3,000, often inactive, clubs, management had become a massive, unmanageable headache. An academy administrator, a serious woman with glasses, sighed and explained the big change. Starting this year, club formation required official approval, not just simple reporting, which was annoying. The trio reacted with stunned dismay to the new rule. Layla grumbled about the terrible timing, while Ernest anxiously asked what they needed to do for this new approval system. The administrator calmly explained they now needed a recommendation from a full-time professor. She then politely offered them the necessary and now crucial recommendation form, adding another bureaucratic hurdle. Dane sighed internally. Things were already getting complicated. This new rule was an unexpected, annoying snag in his simple plan. Ernest meekly asked for the form anyway, ever hopeful. Outside, reality hit. Ernest lamented how freshmen could possibly get a professor's recommendation. Layla added she had not even met any professors yet, making the task seem impossible. Layla, indignant and worried, stressed they could not just randomly ask any professor for a signature. Ernest looked equally concerned by this daunting and frankly ridiculous new requirement. A subtle, confident smirk appeared on Dane's face. He calmly announced he actually had someone in mind, his usual resourcefulness already kicking in to solve this annoying problem. Ernest and Layla gasped, turning to Dane with wide, disbelieving eyes, simultaneously asking who he meant. Ernest fretted that, as mere freshmen, professors would likely dismiss them. Poor things. Dane's confident smirk remained, his eyes cool and unwavering. He simply told his anxious friends to trust him for now, his calm demeanor a hilarious contrast to their near panic. Layla and Ernest exchanged looks of pure shock and apprehension. Layla was stunned, while Ernest looked deeply worried, clearly unnerved by Dane's mysterious and slightly terrifying confidence. The scene shifted to a tense meeting in a grand office. Dane sat opposite the stern-looking Professor Kelthus Redfield, 2 untouched teacups between them, the air thick with unspoken history. Professor Kelthus looked thoroughly unamused by Dane's presence, his expression one of weary resignation. Dane internally noted the professor's reluctance, while Kelthus probably wished he could avoid this troublesome student. This fucking professor was in for more. Professor Kelthus, trying to maintain professional composure despite his obvious reluctance, asked Dane his purpose. Dane, reaching for his tea, calmly stated he was planning to start a club. A flicker of surprise, perhaps even mild interest, crossed Professor Kelthus's face. He neutrally inquired about the type of club. Lifting his own teacup, a hint of grudging curiosity. Dane, smiling pleasantly, described his club for training, exploration, and fun adventures. He then smoothly mentioned the new approval system requiring a professor's recommendation, getting to the annoying point. Professor Kelthus paused, teacup midway, as he processed Dane's request for a recommendation. Dane, ever polite, confirmed he was seeking a wonderful professor for their endorsement, a master of understatement. The professor's composure finally snapped. Outraged that Dane would imply searching elsewhere after coming to him, the fucking professor indignantly roared where Dane thought he would find a better one. Professor Kelthus, though still flustered, was somewhat pleased by Dane's implied flattery. He declared he would provide the recommendation himself, to which Dane innocently feigned worry about burdening him. Dane, pretending to be surprised by the professor's offer, quickly produced the recommendation scroll. He promptly urged Professor Kelthus to sign it right there, efficiently seizing the amusing moment. Professor Kelthus, with a slightly smug look, took the scroll, musing about supporting his only student. Dane, with a grateful grin, thanked the easily manipulated professor profusely for his signature. Outside, Layla and Ernest were amazed they got the recommendation so quickly, especially since Professor Kelthus was usually unapproachable. They wondered about Dane's apparently close and hilarious connection. Dane, holding the scroll, flashed a sly grin. He cheekily explained he had simply pretended to ask about swordsmanship, easily getting on the professor's good side with blatant flattery. Ernest, relieved, exclaimed he was glad it all worked out. Layla, equally pleased, asked if they were truly forming the club now, the anticipation for their vague adventures growing. Dane nodded with a serene, confident smile. He calmly stated that all that remained was submitting the form, the final, simple step to their club's official, and, likely chaotic, existence. Layla bounced with excitement, thrilled about the fun ahead. Ernest, full of admiration for Dane's effortless problem-solving, mused how Dane always made difficult things seem ridiculously easy. As they prepared to register, Ernest held up the form, realizing they needed a club name. This crucial and potentially hilarious detail momentarily stumped the newly formed adventuring trio. Ernest stressed the importance of a good club name for their image. Layla, looking serious, declared she wanted nothing childish or meaningless, setting surprisingly high standards for their casual club. Ernest and Layla pondered suitable names, both looking deeply concentrated and slightly stressed. Choosing the perfect, non-childish name for their do-whatever club was proving comically difficult for them. Dane, observing their intense, overly serious deliberation with amusement, remarked on how much thought they were putting into it. His own approach to naming things was clearly far more straightforward. Suddenly, Dane tensed as his hidden wyvern, Karnas, began to stir inside his jacket at the worst possible moment. He mentally urged his secret familiar to stay put, a flicker of hilarious panic. Layla, noticing Dane's odd stiffness and a suspicious lump, asked if he had a club name idea. She then spotted the bulge, curiously asking what it was, oblivious to Dane's internal screaming. Dane flinched, laughing nervously while clutching his chest. He stammered he was not ready to show this yet, his attempt to hide Karnas hilariously unconvincing and suspicious. Ernest and Layla stared at Dane, their faces a perfect blend of suspicion and intrigue. Layla, never one to let things go, directly asked what he was hiding so poorly. Before Dane could invent a terrible excuse, a shadowy, dragon-like silhouette with glowing eyes poked out from his jacket. His carefully guarded and very noisy secret was starting to emerge. Karnas, Dane's tiny white wyvern, fully emerged with an adorable, ill-timed yelp. His large golden eyes blinked, completely oblivious to the chaos his appearance was about to cause his master. Ernest and Layla recoiled in utter shock, their faces priceless. Dane, meanwhile, was a picture of pure panic, internally lamenting his doomed attempt to keep Karnas a secret from his nosy friends. Layla, pointing a shaky finger, shrieked about the summon emerging from Dane's shirt. She then gasped, connecting the dots to the egg Claire had given him, asking if it hatched. Dane, with Karnas now cutely perched on his shoulder, gave a sheepish laugh. He admitted the egg had indeed hatched recently and introduced the tiny wyvern as Karnas, his new companion. Ernest, recovering quickly, cheerfully greeted Karnas. Layla, however, turned on Ernest, shocked he knew too. Dane, trying to regain control, insisted the club name was more important than his dragon. Back in the administrator's office, the woman read their proposed club name with a perfectly deadpan expression. Magic, Summoning, Exploration, Spearmanship, Swordsmanship Club? It was certainly descriptive and very long. Ernest and Layla offered painfully forced smiles, while Dane looked quite pleased with his mouthful of a club name. The administrator, skeptical, asked if they were sure, and Dane confidently confirmed. Walking away, Layla clutched her head in utter mortification. She groaned that Dane should never be allowed to name anything ever again, horrified by their comically long club title. Dane looked genuinely bewildered by Layla's strong, negative reaction to his perfectly descriptive club name. Ernest, ever the peacemaker, nervously suggested they could always change the terrible name later. In a grand office, Professor Delfineso visited Professor Spiano. She mused about dropping by suddenly, while Spiano, ever deferential to a department head, assured her it was no bother at all. She then inquired about recent happenings, and he mentioned talented students and a particularly noteworthy, troublesome one. Professor Spiano nervously affirmed a certain student was indeed standing out. Professor Delfineso, hearing this, internally wondered with surprise if news of the classroom incident had already reached her. Professor Delfineso, sipping tea, calmly mentioned hearing about an interesting event in Spiano's class, feigning mere curiosity. Spiano, trying to appear composed, assured her it was natural for her to ask. Internally, Professor Spiano was a wreck. He recalled Dane's shocking abilities, admitting to himself that the student was fascinating, even beyond Claire, and a considerable, terrifying shock to his system. This fucking professor was still shaken. Professor Spiano, thinking of Dane's power with the Genfu, stated that Dane Sogris was the student, whose admission he had personally, and perhaps now regretfully, approved after that startling display. Professor Delfineso, across the tea table, directly asked Spiano if he had promised Dane a recommendation. Spiano, flustered, confirmed, prompting Delfineso to smoothly offer to write the second required letter herself. Professor Spiano looked up, surprised by her offer to personally write a letter. Delfineso, with a confident, slightly predatory smile, stated Dane clearly had the qualifications, making her intervention necessary. Professor Spiano was speechless, internally fuming at Delfineso's sly maneuver. He thought she was a cunning snake, trying to snatch Dane for herself, realizing he had let his guard down against her usual schemes. This fucking woman was always playing chess. Professor Delfineso, noticing Spiano's obvious comical distress, innocently asked if something was bothering him. Her feigned concern only highlighted her successful and slightly amusing power play. Professor Spiano, flustered and caught off guard by her pointed question, stammered that nothing was wrong. His attempt to appear unfazed was hilariously unconvincing, a bead of sweat betraying his agitation. Professor Delfineso, with a shrewd look, suggested Spiano show her his recommendation letter once done, to ensure their stories aligned. Spiano, thoroughly outplayed, could only agree through gritted teeth. Professor Delfineso gracefully departed, leaving Professor Spiano fuming in her wake. That fucking Delfineso, with her calm demeanor and sharp tactics, always managed to get her way, much to his eternal frustration. Alone now, Professor Spiano's hands trembled with rage as he reached for his teacup. He seethed internally, absolutely refusing to just sit back and let Delfineso win this one. A dark, determined glint lit Professor Spiano's eyes. He resolved fiercely to win over the genius Dane before Delfineso could, her attempt to pull Dane to her side, igniting his competitive fire. Later, Dane strolled through campus, musing his last class was history. He idly considered getting a tart from a place Degron, his terrified new assistant, had mentioned, a rare moment of normalcy. A voice suddenly called out, "Dane Sogris?" from behind him. Dane paused, turning with a curious expression, a small question mark of surprise appearing as he registered the unexpected call. A polite young woman with blonde hair identified herself as an academy messenger. She informed Dane that Professor Delfineso, head of summoning, had formally, and rather ominously, summoned him. The messenger maintained her pleasant smile while Dane processed this. He was slightly surprised it was Professor Delfineso summoning him, and not Professor Spiano, which was an interesting and potentially troublesome development. Dane, his expression calm but his eyes sharp with calculation, directly asked the messenger the reason for this sudden and rather formal summons from the head of summoning. The messenger explained Professor Delfineso only mentioned it, concerned the recommendation letter, and requested his immediate presence. Dane internally noted the connection to the letter, his mind already working. A close-up of Dane's eyes revealed a flicker of deep thought. This sudden summons felt off, a sense of unease prickling at him. Things were rarely straightforward at this academy. The Imperial Academy was introduced as a grand institution, a cradle for bright talents and flourishing passion. However, it was also known for its incredibly brutal and often hilarious internal competition. The narration highlighted the intense power struggles among professors. A department's influence dictated its budget, equipment, and facilities, making for some very serious and petty academic squabbles. The big 3 departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, received the largest budgets, creating a clear hierarchy. A professor's prestige directly impacted their core responsibilities and overall clout. At the summoning department head's office, Professor Delfineso internally fumed about being stuck in 3rd place. She vowed she could not keep losing to the other, presumably more annoying, departments. Professor Delfineso mused that if that boy, Dane, joined her department, they could easily surpass magic. Her main obstacle, however, was the irritating Professor Kelphus from interdisciplinary studies. Delfineso recalled Dane's powerful sister, Claire, believing this connection meant Dane would not easily refuse her. If she could pique his interest in summoning, victory was within her ambitious grasp. The messenger arrived at Professor Delfineso's office, announcing she had brought Dane Sogris as requested. The stage was set for Delfineso's carefully planned and hopefully persuasive recruitment pitch. Dane and the messenger stood at the grand doorway. Professor Delfineso's calm, authoritative voice invited them in, ready to begin her strategic conversation with the promising young student. Seated with tea and pastries, Delfineso commented on Dane's busy academy life due to his talent. Dane, ever modest, replied he was still learning, approaching things as a freshman. Professor Delfineso praised Dane's humble and admirable learning attitude. She then leaned in, her gaze intent, asking if any particular subject had captured his interest so far. Dane, with a charming, slightly enigmatic smile, replied it was hard to choose just one subject. He confidently stated his ambitious and slightly overwhelming desire to excel in everything. Delfineso chuckled, acknowledging his desire to master everything was a common starting point. She then got serious, asking if he knew why she called him, referencing his amazing classroom feats. Delfineso, leaning back, declared that with his displayed skills, she could not remain idle as department head. Dane realized this was about his shocking classroom performance, as she urged him towards special admission. Professor Delfineso revealed that she and Professor Spiano had agreed to recommend him. Dane, ever polite, thanked her for her favorable and strategically advantageous assessment of his abilities. Delfineso proudly noted this was her first recommendation for a student outside summoning, emphasizing Dane's rare talent. She then smoothly transitioned, asking to discuss why he should explore being a summoner. Delfineso admitted someone worthy of special admission hardly needed more lessons. However, this was precisely why she personally wanted to teach him more, a rather direct and ambitious offer. Delfineso, noticing Dane's thoughtful silence, casually asked if he had joined any clubs, perhaps a summoning department one. Dane, ever direct, replied he had already started one with friends, apologizing. Professor Delfineso's composure briefly slipped, her eyes widening in surprise at his news. She muttered that with the new rules, forming a club should not have been so easy. Dane, with a soft chuckle, admitted it was not easy. He then revealed, with a pleasant smile, that their advisor, Professor Kelphus, had fortunately provided the necessary and hilarious recommendation. Delfineso's thoughts reeled in disbelief at the mention of Professor Kelphus. She mentally questioned how that notoriously lazy, meeting-avoiding fucking Kelphus could have possibly done something so proactive. Clenching her fist in frustration, Delfineso realized Kelphus had beaten her to the punch. Her careful plan to guide Dane into a summoning-affiliated club had been amusingly and annoyingly thwarted. Delfineso sighed, regaining her composure and congratulating Dane on his club. She then invited him to her lab, offering fun stuff as bait, hoping to still sway him. Leaning in, Delfineso dangled a tempting offer, a rare, unhatched familiar egg. Dane's previously calm eyes widened slightly, his interest clearly and hilariously piqued by this valuable prize. Dane repeated, "A familiar egg?" His curiosity evident, as an image of a glowing golden egg appeared. Delfineso emphasized its rarity, worth a castle, urging him to come see it. Dane, hand instinctively on his chest over Karnas, silently panicked about already raising a familiar. Oblivious, Delfiniso assured him she and Spiano would soon issue the official recommendation letter. Delfiniso casually offered to answer any exam questions and then suggested they enjoy the delicious-looking dessert Dane had brought. She was smoothly trying to win him over with pastries. As Delfiniso ate, she internally plotted. Worried Spiano might act first, she resolved to quickly write her letter, imagining the onlookers' shock at its contents. The competitive fucking professor. The next day, Claire told Dane that Professor Delfiniso had contacted her. After Delfiniso sent the letter, the Summoner Association immediately dispatched examiners, which Dane found insanely, suspiciously fast. Claire, amazed, commented on Delphiso's fondness for Dane, wondering what he did to impress the notoriously difficult professor. Dane cheekily suggested it was simply because he was top student. Claire warned Dane his test would be soon, recalling her own difficult exam, summoning 3 familiars at once, maintaining them, and performing a link enhancement. A truly hellish trial. Dane was shocked, exclaiming that summoning 3 familiars simultaneously must have been incredibly tough. Claire then casually mentioned their second sister passed that special admission exam at only 16. Claire admitted they never knew the exact test beforehand, but Delfiniso's recommendation was usually enough. However, she warned of internal power struggles within the Summoner Association, which Dane questioned. Claire explained, Professor Delfiniso often rejected the association's requests, making them dislike her, and unlikely to grant her advantages. Dane, processing this, began to understand the complex, petty politics. Dane asked if the test might be harder due to these politics, and Claire confirmed it was possible. She then reassured him, though she worried about him getting caught in adult squabbles. A confident smirk appeared on Dane's face as he reassured his sister Nuna that such a thing would not happen. He internally declared he had no intention of falling for their petty tricks. 2 days later, Professor Delfiniso and her retinue met the imposing chairman Elgard Poten. They exchanged formal, slightly tense greetings, the air thick with unspoken history and rivalry. Chairman Poten, looking stern, questioned how impressive this student Delfiniso pushed so hard for truly was. Delfiniso apologized, stating Dane's exceptional talent simply could not be ignored by her. The chairman grumbled, Delfiniso should have just taken the association seat offered to her. She countered that her academy responsibilities were also important, preventing her from focusing on association duties. Delfiniso's anger flared as she accused the chairman of trying to rope her into his faction. She declared the association's greed had nearly gotten her killed on reckless missions multiple times. This fucking chairman was a menace. The chairman, unfazed by her outburst, suggested they talk more while walking. Delfiniso curtly agreed. Internally, the chairman decided to play along, though he already disliked this kid, Dane. Walking, the chairman confirmed Dane was Claire Sagres' little brother. Delfiniso affirmed his talent ran in the blood, also confirming his Genfu summon and multiple link enhancements during exams. The chairman, grudgingly impressed, remarked Dane's abilities were unreal and had stirred the association. He wondered if this younger Sagres could even be on par with the legendary Galderon. Professor Delfiniso, with a slight, enigmatic smile, replied she was unsure if Dane matched Galderon's level. She coyly suggested the chairman would understand once he saw Dane for himself. Chairman Poten sternly informed them Dane would be evaluated very strictly, as was historical precedent for special admissions. Professor Delfiniso, beside Dane, calmly affirmed she understood the terms. Among the student onlookers, a few reacted with wide-eyed surprise and a sharp intake of breath. The gravity of the situation and the high-profile figures involved were clearly astonishing. The crowd buzzed. The Summoner Association was here for Dane Sagres' special exam. They recalled him as the freshman who shocked Professor Spiano's class and even managed familiar enhancement. Professor Delfiniso, with Chairman Poten, cheerfully gestured towards a grand building, announcing it as the exam location. Her smile was confident, perhaps a little too confident for the chairman. Chairman Poten, with a faint, almost dismissive smile, gave a curt, "Excellent! Go on." His tone, though seemingly approving, held an undercurrent of authority, and perhaps a challenge to Dane. Dane, with formal respect, introduced himself as the youngest son of Count Askin Sagres, head of a prestigious family. He bowed, acknowledging the honor of meeting the assembled official. A close-up of Dane's face revealed a subtle, confident smirk. His eyes held a spark of self-assurance, betraying none of the pressure he might be feeling before this important exam. The chairman, observing Dane, was internally impressed despite himself. He found it hard to believe Dane was only 14, now understanding the rush for his recommendation, the clever boy. Chairman Elgard Poten formally introduced himself to Dane, stating he had heard much about him. He acknowledged that Dane's considerable and somewhat troublesome reputation indeed preceded his arrival. The chairman sternly warned Dane that this exam would not be easy, a clear challenge in his tone. Dane, composed, affirmed his preparedness, though he sensed the chairman's underlying displeasure. Chairman Poten, cutting things short, stated there was no need for lengthy introductions and ordered his subordinates to prepare the exam setup. They immediately and obediently affirmed his command. Professor Delfinizo, standing beside the chairman, chuckled softly with a playful glint in her eyes. She expressed her curiosity about what challenging tests the chairman had devised for Dane. The chairman laid out the strict exam rules. His decision was final. Cheating was forbidden, and any unfairness would void results. Dane, standing firm, accepted all these daunting conditions. The chairman, with a look of keen anticipation, declared he looked forward to seeing what made Dane so special. His words were a direct challenge to the young examinee. An association official raised their hand, formally announcing the commencement of the special admission exam. The tension in the air was thick as the trial was about to begin. Immediately, two officials began channeling their mana. Intricate blue magic circles ignited around their hands, rapidly expanding with crackling energy, setting a powerful magical stage for the exam. Dane watched the complex blue magic circles form, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A similar, intricate magical pattern appeared before him, and he recognized the nature of this formidable spell. Suddenly, immense pillars of blue light erupted violently from the ground, engulfing the examination area in a blinding flash. The sheer force of the magic was startling to all onlookers. Dane observed the overwhelming display with a serious expression. Professor Delfinaso, however, made a strained sound, her eyes widening as she realized the terrifying implications of the protective magic circle. Chairman Poten stood enveloped in swirling blue magic, his own powerful aura flaring. The complex runes and circles surrounding him clearly indicated he was the master of this overwhelming spell. Chairman Poten's eyes blazed with intense blue light as he commanded his summoned creature to answer his call. The air pulsed with the immense magical force he was about to unleash. From the swirling blue energy, a colossal lion-like beast began to materialize. Its shadowy form, wreathed in crackling power, radiated immense size and immediate, terrifying ferocity towards Dane. The magical energy surged violently, pushing Dane back as he grunted, bracing himself. The fully manifested, summoned creature was an overwhelming, and frankly, quite rude, presence on the field. Dane, now shielded by his own blue aura, acknowledged the chairman's impressive, overwhelming magical power. He admitted internally he had not expected a test of this massive, slightly ridiculous scale. Dane eyed the colossal summoned beast, its red eyes glaring menacingly. He dryly noted this creature was far more threatening than he initially thought, a classic understatement for the situation. Professor Delfiniso gasped, recognizing the formidable creature as a third-rank summon. She was shocked, realizing this fucking chairman was seriously not holding back in this supposed test. A close-up of Professor Delfiniso's eye showed her utter disbelief. The name Antares escaped her lips in a horrified whisper, confirming the terrifying identity of the chairman's powerful summon. The massive lion-like summon, Antares, unleashed a deafening roar, showcasing its sharp teeth. Blue energy crackled around its imposing form, a clear display of its raw, untamed power. The examination area was filled with swirling blue energy as Antares fully appeared. Its immense presence dominated the field, inspiring awe and considerable terror in all who watched its debut. Dane, momentarily stunned by the shockwave from Antares' powerful arrival, finally understood. He grimly realized this ridiculously overpowered test was exactly why his sister had been so worried about him. Chairman Poten, arms crossed and smug, taunted Dane. He sarcastically suggested that a genius like Dane should find handling a creature of Antares' caliber perfectly fitting the old prick. The chairman, his gaze sharp, informed Dane he could use any weapon. His daunting task: subdue the massive Antares by any means necessary, a truly formidable and unfair challenge. Antares, the muscular, red-eyed lion beast, loomed menacingly over Dane. The chairman declared this terrifying confrontation to be Dane's special admission exam challenge, setting an impossible-seeming task. Professor Delfinaso clenched her teeth, furious. She knew this old man, the fucking chairman, was deliberately trying to make her fail and humiliate her publicly through this outrageous test. The chairman mockingly suggested a talented individual like Dane had nothing to fear, offering a fake chance to back out if scared. Dane, unflinching, stated he would proceed as planned. Dane closed his eyes, his focus intensifying as a swirling vortex of blue magical energy gathered powerfully behind him. He was preparing to summon his own aid for this difficult fight. From the vortex, Dane materialized his weapon, a familiar spear. His eyes, now a striking violet, glinted with determination as he recalled it was a cherished birthday gift from his father. Antares tensed, watching Dane. The boy, spear in hand, noted the beast's large size likely meant openings. His quick strategy, strike fast, then retreat, a classic hit-and-run plan. Chairman Poten huffed dismissively at Dane's choice of a spear. Yet, he grudgingly acknowledged it was expected from the Sagar's bloodline, their family reputation for spearmanship being well known. Suddenly, the chairman's attention snapped upwards to a shout from Professor Spiano on a balcony. The furious professor yelled in disbelief, questioning the sanity of making Dane fight a third-rank summon. Professor Delfinesso noted Professor Spiano's arrival, hoping he might intervene. However, the annoyed chairman dismissed the outburst, insisting the test setup was ready and they should proceed immediately. Chairman Poten, with a dramatic gesture, commanded Antares to eliminate the enemy before it. The massive beast tensed, its fiery red eyes locking onto Dane, ready to obey. Antares leaped with terrifying speed and power, soaring through the air like a monstrous projectile aimed directly at Dane. The boy stood his ground, spear ready for the imminent impact. Gripping his spear, Dane's gaze sharpened with focused determination. He yelled for Antares to come at him, bracing himself for the colossal beast's attack with surprising, perhaps foolish, courage. A blinding flash of light and energy erupted as Antares attacked. The sheer force of the collision was conveyed through dynamic streaks of light, indicating a powerful, unseen impact. The overwhelming force of Antares' unseen attack sent Dane hurtling backwards through the air. He clung to his spear, clearly outmatched by the raw power of the third-rank summon. Though battered, Dane twisted in midair, his eyes still fixed on Antares with unbroken resolve. He prepared to counter or land, his fierce determination shining despite the powerful blow. Onlookers gasped, one exclaiming, "Good heavens!" wondering about the incredible move just witnessed. Dane and Antares now stood far apart on the dusty, chaotic examination ground after that exchange. Dane landed agilely, quickly regaining his stance with his spear held ready. Swift, sharp movements showed his readiness to continue fighting, despite Antares' powerful initial and very rude assault. A close-up revealed Dane's faint, confident smirk. He internally credited his resilience to special, and likely very painful, training from his mother, which had clearly paid off today. Antares snarled, its red eyes blazing with ferocity as it dug its massive claws into the ground. The beast prepared to charge again, ready to unleash another powerful attack. Antares lunged with a furious roar, swiping its massive paw. Dane met the attack head-on with his spear, the impact creating shockwaves and cracking the already battered ground beneath them. The battle became a blur of motion. Dane, incredibly agile, dodged Antares' furious swipes, parrying with his spear. He narrowly avoided crushing blows, countering with quick, precise thrusts. After an agile dodge, Dane landed lightly, grimacing at the Grade 3 summon's incredible speed, despite its massive size. This beast was proving to be a surprisingly nimble and very annoying opponent. Antares leaped high, its claws now engulfed in swirling orange flames, preparing a devastating fiery dive. Dane, on the ground, looked up, bracing for the incoming superheated aerial assault. A close-up showed Antares' fiercely burning claws, the intense heat and raw power almost radiating from them as the beast prepared to bring them crashing down upon its target. Dane quickly raised his hand, blue magical energy crackling around it. He was preparing a defensive spell or some clever countermaneuver against Antares' imminent and very flashy fiery attack. Antares slammed its flaming claws into the ground with immense force. A massive pillar of fire erupted upwards, engulfing the area where Dane had been standing just moments before. Dane was caught directly in the heart of the raging inferno. His silhouette, barely visible amidst the swirling orange flames, showed him holding his spear defensively against the searing heat. Professor Delfiniso watched in absolute horror, her eyes wide with panic as a tear escaped. She cried out, convinced Dane had taken a direct, devastating hit from the fiery blast. Chairman Poten, stroking his beard with grim satisfaction, thought that clashing head-on with Antares was madness. He smugly believed the test would end quickly, underestimating Dane's tenacity. Within the raging inferno, Dane's silhouette remained, his spear held steady. He was somehow enduring the terrifying fiery blast, not yet defeated by the chairman's ridiculously overpowered summon. Inside the inferno, Dane began to rapidly spin his spear. The motion created a whirlwind, deflecting and dispersing the surrounding flames, showing he was actively and cleverly countering the attack. Suddenly, Dane burst sideways from the diminishing flames, his spear's rotation creating an escape route. He had ingeniously avoided the worst of the fiery explosion, propelled by its force. Dane landed, slightly singed, but his eyes burning with intense focus. He exclaimed it was a close call, his spirit undaunted by the near-death experience, much to everyone's surprise. Dane now stood directly before Antares. The massive beast, still smoldering, towered over him, but Dane held his ground, spear ready, unfazed by the incredible size difference. Alright, time to wrap this up, Dane declared calmly but firmly. Blue energy gathered intensely around his spear and body as he prepared a powerful and hopefully final counterattack. With a surge of blue energy, Dane darted around Antares with incredible speed. He became a blue blur, seeking an opening while the massive beast struggled to track his swift movements. Antares, frustrated by Dane's agility, roared and slammed its fiery paw where Dane had just been. The ground cracked from the impact, but Dane had already dodged the clumsy, angry attack. Seizing the moment while Antares recoiled, Dane pivoted. Blue energy crackled around his spear as he aimed its sharp point directly at Antares' exposed abdomen, preparing a decisive thrust. Dane's eyes, glowing with intense blue light, narrowed in concentration. He internally declared he would use a special technique his father once showed him, preparing for a spectacular finale. He focused on the technique, channeling mana into the spear's tip to trigger an explosion. The spearhead began to glow with an even brighter, more concentrated and very ominous blue light. 1-point explosion! Dane yelled, thrusting his spear. A shockwave of potent, purplish pink and blue energy erupted upon impact with Antares' abdomen, the beast roaring in surprise and pain. The spear tip, now a piercing beam of pure blue light, embedded itself deeply into Antares' tough hide. The focused energy was designed for maximum, concentrated internal damage against the beast. Antares roared in agony, throwing its head back as blue energy coursed violently through its massive body. The 1-point explosion was clearly causing immense and very satisfying internal damage. Dane maintained his powerful thrust, pushing the spear deeper as blue energy continued to pour into Antares. The beast stumbled, its large form shuddering from the force of his attack. Antares reeled backwards, its body contorting in pain as the blue energy ravaged it from within. Its limbs flailed wildly as it struggled against Dane's focused, devastating magical assault. Dane pressed his advantage, driving the spear further into the beast. The ground around them cracked and splintered from the sheer incredible force being unleashed by his signature move. An overhead view showed the devastating impact. Antares was caught in a maelstrom of blue and residual fiery energy, its body convulsing as Dane's powerful attack reached its destructive peak. Antares let out one final, agonized roar, its head thrown back. Blue energy coursed through its being as a single bead of sweat, or perhaps a tear, appeared near its eye. Professor Spiano from the balcony looked utterly aghast, mouth agape at Dane's incredible feat. Below, Chairman Poten and Professor Delfiniso also watched, their expressions momentarily stunned by the sudden turn. The student onlookers erupted in amazed shouts. They could not believe the familiar's attacks were not landing and were stunned by the sheer power of Dane's mana, exclaiming its brilliance. Antares, though grievously wounded, was not yet down. It unleashed a furious roar, its body erupting in an even more intense inferno of red-orange flames, its eyes burning with pure rage. With a deafening crash, the enraged Antares slammed its massive, flaming paw into the ground. The impact sent debris and violent shockwaves outwards, a testament to its undiminished, furious power. Dane, caught by surprise by the enraged beast's ferocious counterattack, grimaced as he was slammed by a powerful, fiery swipe. The force of the unexpected blow sent him reeling. As he was struck, Dane looked down in shock and dismay, crying out. The shaft of his precious spear, his father's gift, had snapped under Antares' enraged, powerful blow.
Professor Kelthus rushes through the halls, grumbling about being late and questioning why anyone would hold a ridiculously important exam so far out of the way. Winded from his frantic sprint, Professor Kelthus reaches the massive doors, looking less like a dignified teacher and more like he just lost a marathon. Catching his breath, he pushes the doors open, but his tired expression immediately morphs into one of pure, dumbfounded confusion at the sight before him. An enormous, shimmering blue barrier buzzes with immense energy, enclosing the entire test site. Kelthus realizes this is definitely not your standard safety precaution. A sudden feeling of dread fills him as he wonders what kind of ridiculously overpowered creature would possibly require a magical fence of this sheer magnitude. His worst fears are confirmed. Inside the barrier is a monstrous, lion-headed beast wreathed in smoke and flames, its glowing red eyes promising a very bad day. Kelthus recoils in absolute terror, recognizing the horrifying beast. He can't believe his eyes. It's a Grade 3 Antares, a truly top-tier, student-demolishing summon. His horrified gaze sweeps the arena, noticing it's littered with the splintered remains of countless spears, proving a desperate battle has already been fought here. He then spots a fresh, angry-looking wound on the monster's side, realizing with dawning horror that Dane somehow managed to land a significant blow. Dane observes that the beast took his best shot without even flinching. He grimly concludes that its hide is ridiculously, almost unfairly, tough to penetrate. With his last spear shattered, Dane lowers his head, knowing his go-to weapon just isn't going to be enough to win this impossible fight. He sends a silent apology to his father for what he's about to do, deciding this exam's finale requires a change in his usual style. With a flash of blue light, a simple sword appears in his hand. He figures if the spear didn't work, it's time for Plan B. A confident, predatory grin spreads across Dane's face as he looks up at the monster, cheekily suggesting they get started with the second round. High above, Chairman Poten is surprised by the sudden weapon swap, murmuring to himself about this unexpected development from the shockingly resilient young student. Professor Delfinesso remarks that it's an independent exam, so a change in tactics is allowed. The chairman simply agrees, his eyes fixated on the boy. Kelthus is terrified by Dane's unnerving calmness. The boy is just standing there, sword ready, clearly having no intention of dodging the incoming attacks. He analyzes Dane's posture, realizing it's not the stance of a student, but of a hardened veteran who has seen far too many real battles. As the ferocious lion beast lurches again, Kelthus holds his breath, thinking that everyone is about to witness what Dane Sogris can truly do. Antares charges forward, its massive fists wreathed in roaring flames, ready to pulverize its small opponent with its overwhelming, fiery physical might. Dane becomes a blur of graceful movement, his sword flashing as he expertly dodges and weaves through the monster's relentless and surprisingly swift assault. The chairman notes with grudging approval that the boy is quite skilled, having cleverly switched from power to speed to counter the beast's movements precisely. The lion beast lets out a furious roar, its enormous fanged mouth wide open, trying to intimidate the unbelievably calm and collected human before it. Dane fearlessly meets the creature's attack head-on, his sword clanging loudly as he parries the massive flaming fists with impossible strength and precision. He grits his teeth, sparks flying as steel grinds against the monster's fiery knuckles. It's a brutal contest of strength he seems determined to win. Dane coolly assesses the situation, realizing the beast's arms are cloaked in a flame aura so dense that his sword's energy just can't break through. Antares swings its powerful flaming fist in a wide, vicious arc, intent on finally smashing the annoyingly resilient human who keeps dodging its attacks. Dane dodges with unbelievable agility, narrowly avoiding the attack while expertly sidestepping a series of sharp, shadowy slashes that tear through the air around him. He considers using his powerful ancient magic to end this, but quickly decides against it, knowing far too many important eyes are watching him now. Glaring back at the enraged beast, Dane hardens his resolve. If his best magic is off the table, he'll just have to win another way. High above, Professor Delfiniso looks down at the increasingly brutal battle, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated panic for her recommended students' safety. She confronts the chairman, her voice sharp with fear, warning him that this test is far too dangerous and they'll all be in trouble if he's hurt. Her hands begin to glow with blue magic as she prepares to forcibly recall the summon, unable to just stand by and watch this madness unfold. Suddenly, Professor Kelthus appears, calmly placing a hand on her arm and advising her to simply keep watching for a little while longer. Delfineso is completely startled by his sudden appearance, her concentration breaking as she asks with surprise when in the world he managed to get there. Kelthus gives her a confident, knowing smile, telling her that while he understands her concern, it appears Dane has already found his winning strategy. Down below, Dane twists his body with impossible grace, expertly dodging another one of the beast's savage, sweeping attacks with barely an inch to spare. He stomps his foot in midair, a magic circle appearing beneath it to create a solid step, using the boost to launch himself forward. He lands a single, precise, magic-enhanced kick directly to the back of the monster's knee, targeting a glaring and painful structural weak point. The monster's leg buckles from the unexpected attack, its shadowy aura flickering as the crippling blow sends a shockwave of pain through its massive body. With a loud crash, the mighty Antares collapses onto one knee, its charge completely broken as Dane's clever tactic successfully grounds the powerful beast. Antares looks up from the ground, its red eyes burning with pure, furious hatred, as a low, rumbling growl escapes its fanged mouth. The chairman stares in disbelief, while Kelthus smugly suggests he should have summoned something stronger, noting how Dane cleverly combined magic and swordsmanship. The chairman's face twists in silent fury as he clenches his fist, enraged that a grade 3 summon wasn't nearly enough to fail this kid. His entire political scheme has been shattered. He watches, furious and helpless, as Dane completely exceeds every single one of his cruel expectations. Roaring defiantly, Antares gathers all its remaining energy, its entire body erupting in a brilliant golden inferno, for one last, desperate, all-out attack. Dane calmly observes the beast's final, persistent struggle, recognizing it as a last-ditch effort from a cornered and desperate opponent about to be defeated. He raises a hand, blue energy swirling around it as he resigns himself to using a technique he had hoped to keep hidden for now. 3 spears made of pure, condensed blue light materialize behind him, humming with an incredible amount of magical power, ready to be unleashed at his command. An intricate magic circle appears as Dane flashes a chillingly confident grin, deciding it's finally time to put an end to this ridiculous exam. Antares unleashes a massive torrent of fire from its mouth, a searing inferno powerful enough to melt everything in the entire test arena. But Dane's attack is faster, as the 3 light spears converge into a cross of energy that slams directly into the beast's fiery mouth. The spears of light easily pierce through the roaring flames, striking the monster with an unstoppable force that completely overwhelms its final, desperate attack. A massive explosion of pure blue energy engulfs Antares, instantly silencing its roar and consuming its entire body in a swirling, destructive vortex of magic. The powerful beast is blown backward across the arena, its form completely lost within the overwhelming and brilliantly destructive magical explosion that Dane has unleashed. As the dust and magical energy begin to settle, Dane stands alone and unharmed in the center of the arena, his battle finally and decisively won. He looks up at the observers, his expression perfectly calm, surrounded by the faint blue wisps of the overwhelming power he just casually commanded. Kelthus sarcastically tells the chairman the exam was a bit excessive, to which the flustered old man can only sputter back in mock indignation. Kelthus presses his advantage, asking if it's truly reasonable to order a freshman to subdue a 3rd-grade summon, regardless of his obvious talent. The cornered chairman forces a strained smile, trying to deflect the accusation by weakly arguing that everything turned out fine in the end, didn't it? Professor Delfineso retorts with righteous fury that it went so well, it will surely go down as a legendary event in Imperial history. She passionately recounts how the freshman used a spear, sword, and magic, then capped it off by using a forced link to subdue the beast. With the fight over, Dane calmly dismisses his sword into his inventory. The weapon vanishes as a crackling blue portal behind him snaps shut. The chairman and Kelthus are both grimly silent, with the professor admitting that the forced link part was genuinely and utterly shocking to witness. Dane walks across the sand, his personal aura of blue magic gently fading as he approaches the spot where the defeated monster had just been. In a flashback, we see his gentle blue power flowing into the fallen Antares, as he simply commanded the beast to respond to his strength. He created a connection to the subdued monster, establishing a, quote, forced link to prevent any further hostility with a display of incredible magical control. He had placed a calming hand on the beast's shoulder, a tactically perfect finish to the battle that demonstrated both power and incredible performance. Kelthus accuses the chairman of setting up a bias test, but the old man claims he had safety measures, which Delfinizo refutes immediately, her eyes narrowing with cold resolve. Delfinizo promises the chairman that, as a professor, she absolutely will not let this dangerous incident be overlooked. The chairman sweats, his mind screaming in frustration. He wonders how everything went so wrong. His entire, carefully laid plan now in complete ruins. Professor Kelthus stands with his eyes closed, quietly processing the truly unbelievable display of skill and power he has just seen from the young student. He had always known that Dane was a genius, but he never could have imagined that the boy was actually performing on this incredible level. He reflects that even before today's exam, Dane had always carried himself more like a seasoned, battle-hardened knight, rather than an ordinary academy student. Their faces set with grim determination, both Kelthus and Delfinizo share the exact same thought. They absolutely must recruit this boy as their student. Later, the chairman formally announces that Dane has passed the special exam and is now granted the official status of a summoner in the Empire. With a stiff, formal voice, the chairman presents the insignia on a cushion, telling Dane to accept it and continue serving the Empire well. Dane reaches out and politely accepts the gleaming gold card from the cushion, offering a simple and courteous word of thanks to the fuming chairman. He examines the shiny gold insignia, a rare honor given only to those who pass the special exam, thinking to himself that it's pretty cool. Dane stands alone in the massive, ruined arena, holding the small gold card while the three professors watch him from a tense, silent distance. But he isn't finished yet. He holds up the card, channeling his magic into it and commanding his summon to respond to his powerful call. A brilliant pillar of blue light erupts from the card, shooting high into the sky, signaling that an entirely new summoning is about to begin. The swirling pillar of pure magical energy begins to condense, crackling as it takes on a new, much smaller form than the previous monstrous summon. Several of Dane's classmates who had gathered to watch the spectacle can only stare with their jaws dropped in complete and utter disbelief. Even Professor Kelthus is completely caught off guard by this second summoning, stammering in shock as he tries to process what is happening now. From the light emerges a tiny, adorable, and incredibly fluffy white rabbit. This is Altamar, a 4th grade summon that greatly enhances physical abilities. A huge, delighted grin spreads across Dane's face as he looks at the tiny creature, cheerfully exclaiming that it's actually super cute, isn't it? The little magical rabbit, Altamar, hops on the ground before him. Dane greets his familiar warmly, happy to finally see his little friend again. High on the balcony, the three professors are completely frozen in place, rendered utterly speechless by this final, completely unexpected and baffling turn of events. Kelthus stares, completely dumbfounded. Delfinizo looks over at his shocked expression, smugly observing that it seems everyone is just frozen in pure shock. Delfinizo smirks triumphantly, thinking that with so many witnesses to this spectacle, the entire academy will soon be buzzing about Dane's legendary performance. The scene ends on Dane, calmly holding the tiny, adorable rabbit in his hand, a quiet and baffling end to a truly explosive examination. Word of Dane's incredible feat spreads across campus. Students whisper in awe, wondering about the Sogris family, and if he'll even surpass his sisters. Ernest asks Layla if Dane's abilities are even possible. She sighs, telling him to just accept it, humorously adding that Dane is simply different. Dane mentions he's almost done decoding the map they share, and suggests they should hold their very first club meeting once it's fully deciphered. Layla and Ernest cheer excitedly at the news. She was getting bored, and he eagerly promises to try and finish decoding his own part faster. A slight, genuine smile appears on Dane's face as he admits that he was also really curious to finally see what the map reveals. Waving goodbye, Dane tells his friends that Professor Kelthus has summoned him, so he has to leave them for now, and we'll see them later. Later, Kelthus gravely explains that Antares is a nightmare summon, recalling how 2 of them once took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. A memory of a burning city flashes through Dane's mind. He realizes with a start that Kelthus must have been present on that battlefield. Kelthus notes that Dane subdued the beast without a scratch. When Dane calls it luck, the professor warns that such modesty can be a weakness. The professor's eyes narrow shrewdly as he correctly guesses that Dane's powerful sword strike was the truly decisive blow that won him the fight. Dane looks at him with newfound respect, realizing that Professor Kelthus is clearly much more perceptive and skilled than his lazy reputation would suggest. Kelthus walks away, musing that while Dane is only 14, the boldness and finesse he showed with his swordsmanship were far beyond his years. He turns back to face Dane, his expression suddenly becoming incredibly serious and intent, his lazy demeanor completely gone as he prepares to speak. A sharp, almost predatory grin spreads across Kelthus's face. He gets straight to the point, asking if Dane will formally learn swordsmanship from him. Dane stands perfectly still, his face unreadable as he silently processes the life-changing offer, the air thick with the weight of his coming decision. Dane sweetly writes to his parents, telling them about his busy academy life now that the hot summer is almost upon them. He remembers a swordsmanship class where he stood ready to face the formidably skilled and ever so serious Professor Kelthus, his new mentor. Professor Kelthus looked like a true master, confirming for Dane that coming to the academy for its amazing training was a great choice. Dane's quill glides across the page as he explains his newfound knowledge allows him to use his swordsmanship to its full potential. A mischievous smile crosses Dane's face as he decides it is finally time to visit the smithy and get a proper sword forged. The completed letter on his desk is covered in a bizarre, ancient script, a secret language known only to him and his friends. In his letter, he praises Ernest for brilliantly deciphering their mysterious map, and even identifying the famous wizard who originally designed it. The map pointed them toward a legendary treasure hidden deep within the tombs of saints, located inside the spooky St. Amar's Hall. He pauses for a moment, suddenly wondering if he's sharing a little too much sensitive, top-secret information with his dear old parents. With a quick scribble, he censors the risky details, deciding it's probably best that his parents don't know about this part. He remembers the first big obstacle they faced. A large wooden barrier with a very clear sign telling them to absolutely not enter. Worse, the place was rumored to be full of undead, a chilling thought that left Ernest and Layla completely frozen with terror. His friends had told him he was completely insane for wanting to go to such a dangerous place, but his mind was made up. In the letter, he decides to simply write that they were lucky enough to find some unexpected help just when they needed it. This help came from Priscilla, a Holy Studies student who looked thoroughly unimpressed and certainly questioned Dane's sanity for the whole plan. Standing at the entrance, Priscilla gave them a quick lesson on fighting the undead, explaining the key was to destroy their cores. She also insisted they all receive her holy baptism first, a condition that made both Ernest and Layla look extremely nervous and uncertain. Inside the tomb, the battle was chaotic, with Priscilla shouting instructions for Dane to concentrate his mana and smash the skeleton's core. Dane writes about Priscilla's amazing holy powers, which effortlessly destroyed 2 skeletons in a dazzling vortex of powerful and brilliant purple energy. Layla fought with incredible speed, her sword a blur as she moved with a newfound confidence that surprised all her friends watching her. Priscilla unleashed her fierce holy magic while Ernest cast defensive spells, proving they were a surprisingly effective and very well-coordinated fighting duo. Dane himself skillfully handled multiple skeletons, leaving a trail of shattered bones behind him as one completely crumbled to the stone floor. After a long and difficult fight through the darkness, they finally reached the underground tomb, where their legendary treasure was waiting patiently. Dane excitedly pointed out that the famous 300-year-old treasure, which a powerful emperor once failed to claim, was now within their reach. He and Priscilla shared a confident smile, both clearly very satisfied with their excellent teamwork and their flawless execution of the dangerous plan. Ernest and Layla, on the other hand, were absolutely bursting with pure joy, laughing and celebrating like they had just won everything. Their treasure was revealed to be a magnificent red jewel, a beautiful gem that pulsed with a brilliant and fiery light from within. Dane proudly held the glowing jewel for all his friends to see, their faces reflecting its dazzling light as they stared in awe. In his letter, Dane wrote that the club's very first achievement brought them all so much joy and made them much closer friends. The 4 friends happily jumped and cheered together, celebrating their incredible victory and the successful end of their very first club adventure. He continued his letter, explaining that everyone was so excited by their success they couldn't even manage to get any sleep that night. He then added that his recent spectacular exam had caused a huge commotion, leaving the entire academy buzzing with rumors about him. Back in his quiet bedroom, he concluded that it would probably be a very good idea for him to just lay low now. His mind drifted to the jewel, a mana core so powerful it could likely grant him a whole new magic circle, a shocking. He decided to end his letter there, planning to tell his parents the rest of the incredible story in person when he visited. For now, he thought to himself with a small smile, he would just have to rely on his very capable older sister. A voice from outside the door impatiently called for Dane, saying they needed to leave and had no time to clean the room. "I'm coming," he called back, grabbing his bag and remembering that Priscilla had officially joined their club after their amazing tomb adventure. As he rushed out the door to meet his friends, he reflected that their little club now officially had a total of 4 members. His friends were waiting, playfully telling him to hurry up because they were very busy and important seniors who shouldn't be kept waiting. He laughed and apologized for the delay, explaining that he just had a few last-minute things he needed to take care of inside. Since everyone agreed their club's official name was terribly long and lame, they had all joked that Dane should do the heavy lifting. To keep things simple, the four of them happily decided to just call their group Nam and Nan, a nickname they all actually liked. The view shifts to the Academy's Grand Clock Tower, as the story introduces a notoriously difficult exam within the magic department itself. The exam was a brutal 24-hour endurance test, forcing students to work non-stop without the benefit of any food or any sleep. While students couldn't get help from another person, they were allowed to bring in any books or aids they wanted for it. A professor with reddish-brown hair gazed out of his office window, thinking about how easily Dane had passed that very difficult exam. Professor Drenova was deeply impressed, realizing Dane had an extraordinary talent for analyzing not just problems, but the entire situation around them. He admitted to himself that he had never wanted to recruit a student from another department so badly in his entire teaching career. He turned to the other person in his office, a blonde-haired student, and asked for a progress report on a special task. The student, Arthur Diamet, stood before the professor, the bright sunlight from the window illuminating the very tense and quiet room. Arthur reported with frustration that Dane kept refusing the offer to join the student council, a position with massive future political power. The professor turned away, disappointed that even sending a respected senior student like Arthur had completely failed to persuade the young freshman. Arthur found Dane completely unreadable, a strange boy who lacked the usual arrogance of someone so talented and so full of amazing potential. Professor Drenovo's expression hardened into one of cold resolve as he silently vowed that Dane would not be able to escape his grasp. Staring out at the sky, he made a firm promise to himself that he would absolutely make sure of it, no matter what. Later, in her laboratory, Dane's sister Arabella asked if that annoying student council member Arthur was still bothering him about joining up. Dane, now facing her, admitted it was becoming a real problem. Arabella sighed, saying that Professor Drenovo was just as persistent with her. Dane mentioned the professor even offered to make him head of the academic society, which Arabella called a classic Drenovo manipulation tactic. She explained that the professor preys on talented students from lesser families, which is why Arthur was so loyal to him now. Dane smirked at his sister, saying it sounded like he had made the right decision to refuse the professor's very generous offer. Arabella urgently warned him that the professor is dangerous, and a master manipulator who could easily turn him into a mindless puppet follower. Dane listened closely to his older sister's serious warning, promising her that he understood and would be extremely careful from now on. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when the laboratory door was thrown open with a loud crash, startling both of them from their discussion. Layla burst into the room holding up a glowing orb, excitedly telling Dane to look at the incredible thing she had just found. She then presented the orb to a completely stunned Arabella, explaining that Ernest had brought it back from inside the restricted area again. Arabella's shock quickly turned to pure fury as she shouted, completely unable to believe they had gone back to that forbidden place. The three club members put on their best innocent smiles, looking exactly like children who had just been caught with their hands deep inside a cookie jar. Dane covered his face in frustration, quietly apologizing to his sister for the chaos after he had specifically told them to lay low. He asked Ernest why he did something so dangerous, but Ernest proudly replied that as an explorer, he must face all challenges. Dane still looked worried, admitting that while exploring was Ernest's specialty, this particular adventure seemed a little bit too dangerous for him. Ernest passionately explained that the explorer's blood inside him was boiling with excitement, and that he simply could not just sit still. Dane realized that his friend Ernest had become much more proactive and confident since their first adventure, which actually made a lot of sense. The tomb was, after all, designed by the legendary Saul Hankston, a genius whose work would make any true explorer's eyes shine brightly. Dane watched as his friend showed the device to his sister, wondering what exactly the strange glowing object in Lila's hands actually was. Arabella identified the object as a mana wave device and asked them if they had put something inside it to activate it. Ernest nervously began his story, explaining he couldn't sleep the night before and had decided to take a little walk to unwind. He continued, saying he had wandered near Saul Hankston's old laboratory and heard very strange and mysterious noises coming from inside the building. He described the eerie sounds as machines running or something being made, a memory that still gave him a case of chills. Dane thought it could have just been guards, but Ernest was absolutely certain that the sounds he had heard were something else entirely. Ernest's expression became very serious as he leaned in to reveal the most suspicious and interesting part of his late-night discovery. He dramatically revealed that the mana wave device he had left behind had actually detected a strong source of active mana nearby. Dane was completely shocked, explaining that all of Hankston's equipment should have been moved, leaving nothing behind that could possibly emit any mana. Exactly! Ernest exclaimed with a grin, holding the glowing device forward as proof that his unbelievable story was actually completely true. He remembered hiding outside the laboratory that night, his face a mask of shock and awe at what he was secretly witnessing inside. He declared there was definitely something unknown hidden inside Saul Hangston's laboratory, leaving Dane to ponder the incredible and dangerous new mystery. After studying the data, Arabella confirmed Ernest's guess was right, and there was indeed something inside. Ernest asked if she was really sure. She confirmed it and added that whatever it was not ordinary at all, telling them to look at her detailed analysis. Priscilla and Layla leaned in to look at the papers, their eyes immediately widening in absolute shock at what the strange data revealed. Dane picked up one of the documents his sister had prepared, his expression turning serious as he began to read her brilliant analysis. Arabella explained the mana waves were similar to what Ernest had collected, but not a perfect match, which was a very curious detail. With the device glowing on the desk, Dane held up his own notes and asked his sister what her final conclusion actually was. Arabella gave a confident, sly smile and declared that there was definitely something very big and very important inside that mysterious building. His friends were all completely stunned by her dramatic conclusion, their faces a mixture of shock, fear, and a little bit of excitement. She explained that such a powerful mana wave usually comes from an object with immense power, far more than Ernest should have detected. She offered her theory. Something inside the lab was deliberately blocking the powerful mana waves from leaking out and being detected by others. Ernest was speechless. Arabella added they had no way of knowing if the one hiding the waves was Saul Hangston or someone else. Dane's expression sharpened as he understood the serious implication. There was something hidden inside worth erasing its powerful mana signature for. Arabella confirmed his theory and added a fun fact from her youth. She used to sneak into the lab and knew guards never went inside. Priscilla and Layla were completely shocked to learn that their prim and proper senior used to be such a rebellious rule-breaker herself. Dane gave his sister a teasing smile, but she just smirked back, saying no mage could ever resist the allure of Saul Hangston. She continued that while she didn't know what it was, anything connected to the legendary mage would be an absolutely incredible discovery. Ernest was thrilled by the possibility, while Layla wondered why a treasure that amazing would be left behind in an empty laboratory. Priscilla praised Ernest, remarking that it was truly amazing he had found this incredible secret just by following his own gut instincts. Arabella muttered about what these kids were up to, while Dane, seeing her face, guessed it was unlikely to be a real mana core. A quick flash shows the four friends deep inside the tomb, armed and ready for action as they explore the dangerous stone corridors together. Dane thought to himself that if it were a real mana core, he definitely would have noticed its overwhelming power during their first visit. His eyes narrowed as he focused his thoughts, trying to figure out what the mysterious source of power could possibly be down there. The scene focuses on the strange, glowing device, as Dane's voice asks the question on everyone's mind. What on earth is inside there? The group debated what to do next, with Priscilla pointing out that the determined and stubborn Ernest would definitely go no matter what. Dane looked worried, pointing out that while they could avoid the guards, they had no idea what dangers might be waiting inside. Layla confidently declared their club was strong, while Priscilla boasted about her unmatched holy power, assuring them that they would be okay. Dane and Arabella exchanged a weary look, realizing that their friends were far too determined and excited to be stopped at this point. With a sigh, Arabella offered them a long, cloth-wrapped case, saying that if they insisted on going, they should at least take it. She explained that it was a special scroll, and then asked them if they already knew how to properly use such a thing. She instructed them to tear the scroll if they were in danger, as it would teleport them back, though it would be a bumpy ride. Layla and Priscilla were overjoyed, thanking their senior profusely for giving them 3 such rare and incredibly precious teleportation magic escape scrolls. Arabella gave them one last stern warning, reminding them that getting caught in a restricted area would lead to suspension and then eventually expulsion. The 3 adventurers flinched but reluctantly agreed, their expressions a funny mix of nervousness, excitement, and a little bit of annoyance too. Dane gave his sister a reassuring smile, promising her that everything would be fine, but she told him to back up his words. Arabella's stern expression finally softened into a warm and caring smile as she looked at her little brother and his chaotic friends. She wished them well, telling them to be safe and to come back to tell her all about what they managed to find. Later, back in their club room, the team gathered around a large, detailed map of the massive and sprawling academy grounds to plan. Ernest expertly pointed out a blind spot in the guards' patrol route, a perfect gap for them to sneak through, impressing Dane. The narration explains they set their operation for 2 days later, giving them plenty of time to fully prepare all their exploration gear. Ernest explained they needed to use anti-tracking powder and that Karnas's special flames would be essential for melting the powerful mana barrier. Dane smiled confidently and agreed with the brilliant plan, telling Ernest that he would make sure Carnus was ready for the important task. Priscilla wisely suggested they also prepare a plan B, with clear guidelines for every situation, which Layla thought was a great idea. Dane then assigned their battle formation. He would take the lead, with Layla and Ernest providing support from the back of the group. Priscilla cheerfully agreed to hold the middle position, stretching confidently, even though she was apparently very vulnerable to surprise sudden ambushes. Dane instructed Ernest to use a short bow for cover fire instead of his staff this time, and Ernest happily agreed to it. With their plan finalized, Dane's eyes sharpened as he prepared to give his team their final and most important mission instructions of all. He stressed that their top priority was to stay undetected, which made Ernest excited but left Priscilla hoping there were no actual ghosts. Looking at his eager and determined team, Dane asked if everyone was finally ready to begin their exciting and very dangerous new mission. With a wide, energetic grin, he rallied his friends together, boldly declaring it was time for the romantic club to go cause trouble. That night, guards patrolled the restricted area, grumbling about their long shift and complaining about the fools who had snuck in before. The armored guards stood watch under the twilight sky, completely unaware of the new group of intruders that were approaching them now. Hiding nearby, Layla and Ernest were surprised by how many guards there were, realizing security had been doubled because of their last visit. Layla nervously whispered to Ernest from their hiding spot in the bushes, asking him what on earth they were supposed to do now. Ernest confidently led the way, explaining that the guards would be tired, and he knew the path with the weakest possible patrol route. Just then, a new squad of guards marched into position, as the captain announced it was almost time for the night shift change. The guards on duty complained about their boring shift and grumbled at the new arrivals for being so late to relieve them. During the brief and chaotic shift change, the team seized their chance, dashing silently across the open courtyard while no one was watching. One of the guards suddenly turned his head, startled by a very faint noise that he had heard coming from somewhere nearby. His partner asked what was wrong, but the guard dismissed the sound as probably just the wind, narrowly missing the sneaky intruders. The new guards settled into their posts for the night, completely oblivious to the 4 students who had just masterfully slipped right past them. Having successfully made it past the outer guards, the team regrouped in the shadows, with Dane quietly declaring their infiltration a complete success. They finally stood before their target, Saul Hangston's old laboratory, a large and imposing stone building that loomed in the dark night. Inside, they cautiously descended a winding stone staircase into the lab's hidden underground, with Dane telling everyone to watch their step carefully. They reached a massive, ornate door at the bottom, with Dane confirming Ernest's excellent navigation skills had gotten them there safely and easily. As Dane reached for the door, he stopped in surprise, realizing there was a powerful and unexpected mana barrier blocking their way forward. He noted the barrier grew stronger near the center, but then he realized that something about the energy felt strangely out of place. Placing his hand on the door, he confirmed his suspicion. The magical energy did not feel like it belonged to Saul Hangston at all. His expression grew serious as he focused, recognizing that the mana felt completely different from the ancient and powerful mage's unique signature. Dane explained to the confused Layla that while Hangston lived long ago, this mana barrier felt surprisingly new, perhaps even very recent. Ernest quickly pieced it all together, realizing someone else must have recently set up a new barrier to hide something dangerous inside. Dane agreed with his friend's grim conclusion, his face filled with worry as he considered what could be hiding behind that door. With the blue energy crackling over the door, he finished his thought, suggesting something very dangerous might be waiting for them on the other side. Dane looked down, sadly asking if they should go back, but Priscilla argued they had come too far to just give up now. Ernest believed it had to be an outside intruder, since the Academy would have no reason to hide a new discovery so secretly. Layla was angry that someone else was after her treasure, but Priscilla dryly reminded her that they were explorers, not common tomb robbers. Dane listened to the arguments from his friends, and finally agreed that Ernest's theory about an outside intruder seemed to be the most logical. He warned them that if these intruders were deliberately hiding something, any encounter with them would lead to a very serious and dangerous fight. Layla looked worried, pointing out that if their enemies were truly malicious, it would be extremely difficult for their small group to stop them. Dane flashed a confident smile, reminding his friends that while things had gotten more dangerous, he had complete faith in their club's strength. While Ernest was inspired, Priscilla pointed out that it was rare to find anyone who could actually beat Dane in a real fight. With a dramatic sigh of resignation, she declared that she simply had to go along with them, because they'd surely mess up otherwise. Ernest and Layla's faces immediately lit up with pure joy and excitement, absolutely thrilled that Priscilla had finally and officially agreed to join them. With his team now fully united and resolved, Dane declared that they would see this dangerous and mysterious mission through to the end. Despite their lingering fears, the brave young team stood together, their minds made up to move forward and face the danger ahead. Dane summoned his white wyvern, Karnas, who unleashed a massive torrent of brilliant orange flames, completely shattering the powerful blue mana barrier. As the smoke from the powerful attack cleared, the heavy stone door finally swung open, and the team cautiously stepped inside the lab. The moment they entered, the corridor erupted in a hail of energy traps, forcing Dane to yell for Ernest to get down. Sharp purple energy spikes shot out from the floor, narrowly missing their feet as they sprinted through the incredibly dangerous and ancient hallway. After finally clearing the traps, they found themselves standing on a ledge, overlooking a massive and completely unexpected underground cavern, leaving them speechless. The vast room below was filled with countless wooden crates, large barrels, and heavy chests, looking more like a smuggler's storeroom than a lab. In another corner of the massive room, they found a simple cot and a workbench, clearly a makeshift living space for someone. As they explored the strange living area, Ernest pointed out a large pile of food supplies, confirming that someone had been living there. Dane found the scene incredibly strange, noting that the room felt so lived in, as if the mysterious occupant had stayed for quite a while. Layla wondered if it could have been an Academy research team after all, but Priscilla still thought that theory seemed very unlikely. Priscilla told the others to look more closely at all the supplies that had been gathered in the large underground hidden room. She pointed out that the mismatched and sometimes illegal-looking gear proved it wasn't an official Academy operation, which would never be so secretive. Dane agreed with her brilliant deduction, stating that it was now perfectly clear that someone other than the Academy was definitely involved here. Ernest nervously adjusted his glasses, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face as the true gravity of their situation finally set in. He urged his friends to hurry and search the room, warning them that they had no idea when its mysterious owner might return. Layla immediately began exploring a corner of the cavern, cautiously checking behind the many large crates and barrels stacked against the far wall. Meanwhile, Priscilla carefully ran her hand along another stone wall, expertly searching for any hidden switches, traps, or secret hidden passages. Dane knelt down and placed his hand on the cold stone floor, looking puzzled as he sensed something very strange and powerful nearby. Placing his hand flat, he was shocked to feel a massive and unmistakable flow of powerful mana coming from deep beneath the room. Just then, Priscilla called out to him from across the room, telling him to hurry and come look at what she had found. He rushed over as she pointed to the wall, explaining she had found a hidden staircase leading even further down into the darkness. A look of sudden realization crossed Dane's face, as he understood this secret passage must lead to the source of the powerful mana. Without any hesitation, the team immediately headed down the dark and mysterious staircase, venturing deeper and deeper into the unknown underground cavern. As they descended the long hidden staircase, a brilliant purple light began to pulse from the large chamber waiting for them far below. They entered the lower chamber and were left completely speechless by the sight of a colossal, glowing blue crystal pulsing with incredible energy. Dane immediately recognized the overwhelming mana as Saul Hengsten's unique aura, confirming that the legendary mage was somehow involved in all this. He also noticed the floor around the giant crystal was covered with dozens of intricate, brightly glowing, and extremely complex ancient magic circles. His friends stared at the bizarre scene, wondering who could have created such a strange setup and for what possible mysterious purpose anyway. Suddenly, Ernest's face went pale with absolute panic as he shouted a frantic warning that someone was quickly heading right their way. His eyes were wide with terror as he told them the detection devices they had set up outside were all going off at once. Outside the laboratory, a group of mysterious figures in dark, hooded cloaks was swiftly and silently approaching the building under the night sky. Their leader ordered them to hurry up, and his cloaked subordinates all moved quickly to follow him toward the building's main entrance. The leader gave them a clear and simple command. They were to go inside and gather only the mana from Saul Hengsten's essence. One of the subordinates confidently declared that the glory from this very important and difficult mission would surely be all theirs to claim. The group of shadowy intruders moved with a silent and unnerving discipline as they approached the secret entrance to the hidden laboratory. The leader and one of his men quickly arrived at the heavy stone door that led down into the secret underground lab complex. The leader dramatically pulled back his hood, revealing a man with short white hair and a cold, determined expression, looking ready for trouble. The intruders entered the chamber with the mana stone, and one of them quietly confirmed that they had all gotten in safely. The leader immediately sent two of his men upstairs to tidy the living area and report back if they found anything unusual there. As his men headed up the stairs, the leader let out a soft sigh, remarking that they could finally rest a bit now. Upstairs, one of the subordinates complained about having to stay for 2 months, but his partner corrected him that it could be longer. As one of the men took a step forward, his foot clumsily kicked a small metal bucket, sending it clattering across the floor. Suddenly, a surprise volley of dark, shadowy projectiles rained down from the ceiling, catching the two intruders completely off guard by the attack. One of the intruders was thrown backward by the powerful magical attack, screaming in pain as the shadowy energy slammed into his body. Both men were violently knocked to the stone floor by the relentless assault, grunting in agony from the sudden and very unexpected attack. Hearing the commotion, the leader and his other man looked up in alarm, shouting for their men to report on what was happening. A heavy stone door suddenly slammed shut with a loud, echoing boom, trapping the two intruders inside the upper living quarters chamber. A thick, ominous purple gas began to fill the room, swirling around the intruders' feet as they watched in growing horror. One of the intruders identified the strange substance as a gas, while the leader looked on, demanding to know what was happening. The subordinate cried out to his captain as he began to choke on the toxic fumes, his face contorted in absolute agony. The captain gasped for his subordinate to get away as the thick, poisonous purple gas completely and totally enveloped him in its fumes. The leader was consumed by the deadly gas, screaming in pure terror as he finally realized that he had walked into a trap. After the gas cleared, all four intruders lay unconscious, dumped in a pile by the kids, making Ernest admit this was unexpected. While searching the intruders, Ernest found a notebook with strange notes, and Layla pointed out they also had crowns and other random stuff. Ernest then called out that he had found something else hidden inside a back pocket, as Dane watched him with a serious expression. Dane looked at the captured men, wondering who they were, but knowing it was obvious they were after Saul Hankston's incredible Mana Stone. He thought about how they had gotten inside so easily and started to wonder if they could be insiders from the academy itself. Priscilla handed him the notebook she had found during the search, telling him that it looked like it was probably very important. Dane began reading the strange notebook, which contained detailed instructions for how to perform a very complex and mysterious essence extraction procedure. The book, filled with a strange script, also had strict warnings about what to do if the magic circle was ever damaged. Priscilla asked if the essence extraction sounded dangerous, and Dane, still reading the mysterious book, had to agree that it certainly did. Just then, Ernest revealed another shocking discovery. The intruders were also carrying a highly illegal and very detailed map of the entire continent. Layla and Ernest were both horrified, realizing that possessing such a map likely meant these strange intruders were part of a rebel group. With a grim expression, Dane concluded that there were far too many suspicious things happening here for him to feel comfortable about. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed something small and purple hidden inside the mouth of one of the unconscious intruders near. He carefully removed the object from the man's mouth, his expression turning grim as he realized exactly what it was he was holding. He grimly informed his friends that the small object he had found hidden in the man's mouth was a suicide poison capsule. He remembered his mother teaching him about these things, a lesson from long ago that he had never expected to actually use. He explained that secret societies often brainwash their members to kill themselves with such poison to avoid ever leaking any important secrets. Priscilla then called the group's attention to a new set of instructions she had found written inside the mysterious and creepy notebook. The team gathered around in confusion as Dane read the first ominous line from the notebook aloud, "For a new world." He continued reading the group's strange code of conduct, which prioritized absolute security and stated their goal was to change the world. The code also forbade members from learning each other's identities, but strangely, the fourth and final rule had been left completely blank. Priscilla pointed to the blank space in the book, her expression tense as she told the others that this was the most suspicious part. She explained that there were coordinates written in the blank space, pointing to a location that was somewhere very near the academy. A close-up of a small piece of paper revealed the numbers 34.58, leaving Layla to wonder where that could possibly be located. A look of sudden recognition crossed Ernest's face as he thought about the numbers, a new idea quickly forming in his mind. He confirmed he knew the location, the supply transport passage near the back gate, which Layla realized was how the intruders got in. Dane agreed that was the most likely scenario, and concluded there must have been an insider helping them sneak into the academy grounds. The entire team looked grim, as the serious reality of a traitor working from within the academy finally began to sink in fully. They all looked back at the giant, glowing Mana Stone, wondering what on earth the secret group planned to do with its essence. Realizing the incredible danger they were in, the team decided it was finally time for them to get out of there quickly. They used a dark portal to collect all the intruders' belongings, making sure to gather every last piece of evidence for their investigation. With the intruders tied up securely, the team agreed they would report the entire incident to the academy leaders and the local guards. But just as they were about to leave, Dane turned to his friends with a devilish grin, asking if it was a shame to leave empty-handed. The other three members of his club stared at him in complete and utter confusion. Totally baffled by his sudden and unexpected suggestion, he gestured to the massive glowing crystal and made a very bold proposal. They should just take the entire Mana Stone themselves. The team decided that, Rather than let the stone fall into the wrong hands, it was much safer to just take it themselves. Later, one of the intruders woke up and frantically tried to wake his captain, warning him that the situation was extremely bad now. The intruders looked over at where the massive crystal had been, only to find the pedestal was now completely and totally empty. The captain furiously grabbed his subordinate, shouting in a rage and demanding to know what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Cursing in frustration, he realized that the mana stone must have been taken by the same clever people who had set the trap. A look of absolute terror crossed his face as he realized the devastating consequences of his failure to secure the incredibly valuable prize. Just then, Academy guards stormed into the chamber with their swords drawn, loudly ordering the surrounded and completely outnumbered intruders not to move. The guard captain glared at them with pure fury, roaring that they would not be allowed to escape justice for invading the academy. The captured intruders, now bound in heavy chains, wondered how the guards had managed to find them, but it was already too late. The intruder captain could only watch in helpless frustration, as his men were easily overpowered and apprehended by the swarm of academy guards. The next day, the exhausted guard captain sighed, grumbling that all the recent chaos at the academy was slowly driving him completely mad. He wondered why the restricted zone, which had been peaceful for decades, was suddenly causing so much trouble for him this year. He marched toward the interrogation room, angrily demanding to know if the captured intruders had said anything of importance to them yet. An interrogator nervously reported that the stubborn intruders had not said a single word, suggesting that harsher methods might now be necessary. The 3 captured intruders remained completely defiant, their faces a mixture of anger, fear, and a strange, unwavering, and very unsettling determination. The captain gave the order to rough them up a bit before moving them to the official interrogation chamber for more questioning later. The captain was grim, realizing this was a massive security incident, as 5 intruders had gotten in despite his doubled security measures. He knew a severe punishment was guaranteed for him now, and he worried that he might even lose his post over this. One of his subordinates called out to him, noticing that his captain was standing completely still, lost in his own worried and bleak thoughts. A guard rushed over to him, announcing the investigation team from the magic department had already arrived, shocking the worried captain with their speed. He clutched his head and cursed his bad luck, never thinking the famously lazy Professor Drenevo would actually show up in person. Professor Drenevo questioned the guard captain, who confirmed the official report. They heard a noise and found the intruders inside the lab. The professor found the story quite strange, pointing out that Saul Hangston's powerful mana barrier was not something that could be easily dispelled. He wondered why anyone powerful enough to break the barrier would then allow themselves to be captured so easily by the guards. The guard captain could only admit with a strained expression that he didn't understand that part of the confusing mystery either. He then remembered the strange evidence, telling the professor that they had found a book among the intruders' personal belongings and offered it. Professor Drenevo looked surprised by the new piece of evidence, questioning if they had really found a book on the strange intruders. The professor took the book and began to casually flip through its pages, a sharp and curious glint appearing in his eye. He explained that the book had been magically sealed, and someone had clearly forced it open, a fact that stunned the guard captain. Drenevo said he would take the book for further investigation, as there could be other hidden spells placed on it that he would miss. The relieved guard captain laughed, adding that from what he had gathered, the intruders seemed to be part of a strange secret society. A secret society, you say? Drenevo repeated slowly, a thoughtful and very cunning, scheming look now appearing on his serious, tired face. The captain also reported that an enormous mana stone, taller than a man, had been found there, which puzzled the listening professor. He admitted that his own men were just as puzzled, as there was no reason for such a stone to be in there. A wide, determined smile spread across the professor's face as he suddenly announced that he wanted to see the site for himself. The entire academy was buzzing with fresh gossip about the new trouble in the restricted zone, making all the other students quite nervous. Priscilla watched a group of students whispering nearby, remarking that the campus had been in an uproar since yesterday's big security fiasco. Dane walked up to her with a cheerful smile, happily asking her if she had managed to find out anything new about it. The club gathered to discuss the news, with Priscilla confirming that Professor Drenevo himself had shown up to handle the big investigation. Layla held up the academy newspaper, which already had the story, and Ernest read it in shock, amazed at how fast rumors spread. The dramatic headlines confirmed everything, with one even featuring a direct quote from the very embarrassed and now quite defeated guard captain. While Dane wasn't worried, Layla feared the brutal magic department interrogators might somehow manage to find out about their own involvement too. Ernest just laughed and confidently told her to relax, proudly reminding her that they had wiped away every single last trace. Priscilla smirked, patting Layla's shoulder and joking that the academy should really be thanking them for catching the intruders in their trap. Dane calmly reassured everyone that they were safe, but wisely suggested that they should all keep a very low profile for now. He then asked Ernest if he had brought the items they had collected, and Ernest confirmed he had all the analysis results. Dane's thoughts drifted as he wondered what they might find by tracking the secret group's movements across the entire vast continent now. He imagined they might even stumble upon another incredible treasure, perhaps like another amazing and powerful piece of Saul Hangston's valuable magical essence. A few days later, just as things were calming down, the entire academy was suddenly thrown into a state of total chaos once again. The new commotion was caused by the grand and unexpected arrival of a heavily armed Imperial Investigation Corps, a very impressive sight. Ranks of imposing, fully armored soldiers marched in perfect and silent formation, proudly carrying the familiar banners of the powerful Imperial family. The students all whispered in awe as the massive procession moved through their academy, as such a large visit was completely unheard of. An overhead view showed the impressive Imperial Knights and all their soldiers assembling in perfect ranks within the stunned academy's main courtyard grounds. A powerfully built man in ornate armor stood before the now infamous St. Amar's Hall, declaring the whole entire situation completely absurd. This was the Imperial 4th Knight Commander, Delphéon, who was still trying to make sense of the very strange series of recent events. He admitted to Professor Drenovo that the situation was bizarre, and that despite chasing all leads they still had found nothing solid. The Knight Commander's expression was incredibly stern, and very serious, as he then asked the professor specifically about the mysterious magical barrier. An investigator reported that they were still looking into it, but had so far found no obvious traces of how it was breached. Delphéon found this news deeply troubling, especially because the barrier was one of Saul Hangston's famously and notoriously unbreakable magical designs. He turned to a quiet, red-haired young man in a royal uniform and asked for his opinion. This was the third prince, Edward Danterre. The prince looked to be in some pain as he honestly admitted to the Knight Commander that he had no new ideas yet. The Knight Commander respectfully acknowledged the prince's response, though his face was clearly still filled with a deep and growing visible concern. Professor Drenovo was completely stunned by the prince's arrival, unable to believe that he had actually come to investigate the matter in person. The prince stood before the sealed door, completely silent for a long moment, his eyes closed as he focused all his thoughts. His eyes suddenly snapped open as he noticed a faint, almost invisible trace of melted energy where the powerful barrier had once stood. He observed that it felt as if the barrier had been perfectly dissolved and then somehow seamlessly and flawlessly reattached right after. A small, knowing smile appeared on his lips, but he quietly admitted to himself that he couldn't be entirely certain of his theory. He thought that whoever had breached the barrier was truly impressive, as it had been built to last for centuries without fail. The Knight Commander agreed that it had been a flawless iron fortress, and now that it has finally been breached by someone unknown. The prince's expression turned incredibly grave, as he realized that this meant even the most powerful imperial barriers could now potentially be undone. A sudden and sharp pain shot through his body as a dark, thorny energy crawled up his arm, making him gasp loudly. He clutched his arm tightly, gritting his teeth in pure agony as he silently endured the sudden and overwhelming wave of intense pain. The Knight Commander immediately rushed over to his side, his voice filled with deep concern as he asked if His Highness was all right. The prince, still clutching his arm in pain, quickly dismissed his commander's worries, insisting that it was just his usual familiar ache. Delphéon insisted the prince's safety was his top priority, telling him they would return immediately if he felt any more serious discomfort. The prince stubbornly refused, stating that since he came of his own will, he would not burden his loyal commander with any worry. He clenched his fist tightly to prove his point, insisting that his hand was fine and that the commander shouldn't concern himself. Professor Drenovo watched the close and intense interaction between the young prince and his knight commander with a great deal of interest. He realized that with these two powerful figures now involved in the case, everyone would have to tread very carefully from now on. Prince Edward is advised to get some fresh air, which he agrees to with obvious royal reluctance. His loyal knight, Delphéon, sadly watches the, quote, talentless prince, who also has a mysterious hand injury. Delphéon laments that the prince's life would be so much better if he wasn't physically fragile. The red-haired prince stands alone, contemplating his next move while his attendants wisely keep their distance. The prince glares at his own hand, deeply frustrated that his body is always cramping his style. He decides he is done waiting around and must investigate the mysterious incident all on his own. Ignoring his guards, the determined prince takes a bold step towards his highly unauthorized solo mission. He silently apologizes for sneaking off, but a prince must do what a prince must do. Delphéon learns the intruders were annoyingly professional, leaving absolutely no magical traces for the investigators to follow. The knight commander scowls, realizing this whole investigation is a complete and utter professional-grade disaster. A panicked guard sprints over, announcing the worst possible news. The prince has somehow completely vanished. Delphion cannot believe it, since the prince was just there a moment ago. The guards are terrible. The commander's eyes bulge with pure, unadulterated fury at the guards. Incredible level of incompetence. He furiously orders all other operations to stop. Finding the missing VIP is now their only job. The guards shout in agreement, suddenly very motivated to not get fired for losing a prince. Delphion worries immensely, wondering why the fragile prince would run off and risk his delicate health. While his knights are causing a widespread panic, the prince dashes through the forest on his secret mission. He is determined to find some clues himself and finally make some actual progress on this case. This is his one chance to prove his true worth to his father through sheer hard work. He is absolutely sick of being known as the worthless prince, a title he fully plans to shed. Meanwhile, hidden deep in that same forest, some familiar students are up to their usual secret activities. Dane calmly instructs Ernest on his archery stance, which currently looks wobbly enough to just fall over. Dane smiles, pleased that his friends are getting stronger and training together without his constant nagging. With his friends busy, Dane finally has some quality time to focus on his own mana control. He summons glowing blue rings of ancient magic, looking incredibly cool and powerful while doing it. Dane feels a bit smug, having now mastered a complex spell. This ancient magic stuff is amazing. As he concentrates on his magic, his eye suddenly glows with a brilliant, slightly alarming blue. He realizes that casting these advanced spells seems to unlock some very interesting new visual abilities for him. Looking at his friends, he can now clearly see the flow of mana inside their bodies. This newfound power is incredible, and he wonders what other weird things he will start seeing next. To show off his new spell, Dane creates a swirling, crackling ball of concentrated wind energy. He launches the projectile, which zips past his friends, who ask what that windy thing was. Dane proudly announces his new spell, a compressed air projectile he calls a wind bomb. His friends are amazed by the spell's immense power, realizing it must be an advanced 4-chain code. Deciding to test its full potential, Dane prepares to launch another, much bigger, wind bomb. He casually announces that he is going to throw this next one with a bit more force. With a powerful motion, he unleashes a massive sphere of wind that looks extremely destructive. The huge wind bomb tears a destructive path through the forest, leaving a trail of splinters behind. The spell explodes in the distance, followed by a very human-sounding scream of surprise and pain. The three friends freeze, realizing with absolute horror that the scream did not come from them. The destructive energy continues to rip through the peaceful forest, making a huge, unfixable mess. They stare down the path of destruction, suddenly aware they have a visitor in their secret spot. Layla urgently asks Dane if he also heard that scream, certain they are no longer alone. Dane confirms he heard it, annoyed that their super-secret training spot has apparently been discovered. Layla insists they investigate, worried that their little spell might have actually injured somebody important. Moments earlier, Prince Edward had been admiring the Academy's surprisingly large and untamed forest. He wistfully thought about the normal lives of the students, feeling a distinct pang of royal jealousy. He wondered if he could have been a regular student if he was not stuck being a prince. Just the thought of having a normal life made him smile. It was a lovely, impossible daydream. He snapped back to reality, reminding himself to focus on finding the intruders. Trail instead of daydreaming. A sudden, strange noise from nearby made him stop, his senses on high alert for any danger. He cautiously moved forward, wondering if he had finally found someone else in this quiet forest. From a hiding spot, he saw a group of 3 students training in a small clearing below. He watched them, noting they seemed quite skilled and were about his age, which was interesting. Layla asks Dane to check her sword form, complaining that one of her important moves feels clumsy. Dane points out that her footing is the real problem and gives her some quick, helpful advice. The prince continued to spy on them from the bushes, intrigued by their very serious training session. He overheard Layla say the name Dane, and immediately wondered if it was the famous Dane Sogras. He realized with a jolt that he was looking at the Academy's most talked-about freshman prodigy. Dane Sogras was so famous that even the royal family knew about his incredible, legendary accomplishments. Watching the talented student train so hard made the prince feel a bit pathetic about his own lack of skills. Even a certified genius like Dane trained this diligently, which only made the prince feel more inadequate. He imagined how nice it would be to have friends and laugh like them at the academy. His daydream was suddenly interrupted by a swirling blue projectile flying straight towards his hiding spot. His eyes widened as he realized something very fast and very magical was coming right for him. The massive sphere of highly compressed air was now just a few feet away from his fate. The wind bomb exploded with a massive impact, completely destroying his comfortable and leafy hiding spot. The prince was thrown backward by the powerful blast, his royal dignity completely forgotten in the chaos. He let out a very unprincely scream as he was sent tumbling wildly through the air. The students rushed over to find the prince on the ground, immediately apologizing for their magical mishap. The prince staggered up, and the students suddenly noticed his uniform looked suspiciously official and expensive. Ernest realized with dawning horror that the uniform belonged to the Imperial Investigation Unit. Whoops. Layla gasped, thinking he was an investigator, but Dane calmly corrected her. The truth was much worse. Dane recognized the uniform, but more importantly, the vibrant red hair marking him as pure royalty. The horrifying truth finally dawned on Ernest. They had just accidentally blown up a real-life prince. Layla started crying in panic while Dane put on his best, most awkward, "we're so sorry" smile. The prince, now very angry, demanded to know who was responsible for the unprovoked magical attack. Dane immediately dropped into a formal bow, introducing himself and offering a very respectful, formal greeting. He apologized profusely for what he called an unforgivable offense, hoping that would smooth things over. His friends quickly followed his lead, bowing and introducing themselves with their full, noble titles. They collectively begged for forgiveness for their extreme and explosive rudeness towards His Royal Highness. The prince brushed himself off, surprised, and said he was just startled, not actually hurt. He then smiled, saying he was glad to meet them and had heard great things about Dane. He even knew about Layla's recent tournament victory, which she found both flattering and terrifying. After the very awkward introductions, the prince told them they could finally stop bowing to him. Ernest nervously asked why a prince was wandering alone in such a remote, student-free area. The prince explained he was with the investigators but decided to do a little solo exploring. He then asked if they knew anything about the incident, which made Dane nervously recall the stolen Mana Stone. Dane carefully admitted they saw something odd, remembering the creepy secret society's symbol he found. Dane suspected the prince did not really know anything and was just hoping they had a clue. Ernest asked if the prince found the strange thing himself, to which the prince vaguely agreed. Ernest whispered to Layla that they should tell him their story, thinking it would be shocking. Dane, however, stayed quiet, carefully analyzing the prince, who was rumored to be completely ordinary. He recalled that the third prince was known for having no outstanding talents, unlike his older brothers. Yet this ordinary prince found them and noticed things others missed, which seemed highly suspicious. Dane began to wonder if the prince was secretly hiding a very special and useful ability. The prince confessed he got lost, and Ernest suggested he should probably head back to his guards. The prince brushed off the suggestion, instead asking them about their lives at the famous academy. Layla and Ernest were surprised, not expecting a personal question from such an important person. Dane understood that even a prince would be curious about the normal life he could never have. The prince asked what they were doing, and Dane explained it was their secret training ground. Dane used his special vision on the prince, sensing an unnaturally stiff and suffocating magical flow. Wondering if magic could even feel that strange, he decided to take a much closer look. Meanwhile, the Imperial Knights were frantically searching the academy, shouting for their lost prince. Onlooking students gossiped about the commotion, guessing the Knights were searching for the mysterious intruders. One student noted that if it were serious, the Magic Corps would be there, not just investigate. Inside, Delphine was growing more desperate, calling out for the prince with no response. He cursed in frustration, having no idea where the prince could have possibly wandered off to. He worried that if the unwell prince got into trouble, the consequences would be dire. He knew he would lose his job, but worse, he would fail his most important duty. A guard burst in with a lead. A witness saw someone matching the prince's description. Delphéon demanded to see the witness, his hope and focus suddenly renewed by the news. He ordered all his knights to the outer forest, their top priority being the prince's safety. As he ran, Delphéon wondered why the prince would possibly go into the dangerous forest alone. A sudden, hopeful thought struck him. Perhaps the prince had actually managed to find something. The prince told the students he envied their freedom, sadly wondering if God disliked him. Dane politely asked if he could ask a question, and the prince curiously agreed to it. Dane looked directly at the prince's hand and bluntly asked if it was causing him pain. The prince's face turned red with shock and anger, completely stunned by the direct question. Layla and Ernest were confused, whispering to each other about what could be wrong with his hand. The prince stammered that Dane was mistaken, quickly trying to hide his afflicted hand from view. Layla panickedly told Dane to stop talking, but he calmly continued to observe the prince. Dane respectfully said it was fine if he did not want to talk, promising to forget everything. The prince wondered how this strange student could have possibly seen the true state of his hand. Layla tried to dismiss Dane as odd, but the prince admitted that Dane had seen correctly. Ernest and Layla's faces filled with pure shock, realizing the prince's problem was actually real. The prince confessed his right hand was basically useless and demanded to know how Dane found out. Dane explained he did not see an injury, but rather the flow of mana being blocked. The prince was astonished, asking if it was really possible to see mana with one's eyes. Dane lied smoothly, claiming a random magical artifact had fused with him, granting the ability. He privately knew he could never reveal his power actually came from dangerous ancient magic. Hopeful, the prince asked if Dane's ability could also reveal the cause of the blockage. Dane admitted he could not see the root cause, but he could see the current problem clearly. He described how the mana was reversing, causing the prince's hand to slowly, unnaturally die. Dane stepped closer, his expression serious as he prepared to learn more about the condition. He gently asked what happened, and the prince's face shadowed over with painful memories. The prince began his sad story, explaining the problem started when he was just a baby. Though born healthy, the ailment appeared suddenly, leaving him unable to even grasp a toy. It took him until age 7, just to learn how to properly hold a dinner spoon. He could not even learn to write with a pen until he was well past the age of 10. This weakness prevented him from learning swordsmanship and other essential skills expected of a prince. His trembling hand made casting magic impossible, a constant reminder of his frustrating limitations. He concluded that he was the shameful prince, hidden away from the world his entire life. Dane finally understood the tragic reason for the third prince's obscurity and lack of reputation. Ernest and Layla were terrified, realizing the immense weight of the royal secret just shared with them. The prince smiled, saying it was fine because he trusted them to keep his secret safe. He felt more hope than ever before, as no one had ever diagnosed his problem until now. The prince joked grimly that Dane must be telling the truth, unlike his useless royal doctors. Dane was not amused by the dark joke, his expression remaining completely serious and focused. He confirmed the prince's fears, stating that the hand's strength was indeed draining away completely. The prince looked at Dane with desperate hope, asking if he could possibly heal the hand. The question hung in the air as Ernest and Layla watched with nervous, anxious expressions. Dane apologized, stating he was not a physician, which made the prince slump in utter defeat. The prince closed his eyes in disappointment, realizing that it was probably an impossible request anyway. However, Dane added that if the prince truly wished it, he would do his absolute best. A confident smirk appeared on Dane's face as he made his incredibly bold and risky offer. The prince's hope was instantly reignited, and he excitedly urged Dane to start the healing immediately. Forgetting his royal composure, the prince grabbed Dane and promised him anything if he could help. Dane calmly explained his plan to alter the very flow of mana inside the prince's body. He then warned that if the delicate process failed, the prince would most likely die. Dane explained that failure would get him executed for regicide, a fate he wished to avoid. He bluntly stated he had a long life ahead and was not keen on throwing it away. With a sharp and unwavering gaze, Dane looked directly at the prince, ready to negotiate. He asked what the prince would give him in return, shocking his friends with his audacity. The prince was surprised by the deal-making, but Dane insisted he never takes uncertain risks. Dane stated that only a great reward would make such a dangerous risk worth his while. The prince silently regarded Dane, realizing he was unlike anyone he had ever met before. The prince suddenly laughed, admitting he'd only ever met people who begged for his favor. He smiled, impressed by Dane's boldness, and agreed to the deal on any terms Dane chose. The prince looked at Dane, ready to make a promise of incredible value and importance. He declared that if Dane healed his hand, he would grant any single request he made. The prince confirmed his offer, saying his hand was doomed anyway, so there was little risk. He put a hand on Dane's shoulder, promising to leave a will absolving him of blame. Layla burst into nervous laughter while her friends sweated, realizing the immense pressure on Dane. The prince clapped a firm, trusting hand on Dane's shoulder, sealing their dangerous pact. Dane looked at the prince with resolve and simply stated, "Very well, I will try." The prince nodded, his face filled with relief and gratitude for this unexpected chance. A genuine, happy smile finally broke through his weary expression as he put his faith in Dane. Dane knew this was the biggest gamble of his life. Success meant glory, failure meant ruin. He focused his mind with fierce determination. Knowing he absolutely had to succeed, no matter what, Dane instructed the prince to sit on a rock, and the prince readily complied. Ready to begin, Dane felt confident in his abilities, having practiced precise mana control for his entire life. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that he also had the immense power of ancient mana. Dane knelt before the prince, the air thick with tension as he prepared for the procedure. He gently took the prince's gloved hand, holding it carefully as he focused his energy. With a calm and steady voice, Dane announced that he was ready to begin the treatment. The prince closed his eyes as a faint blue energy began to shimmer around his hand. A brilliant blue aura erupted as Dane channeled his ancient mana directly into the prince's arm. The sheer power of the magic made Dane's hair float as he focused on the delicate task. Far away, Delphaeon's search party reported that their path forward was blocked by a steep cliff. Another group of knights found multiple paths, and Delphaeon cursed, not having enough men to split up. Suddenly, Delphaeon's head snapped up as he felt a massive and unfamiliar surge of magical energy. He wondered what the strange energy could be, a feeling of deep alarm spreading through him. Recognizing the immense power, he ordered his men to immediately conceal their presence and be silent. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his instincts telling him that danger was extremely close. With a look of grim resolve, he commanded his knights to approach the energy source quietly. The knights moved like shadows through the forest, sprinting towards the source of the magical disturbance. Delphaeon led the charge, his senses on high alert as the powerful aura grew even stronger. They burst into the clearing to see Dane kneeling before the prince, hands glowing with power. Delphaeon's face twisted in fury as he roared at the students for daring to harm the prince. He leaped down from the ridge, shouting at the bastards to get away from his highness. Layla and Ernest cried out in terror as the knights suddenly surrounded them from all sides. Dane grimaced, realizing that the situation looked incredibly suspicious and that they needed to explain themselves quickly. Just as he was about to speak, he felt the magical energy around him begin to shift. Blinded by rage, Delphaeon instantly closed the distance, raising his sword to strike down the student. The massive sword came slashing down, and Dane knew they were about to be overwhelmed. But just before the blade could hit, the prince jumped in front of Dane, ordering Delphaeon to stop. Delphaeon froze in horror, his sword just inches from the prince's face as he stammered his name. The prince looked back, his eyes firm and unafraid, completely protecting the student behind him. The knights rushed to the prince, who calmly reassured them that he was perfectly fine. Delphaeon demanded to know what happened, but the prince deflected, promising to explain on the way back. The prince felt a new sensation in his hand, realizing with joy that the treatment was working. He turned to Dane with a grateful smile, thanking him before preparing to leave with his knights. Dane replied humbly that it was an honor, smiling back at the now much happier prince. As they walked, the prince told Delphaeon that Dane was not just a student, but his benefactor. Delphaeon was confused, but the prince simply stated that Dane had done something invaluable for him. The prince then asked for advice on a gift, but Delphaeon noted he'd only just met them. The prince thoughtfully decided that an ordinary gift would not be sufficient for such an important service. An idea suddenly came to him and a brilliant, mischievous grin spread across his happy face. He leaned in close to his knight commander and whispered the incredibly generous gift he had in mind. Delphaeon's eye widened in complete shock, unable to believe the sheer extravagance of the prince's plan. The prince asked if it was a fitting reward, while Delphaeon thought it was way too much. But the prince insisted, saying it was nothing compared to what Dane did, and ordered it done. With a weary but resigned sigh, Delphaeon bowed his head and agreed to the command. The prince walked off with a cheerful hum, his spirits higher than they had ever been. Delphaeon watched him go and realized this unexpected friendship might actually be a very good thing. He considered that an alliance with the powerful Sogras and Termian families would be politically advantageous. This new friendship could also become a great source of personal support for the lonely prince. A week later, the Namen Club arrived at the royal palace for a formal reception. The prince happily announced that his hand was much better, thanking Dane for the successful treatment. Dane bowed respectfully, replying that he was greatly relieved to hear the good news from him. The prince gestured for the three friends to take their seats at the grand banquet table. He announced he had prepared a special gift of gratitude, something worthy of their incredible help. When the gift was unveiled, the three students stared with their mouths agape, utterly speechless. Inside the box was a glowing medallion of immense power, the official royal token of favor. The prince explained that showing the token would resolve any trouble they ever found themselves in. Ernest stammered, asking if they could really accept such a priceless gift, and the prince confirmed it. Dane thanked the prince, and with formalities over, they were invited to enjoy the banquet. The club members sat with the prince in the magnificent hall, ready to enjoy a royal feast. As Layla happily ate a slice of delicious cake, Dane reflected on their incredible good fortune. Even amidst the celebration, Dane knew the mystery of the intruders was still dangerously unresolved. With no one else aware of the conspiracy, the strange case was eventually forgotten by the academy. The prince, now a good friend, smiled warmly as he enjoyed the pleasant company of the students. Some time passed, and the academy's stressful midterm exam period finally came to a welcome end. Layla confidently told Dane she aced her exams, while Priscilla seemed to be having a meltdown. Priscilla dramatically wished for the world to burn, furious that her test was so incredibly difficult. Dane laughed nervously at her outburst, guessing the Department of Holy Studies was unexpectedly tough. With exams over, Dane asked his friends about their plans for the upcoming holiday break. Ernest proudly announced his new plan to join a fitness club and work on his physique. Priscilla approved, noting he had likely realized his weaknesses during their recent battle simulations. Layla said she was going home for a bit, as her mother was very eager to see her. Dane casually said he'd study at the library, which made Layla question his idea of fun. He started to say he had no other plans, but then stopped as a new idea occurred. Layla mentioning her family reminded Dane of a gift he once received from the Duke Termian. He recalled receiving the prestigious emblem of the Termian Forge on his 7th birthday. The memory sparked his interest, and he decided he wanted a new sword made at the forge. He suddenly changed his plans, telling Layla he would go home with her to visit. Layla teased him, saying only he would call a visit to the legendary forge looking around. Ernest excitedly asked to tag along, eager for the amazing experience of seeing the forge. Layla happily agreed, saying that the more people who came along, the merrier it would be. As they walked, Ernest admitted he was nervous about visiting a duke's grand and formal household. Layla wished Priscilla could have joined them, but Dane mentioned she had been summoned to the temple. Ernest was surprised to learn Layla's home was only an hour away by carriage. Dane shocked them by revealing he had a teleport gate and got to the academy in a day. Layla was flabbergasted, exclaiming that it was the first time she'd ever heard about it. She wistfully commented on how helpful his sisters must be, feeling a little jealous of him. This made her wonder what her own 2 brothers were currently up to these days. Dane realized with some surprise that Layla had never really talked about her siblings before. As they approached her family's estate, Dane finally asked Layla what her brothers were like. Layla smiled fondly, explaining her kind older brother used to play with her all the time. She added that her second brother was a prankster who often got on her last nerves. Ernest asked if her second brother also lived at home, but Layla said he was too free-spirited. She explained he left home one day for training, and no one has known his whereabouts since. Dane was shocked to hear that her brother had just up and left his noble family. Layla sadly admitted she had no idea why he decided to leave home after becoming a knight. She described her older brother as diligent, but her younger one as completely and totally unpredictable. Dane found the story suspicious, as the Termian family didn't seem prone to internal drama. He saw a family portrait and wondered if there was a deeper secret behind the brothers' disappearance. They were suddenly greeted by a group of guards, and Layla happily recognized their captain. The guard captain gave Layla a huge hug, happy that she was finally visiting home. At the gate, Layla's father, the Duke, greeted her with a warm and loving embrace. She proudly told him she was studying hard, and he chuckled, looking forward to her grades. The Duke then turned his attention to Dane with a loud, welcoming, and friendly greeting. Dane greeted the Duke respectfully, who noted that the boy had grown sturdier since their last meeting. A very nervous and intimidated Ernest quickly bowed and introduced himself to the powerful Duke. The Duke praised Layla for making such an impressive friend, recognizing Ernest's famous family name. Layla beamed with pride, smugly declaring that she only befriends the most amazing people, of course. The Duke chuckled and invited them inside, announcing a welcome banquet had been prepared for them. Layla eagerly led her friends into the grand estate, excited to finally be back home again. Dane cheekily asked for some tarts, and Layla revealed she'd already ordered them prepared for him. Inside, a magnificent banquet was already underway, with music, food, and many noble guests. Dane and Ernest were amazed by the delicious food, now understanding Layla's excitement to visit home. Layla agreed it was a shame Priscilla couldn't be there, but they decided to come together next time. Across the ballroom, Dane noticed a group of knights watching them with keen interest. Layla explained they were her family's knights, and more had shown up just to meet Dane. Dane felt a bit uneasy, wondering why the household knights were so interested in meeting him. The knights approached, and their leader stepped forward to give Dane a formal, polite greeting. He introduced himself and confirmed they were the knights who served the ducal Termian family. The knights said they'd heard much about him and asked to join him, and Dane agreed. Layla proudly boasted that her family's knights were among the most elite in the entire empire. A knight returned the compliment, saying the Sogri's spear knights were also quite famous and well respected. Dane explained his father started the order by teaching spear techniques to knights on the battlefield. He proudly stated that they were now the empire's only official spear knight corps. Layla boasted that Dane was amazing and could beat them all, much to his embarrassment. The knights were skeptical, and Dane tried to quiet Layla before she started a fight. Too late. The knights took a step forward, their pride clearly on the line now. They formally requested a sparring match, eager to test the skills of the famous young master. Ernest panicked, lamenting that his bad hunches about trouble always seemed to come true. Layla, however, was thrilled and eagerly encouraged Dane to show the knights his true power. The knights grinned, cracking their knuckles in anticipation of the upcoming sparring match with him. With a weary sigh, Dane agreed to the spar, and the knights cheerfully accepted his challenge. They moved to a training yard, where Dane calmly faced off against the group of knights. A knight lunged with a furious battle cry, his sword glowing with dark, powerful energy. Dane met the attack with his spear, his movements precise and controlled as the spar began. Dane single-handedly fought them all, his spear a blur as he dodged and weaved between them. The Duke, Layla, and Ernest watched from the sidelines, all completely captivated by the fight. The Duke's expression was intense as he watched Dane's masterful display of combat skill. Dane spun his spear with incredible speed, effortlessly deflecting every single attack coming his way. He landed a clean, powerful blow to a knight's chest, taking him out of the fight. The spar ended with Dane standing victorious over the disarmed and defeated group of knights. The lead knight stared in disbelief, sweating as he realized just how outclassed they truly were. Dane stood calmly in the quiet training yard, the clear and undisputed winner of the match. A cool, satisfied smirk crossed his face as he enjoyed his decisive and impressive victory. The Duke's voice declared Dane the winner, praising the incredibly entertaining sparring match for all. Later, Dane learned the Duke gifted him rare ancient books, a thoughtful and useful present. He thanked Layla, grateful for the gift since the Academy Library had so many annoying restrictions. He then noticed their friend was missing and asked Layla where Ernest had gone off to. Layla explained Ernest was excitedly touring the family's relic vault with their trusted head butler. Layla told Dane to relax, but he was already thinking about visiting the blacksmith tomorrow. She reflected on how happy she was and how her father was thrilled by Dane's skills. Dane pointed out that her father's mood changed when her second brother was mentioned, asking why. Layla's happiness vanished as she angrily explained her second brother has maintained a frustrating complete silence. Dane felt a wave of sympathy for her, understanding the deep pain her family's mystery caused. Suddenly, a flicker of movement from the nearby trees caught both of their attentions. They stopped walking, instantly on high alert, as Dane confirmed he also saw something move. Dane's eyes widened, his senses screaming as he felt a distinctly hostile presence approaching them. They both looked up, feeling the same sinister energy as projectiles flew through the air. Dane instantly pushed Layla to safety while summoning a powerful mana shield to block the attack. He unleashed a warning blast of energy, shouting for the hidden coward to finally show themselves. His magical shield expanded just in time, deflecting the mysterious projectiles before they could hit them. A panicked voice cried out from the bushes, begging them to stop their counterattack. The voice sounded surprisingly familiar, and Dane paused his next attack with a confused expression. A young man emerged, casually claiming he was just spying on his sister and her friend. He leaped down from his hiding spot, landing gracefully on the path in front of them. With a smug grin, he introduced himself as Delward, Layla's long-lost second brother. Dane stared in shock, wondering if this was the unpredictable brother Layla had just mentioned. It was indeed Delward, her younger brother, who had returned home after years of silence. Layla's shock turned to pure rage as she scolded him for making her worry so much. She furiously reminded him that she had been waiting years for just a single letter. Delward winced as she pinched his cheek, complaining about how strong her hands had gotten. Layla proudly said she'd gotten stronger and was about to drag him off for a lesson. Delward's playful expression vanished as he gently but firmly stopped his sister's angry advance. He surprised her by pulling her into a sudden, warm, and apologetic hug. He softly apologized, explaining that he never meant to forget about his beloved family. He told her he had his reasons for staying away, his expression turning serious and pained. A strange mark was visible on his neck as he apologized for leaving them all alone. He promised he would explain everything if she would just calm down and listen to him. Layla tearfully asked if he left because he did not want to see them anymore. Dane watched the emotional reunion, his keen eyes trying to piece together the family mystery. Delward let his sister go, the promise of a long overdue explanation finally hanging in the air. Layla, now calm but serious, demanded to know where he had been all this time. Delward agreed to talk, but first asked Dane to leave so they could speak privately. Layla refused, grabbing Dane and insisting he was trustworthy enough to hear their family secrets. Dane tried to calm Layla down as she demanded her brother just to start talking already. Delward silently studied Dane, trying to decide if he could truly trust his sister's friend. An old wizard-like man approached Dane, recognizing him as the famous new prodigy at the academy. The man said he figured Dane was Layla's friend due to his distinctive silver hair. Delward recalled that the Sogres and Termian families had a long and friendly history together. Convinced, Delward agreed to let Dane stay but warned him to never repeat their family story. Dane gave a charming smile and promised on his family's honor to keep the secret safe. Delward nodded and then suggested they move to a more private place to finally talk. In a quiet garden, Delward revealed he had spent years in the dangerous Dranique Empire. Layla was horrified, demanding to know why he would go to such a hostile, enemy nation. Delward explained with a heavy heart that he was searching for a cure for their mother's illness. Their mother had been bedridden for years, and he had been searching for answers since childhood. He followed a trail of clues that eventually led him deep into the rival Drake Empire. Dane and Layla were shocked that he would infiltrate an enemy country all by himself. Layla angrily asked why he did not tell anyone and chose to carry the burden alone. Delward explained he did not want to endanger his family and smiled, glad to be back safely. Layla was still furious at his recklessness, but Dane calmly encouraged her to hear him out. Layla took a breath and asked the most important question. Why had he returned now? Delward's expression brightened as he announced he had finally found the ingredients for a cure. He came back because the ingredients he needed could not be found in the Dranique Empire. He confirmed that he only had clues to their location within their own Altheon Empire. He then revealed that he had discovered something truly terrible about their mother's condition. With a grim face, he told them their mother was not suffering from an illness, but a curse. Dane and Layla were completely stunned, unable to process the horrifying and unexpected revelation. Delward listed the symptoms, including weakening vitality and trembling limbs, which pointed to dark magic. He continued, describing frequent dizziness, coughing blood, and strange purple spots appearing on the body. He concluded that all these symptoms were a perfect match for a powerful, deadly curse. Layla whispered in horror, the awful truth of her mother's suffering finally crashing down on her. She couldn't believe her mother had been cursed, while Dane processed the sinister implications. Delward nodded grimly, confirming the terrible reality that he had uncovered during his long journey. He explained that because curses are not natural, someone must have intentionally targeted their. Layla wondered who would do such a thing, but Delward admitted their family had many enemies. He told his sister that finding the culprit was less important than finding a cure now. Layla tearfully asked if there was a way to save her, and Delward confidently said yes. He explained that he had already figured out the necessary ingredients and the ritual to remove it. Most ingredients were expensive, but obtainable for a family as wealthy and powerful as theirs. However, one legendary ingredient, the tears of Roxana, would be incredibly difficult to find. He described it as a mythical gem that could purify any curse hidden in the Habarox Mountains. They were shocked to hear the gem was in a ruin guarded by an ancient being. Dane smirked, a flicker of recognition in his eyes at the mention of ancient ruins. The story sounded suspiciously familiar, and he immediately thought the situation was quite fishy. Delward declared his intention to go find the gem, seeing it as their only hope. Dane questioned his plan to go alone, suggesting he take the formidable Termian Knights instead. Layla protested, but Delward insisted going alone was safest to avoid political conflict. He grinned, promising her that he had a plan and would make all necessary preparations. Dane listened, realizing he knew a certain friend who happened to be an expert on ancient ruins. Delward and Layla both looked at Dane, curious to hear what he was thinking now. Dane smiled coolly, informing them that this dangerous quest would require their club's special expertise.